He held his breath and stared intently at the horizon, his hands clasped as he repeatedly prayed for the flag of the Straw Hat Kid. As the outline of the skull flag gradually became clearer, his ecstatic emotions froze in an instant upon seeing the design on the flag. It was not the expected Straw Hat skull, but 3 grotesque claw marks with black mane. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back as the name that devoured darkness flashed through his mind. Just as the ship was about to enter the firing range, he suddenly turned and dashed toward the cabin, thinking it might still be possible to escape this sea area if Blackbeard had not noticed this unexpected witness. Chapter 1. Who's the good guy who ended up here? Let's put our brains aside and start our pirate adventure. Ritter was stunned, not thinking too hard, starting as an orphan, getting picked up by a big truck, a lucky transmigrator in the world of One Piece, where a white-haired little river god claimed to be the will of the world. Young Ritter, do you want to go to the world of the Golden Pirate King, the Silver Pirate King, or this plain, ordinary world of the Pirate King? Ritter had a black line on his face. River god, shouldn't you be in the river? Did you get the wrong channel? You don't seem to be in this anime track. The river god still wore a squinty-eyed expression. No, river gods need to eat too, and besides, crossing the river is also suitable. Ritter accepted this strange setup. After all, it was said that the receptionist for transmigrators was a white-haired lowly. So, do I have a starter gift package? Don't try to fool me. If you don't give me a plot like that of a male protagonist in some power fantasy, I'll just drop dead right here. And what's the difference between gold, silver, and ordinary? Young Ritter, there's no difference. It's a package win. Let me check your starter talent. Oh dear, young Ritter. Here you can have a devil fruit, the talent of 3-color hockey and monster-level stamina, beginner version. The voice got quieter and quieter. Whispering. Ritter showed a shark-toothed grin. You just whispered something very important, didn't you? No way. If you're too strong, you can't get in. If you're that strong, what would the Supreme will write? Ritter asked, can I choose any fruit? Hey. Ritter took off one of his shoes and threw it at the river god. What the hell is hey? The river god adjusted his little halo. Dear, I can only give you 3 fruits. Do you want this golden mist fruit, this silver dog fruit, or the plain, ordinary dog liquor fruit? Ritter grabbed the river god by the neck and shook him wildly. Did I ask you for options? Is there anything besides gold? The river god replied, got it. You choose gold. I'll process it for you now. I wish you a pleasant journey. When Ritter opened his eyes, he found himself on a desolate little island. River god, why didn't you put me on an inhabited island? Uninhabited island crossing is standard for the journey. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Goodbye. What else could Ritter do but choose to accept? He felt his own power, and it truly was beginner level. Observation hockey allowed him clear perception, but that was it. Was this really beginner level? It was so bewildering. Armament hockey barely covered his hands. But Ritter kept hearing a phrase in his mind. Super thin, right? Really afraid to go in. The little author has already gone in several times. Better rein it in. What Ritter looked forward to most was Conqueror's hockey. You know Shanks, right? The black-red hockey flashed. Who wouldn't give him some face? Ritter put his hands in his pockets and struck a pose. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. River god, don't leave. Let's chat. His current Conqueror's hockey was equivalent to the level Luffy had just awakened. He couldn't control it all. It was the beginner prenatal version. The river god, with stars in his eyes, looked at his short arms. Ritter estimated his age at about 3 years old by the seaside. 3 years old? You bastard river god. How could you be so cruel? No wonder you gave him monster-level stamina. Without that, he wouldn't even survive. After admiring his cool and handsome looks, with long black hair, Ritter was very satisfied. Now that he looked like this, he would grow into a big handsome guy in the future. He could almost hear the applause. All right, Ritter took out his last starter benefit after transmigrating, a white, spiral-shaped monkey peach. With a critical gaze, Ritter prepared to taste this monkey peach. He had heard that the devil fruits in One Piece were notoriously bad-tasting, so today he would have a good tasting session. That he took a gentle bite. It tasted bland at first, then took another bite. It was sweet. Since there was nothing else nearby, Ritter stuffed the whole thing into his mouth. AKT that moment, his face changed from healthy red to green, from green to purple, and from purple to white, a very complex flavor, like the smell of sweaty feet and stinky tofu. Fermenting in a pit for 81 days. Who was Ritter? He was a man determined to become the Pirate King. Even if he was the only one around, he couldn't lose his charisma. That he wiped his trembling hands on his pale lips and commented, on the scale of bad taste, I'd give it a quantum micro stink level. Ritter felt the power in his hands. He exerted a little force, and white mist began to gradually appear around him, surrounding him in a thin barrier. The mist fruit. It shouldn't just be about releasing mist bombs, right? Rit stared at his semi-transparent arm, trying hard to recall Smoker's fighting style. The old chain smoker in the original seemed to only charge around as smoke, occasionally using haki to sneak attack. But it was too crude for Rit. He refused to adopt such a lackluster fighting style. Suddenly, the bushes parted and a wild boar nearly 2 meters tall charged out. What the hell? Are the wild animals in the pirate world this intense? Rit rolled to the side to avoid the charge, his back crashing against a coconut tree. His armament haki instinctively covered his right hand, but it was as thin as a layer of black stockings. Someone might ask Rit why he was still being so cautious even after elementalization. This was something Rit was contemplating. He couldn't rely solely on elementalization. Although he didn't know what era he was in, relying too much on elementalization against an opponent with armament haki would be incredibly taxing. One must be strong in body to forge the weapon. The wild boar turned around, its hind hooves scraping the ground. Rit suddenly noticed its moist nose. All mammals depend on their sense of smell. Got it. He released mist with all his might, not only obscuring vision, but also allowing tiny water droplets to seep into the boar's nostrils, interfering with its sense of smell. Notably, Rit could control the acidity and alkalinity of the mist. The confused monster shook its head, its charge becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Rit climbed up the coconut tree, his heart racing. Smoker's natural type fruit can't just release smoke. The essence of mist is suspended water droplets. If it disrupts your acid-base balance, it won't explode, right? The river god can enter the river of time. It's reasonable that this fruit given by the river god can create fog. So, what if I'm mixing something else? I could create some acidic mist and some alkaline mist. This little acidity and alkalinity might be bearable for your skin, but your organs can't withstand it. The wild boar angrily slammed into the tree trunk. The coconut tree shook violently, and Rit nearly fell. He gritted his teeth and compressed the mist into the boar's body, assimilating the water within it and altering its acid-base balance. As long as you're a living being, you can't defy the laws of nature. Explode. As he exerted force, Rit suddenly felt dizzy. The physical exhaustion far exceeded his expectations. Even with monster-like stamina, it was still inadequate. It was more appropriate to say that the monster's growth rate was faster, but it had a higher starting point. The wild boar staggered. It was clear that it suffered significant damage. This consumed more stamina than condensing into a water blade attack. Damn, you have thick blood. Is everyone in one piece a blood cow? You're not even human. There's no need to be this intense. Can you please calm down? Rit's conqueror's haki, as his stamina increased, barely allowed him to control it. The wild boar staggered back as if hit by an invisible hammer. But this intimidation only lasted 3 seconds, further enraging the beast. Damn, this conqueror's haki is less useful than farting. Rit watched as the wild boar prepared to deliver the final blow. Oh my god, you can't really want to kill me in one go, can you? The wild boar spoke. Why didn't you say that when you were using dirty tricks? With elementalization as a safety net, Rit remained calm. Just then, he noticed the sunlight refracting through the mist. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. If he could precisely control the density of the mist droplets. At the moment the wild boar charged again, Rit poured all his strength into his ability. The mist distorted and transformed under the sunlight, suddenly creating 7 shadowy figures of Rit, the mist condensing to disrupt the boar's sense of smell. The wild boar abruptly halted its charge, its tusks piercing only air. Mist concealment. Mirage. The real Rit pounced from the side, his armament haki-covered fist smashing hard into the wild boar's temple. The monster howled and fell to the ground, giving Rit the chance to grab a sharp reef stone and press it into the boar's eye socket with all his weight. When the beast finally stopped struggling, Rit collapsed in a pool of blood, gasping for air. The mist ability automatically deactivated, revealing his pale smile. The brother on the forum wasn't lying. Natural types really need to be played with flair. The name I just came up with has a certain class to it. He suddenly coughed violently, looking down to see blood in his palm. The backlash from overusing his ability had begun. It was truly frustrating. What good is stamina if it doesn't give strength and resilience? Rit discovered that monster stamina was a passive ability that could grow. For example, if Rit's current stamina was 20, this passive could restore 2 points. If he exceeded the recovery rate, over time, Rit would start to feel fatigued. If he used 21 points in one go, he would be injured. This discovery showed that the growth of this passive was faster than his physical growth, a super long-lasting battery, potentially reaching a level comparable to a marine. Admiral, the stamina of the strongest creatures in Kaido's world couldn't compete with how much I could recover. But what was even more terrifying was the howling response from deep within the forest. Wild boars were pack animals. As night fell, Rit sat in his makeshift treehouse, organizing today's gains. Today's loot included wild boar meat, tusks, and an important discovery. His mist fruit could manipulate light refraction and even briefly change the local air density to form mirages. Rit had a premonition that when his fruit ability developed to a certain extent, it could partially shield him from observation hockey. Smoker, that brute, doesn't understand science at all. He sketched diagrams on the tree bark with charcoal. High-pressure mist can form cutting beams. Low-temperature areas can create ice mist acid-based bomb traps. Thankfully, there are plenty of good anime. I'll just copy. A sound of breaking branches came from a distance. Rit extinguished the campfire and spread mist around the treehouse as a warning system. Although his Conqueror's Haki was unstable, combined with observation Haki, he could barely sense the life force of at least 3 heat sources approaching. Looks like I need to try that move early. He quietly climbed down the tree, setting up mist traps along the path. When the first wild boar triggered the landmine, the concentrated alkaline mist immediately burned its respiratory tract, causing it to go mad. Beasts are ultimately beasts. The second boar misjudged and crashed into a sharp stake due to the refracted light, but the damage caused by the stake was limited given the wild boar's tough skin and meat. However, the third boar suddenly went berserk and attacked its companion for some unknown reason. The wild boar charged fiercely. Don't blame the brother for being ruthless. Mist can refract light beams. In my domain, your eyes will deceive you. Rit, wiping blood from his nose in the shadows, realized his physical strength was still too weak. In Rit's thick mist, the boars saw his projection, while their companion was right behind Rit's mirage. Rit was now a ghost in the FOG. AS is well known. When playing cards, if you don't understand the field, how can you play? Now Rit faced 2 paths: to continue developing his devil fruit or learn weapons with greater lethality. The 3-color Haki, due to the lack of training methods, had to be temporarily shelved. Of course, this answer would only be considered after finding someone. Moreover, Rit had a very practical problem. He was completely trapped on this island. Even if he built a boat, he couldn't get out. You think you could just sail out without a compass? Only talents like Roger and Luffy could do that. They're people of great fortune. Rit could only wait for someone to come to the island and take him away, which is why he was frantically improving his strength. Besides not wanting to be so passive in future plots, he was also a disciple of Confucius. If benevolence couldn't persuade you to take me away, then I understood some martial arts. To teach you manners. In fact, what Rit wanted most was to join Luffy's pirate crew. A carefree life without fighting and killing, lying back and winning, being the ultimate lazy winner. Rit achieved MVP, while Luffy was the ultimate lazy winner. Let's fast forward a few months. Chapter 3. The promised lazy win in the waiting. Finally one day, Rit waited for someone. Finally, someone has come. Rit stood on his makeshift lookout, watching the small sailboat gradually approach in the distance. Almost falling in excitement. 8 months of survival on a deserted island made him much stronger than when he first arrived. He had grown taller and stronger, and his long hair was tied up in a bun. Now, seeing human ships was truly a heartwarming sight. I hope it's a Straw Hat crew. He clasped his hands in prayer, suddenly realizing something. Wait, what if it's Blackbeard's crew? No, let me take another look. If I can't tell, I'll just throw you in. As the ship gradually approached, Rooter squinted his eyes. Standing at the bow was a young man wearing a straw hat. Next to him was a blond man with glasses. The distance was too far to see their faces clearly, but that straw hat. Luffy. It's Luffy. Rooter was so excited he was dancing around. I knew the river god wouldn't let me down. Rooter was so thrilled to see the straw hat that he completely forgot that the young man next to him should be a green-haired swordsman. He quickly tidied up his fashionable primitive outfit made of wild boar skin and laid out the roasted wild boar and coconut juice he had treasured for days on the beach. As the small boat reached the shore, Rooter dashed forward. Luffy. Zoro. I missed you guys so much. The young man in the straw hat looked confused. Who is Luffy? The blonde man adjusted his glasses. I'm Rayleigh, and this is Roger. Rooter froze in place, his mind racing. Roger? Rayleigh? Why do those names sound so familiar? Wait, his voice began to tremble as he suddenly realized something. But he didn't want to believe the reality. What are your full names? Gold. Roger. The young man in the straw hat answered cheerfully. We just formed a pirate crew. Rooter's expression froze. He slowly lowered his head. Gold. Roger. The name echoed in Rooter's mind, making him feel like the whole world was spinning. River God. I can't believe this. Rooter knelt down on the beach, holding his head with both hands, internally screaming. This is like 40 or 50 years ago. Rooter looked up at the overly young Roger and felt his life turn gray. By that time, he would have been a 60-year-old man. What? 60 is the perfect age for adventure. What a joke. Hey, the little kid is quite enthusiastic. Roger laughed as he jumped off the ship. Rooter stared at that face and thought of a joke, blurting out, How old are you, old man? The air suddenly went silent. Roger stared blankly at Rayleigh, as if he didn't understand Rooter's meaning. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Captain, it seems he's asking about your age. Ahaha, I'm 19 this year. Roger patted his chest proudly. Don't I look mature? I'm going to conquer this sea, you know. Rooter's expression cracked. The Pirate King at 19? What do I do now that I've crossed into the Pirate King era? And he just set sail. I'm anxious here. Then, this uncle. Rooter turned to Rayleigh. I'm only 20. The future Dark King instantly broke down. Do I look that old to you, kid? Not really. So, Rayleigh asked with interest, who is this Luffy you mentioned? Oh, my friend. I was shipwrecked, you know. Just a buddy. Rooter blurted out, but with incredible willpower, he forcibly stopped himself. Maybe it was because he had stayed on the island for too long. Rooter really wanted to talk to someone. After living alone on a deserted island for 8 months, his desire for communication was at its peak. Roger's eyes lit up. So how'd you end up here? Were you on an adventure? No. Abba, hungry. Gurgle, conquering this sea man. Rooter shook his head frantically. Gwa gurgle. Hoo. Rooter placed his hands on the ground, providing a sad background music. What am I even saying? Roger was picking his nose while Rayleigh was grilling meat, and seemed like they didn't care. Rooter curiously asked, a lone kid on the island. Aren't you curious? Roger laughed heartily. Not curious at all. The sea is worth every person's journey, right? Rooter thought for a moment. In the future, do you want to become the Pirate King? Roger and Rayleigh exchanged a glance before bursting into earth-shattering laughter. The Pirate King? That name is interesting. Interesting. Roger wiped away tears from laughing. Then it's settled. We will become the Pirate King. I want to be the freest person on this vast sea. Rooter. Just as Rooter was about to continue speaking, he was simultaneously interrupted by Roger and Rayleigh. That's enough, Rooter. Do you want to join our ship? The adventure is just beginning. Don't you think sailing alone would be too boring? Rooter looked at the carefree duo. Too boring? You really are the Roger Pirates. Little Rooter's fighting spirit surged. Hey, Roger, let's have a fight. Rooter suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with eagerness. In front of him was the future Pirate King, and it would be a shame not to spar. Rooter was already imagining it. Crossing into the Pirate King era and beating the Pirate King, he thought Roger's strength would be at the level of a rookie, since he was a user of natural fruit. Roger was stuffing the last piece of grilled meat into his mouth. Cough, cough. What did you say? I said. Rooter, as mist began to surround them, thought it was only natural to set the stage first. He looked at Roger, who was still picking his nose. Hey, be serious. Rooter's forehead was bulging with veins. I'm seriously challenging you. Rayleigh was leisurely sipping coconut juice beside him. Captain, he's already making threats. Oh. Roger suddenly realized and jumped up. You want to fight, right? Why didn't you say so earlier? Rooter revealed a shark-like grin. Hey, I just said that. You idiot. In the next second, Rooter suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Even though Roger was still standing there, an invisible pressure made his hair stand on end. Then I'll go now. Roger cheerfully struck a strange starting pose. Rooter couldn't help but mutter, No way. You're coming in this strong? If I had known your strength was like this, I wouldn't have even bothered. Rooter immediately elementalized his whole body. The mist was thick enough now. Mist concealment. Mirage. 7 clones appeared in different positions. Wow, amazing. Roger's eyes lit up, and then Bang! A simple and unadorned straight punch hit Reuter's abdomen, making him curl up like a shrimp. All illusions instantly disappeared. Reuter? No way, dude, you're Saitama. You're embarrassing me. Don't forget, Reuter's current strength allows the mist to interfere with observation hockey. You hit me directly, making me look even more foolish. Cough, cough. How did you see through it? Reuter knelt on the ground, dry heaving. Roger tilted his head. I didn't see through it. I just heard it. I just felt you should be in this position. Rayleigh explained from the side. The captain's intuition is always very accurate, listening to the voices of all things. Reuter struggled to stand up, suddenly pressing his hands to the ground. Mist prison, 1,000 needle. Countless mist needles shot up from the ground. But Roger danced through the rain of needles, humming a tune off -key.my turn. He suddenly dashed forward, his fist carrying a whistling wind. Reuter hurriedly elementalized, but heard Roger shout, "Got you!" An armed hand precisely grabbed Reuter's neck, leaving him feeling like a salted fish. Life suddenly lost all hope. So fast. Roger said, "Then let's have a feast." Chapter 4. The traffickers deserve to die. By the campfire at night, Rhett finally accepted reality. Roger, having eaten and drunk his fill, lay on the beach when he suddenly sat up and said, "Rhett, you're quite an interesting person. Want to come aboard my ship?" He threw his arm around Rhett's neck. "You can have an adventure on the sea right now." Rayleigh interjected. The captain didn't even prepare the ship before heading out. Roger suddenly leaned closer to Rhett, his eyes sparkling, and now there's a little pirate on board. Isn't that even more interesting? That makes 3 of us in our pirate crew. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. "I don't think you can take care of a child, Roger." Huh? Roger scratched his head, then laughed, but Rhett, "Our adventure will definitely be more fun than if you were on your own. Because," he suddenly stood up, pointing to the sky, "this is the way GOLD. Roger, sail the seas." Gwa. Rhett looked at the two of them laughing, and suddenly felt that perhaps not knowing the future in this era might actually be more interesting. "All right, my captain." Rhett thought to himself. Roger truly was the charm of the Pirate King. His charisma was infuriating. The next day, Rhett regretted it. The viewers already knew that when Roger and Rayleigh first set out to sea, they only had a small sailboat. Even though Rhett was nearly 4 years old now, it was still impossible to set sail. What was the difference between this and setting off in a wooden barrel? Damn it. Roger proudly patted the side of the boat. How about it? Impressive, right? This is Rayleigh's ship. Rhett couldn't help but retort, "No. Captain, can we really set sail like this?" Despairingly, Rhett counted the number of people on the boat and then looked at the boat's weight limit, coming to a horrifying conclusion. "So we have 3 people now, but this boat can only carry a maximum of 2. 5 people? Cool, ha 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 ha." Roger laughed heartily and jumped onto the boat, which immediately tilted dangerously at a 30-degree angle. "Don't worry," Rayleigh calculated it. "As long as we have the food, only bring enough fresh water for 3 days. And throw away the spare paddles. Isn't that just suicide?" Rhett frantically pulled at his hair. Rayleigh calmly adjusted his glasses. "According to my calculations, at the current weight, we can last about 6 hours in a windless state." Rhett suddenly felt like he didn't want to go to sea anymore. In the end, the 3 accepted the suggestion. Rhett thought, now that Roger was the child of destiny, there shouldn't be too many problems. Roger stood at the bow of the boat, facing the waves, and excitedly shouted, "Awesome. This is the taste of the sea." Rayleigh, steering the boat with one hand, said, "Captain, we're off course." "Off course to where?" "I have no idea," Rayleigh replied calmly, "because I don't have a map of this sea area." Rhett weakly lifted his head. "I think we should consider turning back." As for why he felt so weak, it was because Rhett had never been on a boat before, and he was seasick. Just as he finished speaking, a 3-meter-high wave suddenly crashed over. The small boat groaned under the strain, and one of the securing ropes snapped with a loud crack. The rope broke. Roger pointed at the swaying mast. Rhett instantly turned into a screamer. "What do we do? What do we do?" The fresh water barrel was washed away. Rayleigh looked at the wooden barrel rolling into the sea. Just as the boat began to fall apart, Rhett suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Wait, I'm a devil fruit user." He forced himself to endure the seasickness and fully activated the mist fruits ability. He compressed the mist under the boat, creating a mist sea floating platform. Although it couldn't make the boat fly, the mist lifted the hull, significantly reducing the weight. The small boat stabilized considerably, and the waterline rose a few inches. Roger's eyes lit up. Wow, it could be used like this. Just as the mist was about to run out, a medium-sized merchant ship appeared on the horizon. The sails bore a merchant emblem that Rhett didn't recognize. "We're saved." Rhett excitedly waved his arms and shouted. However, Roger and Rayleigh showed an unusual seriousness. Rhett asked, "What is that?" "Slave traders," Roger replied, as the merchant ship changed direction toward them, with several burly men armed on the deck. "Prepare for battle." Roger drew his sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Just what we need, a new ship." Rhett looked at his 4-year-old frame and then at the fully armed men across from them. I just got on the boat 3 hours ago. For those who think it's too early to go to sea, let me explain. First, Rhett grew up alone on a deserted island until he was over 10, so his strength developed slowly. Even though he has foresight and extraordinary insight, without a system, Rhett's growth must be linear, ensuring every step of his improvement is logical. To put it plainly, becoming stronger requires intelligence, not the typical invincible trope that gives you an unbeatable boost. Second, this is Roger and Rayleigh we're talking about. In this story, they are Rhett's mentors, and following them means growing stronger at a faster pace through self-exploration. One is a self-made man, and the other is a strong second generation. I believe everyone can understand this. Third, don't mention Luffy being an adult. If Luffy's crew started with Roger and Rayleigh, he wouldn't need to wait until he was 18. These points don't count toward the word count. They're just for those who find it unreasonable, and I'm here to clarify. Welcome to the life of a pirate. Roger laughed as he leaped out just as the small boat was about to collide with the merchant ship. Rayleigh patted Rhett on the shoulder. "Don't worry. The captain is great at borrowing ships." As sounds of fighting and screams came from above, Rhett sighed. He realized that following these two madmen would probably be more thrilling than surviving on a deserted island. Uncle Rayleigh isn't so reliable after all. What's going on now? Family. Help. The ship echoed with Rayleigh's shouts. The slave traders deserve to die. Accept the judgment of justice. Kill them, kids. Rhett felt the future growing darker. There was no way out. Who told him to agree to board a pirate ship? A thick fog spread, and the miscellaneous pirate soldiers fell, blood spilling from their mouths. Adjusting the pH might not mean much to the strong, as they could use armament hockey to protect themselves. But against the miscellaneous soldiers, it was too effective. Regardless, organs are the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Those who often change their acid-base balance know that acidity and alkalinity are corrosive. Rhett's methods couldn't be described as merciful, but for people like this, they deserved the most painful death. The traffickers deserved to die. Before long, Roger Rayleigh and Rhett had taken control of the entire ship. When Rhett went to the cabin, he was astonished to find a considerable number of people inside. Bazidas humans. There were many different races, such as mermaids. Rhett thought, it seems that racial trade began a long time ago. Rhett gently said to the slaves in the cage, "We're the Roger Pirates. You are free now. Trust us." However, he received no response. The eyes of every person and every race were filled with numbness. Seeing their expressions ignited an unnamed anger in Rhett. Coming from a world where everyone was equal, he knew that the world of the Pirate King was like this. But he also knew the world shouldn't be like this. Stand up. Do you want to be someone else's slave for the rest of your life? Stand up, you bastards. Rhett's hair had come loose after the fight, tied together with just a few strands of grass. Dressed in Uncle Rayleigh's clothes and with long black hair, he looked like a cute doll, making it easy for others to trust him. Children naturally make people lower their guard, especially a good-looking child. But now, that face was twisted with rage. Should being captured mean becoming a slave? This damned world, these damned celestial dragons. Even more ridiculous is that just now, Rhett saw a Navy colonel while cleaning the deck. It's laughable how officials and bandits protect each other. Rhett spoke up. "I've been killing pigs on the island for 8 months, and now my heart is chillingly cold. Most importantly, human traffickers deserve to die." Chapter 5. Uncle Rayleigh's cookies smell good. The waves crashed against the hull of the fake Oro Jackson, and a series of dull thuds echoed from the deck. Fortunately, this ship was a canvas ship, and the three of them could barely manage to steer it. You asked where the slaves went. Of course, they were handed over to our just Navy. They docked the ship at the naval base, let the slaves off, and then ran off. They're pirates after all. Although Roger and Rayleigh don't have bounties yet, Rit finally understood why the Roger pirates were so strong. It seems that every good person who goes to sea is at the level of a rear admiral. These two are both at the level of a rear admiral. As we all know, in a hot-blooded adventure manga, the strength of the enemies rises in tiers. What is this? The villain just left the villain village and encountered a hero returning from defeating the Demon King? Rit felt a bit smug, thinking he had latched onto two big legs of the Pirate King, wondering if he was now part of the second generation of strong people. Just thinking about the Pirate King's right-hand man, the Dark King Rayleigh, made Rit feel too good, folks. Bang, bang, bang. Rit, shirtless and sweating profusely, wrapped his fists in a thin layer of armament hockey and struck the iron post in front of him repeatedly. His knuckles were already ground raw, blood mixing with sweat dripping onto the deck, but the surface of the iron post only had shallow dents. Still not good enough. He gasped for breath, looking at his trembling hands. He couldn't maintain the hockey for even half a minute. Not far away, Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, drinking, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Kid, if you keep practicing like this, your hands will be ruined. But I have to train. Rit gritted his teeth. I don't want to be unable to protect myself when I encounter a strong enemy next time. Rayleigh sighed and walked over, pressing down on his shoulder. The problem isn't with your hockey, but with your body. He squeezed Rit's arm muscles. Your stamina is indeed impressive, but the density of your muscles and the strength of your bones are far from enough. Although your muscle and bone training has indeed made remarkable progress. It's like trying to pour molten iron into a weak bamboo tube. No matter how strong the force, it can't bear it. Rit fell silent. He knew Rayleigh was right. For the past few months, no matter how hard he trained, his hockey remained at the beginner stage. Every time he tried to forcibly improve, his body would collapse first. That night, in the captain's cabin. So, am I destined to be just a half-baked person? Rit stared at his palm, his tone filled with unwillingness. Roger sat cross-legged on the floor, grinning. What kind of thought is that, kid? You want to be the strongest in the world at 4? You want to dominate the seas now? That's quite a bold idea. He flicked Rit's forehead. Your body is still developing. You'll ruin yourself like this. At least, I've never seen a genius like you at 4 years old. What are you in such a hurry for? Are you rushing to save the world? After flicking, he scratched his nose and said, Who said getting stronger only has one path through hockey? He pointed to Rit's chest. What about your mist fruit? How far have you developed it? Hey, don't do such disgusting actions after flicking my forehead. Rit bared his shark-like teeth and shouted. I can create illusions, interfere with observation hockey, and even use mist to corrode enemies. Too conservative. Roger suddenly jumped up, gesticulating wildly. I've seen a magma fruit user who can turn an entire island into a volcano. Not a kind of... What can your mist do? Can it shroud the entire sea? Can it make someone faint after a single breath? Or is your mist not corrosive? Can it make enemies disappear when enveloped in mist? Rayleigh also revealed a meaningful smile. Little Rit, imagine this. When your strength increases, being powerful is just the threshold to meet you. Otherwise, even you wouldn't be able to enter the mist. Coupled with creating illusions to hide yourself and limit observation hockey, you will become a demon in the mist. Just thinking about how to deal with you is a headache. As long as they can't disperse your mist, you'll basically be invincible. Rit swallowed hard. Uncle Rayleigh's vision is too tempting, too high level. This vision is better than what my previous boss painted. Rit admits he really wants to eat it. He just loves that feeling of standing right in front of you, and you can't do anything about me. The next morning, Rit stood at the bow of the ship, closing his eyes and feeling the sea breeze. Since his body couldn't temporarily bear stronger hockey, then let the mist become stronger. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and thick white mist erupted, enveloping the entire ship in an instant. But this time, the mist did not disperse. Instead, it writhed like a living thing, gradually condensing into countless tiny water droplets. Mist breathing, nerve paralysis. Swish! A few seagulls that were stealing food on the deck suddenly stiffened and fell with a thud. Roger's eyes widened. What did you do? I adjusted the composition of the mist, Rit said, a smile on his lips. Let carry a small amount of neurotoxin. Anyone who inhales it will have their muscles paralyzed, but won't be fatal. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled. Interesting. If combined with your observation haki, you could completely take them down before the enemy notices. Not only that, Rit clenched his fist, and the mist suddenly compressed in his palm into a semi-transparent long blade. Although it couldn't compare to the hardened armament, swish, 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 the wooden target in the distance was instantly shredded into pieces. You have to know that in the future, both Roger and Rayleigh, besides being martial arts masters, are also great swordsmen. But after taking a glance, pahaha, little Rit, what are you doing? Watching the two who couldn't stop laughing, Rit blushed for the rare occasion and shouted at Roger and Rayleigh, I'm only 4 years old, and I haven't learned it. Isn't that normal? What are you two laughing at, you bastards? Roger laughed heartily. Do you want me to teach you? Roger wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, suddenly drew his sword ace, and unleashed a flying slash. Rit stared in shock. A sword can indeed open the sea, and it's no joke. Could it be the prototype of the divine avoidance that only Roger knows? Roger sheathed his sword and rubbed Rit's head. Don't be bound. Your mist excels in being formless and ethereal. He pointed to the mist blade in Rit's hand. Why be constrained by form? Don't worry. I'll find you a powerful sword in the future. Didn't you notice that your mist became thinner after you condensed the mist blade? Rayleigh added, but you still need to learn the basic stances. Starting tomorrow, practice swinging the sword 1,000 times every day. Rit felt the benefits of being part of the second generation of strong people. The reason Rit was able to condense the mist sword was that he saw the Amitsukami sword of Admiral Kazuru and the ice sword of Admiral Akiji in the original work. However, Rit overlooked one point. Kazuru and Akiji didn't need to set up a large area. Even if his mist field could move with him, someone would ask Rit, if you develop a mist field, can't I just run away? Rit would just say it's naive. I could directly envelop the entire island in thick mist. Asking if you're scared. Moreover, even with the mist Rit currently creates, as long as the opponent's strength is not far beyond his mist will not be easily dispersed. Coupled with his monstrous stamina, as long as Rit is willing, he can keep it up indefinitely, equivalent to a passive skill consuming mana, but his mana bar is infinite. The only awkward thing now is that Rit can indeed trap people in the mist, but his strength is limited. When encountering strong opponents, he still has to run. People say having an elder at home is like having a treasure. They use their experience to point out your problems sharply when you take a wrong turn. Now Rit has 2 young old treasures. In the past 3 years, Rayleigh as a teacher is no match for Kaido's 3. Chapter 6 I Bloom in the Fog. 2 weeks later, a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger blocked the way. It was the Bone Crusher pirate crew. Rit shouted from the lookout. It's Hank of the Bone Crusher with a bounty of 980,000. After landing, Rit had diligently gathered information, spending 1,000 berry to buy a dozen of the more famous pirate bounties and intel currently circulating in the seas. On the deck, a nearly 3-meter-tall brute wielding a spiked club grinned menacingly. Roger? Never heard of him. Hand over your treasure. I can make your deaths a bit quicker. Roger picked his nose. Rayleigh, do you want to take this one? I don't feel like moving today. Let the kid have a go. He has been jumping around a lot lately, and I'm almost tired of sparring with him. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, now curious about Rit's strength. Rit took a deep breath and walked to the bow. Is this all you've got? Do you have no one else on your ship? Hank laughed loudly. I could take you out with just one swing. You're really noisy. Fog realm. Silent prison. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped an area of 100 meters. Hank suddenly realized his voice had disappeared. He couldn't even hear the sound of the wind from his swinging club. Even worse, a stinging sensation began to spread across his skin as the mist seeped into his pores. Damn it! He swung his weapon wildly, but hit nothing. Hank suddenly knelt, screaming in agony as his eyes and airways burned like fire. Rit approached the bow, his 4-year-old body appearing particularly small before the giant. Rit sighed. Do you know, in comics, fish like you are just experience fodder for the main character. How does it feel to have your sight, hearing, and touch stripped away? By the way, the pH of this fog is 0.5. Hank's bulging eyes spun wildly, but all he could see was a small shadow moving through the white fog. The shadow appeared at the port side, then flashed at the top of the mast. Like a ghost in the mist, Rit thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of freely traversing his domain. He became more determined to grow stronger. refusing to let his life be controlled by others. He wanted to stand at the peak of the world. Hank swung his spiked club madly. "You little demon, come out. You might not know what a pH of 0.5 means." Rit's voice carried a tone of pity. Illiteracy was truly frightening. Suddenly, Hank felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by a burning sensation in his airways. He fell to the ground, emitting a silent scream. The acidic particles in the fog were corroding his mucous membranes. "Ah, monster!" Hank's cries were absorbed by the fog, turning into silent despair. When the fog dissipated, only corpses were left on the deck, and in the distance, a small boat sped away. Rit noticed, but did not stop it. Who knew if they would live to tell of his reputation? Roger whistled. "I guess the bounty will go up now?" Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction. Using fruit abilities to make up for a lack of hockey. Good strategy. South Sea, Navy base of the 77th Division. Colonel Gruss Horn strode into the conference room. At the conference table, over a dozen Navy officers stood in salute, but everyone's expression was unusually grave. "Sit down." Colonel Gruss slammed a document on the table, his metallic prosthetic arm clanging against the surface with a sharp sound. "Can someone tell me why a 4-year-old kid could annihilate the Bone Crusher pirate crew in 3 minutes? This was a 3-man pirate crew. How could newborn pirate crew possess such strength? Why had I not heard about this before? This is a serious dereliction of duty." Intelligence Officer Major Morris wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he opened the file. "According to our intelligence personnel, during the battle, a large amount of fog accompanied the fight. We have temporarily designated his codename as Ghost in the Fog, suspected to be a user of the natural type Fog fruit. A member of Roger's crew, Rit." He pressed the projection snail, and a blurry image appeared, revealing a small figure shrouded in thick fog over the sea. It was clear that the pirates in the image were in great pain, while the small figure flickered in and out of the mist. The intelligence officer continued. "Upon returning to the Bone Crusher ship, we found that their treasure and food had been completely emptied, and the pirates' mouths and noses were corroded, with the corrosion reaching their brains. The most severely affected organ was the lungs. We must reassess the threat level." Colonel Gruss of the 77th Division slammed the table and roared. "Immediately relay this information back to headquarters. That little brat who moves freely in the fog is nothing but a ghost." The staff trembled as they handed over the newly drawn wanted poster. Scarlet Fogrit, Bounty 3000000 Bury. Characteristics: black hair, red eyes, often accompanied by thick fog. Methods are mysterious. Roger's crew, life or death irrelevant. 3 days later, the wanted poster for the Roger pirate crew drifted across the seas. "Ha ha, little Rit. Have you seen your bounty?" Roger slapped his thigh and laughed. "Scarlet Fog, 3 million berry. It's terrifying to have such a bounty at 4 years old." Rit pouted, looking at the blurred image of himself on the wanted poster and the striking life or death irrelevant line. Unable to help but complain, the Navy's photography skills are terrible. "I look so handsome, but I ended up looking like a vengeful spirit. Can't they take a clear picture of my face? Walking down the street, no one would recognize me. What is the use of a high bounty?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a smile tugging at his lips. "Not bad. Much better than white mist. Of course." Rit felt a bit unwilling. Scarlet Fog sounds so classy. "Damn it, Navy, you better not let me catch you. If I do, it won't just be a light punishment." Rit glanced at Roger and Rayleigh's bounties, then shrank his head back. "What the hell? One has 150 million, the other 100 million, compared to them. My 3 million seems reasonable." Just as he was feeling smug about his bounty, Roger suddenly leaned over, wrapped his arm around Rit's neck, and asked with a grin, "Kid, why do you specifically announce the pH value when you kill?" Rit rolled his eyes. "Don't ask, it sounds cooler that way. Come on, this is a shonen manga. If I don't shout the names of my moves, it won't feel intense. Bokura no Natsu no Yum really makes one chuckle." Roger and Rayleigh didn't think Rit's methods were cruel. Come on, this is the world of pirates, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Only such methods are worthy of survival. Just look at what this era has to offer. When you want to kill me, it's none of your business how I choose to do it. When I kill you, your reputation, status, and wealth all belong to me. That's what being a pirate is. Chapter 7 Roger's Pirate Crew Fragment 1. Let me ask everyone a question. In the vast and endless sea, There's a small boat with 3 people, drifting aimlessly on the water. To put it nicely, they are adventuring on the sea. Aren't they just a bunch of sea drifters? To be more specific, what would 2 powerful older brothers and a talented 4-year-old younger brother do when they have nothing to do? The answer is written here. In the early morning, the surface of the South Sea glimmers with light, and the boat gently sways with the waves. On the deck, a black-haired, red-eyed little boy named Rit is lying on the ground, panting heavily as he does push-ups. Sweat drips down his cheeks and falls onto the wooden planks, and his arms are almost cramping from the intense shaking. Rit is very tired, really tired. He just doesn't want to train with that iron block, as it hurts too much when Rayleigh hits him. 199. 200. Phew. Finally done. Just as he was about to collapse and rest, a large foot suddenly stepped on his back. Oh, isn't this little Rit? Who told you to stop? Didn't you say just yesterday that you wanted to freely roam the seas? Rit struggled to lift his head and saw Rayleigh pushing up his glasses, looking down at him from above. Brother Rayleigh, I'm only 4 years old, so what if you're 4? Didn't you ask me a few days ago? Am I supposed to remain a half-baked kid forever? Besides, Roger told me he was chasing wild animals all over the place when he was young. He was a wild man. I'm a normal person. Oh, so you mean you're weaker than Roger? Rit's mouth twitched. Provocation. I'm a youth of the new century. I've already seen through your tricks. Old man Rayleigh, who do you look down on? Rayleigh twitched his lips. He was only 20 years old and had figured out Rit's mouth by now. When Rit needed something from him, he would call him Brother Rayleigh. Normally, he would call him Uncle Rayleigh, and when he was in trouble, he would call him Old Man Rayleigh. Good. Do another 200. Anyway, you won't get tired. Let us start. Old man, just watch. It's just 200. Looking at Rit's grimacing expression, Rayleigh walked away satisfied. Just as Rit lay on the deck to rest, "Coo-ha-ha-ha, little Rit. Today I'll teach you hockey." Roger laughed heartily as he patted Rit on the shoulder, almost knocking him into the deck. Rit couldn't take it anymore. Are you 2 training police dogs or something? Are you both bored taking turns? Captain, are you sure you want to teach now? He can't even hold his sword steady. Rayleigh sighed beside him. What does it matter? I think his physical strength should be enough. This kid can use all 3 types of hockey. He couldn't use it before because his physical strength wasn't enough. But now he can barely manage it. Hockey has to be trained from a young age. Rit rubbed his numb shoulders, feeling both excited and scared, unable to imagine what kind of brutal training awaited him. First of all, armament hockey is the most direct reflection of physical strength. You need to imagine your fists are harder than steel. Roger demonstrated by punching down onto the deck. Boom! A large hole cracked open in the wooden planks. Rit exclaimed, "Come on, give it a try." Rit tugged at Roger's pant leg and yelled, "Do you know how expensive it is to repair a ship, you jerk? Don't ask. It's just that you can't reach it. There's nothing I can do." Rit can only use some mist to plug the hole. Although it doesn't really help, at least it doesn't look too bad. Don't worry, we will definitely have our own ship in the future. All right. Give it a try. Rit took a deep breath, imitating Roger's movement, and covered his palm with armament hockey, swinging his fist with all his might. Smack! His hand swelled up. Ouch, it hurts. Roger laughed heartily. Not bad. Do it again. Rit showed his shark teeth. You think I didn't see you covering the armament hockey on the part of the deck I just hit? Roger adjusted his straw hat. Ah, you caught me. Of course. Until you can punch through the wood. What kind of training method is that teaching your grandson? It can't be you who taught him, you jerk. Compared to Roger's rough methods, Rayleigh's training was more systematic, but it was still not easy at all. Days passed in this rough, yet systematic life. Coo! Hiss! The high-level special sound effect. The scorching sun baked the beach, and the waves crashed against the rocks. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, excitedly shouting, "Hey, Rayleigh, there's an island ahead. Let us go check it out." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, "Captain, we still have enough supplies. There's no need to waste time. And we are saving money to buy a new ship. We can't spend recklessly anymore." Coo-ha-ha! How can adventure be called wasting time? Roger laughed heartily and jumped off the ship, saying maybe there's some treasure on the island. If not, we can just capture someone to exchange for a bounty. Rit lay on the side of the ship, weakly complaining. "Captain, you said the same thing last time, and we only found a nest of crabs that bite. Although they did taste pretty good. This time is different." Roger patted his chest confidently, then picked Rit up and tucked him under his armpit. Let us go. I'll show you what real adventure is. Adventure is only interesting when it's like this, right? Rit struggled, but to no avail. So he could only resign himself to being dragged onto the island. The three of them passed through dense jungle, with Roger leading the way, using his machete to cut through the vines blocking their path. Suddenly, he stopped, twitching his nose. There's the smell of barbecue. Rayleigh frowned. How can there be people on such a deserted island? Rit's observation, Hockey, sensed a life force ahead. But the other party seemed to be deliberately hiding their presence, appearing faint and indistinct. Let us go take a look. Roger eagerly rushed forward. Passing through a thicket, they saw an open space with a bonfire burning, roasting an unknown wild beast. Sitting next to the fire was a black-haired man, wearing sunglasses and carrying 2 short axes at his waist. He was leisurely gnawing on the roasted meat, seemingly unfazed by the appearance of the three. Oh, are you also washed up here by the current? The man looked up and grinned. Roger's eyes lit up. Are you a pirate too? I can feel that your strength is not ordinary. We might get along well. The man shrugged. My name is Spinger Jabba. I was on a merchant ship, but I encountered a shipwreck and drifted here. Rayleigh examined him with sharp eyes. Your aura doesn't seem like that of a weakling. Jabba smiled, but didn't deny it. And you? You don't look like ordinary people either. I've never seen a pirate with a kid before. Roger laughed heartily, directly sitting next to the bonfire, grabbing a piece of roasted meat to gnaw on. I'm Gold. Roger, these are my partners Rayleigh and Rit. We are pirates. Jabba raised an eyebrow. Pirates? Just the 3 of you? The sea is very dangerous. Rit couldn't help but interject. Don't look down on us for being few. We are very strong, because Rit knows that this is the future right-hand man of the pirate king, Rayleigh and Jabba. Rit rarely admires anyone, but he really admires Brother Jabba. Funny face. Jabba looked at Rit with interest. Kid, how old are you? 4? 5? Rit's forehead twitched with veins. I didn't argue with you just now for calling me a kid. So what if I'm 4? I am Scarlet Mist. Don't you look at the bounty notice? Jabba was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. You're the first small pirate I've ever seen. Roger, while gnawing on meat, mumbled, Jabba, do you want to join us? Jabba wiped his mouth, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. What is your goal? Roger swallowed the roasted meat, stood up, and boldly pointed to the sky, to become the freest person on this sea. Jabba was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed heartily. All right, because of what you said, I joined. As expected of a passionate manga, there are no 3 insurances and 1 fund, no pension insurance, only a phrase. I recognize your dream, which ignited Rhet's spirit. Is this the sea enchantress, Gold? Roger? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, a slight smile on his lips. Welcome aboard. Rhett looked at the 3 people drinking, feeling a strong sense of security. Chapter 8. Uncle Jabba's teasing in the early morning. Sunlight spilled onto the deck, and the sounds of seagulls and crashing waves intertwined. Rooter lay sprawled on the deck like a salted fish, flipping over and mumbling. 5 more minutes of sleep. Bang! A foot mercilessly landed on his stomach. Get up for training, kid. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Rooter groaned, clutching his belly. Old man Rayleigh, if I'm not up training now, it's all your fault. I worked hard to complete your training tasks yesterday. You really made me suffer. Oh, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize you had such a good comeback ability. Maybe you really can save the world at 4 years old. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles. Rooter gritted his teeth and jumped up. I'm up. You said it. After the training ended, Rooter collapsed on the deck like a dried, salted fish. Roger walked over, squatted beside him, and asked with a grin, How is it going? Tired? Rooter rolled his eyes. Captain, what do you think? You 2 take turns torturing me. I suspect you're just bored. Roger laughed heartily. How could that be? We're training the future great pirate. Only with strength can you sail the seas, kid. Training? Rooter grimaced. You guys are clearly just playing a nurturing game. Nurturing game? Roger tilted his head. What is that? Rooter sighed. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Rooter sometimes felt really pretentious. With a one-on-one coach from the world's top pirate crew, he didn't feel tired, but physical fatigue would accumulate, making him feel really uncomfortable. He didn't want to think about it. He was still young and had plenty of time to get stronger. This is a passionate manga. He didn't have any vendettas to settle, no reincarnation plot where his wife ran off with his best friend, or any of those glitch storylines. Shaking off the whimsical thoughts in his head, Rooter liked to find something to do. "Hey, Uncle Jabba, let us have a fight." Rooter stood at the stern, hands in his pockets, his black hair tousled by the sea breeze, with a spark of eagerness in his red eyes. Rooter thought to himself, "Uncle Jabba, give up your left-hand position. Today, I, Rooter, am going to usurp it. Today, I'll take the left hand, and tomorrow I'll become the Pirate King. Ha ha ha." Jabba, who was polishing his twin axes, looked up and grinned. "Kid, are you sure? You got a bounty of 3 million at such a young age. I want to go easy on you, just because you're a child. That's exactly what I want." Rooter smirked, "Just a chance to try out my new move." Roger sat cross-legged on the mast, excitedly shouted, "Kuahaha. Want to make a bet with Rayleigh? Who do you think will win?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "Let us say it's a 30 to 70 chance. Rooter will fly 7 times in 3 minutes. Then I bet on Jabba." Roger chuckled, tossing a peanut into his mouth. "Hey, Roger, Rayleigh, what do you mean by that?" Rooter exploded. "I'm the one you trained. Isn't it embarrassing if I can't win against you?" "Not really. If you're weak, that's your problem. What does it have to do with me?" Roger said with a grin, clearly teasing Rooter. Jabba stood up. "Kid, are you ready? Start the match." The battle begins. Rooter took the initiative, waving his hands. Fog realm. Silent prison. Dense fog instantly enveloped the entire ship, visibility dropping to 0. Jabba's figure was completely swallowed by the white mist, and even the sound of his footsteps was absorbed by the fog, creating an eerie silence. Interfering with vision and hearing? Jabba stood still, slightly squinting, good tactic, but wanted to work on an old hand. He suddenly bent down, crossing his fist to strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted as Rooter's arm sword was precisely blocked. What? Rooter's pupil shrank, and he quickly jumped back to create distance. "How did you see through it?" Jabba grinned. "Intuition. TSK, observation hockey?" Rooter gritted his teeth. "No, you weren't even using hockey seriously." "Ha ha ha." After so many years at sea, relying on more than just hockey, Jabba laughed heartily, suddenly rushing forward, the axe blade slicing through the air. Rooter hurriedly elementalized, dispersing and then condensing the fog, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Don't dodge, kid." Jabba's assault didn't let up, his fists chopping down like a raging storm, forcing Rooter to retreat continuously. "Fog-hidden mirage," Rooter shouted, and suddenly 7 clones of himself emerged from the fog, pouncing at Jabba from different directions. Jabba paused, scanning his surroundings. Illusions? Guess which one is real? 7 Rooters spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping. Jabba snorted coldly, suddenly closing his eyes, his ears twitching. The third one on the left. Bang! The axe's back struck the real one hard, and Rooter grunted, flying backward as all the illusions dissipated. "Damn! How did you find out?" Rooter got up while clutching his shoulder. "You're just not even pretending, are you?" Jabba shook his arm and laughed. "The fog can interfere with sight, but your breathing rhythm can't fool me." "Who told you to breathe heavily?" "I can't do anything about that. If you could hide your breath and heartbeat, that would indeed be more troublesome." Rooter gritted his teeth. "Then let us try this move again. Fog erosion, acid fog domain." As Jabba's skin came into contact with the fog, a slight burning sensation immediately arose. "Corrosion?" Jabba frowned, quickly covering his arm with hockey. "Kid, this move is quite sneaky. On the battlefield, no one cares about being sneaky." Rooter grinned, suddenly putting his hands together. Fog burst. High-pressure cutting. Swish! The fog instantly compressed into countless fine blade-like strands, shredding toward Jabba from all directions. Jabba's eyes narrowed, grabbing his twin axes and roaring, "Frenzied axe! Tornado!" Boom! The violent axe winds exploded from him, forcefully scattering all the fog blades. The fog on the deck was completely blown away, and sunlight streamed down again. Rooter gasped for breath, kneeling on one knee. "This is possible." Jabba walked over with his axe, reaching out to ruffle Rooter's hair. "Not bad. You almost got hit." Rooter slumped on the ground, pouting. "In the end, I still lost pretty badly. At least let me land a few hits." "Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged." Roger jumped down, pulling both of them into a hug. "Jabba is a monster who can spar with Rayleigh. It's already impressive that you forced him to use his weapons. Rooter was certainly not disheartened. It was normal not to win. Mainly, he wanted to see what shortcomings he still had. This battle revealed Rooter's fundamental problem. He didn't have strong offensive means. The fog hidden. Mirage now didn't allow him to completely conceal his presence. Its lethality didn't reach the level required for combat. Without discovering a more potent poison or a stronger corrosive ability, Rooter was currently very strong in area of effect attacks, but weak in one-on-one situations. Once faced with opponents whose haki and observation haki far surpassed his own, Rooter would simply stare blankly. At lunchtime, Jabba fished up a few fish from the sea, skillfully cleaned them, and grilled them over the fire. Rooter leaned over, staring eagerly at the fish meat. "Uncle Jabba, your skills are pretty good." None of the three on the ship could cook, so being able to grill them was already the limit. Jabba grinned widely, of course. "Back when I was drifting at sea, if I couldn't cook, I would starve to death." Roger, smelling the aroma, came over and reached for the fish. "Kahaha, let me taste first." Smack! Jabba hit his hand with a chopstick. "Not cooked yet. What's the rush?" Roger retracted his hand, looking pitiful. "Jabba, you've changed. You weren't like this before." Jabba rolled his eyes. "Cut it out. We've only known each other for 2 days. Rooter was sneaking a laugh beside them, which led to Roger picking him up. "Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Go get the wine from the warehouse." Rooter struggled. "I'm only 4. You're making me get wine? Shouldn't you be taking care of little kids?" Rayleigh calmly added, "What laws do pirates follow?" At night, the 4 of them sat around on the deck, with a dazzling starry sky overhead. Roger raised the wine bottle, drunkenly shouting, "To freedom, to adventure, cheers!" Jabba and Rayleigh laughed as they clinked their glasses. Rooter held his juice cup and muttered softly, "A bunch of drunks." Roger pulled him in, squinting through his drunken haze and asking, "Kid, what's your dream?" Rooter thought for a moment, then grinned. "I want to be the person in this world who can go wherever I want, and everyone has to give me face." Roger was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, ruffling his hair vigorously. "Good. Ambitious." Chapter 9. The only way to save money is by robbery, kid. "That's not how you hold a sword," Roger said, hands on his hips, looking helplessly at Rhett. Rhett was holding a broad-bladed wooden sword that was almost as tall as he was, the tip dragging on the ground and making a scratching sound. "But I think the big sword looks cool," Rhett protested, pouting. "One swing, and I could split the enemy and their ship in half." Rhett felt that a man should wield a big sword. Roger facepalmed. "You're only 4 years old. Do you want to fling yourself away with that huge sword?" Rayleigh, leisurely drinking nearby, chimed in. "It requires very high physical fitness, kid. If you want to use a heavy sword, your strength training needs to double." Roger. Jabba laughed heartily. "Let him try anyway. If he falls, it will only hurt him. Just wait until he swings and send himself flying." "Ha ha." Rhett glared at Jabba. "Jabba, just wait. When I master it, you're the first one I'll chop." "Sure, I'm waiting," Jabba grinned, patting the double axes at his waist. "First, you need to hold the sword steadily." Roger handed his sword to Rhett. "Try this." Rhett took the sword, swung it a couple of times, and frowned. "It's too light. It lacks feel." Roger sighed. "You can't even swing a sword properly, and you want to use a big sword?" Rhett pouted. "But the big sword has presence. Look at those legendary sword masters. Which one isn't swinging a giant sword to sweep through thousands of troops?" Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. "Those sword masters you mentioned are mostly made up by you, right? Every famous swordsman has their own signature blade, and it seems none of them are heavy blades." Rhett. Roger, helpless. "Fine, let's start with the basics and swing the sword 1,000 times." Rhett. These things weren't very important. They had been like this for 2 years. But what mattered was that the 4 of them in Roger's pirate crew still didn't have their own ship, which was unacceptable. Rhett practiced swinging the wooden sword, and months passed as they robbed pirates and the Navy, killing all the pirates and leaving the Navy with nothing. 6-year-old Rhett applied to go into battle. "Captain, that ship seems like a good target for us." Rhett leaned against the ship railing, mist swirling around his fingertips. His crimson eyes calmly scanning the pirate ship with the skull flag flying in the distance. The Blood Axe Pirates, with a total bounty of 47 million berries. Roger laughed heartily, slapping the helm. "Ha ha, little Rhett is looking more and more like a pirate." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "The calculations are quite accurate. This bounty is just enough to gather the funds to buy a ship. Since we want to buy our own ship, we should get the best one. 200 million should be enough. The author thinks that during that period, 200 million berries could buy a lot of things. If it's incorrect, it can be modified. Jabba grinned, the axe blade reflecting a cold light. Finally, some decent prey. Rhett gently adjusted his sleeves, the mist swirling around him. I starting to set up? No, the three of them said in unison. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why not? Roger wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Kid, today is your swordsmanship test. Rayleigh smiled and added, let's see the strength of Mist Phantom without using your powers. You know, without relying on elementalization. Let us see how strong you are without your fruit abilities. Jabba shook his axe if you perform poorly. Got it. An extra 500 push-ups. Rhett elegantly drew the large wooden sword, the armament color wrapping around the sword and dissipating. Watch closely, everyone, I'm about to perform. As the small ship approached, the henchmen of the Blood Axe pirates laughed. 4 of them dare to rob us? And look at that kid dressed like a noble. With long black hair and white clothes, it might be related to the mist fruit, creating some water mist effects. Oh my, it looked ethereal. Rhett liked it very much. He lightly leapt onto the enemy's ship, holding the wooden sword in one hand and spinning it gracefully in his palm. Gentlemen, allow me to correct 2 points. The sword tip suddenly stopped 3 inches from the nose of Pirate. First, we are here to collect a bounty. Second, he sidestepped a slashing scimitar, and the wooden sword accurately struck the opponent's throat. Dressing well does not mean I lack the ability to send you all to hell. The pirate's weapon clattered to the ground. Your observation has improved quite a bit. Rayleigh praised amidst the chaos. Rhett smirked, his mist-like steps gliding across the deck. Each swing of his sword carried a gust of wind, filled with power. When 3 pirates lunged at him simultaneously, he suddenly crouched, the wooden sword tracing a half-moon arc. Missed moon. 3 stars connection. The 3 pirates clutched their throats and fell to their knees. Nice one, Jabba, but the movements are too flashy. You don't understand. It's all about looking cool. Rhett chuckled, but suddenly his expression changed, and he blocked with the wooden sword. Clang! He blocked a giant axe coming from behind. The face of Captain Blood Axe loomed close. Kid, you. Shoo. Rhett placed a finger on his lips, his crimson eyes flashing with a hint of red. You're too loud. If it were usual, the mist would have already spread around Captain Blood Axe, starting to erode him. But there was nothing he could do since his captain forbade it. The wooden sword, covered in armament color, struck horizontally. This move had no technique, merely a display of brute strength, showcasing violent aesthetics. Captain Blood Axe's axe shattered, and when the giant fell with a crash, his body separated. Rhett had already sheathed his sword and stepped back, dusting off non-existent dust. Today, Rhett felt quite good about himself, mainly feeling satisfied with his performance. Just imagine the top 3 big shots of the future world's pirate crew watching him show off. It felt too great. Jabba counted the berries and suddenly looked up. Finally, we have enough money. Hooray! Rhett was still posing at the bow of the ship when he heard the money was enough. He scampered over, finally able to get their own ship. The ships they had stolen either had strange smells or were in terrible condition. Rhett really couldn't stand it anymore. At the South Sea Navy base, Colonel Gruss looked at the latest bounty from headquarters, veins bulging on his forehead. Straw Hat Roger, bounty of 200 million berries. The original text didn't specify clearly, so I added this. Dark King Rayleigh, bounty of 150 million berries. Axe Emperor Jabba, bounty of 98 million berries. Scarlet Mist Rhett, bounty of 50 million berries. These madmen. Gruss slammed the bounty notice on the table. In just 3 months, the bounty had increased 3 times. How many pirate crews and naval ships had they robbed? The staff officer trembled and reported. Report, Colonel. We've confirmed 17. It doesn't matter. Headquarters has already sent a brigadier general over. They won't escape for long. Keep a close watch on them and don't lose track. The world's largest newspaper company, Morgan's in seagull form, a personal setting from Morgan's father, reported. Big news. Is there about to be a king of the seas? Chapter 10. Root. I will strike in the form of shells. You never know whether the new ship or Carp will arrive first. At this time, Carp is as old as Rayleigh, in his prime, having already reached the rank of Rear Admiral. But don't get me wrong, Being a rear admiral doesn't mean he's weak. He's a powerful old man, even in his old age. Can Carp's vice admiral be compared to an ordinary vice admiral? Looking into my eyes and answer me. This is the man who chased Roger all over the seas when he was young. Roger stands at the bow of the commandeered battleship, docking at an island to rest. Kuha-ha. Rayleigh, this ship is quite impressive, right? Rayleigh pushes up his glasses. Captain, the Navy's warships are naturally better. Jabba is prying open a barrel of wine with an axe. Who cares? Let's have a feast first. Root runs over with a smug grin. Not good. The Navy has sent a rear admiral to chase us. The deck falls silent instantly. Roger digs in his ear. What's the rear admiral's name? Carp. They say he can sink an island with one punch. Root can't help but feel excited. Family. Roger has always had Carp's shadow throughout his life. He escapes, he chases, and he can't fly away. This is the front line family. A fast warship is cutting through the waves, the dog-headed statue at the bow shining in the sunlight. That is, Jabba squints. Root suddenly feels a chill. Why does this ship give me such a sense of oppression? Root's inner self is screaming. It's coming. Family, the meeting between the pirate king and the Navy hero. This is a century meeting, and I, Root, have witnessed it. Root's inner monologue, brain going wild. Holy crap. It's a living young Carp. Those muscles, that dog-headed ship, that nose-picking pose, the scene that even the Pirate King manga didn't dare to depict. I've seen it. Waka kaka kaka. Root suddenly imagines a scene where Carp is rubbing a Raisingan in his hands and shouting at Roger, while Roger is holding a Chidori and shouting at Carp. The secrets of Vortex Carp and Uchiha Roger. Just as Root is crazily daydreaming, he hears his captain call him. Little Root, why didn't you shout to go first today? That's not like you. Ahaha. I might be feeling a bit unwell. Captain, you go ahead. Root scratches his head, pretending to have a stomach ache. Me? Take down Carp? Are you saying I, a kid, should take down the peak future Navy hero Carp? Do I look like a fool to you? Cool ha ha ha. Little Root actually has a stomach ache? Roger laughs heartily, rubbing Root's head. You're not scared. Are you? Root's forehead veins bulge. Who's scared? I'm just strategically conserving my strength. Rayleigh pushes up his glasses. Oh? Then who was shouting yesterday? I want to take on 10 Navy vice admirals. That's not the same. Root jumps up. That's Carp. Before he finishes speaking, a sudden sound of cannonballs tearing through the air comes from afar. The four of them look up at the same time, only to see 3 black cannonballs flying towards them in a triangular formation. Root recognizes this as Carp's signature cannonball throwing skill. But suddenly Roger lifts Root over his head. Little Root, it's time to showcase your strategy. Wait. Roger, what are you doing all? Root hasn't reacted when his captain throws him like a baseball towards the cannonballs. He flails in the air, mist instinctively wrapping around him. He draws his wooden sword and coats it with hockey. I slash. Boom! The 3 cannonballs explode in the mist, sending Root flying like a meteor into the beach, with only his 2 little legs twitching outside. Cough. I hate you, you bastard Roger. Muffled curses come from the sand pile. Well done. Roger gives a thumbs up. At this moment, the warship has docked. A strong man clad in a navy coat steps down gracefully, his justice cloak billowing. Gold, Roger. Carp's fist crackle. I am Carp, and I will bring you to justice. He suddenly notices the writhing figure in the sand. Root just struggles to pull his head out, making eye contact with Carp. The air suddenly goes quiet. Carp's eyes widen. Is the pirate crew still recruiting child laborers? You're the child laborer. Your whole family is child laborers. Root jumps up, sand on his head. I'm the bounty of 50 million, the Scarlet Mist. You're chasing after Roger's pirate crew. And you don't even recognize them? Do you look down on me, you bastard? Carp's expression changes from shock to confusion, finally settling on a strange excitement. Interesting. Kid, do you want to join the Navy? All meals and lodging provided. No. Root replies decisively. Carp scratches his head. Oh, so you don't want to? What a pity. He suddenly realizes, I'm here to catch you. Taking you back to be a Navy is the same. Iron Fist, Meteor. Root is stunned, dude, when you were young. You would just forcefully take it if someone disagreed, my god. A dark hockey fist comes crashing down with a whoosh. Root's hair stands on end from fear, instantly elementalizing into mist. Mist technique, playing dead. Amidst the thick fog, Root's voice shouts, Uncle Rayleigh, help. This old man is serious. Rayleigh helplessly draws his sword to block Carp. Captain, our little guy's mouth is still as sharp as ever. Roger, however, is laughing so hard he is slapping his thigh. Kuha! Isn't this quite spirited? Carp's fist suddenly turns, roaring towards Roger, who is watching the fun. First, I'll deal with you, you bastard who's leading the kid astray. God's avoidance. The shockwave from the clash of two figures flips half the beach. Root seizes the opportunity to roll over to Jabba's feet. Jabba bro, quickly use your invincible double axes to think of a way. Jabba calmly says while smoking. What are you afraid of? You're a Logia user. But that as Carp. Root gestures wildly. Fighting him is like playing with a child. In front of him, it's like he is just toying with me. As if to confirm this statement, Carp's loud laughter comes from afar. The kid is right. He grabs the sword energy, slashed by Rayleigh with his bare hands, and throws it back at Roger like a boomerang. Root, damn it, what the hell? Can sword energy be thrown back? You're not even pretending, right? You dog author, look at this. Root curls up defensively. It's over, it's over. This old man has a cheat. Jabba suddenly lifts Root by the scruff of his neck. Let us go. I'll take you to a good place. 10 minutes later, in the kitchen of the Navy warship. Is this the good place you were talking about? Root stares in shock, holding an entire roasted turkey. Jabba has already pried open a barrel of wine. You need to eat well to have the strength to run away. The cabin suddenly shakes violently. Dust falling from the ceiling. Faintly, Carp's roar can be heard. Roger, bring me back the mast to my warship. Root pauses, stuffing turkey into his mouth. Shunti, we go help. Don't worry. Jabba pours him a glass of juice. Our captain is not going to lose so easily. That makes sense. After both have eaten enough, they move away the fallen Navy personnel. Don't get me wrong, Root didn't kill anyone. They were all knocked out with Conqueror's hockey. Right now, Carp's ship doesn't have very strong people on board. It can be said that Carp's combat power is at a cliff-like decline now. In the future, when Carp becomes a rear admiral, and there are Bogart and the passionate youth Kazan on board, it should be tougher to fight him. Chapter 11. Gentle Master Tom, they had almost finished eating and emptied Carp's warship before setting sail. Carp naturally saw Roger's ship depart, but he was blocked by Rayleigh and Roger, realizing that sending other Marines to intercept would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Carp didn't expect a newly formed pirate crew to possess such strength. Seizing the opportunity, Roger used God Avoidance, and the three of them split apart. Rayleigh and Roger jumped onto the ship using the recoil. Carp, of course, wouldn't let them escape so easily. Roger unleashed a second God Avoidance, parting the sea, causing the waves to surge, and Carp's warship rocked precariously on the verge of capsizing. The crew on deck had already been knocked out by Rate and Jabba. Carp quickly returned to his own deck to stabilize the warship, watching Roger's ship sail further away. He shouted at the retreating Roger, "I will definitely capture you, Roger pirates." Roger laughed heartily. "I'll be waiting for you, Carp." After shaking off Carp and sailing on the sea for a while, they realized that this ship, to begin with, was quite old, and after the battle, even without direct hits, it was falling apart due to the impact of the seawater. "Captain, if this continues, we'll have to swim before we even reach Water 7. Rayleigh pushed his glasses, looking at the cracks on the deck that were seeping water. Roger laughed heartily. "No problem. Rate, use your ability to help out." Rate sighed, waving his hands. Fog sea. Floating platform. His fruit ability worked like glue, filling in whatever was empty. Dense fog rose from the bottom of the ship, and the sea currents became calmer under its guidance, increasing the ship's speed significantly. Jabba whistled, "Kid, this move is pretty good." Rate proudly lifted his chin, "Of course. Without me, this pirate crew would have capsized sooner or later. Who knew this trick I developed when I first set sail would be so useful?" Rate was particularly thinking of the Oro Jackson. In a hushed voice, with its smooth, dark red hull, built on Adam wood as the keel, the deep red accents understated yet rich in connotation. "What are you waiting for? Come to Water 7 and find Master Tom to place your order." Roger laughed as he picked him up. "Coo-ha-ha-ha. Looks like we need to find a professional to repair the ship. Let us go to Water 7 and try our luck." When this Navy ship, patched up and worn, entered the port of Water 7, everyone in the city was stunned. Isn't that a Navy battleship? Why are the people on deck having a feast? That guy in the straw hat. Could it be the recently wanted Roger with a bounty of 200 million? Roger jumped off the ship. Taking a deep breath, The smell of the shipbuilding city. Rayleigh silently calculated how much money he had. I hope the fees aren't too high. Hey, ship repair guy, who's the best shipwright here? At first, the shipwright was quite nervous, but upon hearing who the best shipwright was, he confidently replied, That must be Master Tom. He is from our Water 7. Shipbuilding in Water 7 never discriminates. This is a common understanding among everyone. So he wasn't afraid of offending Mr. Tom. For someone to request help in shipbuilding is the highest honor for a shipwright. A ship is the foundation of navigation, and asking someone for help represents entrusting one's future life to them. At the entrance of Tom's workshop, Fishman Tom was chewing on a cigar, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, sizing up this group of uninvited guests. So you guys stole a Navy ship? You got some guts. Tom's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Roger grinned, scratching his head nonchalantly. We prefer to say we borrowed it. I heard you can build the best ship in the world. Tom squinted, exhaling a puff of smoke. Humph, the best ship in the world? That depends on whether you have the qualifications. As soon as he finished speaking, Tom suddenly threw a punch at Roger, the wind from his fist howling with incredible force. However, Roger merely sidestepped slightly, easily dodging it while still wearing that carefree smile. Oh, not bad. Your reflexes are impressive. Tom grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and then swept again. Roger laughed heartily, jumping aside as the two chased each other around the shipyard, with chips flying everywhere, while the shipwrights stopped their work, watching this sudden interview in astonishment. Hey, Mr. Tom, we sincerely came to ask for a ship. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, sighing helplessly. How about this 200 million? Let's talk, if you want me. Tom, to build a ship, first let me see what you're capable of. Tom shouted, lunging at Roger again. Rayleigh stood aside, twitching his mouth. What a strange way to conduct an interview. Finally, after chasing for about 10 minutes, Tom stopped, panting, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and laughed heartily. Not bad. I appreciate you. Roger also stopped, grinning as he extended his hand. So, our ship. Tom snorted, still chewing his cigar, and turned to walk deeper into the workshop. Come with me, kids, and I'll show you my greatest design. But just as he finished speaking, Tom glared at Roger fiercely. My ship is something special. You won't let go to waste, right, kid? Roger put away his playful demeanor, looking serious as he assured Tom, Don't worry. I will make sure this ship's name echoes across the seas. Ha 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 ha. This ship isn't cheap, but 200 million should be enough, right? Inside the massive dry dock, several semi-finished ships were docked, with wood, tools, and blueprints scattered everywhere. Tom walked up to a huge blueprint, pointing at the design on it. This is the ship I've recently been conceptualizing, name not yet decided. It will be the sturdiest ship in the world. Its keel will be made of a whole piece of atom wood, which you will need to figure out how to get, and if it's not atom wood. The other designs of the ship won't have enough support, and it won't be worthy of being the sturdiest ship. Ray's eyes widened. Oro Jackson. Internally, wow, isn't this the future Pirate King's ship? Roger excitedly leaned forward. Awesome. When can this ship be finished? Tom glanced at him. What's the rush? Shipbuilding is no child's play, and I don't have atom wood yet. You'll have to figure that out yourself. If you find the materials I need, I can build it for you for free. Ray's eyes widened even more. Free? He knew that the Oro Jackson was built by Tom, but he didn't expect it to be built for free. The allure of the sea was still strong. Tom laughed heartily. What's so surprising about that? Building it and making its name renowned across the seas is my dream. I know you Roger pirates don't indiscriminately kill the innocent and have your own sense of justice. Sometimes you really don't seem like a bunch of pirates. Tom's old habit resurfaced as he tugged at Ray's shirt. Did you understand, kid? Ray swallowed hard. Got it? Uncle Tom. Chapter 12. It's really embarrassing to be recognized by you. The Roger pirates faced two choices. One was to choose an ordinary ship at their own expense, and the other was to look for a piece of atom wood large enough to make a keel free from Oro Jackson. Ray was also very curious about how Roger and the others obtained such a large piece of atom wood. One must know that a keel is not short. In the original storyline, Frankie spent a lot of money to collect a small piece of atom wood, which shows its preciousness. Uncle Tom brought news that this time they were escorting a piece of atom wood large enough to make a keel, but he didn't know if the Roger pirates had the courage to do it. They decided to take action. Sometimes, Rit had to acknowledge that the way of heaven truly exists. It is said that the weather at sea is unpredictable, especially in the New World as seen in the original storyline. As the ship carrying the heavenly gold entered this sea, a thick fog suddenly arose. On the small boat, shrouded in thick fog, the four held their breath. Rayleigh put down his binoculars, the lens reflecting the scene of a warship's deck. The sailors were all in pure white uniforms, but they were not standing guard seriously. Instead, they were chatting and watching a show in groups. Dozens of battered figures were curled up in an iron cage, their leg irons grinding to white bones, and on the blood-stained deck, a Navy soldier was rubbing his boot against the fresh blood while humming a tune. The sound of whips came from the ship's deck. The Celestial Dragons did not care about the lives of the slaves. As long as the Celestial Dragons did not specifically demand a slave, the Navy did not care about their lives either. This was just a means for the nobles to try to please the Celestial Dragons. One slave's finger was forcibly pulled off by iron pliers, and a Navy officer laughed as he poured salt water onto the wound. Rayleigh turned to Roger and said that if they only robbed the Atom Wood as originally planned, these people might survive. His eyes revealed an uncontainable killing intent. Roger and the others originally planned to rob the Atom Wood and leave their pirate crew's reputation behind, quietly transporting the Atom Wood back to the Seven Seas capital. They would attract the anger of the world government, and with the Navy's protection, these people would likely survive. But on the other hand, no righteous Navy would want to escort the heavenly gold. Watching those slaves crying and begging for mercy, undoubtedly, their sense of justice would waver. Therefore, the Navy would not send their future elites to do such work. Most of them were, as seen earlier, thoroughly corrupt. This could not belong to the Navy. What was the difference from pirates? Seeing this scene, the shadow of the straw hat covered Roger's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Roger drew his sword, the blade reflecting his expressionless eyes. Kill. Leave none alive. Rayleigh nodded slightly, the lens flashing cold light. Jabba, clear the deck. You should be able to handle it. Jabba's eyes already held an uncontrollable rage. I can't wait any longer. Rit took a deep breath, and the mist began to gradually blend with the surrounding white fog. What a wise decision, Captain. Roger patted Rit's head, his voice light as a sigh. Kid, remember, some sins cannot be washed away by the sea. Strangely, why did the fog suddenly appear? A Navy soldier frowned and waved his hand through the fog in front of him. The fog grew thicker, the color deepening. Something's wrong. This fog is poisonous. Some covered their mouths and noses, but it was too late. Soldiers fell one after another, their eyelids heavy, limbs paralyzed. Those poisoned had essentially no chance of survival. Only lying on the ground, feeling the pain of being corroded. The communication snail was eroded by the fog. All perished. Fog prison, silent cage. Rit stood on the small boat in the distance, a cold smile curving his lips. The upcoming battle was no longer something he could participate in. He knew his own capabilities. No one had ever hijacked the heavenly gold in 800 years. You guys really let your guard down. Visibility was less than 3 meters. Navy soldiers and world government CP0 agents dashed around the deck like headless flies. The sounds of random gunfire and frantic shouting echoed chaotically. Maintain formation. Back to back. A Navy colonel had just shouted the command when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Jabba's figure flickered in the fog. Dual axes carving graceful arcs of death. Whoever speaks first dies first. Over there, 20 sharpshooters fired simultaneously, lead bullets piercing through the figure, but it was just a shadow. Jabba's figure suddenly appeared among them, the axes crossing into a cross, blood blooming. When the last sharpshooter fell, Jabba also sheathed his weapons. TSK, I was so serious. I'll let Rit create an illusion for me, a bunch of trash. The leading agent raised his hand, signaling 5 team members to spread out immediately, forming a defensive formation back to back. Their observation hockey opened wide, trying to catch any subtle movements. Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates. A deep voice came from under the mask. Didn't expect to meet you here. No response. Only the rustling of the flowing fog, like the whisper of death. Suddenly, the agent on the far right stiffened, a thin line of blood appearing on his throat. He widened his eyes, not even able to make a sound before falling heavily. Damn it! Where is he? The remaining 4 quickly constricted their formation, But in the next moment, another shadow flashed by. The second agent's arms were severed at the shoulders, blood splattering on his companion's mask. He staggered back, only to bump into Rayleigh, who had appeared behind him without him realizing. "Your speed is too slow." Before his words fell, Rayleigh's short knife had pierced through the heart of the third agent, and with a reverse chop of his hand, he accurately struck the carotid artery of the fourth person. The last CP0 agent finally saw Rayleigh's movements, but it was too late. The tip of Rayleigh's knife lightly touched his forehead, a drop of blood slowly sliding down. "It's really embarrassing to be recognized by you garbage." Crack! The mask shattered, and the agent fell back. Roger's figure leaped into the air. The black-red Conqueror's hockey entwined upon his sword ace. Divine strike. Buzz. A brilliant blade of light cut through the sky, where the blade passed. The Adam Woods fixture silently broke, and the giant log slid towards the sea, splashing up towering waves. The impact wave of the slash swept across the deck. All Navy soldiers' eardrums burst. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they fell to the ground without even having time to scream. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's hockey, the Atom would let out a groan of unbearable strain. The hull carrying the heavenly gold began to slowly sink. Seawater madly surged into the cracks. Roger's lips curled up slightly. The blade turned, and the Conqueror's hockey coalesced again. How about another slash? Boom! The second slash fell, completely breaking the warship in two. The sea surface carved into a chasm-like gorge, unable to close for a long time. Perhaps after dealing with the trash, his mood improved. "We have captured the Atom Wood." Hawkmon voiceover. Chapter 13, Who is the sturdiest baby when Roger and the others returned to Water 7 with the Atom Tree. They quietly entered the city through a hidden port left by Tom, directly entering Tom's workshop, where the massive trunk almost filled the entire space. Tom rushed over as soon as he received the news, and when he saw the intact Atom Tree exuding an ancient aura, he was completely stunned. Roger laughed heartily. "Not bad, right, Tom?" Tom's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with intense light, completely ignoring Roger. He quickly stepped forward, carefully stroking the rough yet resilient texture of the Atom Tree, pressing his face against it. "Who is the sturdiest baby?" He rubbed his face against it. "Who is the sturdiest keel?" "Stop rubbing, Uncle Tom, or you'll end up bleeding." Rhett couldn't bear to watch any longer. Tom's mouth began to twitch uncontrollably and then slowly lifted into an incredibly bright smile. His body trembled slightly, as if he were suppressing an indescribable excitement. It's no wonder Tom was so excited. The Atom Tree was a treasure for shipbuilding, something no shipwright could refuse. Suddenly, Tom seemed to remember something and abruptly looked up at Roger and the others, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. You really did it." Tom's voice was a bit choked, but more so with excitement and joy. "This is the real Atom Tree. With it, I can build the sturdiest ship." "Uncle Tom, is your reflex arc too long?" Rhett rolled his eyes. Tom completely ignored what Rhett was saying, turning back to gaze affectionately at the Atom Tree. At that moment, it seemed like stars were twinkling in Tom's eyes, and a happy expression appeared on his face, with a glimmer of tears sliding down from the corner of his mouth. Roger, watching Tom's excited demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Tom, your expression looks even happier than ours." "Haha, of course I'm happy." Tom wiped his mouth, turned around, and beamed with pride. "This is the greatest moment of my shipbuilding career. Thanks to you, I have the chance to personally build such a legendary ship." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Then let's look forward to the birth of the ship." Tom nodded vigorously, grabbing Rayleigh, Jabba, Roger, and Rhett. 1, 2, 3, let's go." The four of them offered no resistance, their little eyes filled with big questions. Tom turned around. "Come back in half a year to pick up the ship." Without giving anyone a chance to refuse, the door slammed shut. Rhett looked at Captain Roger, who looked at Vice Captain Rayleigh. Rayleigh glanced at Jabba. I looked back at Rhett. "What we do now?" Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba all looked at Rhett. Jabba cleared his throat. "Little Rhett, don't you think you're too weak right now?" Rhett had a bad premonition. Roger laughed heartily. "We still have half a year. Let us put Rhett through special training. Next, you need to learn the 6 styles, the use of heavy swords, the development of your devil fruit abilities, and further training of your hockey." Rayleigh said in the calmest tone, delivering the coldest words. "Rhett, family, the sky is falling. While Rhett was undergoing his joyful training, what were the five elders doing? Of course, they were holding a small meeting. The five elders sat around the power table, the candlelight flickering, and the atmosphere was as tense as iron. The loss of the atom tree, the complete annihilation of CP0, yet they didn't even see a shadow of the enemy. The elder with the knife had white knuckles. The people we sent to investigate found only sea kings around. Financial Marshal God, are we going to announce that we were robbed by fish? Seal the news. The blonde elder decided, handle it as an abnormal maritime disaster. The transport ship will be changed to having encountered an underwater volcanic eruption, an accident. Our ship has already been robbed. This is a disgrace. Increase the effort to send people to search, but this matter must not spread. The dignity of the world government cannot be infringed upon. The Financial Marshal God said, it seems that over the years, we have all become complacent. Suppress this matter and eliminate all those who know about it. The five elders were really angry. There was no way to find anyone. A bunch of useless people couldn't even send out a message before they died. Rhett, if you'd sent out, would I still be able to mix in? Agreed. 3 months passed. Let's turn the camera back to Rhett. Rhett lay on the rooftop, bored, swinging his legs, playing with a rough wooden sword that Rayleigh had casually carved for him a couple of days ago. Sigh, this thing is so light, it has no feel at all. He pouted and swung it casually, snapping the wooden sword in two with a crack. His strength had significantly increased recently, and he couldn't quite control it. Jabba was in the yard polishing an axe, and upon seeing this, he scoffed, "Kid, that's not how you play with a sword. I didn't do it on purpose." Rhett exploded. "This wood is too brittle." Rayleigh walked out of the house, holding a nautical chart. There's an island near Water 7 where a very powerful blacksmith is said to be hiding. Rhett suddenly sat up straight, his crimson eyes slightly brightening. A blacksmith? Does that mean there could be a really powerful sword? Jabba raised an eyebrow. What? Are you interested in swords now, kid? Rhett clenched his fists, his expression unusually serious. I want a real sword. Not a toy, not a wooden stick, but a sword that can cut through the waves. Roger laughed heartily, jumping down from the mast and heavily patting Rhett on the back. That's the spirit. Then let's go check out the island. Roger and the others borrowed a ship from the dock and set off. At night, Rhett lay on the deck, gazing at the starry sky. The waves gently lapped against the ship, creating a rhythmic sound. Rhett looked at the stars on the deck. Can't sleep? Rayleigh walked over and sat down beside him. Rhett turned over and muttered, "Brother Rayleigh, what kind of sword do you think would be worthy of the future ghost in the mist?" Rayleigh chuckled lightly. The sword isn't important. What matters is the one wielding it. Rhett pouted. That's too klitsch. You're not going to give me some grand lesson, are you? But that is the truth. Rayleigh gazed out at the distant sea. Those great swordsmen with black swords, aside from the quality of the sword itself, they all use their haki to nurture it into a black blade. A good sword will only allow you to unleash higher power in battle. But your swordsmanship remains the same as with an ordinary sword. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of iron. Rhett fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "But what if? The sword I find is particularly heavy, particularly large, and I can't lift it." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the moonlight. Then get stronger until you can lift it. Don't you want to play with heavy swords? So don't be afraid of it. Train until you can pick it up. The next morning, the ship docked. As the four of them stepped onto the pier, they heard a commotion coming from the tavern. Have you heard? The old blacksmith's final work is finally complete. Chapter 14, Have you ever fought for someone in your life? Pushing open the wooden door of the forge, a wave of heat hit him. An old blacksmith with white hair was hammering a piece of glowing red metal, sparks flying. "Customer, feel free to look around. I no longer take custom orders. If you like something, buy it. If not, it doesn't matter," the old blacksmith said without looking up. Reuter's gaze was immediately drawn to a massive sword hanging on the wall. It was a pitch-black two-handed sword with a blade about 9 inches wide. This sword. Reuter's eyes widened, and he involuntarily walked over. The old blacksmith finally looked up, his eyes fixed on Reuter. "Kid, that sword is not a toy. Go play outside." Reuter protested. "I'm not here to play. I'm serious. I really want a heavy sword as a weapon." Roger leaned over, whistling. "Oh, this sword is quite interesting." The old blacksmith snorted. "This is my proudest work, named Black Tide. The material was something I stumbled upon in my youth. Ordinary people can't even lift it." Reuter swallowed hard upon hearing its weight, but refused to back down. "Let me try." The old blacksmith sneered. "Fine. If you can lift it, I'll give it to you. Rooter took a deep breath, grasped the sword's hilt with both hands. Ugh, so heavy. The sword remained unmoved. Jabba laughed heartily. Kid, just give it up. You're too small to lift the sword. Rayleigh frowned. The weight of this sword is indeed unsuitable for a child. But Roger stroked his chin, deep in thought. Rooter, try using armament hockey. The old blacksmith's eyes lit up, surprised that this 5 or 6-year-old kid could use armament hockey. Rooter was taken aback but nodded. He closed his eyes, channeling all his strength as armament hockey slowly wrapped around his arms. Black Tide was finally lifted, but Rooter's arms began to tremble. The old blacksmith squinted. Interesting little brat. Roger grinned. So, old man, does that mean the sword is his now? The old blacksmith was silent for a moment, then sighed. Fine. This sword is gathering dust here. Since you can lift it, take it with you. Rooter's eyes widened in surprise. Really? The old blacksmith turned and walked towards the furnace, waving his hand without looking back. Remember, a sword is a weapon, but also a companion. Don't let it down. Its name is Black Tide. Can you make it famous on the seas? Rooter somewhat understood why Captain Roger had solemnly assured Uncle Tom. It was a promise between men. Rooter hugged Black Tide in front of him, his eyes firmly fixed on the old blacksmith. I will make this sword famous on the seas. This is my promise. Ha 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 ha. I believe you. Now go. I'm retiring. This is my proudest work and my final piece. I'll keep an eye on you. With Black Tide secured, Rooter had to quickly adapt to its weight. He strapped Black Tide to his back and ran 10 laps around Water 7. What was supposed to be an easy route felt unusually far. Even with Rooter's monstrous stamina, he was drenched in sweat. Now nearly 6 years old, Rooter weighed about 60 pounds, and this great sword was indeed heavy for him. It was a good thing Rooter was a transmigrator. With his abilities, Black Tide wouldn't be nearly as burdensome for him as it would be for others. For anyone else, just carrying it around would be a struggle, let alone fighting with it. However, Rooter wasn't discouraged. He believed that when he could wield Black Tide like an extension of his own body, his lethality would increase. Didn't he see how Laura turned Luffy into Nightmare Luffy? That weapon required 8 seasoned pirates to lift it together. It couldn't be much heavier than this. Rooter's feet sank deep into the dock's ground of Water 7. This sword, taller than he was, felt like a small mountain pressing down on him. He knew that his predecessors were all physically monstrous. At 4 or 5 years old, they were 3 to 4 meters tall. Why was he still just a little runt? Lap 9. Rooter gasped, his vision darkening. Even with the protection of armament hockey, the rope supporting Black Tide was digging into his shoulder. It was worth noting that Rooter could maintain a low-intensity armament hockey continuously. Jabba leaned against the railing, munching on an apple. Kid, do you want me to help you hold it for a bit? Take a break. That sword isn't going anywhere. And no. Rooter squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth and took another step forward, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. This is a promise between 2 men. Rayleigh stood above, observing, his gaze thoughtful behind his glasses. He noticed that although Rooter's steps were heavy, the distance of each step was precise. The kid was using observation hockey to control every bit of muscle strength with accuracy. Such fine control made him smile and shake his head. With such precise manipulation and observation, what are you doing with a greatsword? In fact, Rooter had carefully considered using a greatsword. If he used a rapier or a Western-style sword, he could control them with finesse. The downside of a greatsword was that it consumed stamina and was slow, requiring high physical fitness from the user. He never worried about stamina. He could make up for the slow movements with his mist fruit abilities. In equal strength, Rooter believed that no one could withstand his strike unless they specialized in physical strength. ISNT swordsmanship supposed to be straightforward? You might ask. I'm a mist fruit user. If you wanted to face him head on, I'd consider it a high standard if I didn't knock him out with my black sword. I'm abandoning personal strength for a low-key and insidious life. Bang! At the finish line of the 10th lap, Rooter finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing with both himself and the sword into the ground. Black Tide hit the ground with a dull thud, startling nearby seagulls into flight. Roger laughed heartily as he pulled Rooter up. Kawaha! You managed to run the whole distance on the first day, not bad. Not. Rooter slumped in the captain's arms, unable to lift a finger. The last half lap was crawling. The old blacksmith stood at the port, his pipe flickering. He watched the little one struggle to get up again, shouldering the great sword, and a hint of a smile crossed his face. "Hey, kid," the old blacksmith suddenly called out. "Do you know why it's called black tide?" Rooter lifted his sweat-soaked little face, surprised that the old blacksmith would appear here. Tides may seem slow, but they can wear down the hardest rocks. The old blacksmith blew a smoke ring. A heavy sword is blunt, yet great skill is unrefined. How could I just hand it over to a little brat with a few words? I had to come see it for myself. Kid, do your best. Stinky old man. Just wait. I'll make my name known throughout the seas. In the following days, in the courtyard where Rooter stayed, in the morning mist, Rooter practiced the most basic chopping movements. Under the scorching noon sun, he hung black tide upside down from the mast to do sit-ups. In the moonlight of deep night, he used his haki to nourish black tide. Rooter had never worked so hard before. It turned out that the promise between two men was the best stimulant. While false beauty traps send you women, the real beauty trap is I can't go on. Take my dreams and see the outside world for me. I believe in you. Chapter 15, Green Bubbles. Collecting Debts. 200. As Rate was training day after day, Rayleigh suddenly pulled him to the back of the ship. Try this. 10 specially made reef stones were floating on the sea, each engraved with a number. Use the black tide to smash them in order. And you cannot break any stone that comes after the number you've just smashed. For example, if you smash 1, 2, you cannot smash any stone after 2. Keep in mind that this is by the sea, and the waves were constantly crashing against Rate's calves. Rate felt like he was turning into a weight. The ocean is the nemesis of all devil fruits. Rayleigh watched Rate. This not only trains your control over power, but also improves your resistance to seawater. No powerful fruit user loses their combat ability the moment they touch seawater. If seawater were really that powerful, would anyone need sea stone? So what you need to do is resist the seawater and smash the stones with precision. Once Rate entered the seawater, he realized he had underestimated the challenge. Just having his ankles in the water made him feel weak. The floating reef stones swayed in his vision, and the black tide in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The most lethal part was the seemingly gentle waves, each one sapping his strength. In less than 10 seconds in the seawater, Rate hadn't even swung his sword. The black tide was dragging him down into the water, and that was even worse. His armament haki was being washed away. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. No one was coming to save him. Rate was about to become the first person to drown in seawater that barely reached his ankles. Rayleigh fished Rate out after a month, and before Rate could spit out the seawater in his mouth, he heard his first mate say, "You owe me 100 berries." Rate really didn't expect his serious first mate to charge him 100 berries for this. Luckily, it was just a small amount which Lao Ray didn't mind. Thus, Lao Ray went into the sea, sinking to the bottom. Rayleigh fished him out in this cycle as the sun set. "Here are your 900 berries. I will definitely succeed tomorrow," Rate thought. After a day of training, he felt he had significantly improved his resistance to seawater. No doubt, he hadn't swung his sword a single time that day. The next day, at the familiar location with the familiar setup, Rate stared at the floating reef stones with a much firmer gaze than yesterday. "I must swing my sword today." He clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Rayleigh leaned against a reef, leisurely sipping coffee. "Just a reminder, today's fee for fishing you out has gone up to 200 berries. Rate?" Jabba chimed in. "Inflation." Roger laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Go for it, Rate. I believe in you." Rate showed his shark-like teeth. "Uncle Rayleigh is watching over my safety. Are you two just here to watch me make a fool of myself? You bastards." Roger's laughter didn't stop. "I don't know why, but watching you get stronger bit by bit gives me an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, just like Jabba interjected, "like watching your son grow up and succeed." "Bastard Jabba, I got on the ship before you did. I'm your senior." Jabba waved his hand dismissively. "I've never seen a senior who is outperformed by their junior. Keep it up, little Rate. We're counting on you to protect us." This made Rate's face turn red with anger. He secretly encouraged himself to show these guys what he could do. This time, he was smart. After summarizing his failures from yesterday, he activated his armament haki to cover his entire body before entering the water. This would effectively reduce the erosion of seawater on his body. at least preventing him from becoming completely weak. Next, he covered himself with a layer of compressed mist, although it would be washed away instantly by the seawater. It didn't matter. This would give him 0.5 seconds to adjust, enough time to adapt to transitioning from air to seawater. After that, the most important part was holding his breath to prevent the waves from splashing his face. Rate clearly felt he could stay in the seawater longer. Okay, now to swing my sword and smash the reef stones to shock everyone outside. The cool night colors turn your thoughts into the sea. The resistance of the black tide in the water was tremendous, combined with its original weight. What a joke. I am the future king, Rate. Ah. He gripped the black tide with both hands and swung it forward with all his might. Splash. The moment the blade touched the water's surface, he was pulled forward by the weight of the black tide, and his face went straight into the sea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Here, add a meme to express your excitement. Rayleigh, green bubbles. Collecting debts. 200. Rate returned to his small cabin. I spent 20,000 berries today. What a fruitful day. Through continuous fishing and paying, Rate finally found a trick. He no longer resisted the waves with brute force, but adjusted his posture according to the wave's momentum. He concentrated his haki in his wrist, using observation haki as assistance to increase his instantaneous explosive power while reducing sustained consumption. Boom! This time, the tip of the black tide finally shattered the first reef stone, and the momentum carried through, shattering the second, third, and fourth stones as well. Rate didn't have time to stop due to the excessive momentum. Rayleigh nodded slightly. Not bad. Keep it up. Rate collapsed on the deck, soaked through, but with a smile. Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to smash it. Thus, 3 months passed. With a high-quality transition sound, Miss Sword, Black Tide, Rate struck with all his might, and the blade of Black Tide finally precisely cleaved the first reef stone, the residual wave abruptly stopping before the second stone. Rayleigh, qualified. Rate excitedly raised the black tide, only to sink again. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rayleigh, you owe me 30,000 berries. Rate scratched his head. Brother Rayleigh, can you let me owe you this time? I promise to pay you back as soon as I have money next time. That's right. Rate's little treasury had been emptied. Although he made fewer mistakes in the days that followed, it couldn't withstand Rayleigh's constant increase of 100 each day. In the end, Rate's little treasury finally disappeared today. Next was Rate's graduation exam. The three fathers chose a gigantic sea king for him. Just as Rate found it, that sea king smashed a pirate ship with its tail. Had this happened 3 or 4 months ago, Rate would have had no way to deal with this large sea king. The reason was simple. He couldn't break through its defenses. As soon as it entered the sea, it would escape from his mist field and could not be poisoned. Chapter 16 set sail. Oro Jackson, the surface of the sea trembled. Rate stood at the bow of the small boat he had bought, having borrowed money for it, as he believed that after this test, the little boat would likely not survive. He grasped the hilt of Black Tide with both hands. The great sword dragged across the deck. Kid, it's still not too late to turn back, Rayleigh asked calmly. Rayleigh, Roger, Jabba stood on another small boat behind him, supporting Rate. Rate did not respond. His knuckles trembled slightly with excitement. Suddenly, the waves exploded. A dog-headed sea king leapt out of the water, sending torrents of seawater cascading onto the deck like a storm. Rate moved. His action seemed slow, at least that was how it appeared. There was no grand leap, no dazzling display of dominance, just the simple act of dragging Black Tide up from the deck. The Sea King opened its massive jaws, casting a shadow over the entire bow. It wanted to swallow Rate whole with its enormous size. Rate swung Black Tide fiercely, the great sword crashing down on the Sea King's jaw with a dull thud. Bang! With a muffled sound, the monster's head was knocked to the side, and a few broken fangs flew out. Rate felt exhilarated. Who would dare call him a weakling now? But this was just the beginning. The Sea King, in pain, whipped its massive tail, creating a giant wave that crashed toward Rate's small sailboat. You destroy my boat, then you won't live either. At the moment the wave was about to crash down, he gripped the sword with both hands and executed a powerful upward strike, splitting the oncoming wave in two with the edge of Black Tide. Before the seawater had completely fallen, Rate had already leapt into the air, using the momentum to rise. Black Tide traced a heavy arc in his hand, striking down hard on the Sea King's left eye. With a splat, the dog-headed Sea King let out a deafening roar. Thrashing wildly, Rate was thrown away but adjusted his position in mid-air, bringing Black Tide down on the monster's back scales. Sparks flew as the hard scales were dented. Again, Rate spat out blood, charging toward the Sea King once more. This time he changed his strategy, no longer aiming for a single fatal blow, but using Black Tide for a series of heavy strikes. Left slash, right slash, right slash, right slash. Each strike was unadorned, yet carried incredible destructive power. The blade of Black Tide glowed, slightly red from the high-speed friction, and the Sea King's scales began to crack under the continuous assault. Finally, after the 17th blow, the Sea King's movements noticeably slowed. Rate seized the opportunity, using all his strength to lift Black Tide high, then brought it down with a mountain-splitting force. Boom! This strike directly cleaved through the Sea King's skull. The massive body of the Sea King stiffened for a moment before slowly sinking into the sea, creating huge splashes. Rate shouldered Black Tide and jumped onto Rayleigh's small boat, which visibly sank deeper into the water. At any time, in any place, Shipwright Tom appeared right on time. Fog Sea floating platform. After using his ability, Rate sighed in relief. His arms trembled uncontrollably, his palms were a bloody mess, and all his muscles protested against the excessive exertion. Rayleigh walked over, glanced at the sinking corpse of the Sea King, then looked at Rate's hands. "How's it feel?" Rayleigh asked. "I feel great," Rate said, his eyes filled with excitement. Half a year had passed in a flash, and the special training during this time had helped him grow significantly. Not only had he made remarkable progress in martial arts and hockey, but his speed, strength, and three-color hockey had all improved to varying degrees. He had learned the 6 styles: iron block, shave, and moonwalk, essentially achieving the strength of a Navy elite colonel. The thought of a 7-year-old colonel was absurd. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when the sound of hammering echoed from Tom's shipyard. When Rate and the others dragged Black Tide into the dock, Tom, cigar in mouth, was personally conducting the final adjustments. "Kid, you're just in time. Come see your impressive new home." Rate looked up, breath catching his throat. The Oro Jackson lay quietly docked, bathed in the morning light with a golden edge. It was even more magnificent than he remembered, its smooth lines seeming capable of slicing through any storm. Stepping into the cabin, the quality of the atom tree was indeed extraordinary. Rayleigh had somehow appeared behind Rate, his eyes behind the lenses sparkling with satisfaction. Roger stepped forward. "Kuaha. Now, this is worthy of our Roger Pirate's ship." Tom was enjoying the compliments when he suddenly shouted, "Damn it, Roger, don't touch anything. The railing paint isn't dry yet." Roger jumped down a bit dejected. "Sorry, Uncle, huh?" But Uncle Tom was not willing to let him off easily. Scolding Roger into a corner of his ship, Tom felt his mood lighten. "Hey, kid." Tom suddenly pressed down on Rate's shoulder. "How about testing your Black Tide against the hardness of this impressive new ship?" Rate and T reacted when Tom suddenly lifted him up, just as Rate left the ground. He was set down again. Tom cleared his throat, tried to swing a full-strength strike. "But Uncle Tom, you're a warrior, right?" Rate thought about the weight of the sword, finding it difficult to throw it at him. Rate felt a bit worried, recalling how he had cried at the farewell to Mary. "Didn't TU say the keel is the most important part of the ship?" Tom looked at Rate with contempt. "Are you looking down on Atom Tree, the one known to be the strongest, or are you overestimating your own strength? What disaster at sea, a tsunami, or a tornado, could be weaker than you?" Rate thought for a moment and realized, if he could easily cut through Atom Tree, he would have already dominated the seas. Rate leaped into the air, drawing Black Tide. The great sword traced a heavy arc in the air. Ding! It looked wooden, yet it produced a deafening metallic clash. Black Tide was deflected, and there was no mark on the keel where it was struck. "How about that? With my special treatment, plus the wood's inherent hardness, isn't it impressively hard?" Tom said proudly, "My craftsmanship is not." His words abruptly stopped. Because Rate was stroking the hull, he suddenly noticed a line of small words engraved on the keel. Dubbed version tone, Rate read word by word. "To the future Pirate King and his crew, Tom." "Hey, who told you to read it out loud like that?" Tom's face turned red as he chased after Rate. Roger stood at the bow, laughing heartily, the sea breeze causing his red cape to flutter. Set sail, mates. Let the world hear our voice. Under the gaze of the residents of Water 7, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed out of the dock. The sunlight penetrated the morning mist, casting flowing golden edges on the dark hull. Rate stood at the stern, watching the island grow smaller, suddenly recalling himself dragging Black Tide along the beach 6 months ago. What are you thinking about? Jabba patted his shoulder. Rate smiled, shouldering Black Tide. I'm thinking about whether I can split the waves with a single sword when I encounter a Sea King next time. Rayleigh, who had a pier behind them at some point, said, First, pay back the money you owe for the boat. That ship was obviously destroyed by the Sea King. You go find him. Shut up, kid. Practice swinging your sword 3,000 times. Yes. Chapter 17, Whitebeard. Do you know the meaning of home? With a high-level transition sound effect, the past decade has passed happily during Carp's chase, and Rit has become a handsome young man. I won't write his age here, because I haven't found out when Whitebeard specifically boarded the ship. Let's update the bounties. Roger 1. 5 billion, Rayleigh 1. 2 billion. Jabba 1. 1 billion, and Rit 900 million. This is considering that the Roger pirates haven't done anything earth-shattering, and bounties during that period were generally not high. Recently, there's been something Rit is quite concerned about. They stopped at a small island, and Roger disappeared for a few days. When he returned, he was covered in wounds. When asked what happened, he just smiled and patted Rit on the shoulder. Roger and Rayleigh undoubtedly have admiral-level strength, and Rit feels that Roger is far beyond that level because his captain can hold his own against Carp. As their strengths gradually increase, the scenes become more intense. Rit has also mastered the advanced use of the three-color hockey. Conqueror's hockey entangled with flowing cherry blossom has become second nature. Rit has reached admiral-level strength, feeling embarrassed for the predecessors of time travel. If it were any other traveler, they would have achieved their conclusion long ago. Rit has no way out. The god of death didn't grant him exceptional talent. He doesn't have that kind of innate ability that allows one to grasp things at a glance. Currently, Rit can confidently say that if it were a one-on-one fight with an admiral, he could completely outlast them due to his monstrous stamina, which is practically a cheat. As his strength rises, his body gradually expands, and he hardly feels tired now. In his childhood, he was afraid of muscle strains affecting his foundation. But now he has no such concerns. What's worth mentioning is that his devil fruit has yet to awaken even after so long. Rit fiddles with the red mist in his hand, though it could be any color. He just thinks red looks cooler. Most importantly, aside from the previously mastered abilities of corrosion, refraction, and shielding enhancement, he has developed many new techniques in conjunction with the Black Tide. Rit smiles. It seems I'm really looking forward to the adventures ahead. He still keeps his long black hair straight, always wearing a warm smile on his face. With the Black Tide resting on his back and blood mist swirling around him, creating a striking contrast. During this time, many partners have also joined Roger's ship, including some characters that appeared in the manga. Among them, the one who impressed Rit the most was a guy named Elio, wearing a white top hat, a pink-green patterned floral shirt, and sporting blue hair. The more Rit looked, the more he resembled the village chief from Windmill Village. There was also Sambel, a fishman, and Bomelin, etc. Their strength is significantly weaker compared to Roger's 4, but they are still not weak, as you can't compare ordinary people with monsters. After finishing his workout, Rit lay on the deck of the Oro Jackson, and a seagull brought him a few bounty notices. The Notorious Rocks has a bounty of 35 billion berries. Regardless of life or death, Rit instantly felt awake. He knew that Rocks, who is now subtly referred to as the Pirate Overlord, appeared at his peak and couldn't contain his urge to explode during the God Valley War. Rit felt that Rocks truly is the child of the world, who struggled at sea for over a decade to reach admiral level, while others emerge with outrageous fighting power, now intending to overturn the world. Rit lay lazily on the deck, basking in the sun with the Black Tide, sword casually leaning beside him. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, sensing a powerful aura approaching through observation hockey. He slightly sat up and looked toward the bow of the ship. Boom! A tall figure landed heavily on the deck, causing the entire Oro Jackson to tremble slightly. Golden beard shining in the sunlight, the young Edward Newgate single-handedly carried the Tsong Yun Xia. his gaze sweeping over everyone on the deck before finally resting on Roger. "You must be Roger?" Roger grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement beneath his straw hat. "Kuhahaha, that's me. You are." "Edward Newgate," Newgate said in a deep voice. "I've heard of your reputation. I'm here to test it." Rit's mouth twitched. He thought Rox would come first, but he didn't expect Newgate to be the first to approach. Before Roger could speak, Rit had already stood up, and with a clang, the black-tied sword was driven into the deck, blood mist slowly swirling around him. "Hey, Newgate," Rit said with a smile. "If you want to challenge our captain, you have to get past me first." Newgate glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "Kid, are you sure? Let's see if you can handle it. Besides, you don't seem much older than me." At this time, Newgate appeared to be in high spirits. Just as his voice fell, Rit's figure suddenly disappeared, and the blood mist surrounded them, obscuring Newgate's vision. The black-tied sword swept towards him with a dull sound. Clang! Song Yun Chia firmly blocked the black-tide. At the moment the two weapons collided, the air exploded in a wave, and the deck's wooden boards shattered inch by inch. A hint of surprise flashed in Newgate's eyes. "Not bad power." Rit grinned. "It's not over yet." "Blood tide of the mist god." The blood mist on the black tide sword suddenly erupted, transforming into countless fine blood blades that stabbed towards Newgate like a torrential rain. Newgate snorted coldly, and with a sudden tremor of Song Yun Chia, the power of the tremor fruit erupted instantly. Crack! The space shattered like a mirror, and the blood blades were crushed. A terrifying shockwave swept towards Rit. Rit's pupils constricted. He raised the black tide to block, unleashing all his armament haki. Boom! He was sent staggering back several steps, deep cracks forming in the deck beneath his feet, but the smile on his face grew even more excited. "Come again." The two instantly became locked in battle. The sounds of the black tide and Song Yun Chia clashing reverberating across the sea, causing the Oro Jackson to sway slightly. As the blood mist gradually dissipated, Rit realized that if he truly wanted to injure Newgate with the mist, he had the means to damage his organs. However, there was no need to go that far in a spar, so he let the mist dissipate. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba stood by, watching with great interest. "This kid has made significant progress," Jabba said while stroking his chin. "It's hard to say. Both are holding back." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "Their devil fruit powers haven't been fully unleashed." Indeed, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, Newgate suddenly trembled his arms, and the power of the tremor fruit wrapped around Song Yun Chia exploded. Earthquake! Boom! Rit's black tide was forcefully pushed away, and he flew backward, flipping in the air before landing steadily. He shook his numb arms and smiled. "Impressive, I lost." Newgate sheathed Song Yun Chia and said calmly, "You're not bad either. Rit of the Scarlet Mist. But I hear your mist is quite ominous." Roger laughed heartily as he stepped forward. "Kuaha! Newgate, how about joining my pirate crew?" Newgate glanced at him and shook his head. "No, I have my own goals." "Oh." Roger raised an eyebrow. "What goals?" "Home," Newgate said calmly. "During my time at sea, I haven't found a place that belongs to me. I don't even know what home is." Roger was taken aback for a moment before laughing heartily. "Interesting. Then next time we meet, we will be rivals." Newgate's mouth curved upward. "At that time, don't lose too badly." With that, he leaped back to a small boat and sailed away. Jabba walked to the edge of the ship, watching Newgate's retreating figure, murmuring, "This guy will definitely be a monster in the future." Roger patted his shoulder. "Kuaha, that's what makes it interesting, right?" Rait smiled and nodded. "Yeah, Captain." The sea breeze blew as the Oro Jackson continued its voyage. Rait gazed at the distant horizon, feeling a burning fighting spirit rise within him. Rox, Newgate. This era is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 18, A Loud Bang in the Sky. Carp shines on stage. It was another beautiful day when suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the tranquility of the sea. Enemy attack. It's Carp's warship, shouted a lookout on the watchtower. Rhett was too lazy to even open his eyes and just waved his hand casually. A scarlet mist rose automatically, forming a thin barrier at the stern of the ship. The specially made shell thrown by Carp corroded and peeled off its metal casing at the moment it contacted the blood mist, and the gunpowder inside turned into rust powder, scattering over the sea before it could even explode. "Ha ha ha! Carp, you are really something." Jabba laughed loudly by the ship's railing. Carp on the distant warship didn't seem to care much. Damn brat. Thus, Oro Jackson ran ahead, while Carp's warship chased from behind. When they reached an island, the Oro Jackson stopped, and Carp's warship also landed on the island. Carp strode directly toward Roger, while Roth, a newcomer on Carp's ship, trembled with the gun in his hand. He had always admired Vice Admiral Carp, and this was his first time sailing with him. He wanted to contribute, but just as he disembarked, he was pulled back by an old soldier. Roth was very angry. If Vice Admiral Carp was charging, why were they cowardly lagging behind? Roth felt ashamed to be with such people. The old soldier shook his head and pointed with his chin to the opposite side, where Roger's pirate crew was saying, "Let's open the betting. Captain, how long will this fight last?" 3 days. 3 days. I bet 3 days. I think at least half a month. Red saw a Marine looking at them and took his betting board to the Navy. Roth was furious. "Bastard! Are you pirates insulting the Navy? You are insulting the justice in my heart. 500 berries for 3 days. 1,000. I think it will take 5 days." Looking at the senior soldiers who had taken care of him during this time, he was incredulous. They were pirates who had killed Marines. How could they act like this? The old Marine glanced at him. Sometimes, don't deceive yourself into believing it. It's one thing for regular Marines not to know, but you, an elite Marine, haven't you realized that the Roger pirates are all scum? Besides, Mr. Carp hasn't decided the winner yet. Do you really think you can win the battle? Saying this, he patted Roth's shoulder. Haven't you noticed that the Roger pirates aren't moving either? Our involvement in this fight is optional. Only after Mr. Carp defeats Roger will it be our turn to act. This was also an unspoken rule between Roger and Carp. Otherwise, with Carp chasing Roger, the death toll among the Navy and Roger's pirates would be too high. They were not a notorious pirate crew after all. It was completely unnecessary. Jabba and Bogart exchanged glances and walked into the forest. Rhett preferred to call this fate CP, even though in the end, Carp became Roger's father, which is truly amusing. The beach of the deserted island shone with a dazzling white light under the scorching sun. Carp moved his shoulders, and the Navy cloak rustled in the sea breeze. This time, it wouldn't be as easy as last time, Roger. Roger laughed heartily and drew ace. "Kwaha, you always say the same thing." Before the words fell, both of them disappeared from their spots simultaneously. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the beach erupted into a giant pit 30 meters in diameter. Carp's fist collided with Roger's sword, and a black-red, lightning-like aura burst out in all directions, instantly carbonizing the nearest palm trees. Red had to raise his arm to shield himself from the flying sand and stones. He squinted his eyes and saw the ground beneath their feet cracking like a spiderweb. Too slow. Carp suddenly changed his attack, his left fist aiming straight at Roger's abdomen. Roger sidestepped to evade, the blade brushing against Carp's arm and sparking a shower of sparks. The movements of both were so fast that they were nearly indistinguishable. Only the continuous sound of metal clashing could be heard. The coastline kept changing shape amidst the fierce battle. Carp slammed a heavy punch into the sea, and the resulting giant wave, empowered by his aura, turned into countless water bullets. Roger laughed as he swung his sword, splitting the water curtain in two, the aftermath cutting a 100-meter-long chasm in the distant sea. Fist bone meteor shower. Carp suddenly leaped into the air, his fists swinging with an indistinguishable speed. Each punch left a comet-like tail, turning the entire beach into a sea of fire. Roger's figure darted through the barrage, the light of his sword weaving an impenetrable net. The onlooker Elio suddenly frowned. Carp is taking this much more seriously than last time. Rhett counted the stunned fish floating to the surface, 73rd fish. Tonight's extra meal should be enough. The battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Carp stood on a rock, tearing off his tattered shirt to reveal a muscular body covered in scars. Roger was also battered and bruised, but his iconic straw hat remained intact, and his smile grew even brighter. The two stared at each other from 50 meters apart, the air seemingly solidifying. Seriously fighting? Roger tilted his head. Of course. Carp grinned. In the next second, the entire island shook violently. Two monsters. After a long time, as the sun set, dyed the sea red, the two figures finally separated. Carp's left eye was swollen shut, while Roger had a black eye. A tie? Roger gasped, asking. Dream on. Carp spat out a mouthful of blood foam. I can still fight for 3 days and nights. Boom! The remnants of Carp and Roger's battle still trembled the ground on the deserted island's beach, while on the other side of the coastline, an unbelievable scene unfolded. At this moment, Jabba and Bogart bypassed the battlefield of the two and returned to the shore, carrying several wild beasts. Everyone, let's have a feast. Marines and members of Roger's pirate crew joyfully gathered around a bonfire, with the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. Hey, young Marine, this piece of meat is ready. You try it first. Jabba grinned, handing a skewer of grilled fish to the nearby Marine soldier. Thank you, thank you. The young Marine soldier took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Wow. Hee, this is our ship's secret sauce. You definitely don't have this. Jabba proudly shook the seasoning bottle in his hand. Not far away, Rayleigh was sitting on a flat rock playing chess with a Navy officer. The pieces on the chessboard were held in place by their imposing auras, unmoving despite the howling sea breeze. Checkmate. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, a smirk on his lips. The Navy officer stared at the chessboard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wait, that move doesn't count. I didn't see it clearly. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. All right, I'll let you take that back. Then I'll move here. General, I owe you 100 berries. Chapter 19. The boss fights to the death. What does it have to do with us little soldiers? On the other side, Raider was using blood mist to set up a simple outdoor kitchen, with Navy cooks assisting him. Previously, Raider had been the one assisting, but it seemed that the Pirate King's cooking methods only involved grilling meat, and they didn't know any other ways. Raider couldn't stand it anymore, took out the delicacies from the Great Dragon Kingdom, and quickly established his position as the head chef. The scarlet mist rolled flexibly in his hands, and he could even control the heat precisely. Mr. Raider, is this red mist really not toxic? A newly arrived Navy cook asked cautiously. He had heard that Mr. Raider's mist could melt people. Was it really okay to do this? Raider smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, it just looks red, it's not toxic. Saying this, he flicked his fingers, and the blood mist wrapped around a handful of spices, evenly sprinkling them on the grilled meat, releasing an aroma instantly. Wow! The Navy soldiers exclaimed in unison. Sambaru and several Navy soldiers popped their heads out of the sea, holding a few lively fish. Today's catch is pretty good. Watching this fisherman easily jump ashore and skillfully handle the seafood. Would you like to try the fisherman's sashimi? Sambaru grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, assuring freshness. The Navy soldiers naturally gathered around. We've already experienced Mr. Sambaru's knife skills. Really, why go back home wanting sashimi? I can't find anyone who can cut it as well as Mr. Sambaru. Then I'm truly honored. Don't worry, we caught a lot of fish today, and later I will make sushi for everyone. Hooray! Elio sat nearby, lightly plucking the strings of his instrument, the melodious music echoing on the beach. Several young Navy soldiers unconsciously nodded to the rhythm, and some even hummed along softly. Hey, you guys are Navy. Navy soldier Latte reminded, blushing a bit, feeling a bit embarrassed after just eating the pirate's grilled meat. What does it matter? Jabba laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Music knows no justice or evil. On the other side of the beach, several Navy soldiers were gathered around Brumalin, curiously examining the peculiar equipment on her. What is this? A soldier asked, pointing at the device around her waist. Oh, this? Brumalin smiled and explained, it's a climate regulator. I modified myself. It can control the wind direction in a small area. That's amazing. The Navy soldiers marveled. Raider watched this absurd yet harmonious scene and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If the world government saw this, they would probably go insane. At some point, Rayleigh had walked up beside him, holding a cup of sake. Kapu's troops are always like this. They chase us, not out of hatred, but simply because of their stance. Just then, a loud bang echoed from afar as the battle between Roger and Kapu sent another cliff crashing down. Everyone looked up for a moment and then tacitly returned to their tasks. Raider shook his head with a smile, turning back to prepare the ingredients. Mr. Ray, a tenor voice spoke up. Raider looked down and saw a Navy apprentice who looked to be only about 7 years old. He probably couldn't even be called a Navy soldier due to age restrictions. Perhaps he was a talented young person Kapu had spotted. It was really something that Kapu took pursuing Roger as a practical lesson for the Navy. The little sailor was gazing eagerly at the grilled meat in Raider's hands. Want some? Raider raised an eyebrow. The little sailor nodded vigorously. Raider smiled, using the blood mist to lift a perfectly grilled steak and handed it over. Be careful. It's hot. Thank you. The little sailor took the steak and eagerly bit into it, squinting his eyes in happiness. Rayleigh watched this scene and softly said, "Sometimes I wonder, what would this world be like if there were no opposing stances?" Raider looked towards the two still engaged in battle in the distance, then glanced at the strange, peaceful scene before him, and softly replied, "Probably just like this." 6 days later, the sea was dyed gold. The food on the grill was replaced round after round, and barrels of sake were emptied one after another. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, the sounds of battle finally ceased in the distance. Bruised and battered, Roger and Kapu walked back, slung over each other as shoulders, both adorned with injuries, yet wearing satisfied smiles. "I'm starving," Roger shouted as he rushed towards the grill. Kapu, on the other hand, snatched a whole roasted leg of lamb just taken off the grill by the Navy cooks. "This is mine." After the feast, Kapu stood on the ship's gangway, glancing back to glare at Roger, who was gnawing on a grilled fish bone, gritting his teeth. "Next time, I'll definitely throw you into Impel Down." With his mouth full of food, Roger laughed ambiguously. "Kuahaha, you've said that many times." Kapu clicked his tongue, turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, reaching into his pocket, and his expression changed drastically. "Roger," he turned back and shouted angrily, "Where's my senbei?" Roger blinked innocently, spreading his hands. "What's senbei?" "I don't know. You probably left it on the ship, ha." But the bulging package in his pocket completely betrayed him. Kapu's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists cracking. But in the end, he just snorted heavily and turned to jump onto the ship. "Set sail," he ordered angrily. The Navy's soldiers hurriedly stowed the anchor, and the ship slowly departed. Raider stood by the ship's rail, watching the gradually receding Navy ship, suddenly noticing that the Navy soldiers on deck were secretly waving at them. That young Navy apprentice even shouted with red eyes, "Mr. Raider, next time, I'll treat you to the Navy's special grilled meat sauce." Raider couldn't help but laugh, waving back, but he didn't respond. Rayleigh stood beside him, looking at the departing ship, and softly said, "Kapu's soldiers are indeed just like him. I must say, this is Kapu, haha." Sambaru was counting today as spoils. A few sets of Navy uniforms to be used as rags, a box of spices swiped conveniently. Elio was plucking the strings, humming an improvised tune. Navy and pirates grilling fish, tomorrow's newspaper headline. Hilarious, snow leopard, shut up. Raider didn't worry, as he had already killed all the seagulls near the island, which was why the world government had not sensed anything wrong for so many years. After all, the fights were real, and the injuries were real. Roger smiled and approached, pulling out half a pack of senbei from his pocket. Come, everyone get to share." "Kapu is really stingy, asking me for half a pack of senbei." Raider looked at the joyful crowd, and this is how it should be. This damned world, those damned celestial dragons. Chapter 20. The little lion comes to clock in. An unknown fleet appears ahead. The flag is a golden lion's head? Roger poked his head out of the cabin, his straw hat crooked. "Huh? A new pirate crew?" Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand and frowned slightly. "I haven't heard of them." Jabba, carrying an axe, walked to the bow and squinted into the distance. "Looks like they're looking for trouble." On the distant horizon, 5 warships arranged in formation, and on the flagship, a golden-haired man stood proudly at the bow, crossing his swords over his shoulder, with an unruly smile that revealed unmasked ambition. "Ha ha!" His laughter echoed across the waves. "That broken ship ahead must be the so-called Roger pirates, right?" Ritz stood up. "My lover was captured. I went alone to the enemy's stronghold guarded by numerous troops, confronting the top leaders of the underworld, and after exhausting all efforts and failing, I was sealed. Unwilling to accept this, I severed my legs to break the seal and ventured into the sea just to fulfill that wish at the time." "It's you, huh? Shiki the Golden Lion?" Roger was not angry. Instead, he waved his hand with great interest. "Yo, a newcomer? Want to hold a banquet?" Golden Lion Shiki had not yet joined the Rocks Pirates at this time. He was just a supernova who had recently set sail, but was already famous in the South Sea. He stood on the ship's railing, looking down at Roger. "Stop pretending. I came here today to step on your head and let the whole world know that I Golden Lion Shiki, will be the new king of the pirate world. Roger blinked. Huh? A new king? You can think that. I'm not stopping you. Kuhaha. Jabba laughed heartily. Captain, this guy is so arrogant. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Bounty of 280 million. A user of the float fruit. Recently destroyed 3 Navy branches. He has some skills. Rit looked at the aggressive Golden Lion. Let's fight. Are we still waiting for him to serve us 3 dishes and a soup? Whitebeard is not the same as Golden Lion. He didn't go all out against Whitebeard. Crimson mist spread, instantly engulfing the entire enemy ship. The pirates on the deck were horrified to find their voices gone. It wasn't that they couldn't hear, but that they couldn't make any sound at all. The mist seeped into their nostrils, coiling around their skin like countless tiny poisonous snakes, slowly corroding their skin and breaking down their will. A pirate officer with a bounty of 70 million stared wide-eyed as he watched his hand rot away in the mist, flesh peeling off to reveal his stark white bones. He wanted to scream, but could only cough up blood. Rit's figure emerged from the mist, dragging the black tide great sword behind him. The sword tip scraping across the deck, producing a sound that made teeth ache. His movements were slow enough for every enemy to see his steps clearly, to see his long black hair flowing in the mist, to see the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. Yet, no one could touch him. A sniper pulled the trigger. Damn it, just some ghost tricks? Eat a bullet. The bullet did hit Rit, but it only penetrated the residual image formed by the mist. This was Rit's wicked hobby. He would leave after images along his trajectory, but the person was no longer there. A pirate who had eaten a bird fruit transformed into a giant bird, attempting to push through the thick fog, flapping its wings to create a hurricane. But the mist remained unmoved. Mist sword style, annihilation. The bird fruit user fell asleep. The armament color gradually faded, lying in Rit's fog. And this sleep would last a lifetime. Strange monster. Finally someone broke down, dropped their weapon, and turned to flee. Rit gently raised his hand. Mist erosion. Heart-piercing. The mist suddenly condensed into bloodlines as thin as hair, piercing into the fleeing person's back and emerging from the front of their chest. That person staggered 2 steps, looking down at the sudden blood hole in their chest, and slowly knelt down. When the last enemy fell, Rit stood at the center of the deck littered with corpses, the black tide greatsword not stained with blood. The mist began to flow back like a receding tide, surging back into his body, revealing a clear sky. In just a few seconds, the Golden Lion pirates were nearly wiped out, leaving only the Golden Lion himself. Shiki went mad. My 3 pirate ships were my 3 big ships. After so many days at sea, searching for so many people, you killed them all in just a few seconds. Shiki's pupils suddenly constricted, his golden hair dancing wildly in the wind. His sword Sakura 10 and dead would instantly unsheath it, their blades entwined with violent hockey, the deck beneath his feet cracking from his rage. Damn it! His roar shattered the surrounding waves, and he leaped up suddenly. The flagship, under the power of the float fruit, suddenly soared into the air. The ship's body twisted and deformed, transforming into countless sharp metal fragments, raining down towards the Roger pirates like a violent storm. Lion, Thousand Cuts Valley! The golden slash roared like a raging lion, tearing through the air. Each sword aura capable of splitting a warship, overwhelming and slashing towards Roger's Oro Jackson. However, hey, don't be so angry. Roger's figure suddenly appeared in midair, his straw hat fluttering in the wind. He grinned, and with a fierce swing of his famous sword ace, surrounded by dark armament color, he shouted, "Divine Avoidance!" Boom! 2 Conqueror's hockey clashed. The sky suddenly split open with a pitch-black gap, and the sea surface was forcibly pressed down into a massive pit, with surrounding seawater rushing back in, forming towering waves. Shiki's slashes were forcibly dispersed, and his body was pushed back dozens of meters, his feet creating sonic booms in the air as he barely stabilized himself. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Roger had easily neutralized his full-force strike. Haha. Interesting. Shiki grinned, but his smile already carried a hint of madness. Roger, you truly are not just a name. Rit returned to the ship and saw this scene. Oh dear, the gears of fate have begun to turn. I must say, our captain is indeed charming. making young men want to think about him for a lifetime. Roger landed back on the deck, still smiling, but his eyes had turned serious. Shiki, your ambition is good, but don't rush to your death. Rush to my death. Shiki's anger was reignited. He suddenly raised his hand, and the remaining two ships also soared into the air, crashing towards the Oro Jackson. Today, I will let you know who the true king is. Just as Shiki was about to launch his next offensive, Roger's figure appeared like a ghost behind him. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Shiki turned around suddenly, but it was too late. Swish! Blood splattered as Shiki's chest was sliced open with a wound deep enough to see bone. He let out a muffled groan, his body crashing towards the sea like a cannonball, kicking up huge waves. The sea gradually calmed, leaving only floating ship wreckage and the unconscious Golden Lion. Roger sighed and scratched his head. Ah, did I go a bit too hard? Ritz stood at the stern, looking at the distant floating Golden Lion, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Oh dear, he just lost. What will happen to his family status now? Roger laughed heartily and waved. Let us go. Continue our adventure. The Oro Jackson slowly sailed away, leaving Shiki floating on the sea, his golden hair spread out, rising and falling with the waves. His fingers trembled slightly, and his eyes burned with unwilling fury. Roger, and that brat with the mist. Just you wait. Roger, I will definitely surpass you. Chapter 21. Pirate King stepped down on the vast and boundless sea. Sunlight poured onto the ship of the Roger Pirates. With nothing to do, they decided to fight. REIT stood across from Roger, surrounded by crew members whose eyes were filled with anticipation. It's starting, brothers. Now let me, Jabba, introduce the participants. The contestant is the captain of the Roger Pirates, GOLD, Roger, and our challenger, known as Scarlet Mist, is also from the Roger Pirates. Will the king defend his throne, or will the newcomer ascend to a new reign? Let us wait and see. REIT's expression was serious, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. He knew how strong the man before him was. Holding the black tide, blood mist gradually appeared around him, thickening and enveloping the entire deck. Captain, be careful, REIT shouted, his feet pushing off the deck as he swung the black tide sword, carrying corrosive mist with tremendous force. Roger wore his iconic smile, unhurried, slightly sidestepping. Not bad, little REIT. Roger encouraged with a grin. However, he did not let his guard down. He swiftly shattered the mist blade, following REIT's attack. The black tide was just the first strike. The mist blades that followed were meant to trap Roger during his evasion, but he easily dodged them. You can't even land a hit, little REIT. You're just a beginner, Jabba jeered from the sidelines. REIT did not feel discouraged after missing his strike. He even took the time to shout at Jabba, "Hey, you're supposed to be neutral as a commentator, you jerk." He immediately activated the Fog Fruit S abilities, manipulating the mist to rapidly change. The originally thin mist thickened, transforming into numerous needle-like objects that shot toward Roger. This was his developed technique, Mist Needle, Thousand Rain. Roger's gaze sharpened, and his body moved quickly, skillfully weaving through the mist needles. Each dodge was perfectly timed. The needles struck the deck beside him, leaving small indentations. Watch me. REIT, seeing the needles fail, gathered his strength again. He compressed the mist onto the blade of the black tide, and the mist around the sword instantly turned crimson, as if on fire. REIT raised the giant sword and shouted, "Mist God flow, blood tide." Then he swung down fiercely, sending a wave of blood-red mist sword energy surging toward Roger, tearing through the air with a sizzling sound. Feeling the immense power of this strike, Roger put away his smile and became serious. He steadied himself on the deck, gripping his sword ace at his waist, and armed his sword with haki. He shouted, "Divine Avoidance." A brilliant blade of light erupted, colliding with REIT's sword energy. Boom! A massive sound erupted as the two powerful forces collided, creating shockwaves that swept through the area like a storm. Crew members on the deck were pushed back by the force, some even losing their balance and falling to the ground. Jabba, surrounded by a layer of white mist that allowed him to see the battle clearly, remarked, "With such powerful attacks, what will the outcome be?" As the mist dispersed, the figures of the two fighters were revealed. REIT was knocked back by the force, his feet leaving deep scratches on the deck, his arms trembling slightly, blood seeping from his hands. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He showed no signs of retreat. REIT has made significant progress, hasn't he? What are you waiting for? Keep pressing. It's not over yet. REIT gritted his teeth and charged at Roger again. Roger, seeing REIT rush at him once more, showed a hint of appreciation and lifted his sword, ready to meet the attack. REIT approached Roger, swinging the giant sword with great momentum, constantly changing his attack patterns, sometimes striking down, sometimes slashing sideways, each hit carrying all of REIT's strength. Knowing he had no hope of overpowering his captain with a direct confrontation, REIT decided to use his best tactic. He gradually retreated into the mist. Here it comes, little REIT's most cunning move, Jabba remarked disdainfully. Don't ask. Just know it's a disgusting tactic. His figure flickered in and out of the mist, becoming elusive, known as the Scarlet Mist, Scarlet Blood Mist. He seized a moment and suddenly appeared behind Roger. The black tide sword, shrouded in mist, struck down fiercely. Rather than concentrating all his power into a single point for increased lethality, REIT preferred to divide his strength into two parts. Following the black tide slash with a mist blade, a strategy inspired by the battles of the Reckless Hua and the Flip-Flop, Roger reacted swiftly, turning to block the strike with his sword. He vigilantly observed his surroundings, waiting for REIT to reappear. Soon, REIT charged out from another direction, the mist coalescing into a spear in his hand, stabbing toward Roger. As the spear lunged at Roger, the black tide also swept toward him. Roger sidestepped to evade, and REIT seized the opportunity to vanish into the mist again. This back and forth continued as REIT moved through the mist, attacking, then quickly disappearing again, making it hard for Roger to pin him down. However, Roger had been in the pirate world for 16 more years than REIT. He didn't even need to rely on the observation haki to outmatch him. Although REIT's mist could obscure his perception, Roger's observation haki was among the very best in the pirate world, and REIT's strength still lagged behind Roger's. After another intense clash, REIT's giant sword was knocked away, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. "Huh, little REIT, you did well." Roger walked over, smiling as he helped REIT up. REIT wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at Roger, and said firmly, "Captain, I will become stronger. Is that so?" "I believe in you," Roger replied, patting REIT's head with a look of satisfaction. Hey, don't give me that proud father look, you jerk, Captain," REIT grumbled. As the sun's rays illuminated the deck of the Oro Jackson, REIT slumped against the ship's railing, massaging his sore arms, the black tide sword leaning against him. Roger approached and plopped down beside him, casually offering a bottle of rum. "Want a drink?" REIT took the bottle, gulping down a large mouthful. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, making him wince. "Ugh, this stuff is still so awful." Roger laughed heartily, handing him a glass of orange juice with one hand while ruffling his hair with the other. "Kid, you did well today. In a few years, you might really be able to take me down. I'm looking forward to it." REIT rolled his eyes. "Come on, your observation haki is like it's on steroids." Rayleigh walked over, holding a glass of wine, his glasses reflecting the golden rays of the sunset. "Don't be discouraged, REIT. You're only 19, and being able to fight Roger to this extent is already incredible." Jabba chimed in from the side. "Exactly. Work hard next time, and let the captain sweat a bit more." As REIT listened to everyone's encouragement, Jabba's words caught his attention. "You jerk, Jabba, what are you saying?" "I want to challenge you one-on-one." Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was light and joyful. Chapter 22. REIT am always on the front line of gossip today. While having lunch, REIT scanned the newspaper and saw a headline. "Newgate, did you really think your fate was in your strength when you went to sea? Captain, look, Rox has recruited Newgate, Shiki, Wang Ji, and others into his pirate crew." The newspaper reported, "Shocking news. The king of the world, Rock's pirate crew, absorbs powerful pirates like Newgate and destroys 16 naval branches. Do they intend to rule these seas?" For more details, please stay tuned for the next issue. Accompanied by a photo of Rox, Shiki, and Newgate. "Looks like the little lion has been subdued," Ha! Roger laughed heartily. Rate perked up if no one spreads the news. I might as well start a rumor. The three of them are the first to focus on Shiki. Huh? Haki Jia, you really know how to respond, don't you? The Roger pirates docked at a bustling trade island to rest. The crew scattered in small groups. Some went to purchase supplies, while others relaxed at the tavern. Rayleigh sat in an outdoor seat at the tavern, leisurely sipping coffee, looking particularly refined. At that moment, a tall woman with slightly curled black hair approached. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Hey, sir, isn't born to drink coffee alone? She pulled out a chair and unceremoniously sat across from Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked up slightly, his gaze behind the glasses flashing a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to calmness. Miss, do we know each other? Now we do. The woman rested her chin on her hand, her smile deepening. I'm Shaki, an information dealer. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. An information dealer? Are you here to sell information or to buy information? Shaki blinked. Of course, I'm here to exchange information. She deliberately elongated her tone, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. For example, I'm very interested in Dark King Rayleigh. The scene shifted to the rooftop where Rayleigh was drinking coffee. If you looked closely, you would notice that one part of the rooftop was slightly different from the surroundings. This was the effect of Rate's powerful mist. Underneath the mist lay two people, Rate and Jabba. At the current density of the mist, Rate said without exaggeration that as long as Uncle Rayleigh didn't intentionally sweep over here, he would never be discovered. Rate nudged Jabba. See, I told you their essay story. Jabba nodded wildly. It's worth it to have followed him to the island. We've probably followed him to 16 islands now. And we finally caught him. Rate quickly covered Jabba's mouth. Shh, keep it down so we don't get found out. Rayleigh lightly coughed, picking up his coffee to mask his unease. Oh? What makes me interesting to you? A lot. Shaki leaned in a little closer, lowering her voice. For example, you're clearly a pirate. Why do you always wear glasses? Is it to look refined? Rayleigh nearly choked on his coffee. It's a personal habit. Oh, Shaki elongated her tone, her eyes mischievous. And how about this? Is it true that your Captain Roger really laughs 3 times before a fight, as the rumors say? Rayleigh helplessly rubbed his forehead. Are you here to collect information or just to gossip? Both, Shaki smiled. Pulling out a small notebook and seriously noting down, Rayleigh appeared helpless when asked about Roger. Suspected to have opinions about the captain, further speculation could indicate a desire for the captain's position. Rayleigh, hey, this isn't about gathering information. This is spreading rumors. Not far away, Rate whispered. Jabba, Uncle Rayleigh is blushing. Did you see that? Jabba stifled his laughter. It's rare to see Rayleigh embarrassed. Who is this woman? Shaki seemed to notice their gaze and turned to wink at them, scaring the two into quickly pulling back. Rate hurriedly pressed Jabba's head back into the mist. Jabba, don't stick your head out of the mist. Do you want to get killed? Fearing that the area was too large and would attract attention, Rate only covered them with a thin layer of highly concentrated mist. They were not far from the surface, and a simple lift of the head would expose them. Rate couldn't help but exclaim, young Shaki is really sharp. Well, the information gathering is almost done. Shaki closed her notebook, stood up, looking down at Rayleigh with a playful smile. Next time we meet, I hope you can treat me to a drink, not coffee. Rayleigh opened his mouth, but before he could respond, Shaki had already turned and left, leaving behind a faint scent of perfume. You two come out. How long are you going to hide? Rate and Jabba immediately approached, gossiping. Uncle Rayleigh, who is she? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, feigning calmness. A troublesome woman. Rate grinned. But she seems very interested in you. Ha, there is something going on. Rayleigh. Kid, have you been training too little? Rate, I'll shut up. A few days later, the Roger pirates prepared to set sail. Rate was squatting on the deck, counting supplies, when Jabba suddenly grabbed him. Lowering his voice, Hey kid, look over there. Rate followed his gaze to the tavern entrance at the port, where Rayleigh was cornered by Shaki. Rate was going crazy, wishing he had a camera in hand. Where's the camera? Quick, save this moment, hurry, and take a picture. Not being able to document this CP scene was truly frustrating for Rate. Shaki leaned against the wall with one hand, the other holding a small note, smiling as she leaned closer to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, I have some top secret information. Do you want to hear it? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, trying to remain calm. What information? Shaki's red lips curled slightly. I heard there's a kid named Rate on your ship who particularly loves to spread gossip. Rayleigh. Rate, hiding behind a cargo box. Jabba was shaking with suppressed laughter. Huh, you've been sold out. Rate gritted his teeth. How does she know about this? Shaki seemed to notice their presence and deliberately raised her voice, especially about certain people's romantic gossip. Rayleigh's temple twitched. What exactly do you want to say? Shaki blinked, suddenly tiptoeing and whispering something in his ear. Rayleigh's ears turned red. Rate and Jabba's eyes widened. Oh. Satisfied, Shaki took a step back, shaking the note in her hand. If you want the complete information, remember to treat me to a drink next time we meet. After saying that, she gracefully turned and left. Rayleigh stood there for a moment, taking a deep breath and rubbing his forehead. What does this woman want? Rate and Jabba sneaked over. Uncle Rayleigh, what did she say to you? Rayleigh's expression was deadpan. Today's training is doubled. Hey, Jabba? What does that have to do with us? In the distance, Shaki leaned against the alley entrance, watching the bustling Roger pirates, and chuckled softly. Chapter 23. Roger begins the second round with Little Lion. A fleet appeared ahead. It was the ship of the Golden Lion pirates. Roger poked his head out from the captain's cabin, grinning. Oh? That guy Shiki dares to come find us again? Rate jumped up like a carp. Squinting to look at the three imposing warships cutting through the waves, their bows flying the flag with a golden lion's head. On the flagship's deck stood three figures. Golden Lion Shiki, no need for much introduction, the old CP. Wang, a burly man with a long knife hanging at his waist and a sinister look in his eyes. Charlotte Linlin, it must be said, young Charlotte Linlin was truly beautiful, holding a piece of cake with cream on the corner of her mouth. As for when she got old, let's not comment for now. Yeah, hava. Roger, long time no see. Shiki laughed loudly, his voice carried by the sea breeze. Roger, hands on his hips, responded cheerfully. What's up? Didn't get enough of a beating last time, so you brought backup this time? Shiki's temples bulged with anger, but he quickly suppressed it, grinning. Don't get me wrong. I'm here this time. To give you a chance, Captain Rox has his eyes on you. Wang Ji added coldly, join us. This sea will eventually belong to us. Rate twitched the corner of his mouth, muttering softly. Goodness, the pyramid scheme leader Rox has started recruiting. This wave of pyramid schemes has finally reached our ship. Jabba, wielding an axe, scoffed. What are you guys from the Rox pirates? Charlotte Linlin licked the cream off her fingers, smiling. Mama, Roger, if you join us, I can make you cake every day. Or we could even. She threw a flirtatious glance at Roger. But who is Roger? He was so dazed that he didn't even react. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, calmly commenting. Captain, it seems they're even using beauty tricks. Roger laughed heartily, patting his straw hat. Kohahaha. Thanks, but I'm not interested in being someone else's lackey. Shiki's eyes turned cold, revealing a hint of ambition. Roger, don't be ungrateful. Captain Rox is a man who will become the king of the world. Rate caught on. It seemed Shiki wasn't genuinely submissive and was holding back some bad intentions. Rate dug at his ear and deliberately asked loudly. King of the world? Has he asked the Navy headquarters, the world government, and our captain for their opinions? Wang Ji snorted coldly. Kid, you have no say here. Roger's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze grew sharper. Go back and tell Rox. Rate mocked. Stop daydreaming. Do you still want to subdue our captain? Tue. The sea breeze suddenly stiffened, and both sides were on edge. Shiki grinned. Then there's no choice. He suddenly raised his hand. Lion's might, sea roar. The sea erupted violently, and towering waves transformed into several roaring lions, charging towards the Oro Jackson. Roger drew his sword, Conqueror's hockey enveloping the blade, laughing. Boys, it's time for battle. The sea wind howled as two figures stood silently facing each other on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Wang Ji slowly drew his long knife, the blade gleaming coldly, his voice deep. Pluto Rayleigh, I heard your observation hockey can predict everything. Rayleigh smiled slightly. Why not try and see? Wang Ji's figure suddenly vanished. Not a high-speed movement, but a true disappearance, without footsteps, without breath. Not even disturbing the flow of air. Silent assassination technique, shadow strike. The blade silently stabbed towards Rayleigh's back. Yet Rayleigh seemed to have anticipated it. Not turning his head, he countered with his sword. Clang! Sparks flew as Wang Ji's knife was precisely blocked. Wang Ji's pupils constricted. You can see me? Rayleigh chuckled lightly. No, he heard you. Your heartbeat is too loud. Wang Ji sneered. Then let me give you something to hear. He suddenly accelerated, his figure flickering like a ghost. The blade creating countless afterimages, slashing towards Rayleigh from all directions. Silent flow, 1,000 blades. Each strike was silent, yet deadly. Rayleigh stood still, his gaze calm as ice beneath his glasses. You wouldn't really think Uncle Rayleigh is weak, right? Clang, clang, clang. His rapier precisely blocked every attack, sparks flying like rain. Wang Ji grew increasingly alarmed. This guy can really predict all my moves? Just as Wang Ji's assault slowed for a moment, Rayleigh suddenly moved. Your silence is merely a cover for impatience, much like a jumping clown. The rapier struck out like a venomous snake, aiming directly at Wang Ji's wrist. Poochie! Blood spurted. Wang Ji let out a grunt, losing his long knife. Rayleigh turned the sword's edge, pressing it against his throat. It's over. Wang Ji gritted his teeth and jumped back onto the ship. How was Rate doing? Rate saw 3 people coming, with Golden Lion on Roger's side. Rayleigh had taken Wang Ji, leaving only Jabba and himself. Whoever didn't fight would be looked down upon after the battle. This wouldn't do. Saying that, he activated his domain and charged towards Charlotte Linlin. Mama, little brother, are you only good at dodging? Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Rate's figure flickered in the blood mist, a helpless smile on his face. What can I do? My mist can even penetrate warships, and, I must say, your skin is really thick. Linlin suddenly smashed a fist towards the center of the mist. The air exploded, but only scattered a mass of illusions. So annoying. Like a mosquito. She stomped angrily, shaking the whole ship. Rate took the opportunity to flash from another side of the mist. Mist God flow, blood tide. The blood mist on the black tide's blade erupted suddenly, transforming into countless fine blood blades. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Linlin didn't even turn around, casually slapping away the mist. TCH, not even weakness? Rate frowned, disappearing back into the mist. Jabba, while cutting down miscellaneous soldiers, couldn't help but comment. Hey, Rate, how did you become so weak? Can't even scratch a woman's skin? Rate's voice floated out from the mist. If you can do it, go ahead. This woman is harder than sea stone, Jabba shouted. Then let her go. Rate soared and switched places with Jabba, who without a word stepped forward, swinging both axes towards Linlin. Frenzied axe, mountain splitter. Boom! The axe blade struck Linlin's arm, producing sparks like metal clashing. Linlin remained motionless, instead laughing excitedly. Not bad. That hurt a little. Jabba's hands went numb, cursing inwardly. Is this woman made of sea stone? But he didn't back down. This is just the beginning. Kid, watch closely, learn well. It's all knowledge. Chapter 24. You cut off her arm. Shiki crossed his twin swords and suddenly slashed down. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Dozens of golden slashes tore through the sky, pouncing towards Roger like a raging lion. Roger laughed loudly, drew his sword, and with his conqueror's haki entwined around the blade, he slashed out, God avoid. Boom! The clash of black-red and golden haki created shockwaves that forcibly pressed down into a giant pit in the entire sea area. The Oro Jackson and the Rock's fleet shook violently at the same time. Rate fixed his conqueror's haki on himself. Are these two monsters trying to split the sea? Shiki stepped on the void and suddenly dove down. I can fly. What do you have to fight me with? Roger grinned, suddenly leaping into the air, stepping on the moonwalk, and surprisingly hovered momentarily. It was still possible to ascend momentarily while stepping on the moonwalk. Clash! Ace and Sakura 10 collided fiercely, sparks flying like rain. Now Roger was pummeling the Golden Lion. Let's shift our perspective back to Uncle Jabba, who suddenly changed tactics, no longer engaging in a hard fight, but using his agile body to circle to Ling Ling's side, sweeping his axe horizontally behind her knee. Crazy axe break the flow. Bang! Ling Ling stumbled and knelt on one knee, but immediately countered with a punch towards Jabba. Mama little trick. Jabba hurriedly blocked with his axe, but was still sent flying several meters, his back crashing heavily against the mast. I have to say, Charlotte Lingling is really slippery. Is it not slippery if you hide in the mist and sneak attack? Cough. This brute strength. But Jabba's eyes grew even more excited. Rate shouted from the mist. Jabba bro. Her base is unstable. Attack her ankle. Jabba grinned. Who needs you to tell me? He suddenly crouched and dashed forward, sweeping his double axes along the ground. Crazy axe, Earth Dragon. Whoosh. The axe light flashed, and sparks flew from Lingling's ankle, finally causing her to lose balance and fall. Manga. Jabba seized the opportunity to jump up, raising his double axes high. It's over. Just as the axe blade was about to fall, Fistbone Meteor, a cannonball, accurately hit Lingling in the chest, directly blasting her into the sea. Jabba's axe chopped air, nearly throwing out his back. In the distance, on the warship, Carp laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Ha! No need to thank me. Jabba was furious. Who asked for your help? Fistbone Meteor Shower. A dense swarm of pitch-black cannonballs rained down from the sky, indiscriminately bombarding both fleets. Right? Boom! 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 Roger and Shiki both jumped back, looking angrily at the sea surface. Carp's dog-headed warship was breaking through the waves, with him standing at the bow picking his nose. Ha! You guys keep fighting. I'm just here to join the fun. Shiki was furious. Carp, you're looking for death. But Roger suddenly sheathed his sword, laughing and waving his hand. Forget it, forget it. I've had enough fighting today. He shouted at Carp. Old bastard. I'll buy you a drink next time. Carp, who wants to drink your alcohol? I'm here to arrest you. But the warship clearly slowed down, showing no intention of pursuit. The three parties retreated. Shiki gritted his teeth, but glancing at the damaged fleet, all this destruction was done by Rate cleaning up the minions, with the three capable fighters being held back. Rate killing and killing and killing, and the vigilant navy. He finally snorted coldly. Roger, next time we meet, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. He waved his hand to signal a retreat, and the Rock's fleet slowly sailed away. Roger waved cheerfully. Say hello to Rocks for me. Carp dug at his ear. TSK. Boring. And he also turned the ship around to leave. He didn't want to pursue Roger now, as it would easily allow Rocks and his crew to take advantage of the situation. This battle really ended with a whimper. Roger scored 1 point in a 1v1. Jabba scored nothing in a 1v1. Rayleigh scored 1 point in a 1v1. Rate scored full marks in a 1v100. Rate was the MVP, while Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh were just lying down and winning dogheads. The sea breeze gently brushed by. The smoke dissipated, and on the deck of the Oro Jackson, the members of the Roger Pirates sat or lay around, enjoying the rare post-battle leisure. Rate lay on the deck, covered in red stains from the evaporated blood mist, looking like a dried, salted fish. This was not Rate's blood. The chopping and smashing soldiers could get hurt. Rate jumped directly into the sea. I'm exhausted. I killed at least hundreds of minions, but the spotlight was completely stolen by that old Carp. Jabba, while pouring alcohol into his mouth, rolled his eyes. You still have the nerve to complain? If it weren't for that cannon from Carp, I would have almost taken down Charlotte Lingling. Oh, I almost took down Charlotte Lingling, Rate said with a downturned V-shaped sarcastic smile. Uncle Jabba, I'm not saying you. I didn't break through defense with corrosion and chopping. Could your axe really break through defense? Rate picked his nose. After hanging out with Roger for so long, he unconsciously picked his nose. Rate liked to pick his nose when being sarcastic, and it was quite effective. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and calmly added, Jabba, your axe has already chopped air, so stop bragging. Jabba. Rayleigh, do you want to fight? Roger laughed heartily, pulling the two of them in. Koo-ha-ha. Today was really enjoyable. That guy Carp is still the same, always causing trouble at the most lively moments. The deck was blown to bits. Rate looked at everyone, and all the members of the Roger Pirates looked at Rate. Rate sighed and resigned himself to getting up. All right. Who told me I'm a devil fruit user? He pressed his hands on the deck, mist slowly seeping out, filling the damaged wood. Jabba supervised from his side. Hey kid, is your mist patch reliable? Don't let the ship fall apart halfway through. Rate rolled his eyes. Why don't you try? How do we come over without the Oro Jackson? I'm quite professional in patching ships. Jabba, you continue. Rayleigh walked over and patted Rate's shoulder. Good job. I'll give you extra food tonight. Rate's eyes lit up. Really? I want to eat barbecue. Rayleigh smiled. Sure, I'll deduct it from the 30,000 berries you owe me. Rate? I choose to starve to death. This money was borrowed by Rate for training to use the Black-Tide Greatsword and to buy a ship. I've owed it for more than 10 years. You want me to pay it back now? I'm definitely a deadbeat. Night fell, and a bonfire was lit on the deck, the aroma of barbecue wafting through the air. Roger raised a bottle of wine, standing on a barrel and shouting, "Cheers to today's victory." Cheers! The crowd cheered, glasses clinked, and liquor splashed everywhere. Jabba, with a flushed face from drinking, hugged Rate's neck. "Kid, you look pretty cool killing minions today." Rate proudly raised his chin. "Of course. Scarlet Mist. Jabba, but compare to me back in the day." "Rate, stop. Jabba bro, you always brag when you're drunk. I'm tired of hearing it. And if you mention that useless old joke again, I'll take you down." Jabba was furious. "Stinky brat, what I'm saying is all true. Do you understand how to respect your seniors?" Rayleigh calmly sipped his drink. Like that time you challenged a Sea King and ended up being chased for 3 days and 3 nights? Jabba. Rayleigh. Shut up. Chapter 25. Before the Battle of God Valley, Carp's invitation in the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, Rox had always wanted to recruit Roger. But perhaps it was the will of the world that Rox never encountered Roger's pirate crew during his leadership. Without Rox, no one else could take down Roger's crew. Shock. Charlotte Linlin, a cadre of the Rox pirates, stated on Hive Island, if Roger, Jabba, and Rit were willing, they could produce powerful children. Haha, who would have thought that Rit's first confession would actually be to Charlotte Linlin? Little Rit was just a tiny bean compared to Charlotte Linlin. A giant and a tiny bean. Jabba laughed so hard his stomach hurt. This time, Rit did not refute because Jabba really had a say in the giant clan. Days passed, and as the seagulls delivered one bounty notice after another, Rox became the master of capturing pirates. Today he captured Kaido, and tomorrow he would crush a pirate dojo, which also indicated that the Battle of God Valley was approaching. However, Rit did not feel anything. Whether Rox won or Carp won, he felt it did not matter. You might say that if Rox became the king of the world, chaos would ensue. When the target of resistance is no longer the high and mighty god, but a pirate, the inviolable thought cultivated over 800 years would collapse. Why can you be a king while I cannot? At least it gave the world a chance to resist. Although the Navy is currently maintaining the justice of the sea, the Navy is the Navy, and the Celestial Dragons are the Celestial Dragons. Rit would not attribute the Navy's achievements to the Celestial Dragons. It would be better if the Celestial Dragons were dead. Just as Rox was gathering pirates, Carp also approached Roger and the others. The crew on the lookout shouted, "A Navy warship is coming." "It's Carp's dog-headed ship." Roger grinned, and his eyes sparkled with excitement under his straw hat. "Kuahaha, my old rival has come." Rit narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching warship. Carp stood at the bow, his iconic dog-headed hat casting a shadow over his face, which usually bore a silly smile, but was now exceptionally serious. "Prepare for battle," Jabba shouted, and the crew immediately entered a state of readiness. They wouldn't fight, but the necessary procedures could not be skipped. However, to everyone's surprise, Carp's warship stopped about 100 meters away from them. Strangely, all the cannons on that warship were pointed downwards, clearly signaling a ceasefire. It is known that Carp would definitely start with cannon fire when meeting Roger. Rit had already prepared for a fog battle. What the hell is going on? Rit muttered under his breath. A blood mist unconsciously began to swirl around him. He seemed to guess what Carp was coming for. Carp suddenly leaped forward, making several waves in the air with his moonwalk, and landed steadily on the deck of the Oro Jackson. This action tensed everyone up, and Rit's fingers were already resting on the hilt of Black Tide. If Carp really wanted to talk about that matter, Rit would not hesitate to draw his sword. Letting them protect those beasts was no joke. "Relax, kid." Carp glanced at Rit, then walked straight to Roger. "I have something to say." Roger laughed heartily and opened his arms. "Kuaha, Carp, when did you learn to be so polite?" Carp ignored Roger's teasing and lowered his voice, his tone unusually serious. "Rox is preparing to come to God Valley." The deck fell silent in an instant. Rayleigh's glasses flashed cold light. Jabba's axe unconsciously drooped, and even the usually playful Roger restrained his smile. "So what?" Rit couldn't help but interject. "Navy, what are you here for?" Rit didn't even call Carp by name. Carp's sharp gaze turned to Rit. his eyes as if they could see through everything. "Kid, do you know what God Valley is for?" Rit's body stiffened imperceptibly, but he still nodded. "Roger, Rayleigh." And Jabba quietly moved to Rit's side. They knew that Rit could foresee the future. For Rit to show such unusual emotions. Even if they had a good relationship with Karp, they would always stand behind Rit, regardless of whether he knew the future or not. "I don't know what you're talking about. Get off our ship." Rit swung Black-Tide. After Karp blocked Black-Tide, he stepped back 2 paces, jumping out of Rit's attack range. "Stop playing dumb. I trust my instincts." Karp pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and threw it on the deck. "Look for yourself." Rit bent down to pick up the paper and found it was a list of slaves. In the special display item column, it was clearly written that the total number of slaves was about 100,000, with children accounting for about 16. Rit's hands began to tremble, the paper making a faint sound in his grip. "Karp." Roger's voice deepened. "What exactly do you want to say?" Karp took a deep breath. "Rox wants to seize the celestial dragon's treasures and devil fruits, but those beasts—" He pointed towards the direction of God Valley. Karp stopped speaking. It was unclear whether he was referring to Rox or the celestial dragons as beasts. Rayleigh suddenly spoke. "So you're here to save the slaves? I thought you should bring 10 warships, so the slaves wouldn't escape, letting you have a good time with the celestial dragons. Haha. Bullshit." Karp slammed his fist against the ship's railing, and the wood instantly split open with a crack. "I'm here to kill Rox. But those kids—" His voice rarely showed a hint of wavering. "They shouldn't die." The deck fell into silence. The sea breeze carried distant screams, like a dull knife scraping against everyone's hearts. Rit suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a touching speech. "But how can you guarantee this isn't a trap? Let us be cannon fodder while the Navy reaps the benefits? Besides, aren't those slaves also products of your protection?" Karp did not answer immediately, but walked in front of Rit, close enough to smell the blood on him. He lowered his voice to a volume only Rit could hear. "The third cave under the cliff on the west side. The guards are already asleep." Rit's pupils suddenly constricted. "You." Rit's voice caught in his throat. Karp stepped back, returning to his usual carefree expression. "So, Roger, do you want to team up for a big score?" Roger stroked his chin, his gaze flickering between Karp and Rit. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Kuahaha. Interesting. Rayleigh, what do you think?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. From a strategic perspective, temporary cooperation is indeed the best choice. But he glanced meaningfully at Karp. "We need some guarantees." Karp grinned, pulling out a densely marked map from his pocket and throwing it to Rayleigh. "This is the Navy's deployment map in God Valley, the location of the celestial dragons, and possible hiding spots in case of danger. This is based on my reconnaissance when clearing God Valley. That's enough sincerity, right?" Rit stared at the map intently, the balance in his heart constantly tipping. He didn't want to protect those so-called celestial dragons, but he couldn't ignore the cries of those children. What made him even more uneasy was that Karp seemed to be hinting at something. "Rit." Roger suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. "What do you think?" Everyone turned to Rit. Rit slowly explained. "The celestial dragons treat God Valley as a hunting arena, capturing slaves, including humans, fishmen, giants, etc., and exiling them to the island, using weapons or ferocious beasts to hunt them down for amusement. Celestial dragons who perform exceptionally in hunting may even be rewarded by the elders, showcasing their so-called noble bloodline and combat power." After finishing, Rit closed his eyes. Roger remained silent for a long time. "We can help you fight Rox." Roger finally spoke. "Karp, I trust you, but I don't trust the Navy. We have to judge the timing of our actions ourselves." Karp laughed heartily. "That's enough, Roger." He turned and walked towards the ship's railing, glancing back at Rayleigh before leaving. "Remember, if the fog is thick enough, even God can't see the truth. I can't be bothered with how pirates cause trouble, nor do I care about the lives of the celestial dragons, but children shouldn't die. It will probably be very chaotic at that time." This statement struck Rayleigh's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 26. The celestial dragons deserve to die in the center arena of God's Valley, embedded with 12 tons of gold. A celestial dragon A was poking at an iron cage with a jeweled whip. "Hurry up and crawl, you filthy fishman." Inside the cage, a fishman girl covered in whip marks mechanically moved her tail fin, with light pink blood seeping from her tail. "Father, look!" A young celestial dragon suddenly screamed, pointing at the sky. Three winged slave creatures, their wings chained, were plummeting from a height of 100 meters. This was the celestial dragon's favorite birdfall show. The audience erupted in cheers as the celestial dragons, wearing bubble helmets, eagerly placed bets on which slave would splatter first. Boring, celestial dragon beyond, suddenly raising a handgun and shattering one of the slave's kneecaps. Now that's interesting. The marble corridor was lined with live exhibits, giant infants with doll-like limbs sewn onto them. A mermaid songstress adorned with a gemstone necklace, her vocal cords already removed. This was the highlight of the auction. A servant respectfully lifted the red silk, revealing three fur-covered cubs curled up in a cage, glowing on moonlit nights, perfect for bedside lamps. Roger and the others were in the third cave beneath the west cliff. Using observation hockey to scan God's Valley, no one was without anger. Among them, Roger and Rit felt it most profoundly, as their observation hockey was the best, allowing them to perceive the faintest life forces, those more terrified and desperate than adults. The jungle echoed with screams. 20 slaves were thrown into a trap-filled hunting ground, bells tied around their necks, numbers engraved on their wrists. The rules were simple. The host announced through a video snail, "Noble lords, use specially made bullets to hunt. Hit the numbered parts to win corresponding prizes." He kicked the prize box at his feet, filled with devil fruits and slave contracts. Number 7. I want to shoot number 7's left eye. The gun of a celestial dragon smoked. 100 meters away, a female longhand tribe member fell, clutching her bleeding eye socket. The video snail's pupils contracted, transmitting the scene to Mariehua's live broadcast screen. Rit felt like he was going insane. This was his first true encounter with the celestial dragons. Although he had seen their cruelty in comics, both his past worldview and what he witnessed in this life gave Rit an answer. They all deserved to die, playing with others' lives as they pleased. Who gave him the right? He wished he could go out and kill them all. Rox was cruel. But how were the celestial dragons any better? They were all scum. Suddenly, the naval flag at the port of God's Valley ignited spontaneously, and from the blue flames emerged a figure draped in a captain's coat. Rox D. Jibek stepped forward, Kapu. His roar shattered every glass along the shore. Are you here to send your toy soldiers to their deaths? 50 warships in the port simultaneously turned their cannons, but the soldiers in the front row suddenly knelt, their shadows pinned to the ground by some force. Wang Ji emerged from the shadows, the tip of his blade lifting a naval vice admiral's head. Our captain is asking a question. The proud steel line of the Navy crumbled like paper before the Rox pirates. The wreckage of 10 top warships burned on the sea. Was this the backbone of the world government? Rox crushed a Marine's helmet underfoot, grinding the bloodied, pulpy face beneath his shoe, not even enough to warm me up. Rox was barely entangled by Carp, and it was clear to any observer that Carp couldn't hold on much longer. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, 9 Knights of God appeared, marching in perfect formation. They wore pure white cloaks, with the hoof print of the celestial dragons embroidered on their chests, each exuding an aura as deep as the abyss. The leading knight, Gallant Saint, wielded a western sword enveloped in conqueror's hockey, pointing its tip directly at Rox. Rox D. Jibek, your crimes end today. Rox grinned, revealing his white teeth. Just you bunch of watchdogs? Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard had stepped forward, unleashing the power of the Tremor fruit with a mighty slash. Skyquake. Boom! 3 Knights of God combined their strength to block it, knowing that the Knights of God were all elites. Gallant Saint's pupils dilated. What? He had not expected the captain of Rox's crew to be so powerful. He had always believed they would crush their enemies. After all, they were sustained by the entire world. Hey, you seem to be ignoring us. The Rox pirates, forged by Rox's absolute strength, had a strong cohesion as long as Rox did not fall or show signs of defeat. However, once Rox fell, they would instantly collapse. Silver Axe Wang Ji had also taken down 2 knights. Shadow binding, strangulation. Crack! With the sound of shattering stone, 2 knights were sent flying, looking seemingly uninjured. Charlotte Linlin stood atop Zeus, laughing maniacally as she charged down. Mama, your souls belong to me. The youngest Knight of God had just raised his shield when Zeus swallowed him whole, his scream abruptly cut off. The first casualty had occurred. The weakest Gallant Saint didn't care. Gallant Saint swung his sword fiercely. The Conqueror's hockey-wrapped slash aimed straight for Rox's throat. Rox did not dodge. He grabbed the blade with one hand, black-red lightning exploding in his palm. Too slow. Crack. The weapon in his hand was crushed by Rox's bare hands. Before Gallant Saint could react, Rox's other hand had gripped his throat, lifting him high. So-called Knights of God. Rox sneered, fingers slowly tightening. Just dogs raised by the celestial dragons. Bang! Gallant Saint was slammed into the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading for 100 meters. Carp paid no attention to the Knights of God. His only opponent was Rox. Anyone else who came would be asking for death, and he wouldn't care. The remaining veteran knights could only fight to a standstill against the Rox pirates' officers. For a moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. It was impossible to make the Rox pirates' officers fight to the death. When Rox sent Carp flying with a punch and turned to look towards the auction site, he saw a scene that delighted him. The pirates had broken through the Navy's defenses. Even with the Knights of God conducting slaughter, the pirates surged like locusts toward the entire Celestial Dragon viewing platform. Those once high and mighty gods now fleeing like headless flies. Interesting. Rox licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let's pull these gods down from their pedestals. Carp seized the opportunity to land an iron fist on Rox's face. But Rox caught his wrist in a reversal. Carp, you're distracted. Bang! Rox's knee slammed into Carp's abdomen, causing the naval hero to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 27. The diligent Master Rue collects fertilizer in the underground passage. A fisherman girl carried an injured fur tribe child on her back, followed by a dozen slaves of various races. Suddenly, at the end of the passage, a silver-haired boy named Don Quixote Hominis appeared. Get out of the way. The fisherman girl bared her sharp teeth. The boy silently handed over a set of keys. There's a ship at the eastern dock. His voice trembled. You can escape. The mist of root condensed into a finger, pointing in another direction. There's an exit over there, too. As the last slave disappeared at the end of the passage, Root turned to look at the main battlefield where Lox was choking Garing Saint. While Carp had already gotten back on his feet, his armed hockey glowing darkly on his fists. This needs to end. The blood mist on the black-tied greatsword suddenly surged, but this time Root did not spread the mist widely. Instead, he condensed it around himself, refracting light and hiding his presence. Root did not charge into the main battlefield. They like to treat people as less than human, don't they, celestial dragons? Your Rue father is here, Captain Roger. Jabba looked anxiously at Roger, who remained still. Let him go. Roger, as Straw Hat shadowed his eyes, some battles must be chosen by him. In the center of God Valley, chaos had long ensued. Since you like hunting, his voice floated in the air, but could not be pinpointed. Then now, I'm the hunter. The celestial dragon saint, in a panic, directed his guards. Quick, escort me out of this cursed place. The guards nervously looked around, but only saw a sea of crimson mist. Sir, we can't find the enemy. Useless. A bunch of useless. Puff. The celestial dragon saint's voice was abruptly cut off. A fine line of blood appeared on his throat without him realizing it. The guards watched in horror as his head slowly slid off, blood gushing forth. The first one. Since deciding to kill the celestial dragons, Root felt a sudden clarity. The bottleneck that had held back his fruit power vanished. Root sensed that his fruit's ability had awakened. The mist he had previously called blood mist felt somewhat forced because he had mixed that color himself. Now, the blood mist was truly fitting. Since you don't value life, I'll treat your lives as fertilizer. That's fine, right? Root felt the awakening of his fruit brought an overall enhancement to the quality of the mist, and in the mist surrounding Root, as long as he wished. He could extract the life force of living beings and feed it back to himself. After killing the celestial dragons, Root felt completely unburdened. The golden fruit of the river god flowed through him. The pirate king truly is in a world of ideals. The celestial dragon, vegetable saint, and grass saint hid behind a golden statue, trembling all over. Damn commoners! How dare you attack us? The celestial dragon, vegetable saint, screamed hysterically. When the Navy arrives, I'll capture all their families as slaves. Don't make a sound. The celestial dragon grass saint covered his mouth. That guy can hear us. Suddenly, the celestial dragon vegetable saint violently shoved the grass saint aside and drew a gemstone-inlaid pistol. How dare you, slave, touched the noble. How could a slave be here, Bang? The bullet pierced the celestial dragon grass Saint's forehead. The celestial dragon vegetable Saint stared blankly at his hand. I didn't mean to, Bang. The celestial dragon vegetable Saint. The grass Saint's chest exploded in a spray of blood, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Having just seen a slave. In the moment he fell, he saw a pair of cold red eyes in the mist. Dogs biting dogs, how delightful. The celestial dragon was dragging his fat body toward the golden carriage, his snot and tears smeared all over his ugly face. Save me. I am a descendant of the Creator. You commoners must. Mist erosion. Life siphon. Rut's finger gently curled. The mist wrapping around the celestial dragon suddenly tightened. Ugh! The fat celestial dragon suddenly froze, his skin visibly shriveling, the essence of his blood and flesh being drawn out by the mist, transforming into streams of crimson energy flowing back into Rut's body. In just 3 seconds, a dried corpse fell to the ground, and with a gust of wind, it turned to ash. Rut clenched his fist, feeling the vitality and strength within him replenishing, even his haki becoming denser. So this is what it feels like to plunder life. No wonder it's so addictive for you lot. Oh, you're just weaklings who can't feel it. The remaining 5 celestial dragons huddled together, back to back, raising their cups, trembling all over. Come out, you demon. Rut's voice echoed from all directions. Don't you like hunting? Now, it's your turn to be the prey. Mist realm, life withering. The crimson mist suddenly expanded, enveloping all 5 celestial dragons. Ah, my arm. Help! My skin is melting. Where did the slaves go? Navy, save me. Their screams gradually weakened as the essence of their blood and flesh was frantically extracted, transforming into 5 streams of blood flowing into Rut's body. Thud! 5 dried corpses fell simultaneously, while Rut's aura surged to unprecedented heights. What a nauseating sweetness. He looked down at his hands, a glimmer of struggle flashing in his eyes, but quickly replaced by coldness. But dealing with you is just right. The fisherman girl and the fleeing slaves had arrived at the dock, but pursuers were close behind. Stop them. Don't let a single one escape. A Navy colonel charged in with dozens of soldiers, bullets raining down on the unarmed slaves. Suddenly, crimson mist rose from the ground, forming a barrier that blocked all attacks. What is this? The fisherman girl was stunned. From the mist came Rut's voice. Run, don't look back. In the next moment, the mist wall suddenly expanded, enveloping all the pursuers. Mist healing, life gift. The wounds of these children were healing, while the Navy's strength gradually faded. That's right. Give your life as a gift to others. Life gifts are reasonable. Thank you, celestial dragons, for allowing Rut to thoroughly test his fruit abilities. They are all sacrifices for science. Let us spit twice to show our respect. 2A. Watching the gradually weakening Navy, Rut wore a sarcastic expression. Aren't you, the justice-bearing Navy? Why aren't you fighting pirates on the main battlefield, but coming here to stop slaves? I guess the pirates don't dare to fight, but the kids can, right? Rut removed the mist from his face. Crimson mist, Rut. Aren't you afraid of the world government's revenge? Rut picked his nose. Well, if you die, I want to be exposed. Sayonara. Chapter 28. The arrival of the Roger Pirates Ritter was wandering crazily in God's Valley. Apart from the main battlefield, he searched every place where he could hide the celestial dragons. He had collected enough fertilizer, but Ritter felt regretful that some celestial dragons were heavily guarded by CP0, indicating their high status among the celestial dragons. Waves of pirates surged towards them, but after a few waves, they seemed to lose their momentum. It's normal for pirates to be afraid of death. Ritter, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos, couldn't find an opportunity. If Ritter truly wanted to kill them, he had ways to do so, but it would expose him and be counterproductive. With so many celestial dragons around, Ritter had already killed half of them himself, which was quite satisfying. He hummed a little tune and returned to the cave where the Roger ship was docked. At this time, Rox had been fighting with Carp and the others for more than 3 days. Roger waited, listening to the voices of all things, always paying attention to Ritter. Wherever Ritter appeared, there was hope and fear. Seeing Ritter return, Roger didn't say anything, but the smile on his face was hard to suppress. The other members of the Roger Pirates found it difficult to notice Ritter due to his deliberate concealment, but everyone tacitly refrained from asking. Ritter's return lifted everyone's spirits. With the celestial dragons mostly dead and Carp and Rocks having fought for 3 days, it was a joyous occasion. "Guys, let us go meet the Rocks Pirates," Roger shouted. Ritter looked at his captain. The intense battles had caused heavy casualties among the Rocks Pirates and the Navy. Now, they wouldn't become the watchdogs of the celestial dragons, since most of them were dead. It was a joyous occasion indeed. Now that they were making their appearance, they were merely passing by to help. The celestial dragons were all killed by Rocks, and perhaps the world government would even thank them. Who said Roger only knew how to take risks? Rock's breathing was heavy like thunder, and his black coat was already tattered, revealing a scarred chest. Carp's iron fists had left several bruises on his face, and his conqueror's hockey was no longer as ferocious as it once was. "Damn Navy. Damn Carp." He spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning maliciously at the equally disheveled Carp. "What? Your masters are all dead, and you're still fighting?" Carp grinned, his fists cracking. "I never fight for those trash." Just as the two were about to clash again, a hearty laugh echoed from the edge of the battlefield. "Ha ha ha! How can we miss out on a fight?" A loud laugh came from the edge of the battlefield. Rocks and Carp turned their heads simultaneously to see a dark red giant ship breaking through the smoke, with a man in a straw hat, GOLD, Roger, standing at the bow. "Roger." Rock's pupils constricted. "You bastard, what are you doing here?" Roger laughed as he jumped off the ship, Ace drawing his sword, pointing the blade directly at Rocks. "Of course, I'm here to help." Carp's mouth twitched at Roger, who had just shown up after 3 days of fighting. "Help? Help who?" Roger winked. "Of course, to help the just side." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, calmly adding, "We were just passing by and saw the Navy struggling, so we came to assist." Jabba, holding an axe, grinned. "That's right, we're just concerned citizens." Ritter stood at the ship's railing, the black tide, great sword resting on his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. Internally, the celestial dragons are mostly dead now. With our appearance, who can still say we're here to pick up the scraps? He. Roger and Carp were battling Rocks. As for the 5 elders and the holy knights, it turns out they were mostly dead too. The scientific defense warrior, the financial warrior, the leader of the holy knights, and the others were gone. Ritter sighed. TSK, what a reshuffle." Jabba, Rayleigh, and the others went to find the other members of the Rocks Pirates. Carp, Roger, and Rocks were not something they could interfere with. "Hey, Carp." Roger laughed, sort of pointed at Rocks. "Even though I don't like you this time, let us team up." Carp snorted coldly, his fists cracking. "Stop talking. After I finish him, I'll beat you up." Rocks stood atop the ruins, laughing maniacally. "Fools from 2 eras. Let us go together. Let me show you the true king of the world." Rock's conqueror's hockey erupted like a tsunami, black and red lightning tearing through the sky. Roger and Carp simultaneously unleashed their hockey, the 3 immense pressures colliding, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Divine avoidance. Roger's slash tore through space, aiming for Rock's throat. Fistbone meteor. Carp's iron fist, enveloped in top-tier hockey, smashed towards Rock's chest. Rocks grinned, both fists striking out. Boom! The 3 forces collided, shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield, the ground cracking, and seawater flooding in. Rocks was pushed back several meters, blood oozing from his mouth. But his fighting spirit surged even higher. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! He ripped open his shirt, the spiral tattoo on his chest spinning wildly. "You are worth my full effort. Great vortex, devouring of the gods." The energy of the entire island was crazily absorbed. Rock's muscles bulged, his skin cracked, but unprecedented power erupted. Roger's eyes narrowed. Life returned. Without energy supplementation, he is burning his life. Carp grinned. "Just as I like it." "Roger," Carp shouted. "I know." Roger laughed in response. The 2 charged towards Rocks simultaneously. Fistbone, galaxy impact. Carp's fist, wrapped in Conqueror's hockey, fell like a meteor. Ace judgment. Roger's blade slashed out a strike that could split heaven and earth. Rocks roared, both fists clashing, domain of the Conqueror, and boom! The heavens and earth lost their color. What was Ritter doing? Oh wow, it's really intense. Ritter was watching the battle from the ship's bow. a blood mist enveloping the entire Oro Jackson, protecting it from destruction. Ritter spoke up. Even from this distance, he felt their conqueror's haki threatening to disperse his mist. You traversers better do your job. I've killed so many celestial dragons, I should be able to take a break now. These might be the 3 strongest people of this era. Let's not worry about that old guy hiding in the garden for now. With Ritter's current strength, he had already qualified to watch the battle. Wow, Carp is really targeting Rock's lower back. Ouch, that punch looks painful. Oh my god, it sent the captain flying. Oh no, what a mess. While Ritter was eagerly commenting on the battle, Kaido, in his small longworm form from the fish fruit, made his appearance as a trainee of Rock's. Chapter 29. He should thank us at the edge of God Valley. Smoke filled the air. Young Kaido had just consumed the fish fruit and had not yet fully mastered its powers. At this moment, in his half-dragon form, he was rampaging through the ruins, spewing out erratic hot breath and swatting away several random Navy soldiers with his tail. Ritter squatted in the blood mist, resting his chin on his hand, watching the little long worm with great interest. He could transform into a half-dragon right after eating it. In his mind, oh wow, isn't this the future strongest creature? But right now it looks so silly. Hey kid. Ritter's voice suddenly came from all directions, startling Kaido, who jerked his dragon head left and right. Who? Come out. Your father. Swish. A whip made of blood mist suddenly lashed against Kaido's dragon rear. Kaido writhed in pain, nearly falling into the sea. Ritter's figure flickered in the blood mist, grinning mischievously. Little long worm, your Captain Rocks is about to be beaten to death. Aren't you going to help? Kaido's eyes widened in anger. Of course I'm going. But you bastard, but you're too weak. Ritter interrupted him, and the blood mist suddenly transformed into a gigantic hand, grasping Kaido's dragon neck. You can't even use haki, and you still call yourself the strongest creature? Kaido struggled frantically, his dragon claws tearing at the blood mist. But it felt like hitting cotton. Captain Rocks, I'm coming to help. He had just shouted when he suddenly felt a constraint at his feet. Swish! A strand of crimson mist silently coiled around his ankle. What is this? Kaido's eyes widened, feeling a severe burning sensation at his ankle, as his skin visibly rotted away. Blood mist, bone erosion. Ritter's voice echoed from all directions, laced with malice. Kaido kicked wildly, but the blood mist clung to him like a festering disease, corroding his flesh, and it seemed to be spreading throughout his body. Ritter felt the vitality he absorbed increase significantly. The stronger the creature, the more life force the mist could draw. Bastard, get out here. He swung his mace angrily but only scattered a puff of mist. TSK, is that all? Ritter's figure flickered in the blood mist, holding a stick made of blood mist. Oi, kid, didn't your captain teach you to keep your observation haki active at all times? Before his words finished, bang! A blunt blow struck Kaido's skull with precision. Ugh! Kaido's vision went black, and before his dragon scales could harden, he fell face first into the mud. Ritter casually walked over and kicked the unconscious Kaido. TSK, the future strongest creature. Right now, he's just a silly fool taking a beating. He squatted down, casually taking away the treasure Kaido had just snatched, and used the blood mist to corrode a few words on his back. Visited here. He left his mark just a step ahead of Utian. Suddenly, a wave of air nearly knocked Ritter over. He looked towards the main battlefield. You all really think you can kill me? Rocks slowly stood up from the ruins, blood dripping from his tattered robe. Yet couldn't he conceal the suffocating aura he exuded. His conqueror's haki was no longer frenzied, but had solidified into nearly tangible black lightning, enveloping his entire body, distorting even the air under his pressure. Kazan's fist trembled slightly, and Roger's blade dipped a fraction. They felt it. The aura of this man was climbing to an unprecedented peak. I am the king who will overturn the world. You are merely stumbling blocks of the times. Rock's pupils turned completely black, and his conqueror's haki was no longer just a shockwave. It transformed into a domain that enveloped the entire battlefield. Dominion of the ruler. Endless dark domain. In an instant, all the powerful beings within it, whether Roger, Carp, or Rayleigh and Jabba, were suppressed by an invisible force. Their movement slowed for a moment. Observation Haki was interrupted. Rayleigh showed a rare expression of shock. Not interrupted. Roger grinned, his eyes flashing with battle intent. It's been suppressed. Rock's Conqueror's Haki had surpassed mere intimidation and could now temporarily suppress opponents' perception and actions. On Rock's chest, that spiral tattoo began to spin wildly, resembling an endless black hole, as the surrounding ruins, seawater, and even light were gradually being devoured. Great whirlpool, devourer of gods. The entire God Valley began to collapse, the ground cracking open into countless abysses, seawater flooding in, and the sky tearing open dark rifts. He is absorbing the entire island. Ritter's blood mist was being violently pulled, his expression changing drastically. This guy wants to take everyone down with him. Rock's body began to disintegrate, but his laughter grew more manic. Kuahaha. Roger. Carp, do you think you've won? The world government, the celestial dragons, the D-clan, you're all being toyed with by fate. My will never disappear. His flesh crumbled, but his conqueror's Haki solidified into a pitch-black phantom, shooting into the sky. One day, someone will inherit my ambition, overturn this world. Ritter saw this scene and ran away. Hey, I'll take this treasure chest. Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others hurriedly retreated to the Oro Jackson, while Ritter's mist condensed, being frantically drawn into the black hole. But Ritter didn't dare to stop. If he did, the Jackson might be smashed, compressing it into a shield outside the ship. Ritter was sure that the stamina he consumed in 3 days couldn't compare to this return. Everyone released their Conqueror's Haki to resist that destructive force. But the ship remained firmly embedded in the surroundings of God Valley because their captain was still inside, and they couldn't leave. After the first wave of impact ended, Rayleigh and Ritter rushed towards God Valley, while Jabba continued to resist the shock on the ship. Now, divine avoidance, Roger bellowed, Ace's long sword entwined with Conqueror's Haki, slicing directly at Rock's throat. Fistbone, galaxy impact, Carp's fist roared out, compressing the air into a vacuum. Underworld King, sword of the end, Rayleigh's sword light cut through the darkness. Mist God style, eternal night. Ritter's blood mist transformed into countless blades, sealing off Rock's escape route. Boom! In a world-shattering explosion, Rock's figure was completely engulfed. God Valley sank. The Rock's pirates watched their captain's defeat and began to retreat from God Valley, while the Navy could only watch from a distance, as they no longer had the strength to pursue the pirates. Both sides were nearly exhausted from the fight. Everyone jumped onto the floating planks around, as the unprotected Navy ships were shattered by the impact. Ritter glanced around. Wow, the scientific defense war god is still alive. The legendary tortoise is quite resilient too. The scientific defense war god looked at the Roger pirates. The world government owes you a favor. They will withdraw your bounty. Thank you all for your help. Ritter pointed at the 5 elders in his Jerry form. Look, he should thank us. He no longer considered why the Roger pirates had appeared. Without them, Rocks might have really succeeded. This could no longer be explained by any conspiracy theory, as it simply didn't make sense. The Roger pirates have no need to risk everything for the world government. This favor is too great. However, the old men of the world government would never kneel down to thank the Roger pirates. Rate felt pretty good about it. Having this big favor would make things easier in the future. Rate felt that as long as the Roger pirates do not come into contact with the truth of the world, they could dominate this world. The ancient, non-obligatory warlords of the sea, do they exist? Chapter 30. Draw SSR Shanks. After the Battle of God Valley, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away from the ruins. On the deck, the Roger pirates gathered in a circle, curiously staring at Rate, who returned from the battlefield with a magnificent treasure chest. Hey Rate, what good stuff did you fish out this time? Jabba rubbed his hands, looking excited. Rate shrugged, a mysterious smile on his lips. Who knows? Maybe it's a celestial dragon's treasure. No treasure can escape my eyes. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and calmly said, with your personality, it's probably something valuable. Roger laughed heartily and lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Wow! Inside the chest, there was neither gold nor gems, but a small baby with red hair, sleeping soundly, tightly gripping a pacifier in his little fist. The entire deck fell silent. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Rate, whistling oh. What a surprise. The baby seemed to be awakened by the noise, opened his big, clear eyes in a daze. and then giggled at Roger, waving his little hands as if trying to grab his straw hat. Roger froze for 2 seconds, then burst into even louder laughter. Kuahaha. This little brat likes my hat. Rayleigh facepalmed. Captain, that's not the point. Jabba squatted down and poked the baby's face. Hey little guy, what is your name? Of course. The baby wouldn't answer, just gurgled and reached out to grab Jabba's untrimmed beard. Rayleigh stroked his chin, deep in thought. I found him in the Celestial Dragon's treasure vault. Wow. Although Rayleigh knew Shanks was drawn from the treasure chest, he didn't expect to have fished him into the Roger Pirates. He was really looking forward to what would happen with his little butterfly in the future. Roger picked up the baby and held him high above his head. From today on, you are a member of the Roger Pirates. Kuahaha. Rayleigh sighed. Captain, have you ever raised a child? Roger didn't care. What does it matter? We don't lack this one meal on the ship. Little Rayleigh is raised just fine. Rayleigh, good. Captain, remember what you just said. Roger was scratching his head in front of a boiling pot of milk. The liquid in the pot was a strange pink color, occasionally bubbling suspiciously. Rayleigh, he shouted, are you sure the formula for the milk powder is like this? Rayleigh frowned as he flipped through a small booklet in his hand, the cover reading Sparta Parenting Manual. The formula should. His words were cut off as the liquid in the pot suddenly made a loud popping sound, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Rayleigh, lounging in a hammock, poked his head out lazily. Friendly reminder, are you sure hot sauce is suitable for babies? The kitchen was immediately in chaos. Jabba frantically tried to save the milk pot. Rayleigh flipped through the manual quickly, and Roger pulled out a bottle of rum from somewhere, about to pour in. Stop. Rayleigh quickly blocked his captain. The baby can't drink alcohol. Roger scratched his head and laughed. What does it matter? When I was a kid, you drank oat milk. Rayleigh had already stood at the cooking station and skillfully took out a new baby bottle, 45-degree warm water, powder after water, gently shaking it. His wrist moved deftly, and the liquid in the bottle quickly turned into a uniform milky white. This milk powder was specially purchased by the Roger Pirates when they went to the island. Rayleigh couldn't help but complain about the Pirate King's technology. There were all sorts of strange things here, but the ship was still a backward wooden sailboat. Jabba's eyes widened. How come you're so skilled? Rayleigh handed the bottle to Shanks, and the little baby immediately hugged it and started drinking happily. He smiled slightly. I might be a genius. Just then, Roger suddenly excitedly slapped the table. Wouldn't it be faster to heat it with my hockey? Without waiting for everyone's reaction, his fingertips were already wrapped in dark red hockey. Wait, Captain Bang! The baby bottle exploded into a brilliant firework in front of everyone's eyes. Shanks was momentarily stunned, then happily clapped his small hands, his giggles sounding particularly clear amidst the swirling milk powder smoke. Rayleigh trembled as he picked up the glass shards on the ground. That was my last limited edition rum cup. Rayleigh endured for a moment, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Taking a step back only made him feel more cheated. Roger, you bastard. How about this? Spencer brought over a coconut from somewhere. 10 minutes later, Shanks was happily holding a coconut with a hole in it, sipping the coconut water inside. Jabba was moved to tears. We did it. Just yesterday we were fighting the Rocks Pirates. And today we're all flustered around a baby. Ha ha. What fun. On the Oro Jackson late at night, Shanks' cries echoed through every cabin. Shanks was sitting on Jabba's lap, tugging at his hair and stuffing it into his mouth. Drool covering his face. Stop, ma. The baby mumbled incoherently, completely unaware that he was destroying the image of a great pirate. Rayleigh leaned against the mast, holding a din mushy, laughing loudly. The always strong Jabba. You really are something? Shut up, you bastard. Jabba roared in frustration. Why do I have to stand guard? Rayleigh calmly flipped through the duty roster, because you cheated in the last dice game. Jabba was left speechless, while Shanks had successfully soaked his hair and was even trying to bite it. Let go. Let go, you little brat. The deck was in chaos, with Jabba wildly shaking his head in an attempt to shake off Shanks' grasp, while the little baby thought it was a game, giggling and holding on tighter. Other crew members looked desperately at Rayleigh. Vice Captain, can we temporarily put in the captain's quarters? Just for one night? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Sure. Everyone's eyes lit up. If you want to see a drunken child. Everyone instantly wilted. The most unreliable one in the Roger Pirates was Roger himself. When Roger first shouted to bring Shanks along, he actually brought little Shanks to drink, and it was only after Rayleigh and the crew beat Roger up that this matter ended. What do we do? Spencer was going crazy at this rate. We'll all become neurotic. Rate yawned and lazily walked over, picking up Shanks from Jabba. All right, I'll stand guard tonight. Jabba felt as if he had received a reprieve. Really? Yeah. Rate slung Shanks over his shoulder. Anyway, I have observation hockey. I can calm him down before he starts crying. Everyone was moved to tears. Rate, you finally have a bit of conscience. Rate smirked, but from today on, your alcohol belongs to me. The deck fell into a deathly silence. 3 seconds later, you demon taking advantage of the fire. Chapter 31, a pair of rivals Roger squatted on the deck, watching Raider skillfully change Shanks' diaper and suddenly burst into laughter. You know, Raider, when you came on board at 3 years old, you weren't this much trouble. Raider, not looking up as he tied the diaper, replied, of course not. I was a sweet potato, ah. Rayleigh, who was making tea, paused, and a glint of cold light flashed across his glasses. Now that I think about it, it is suspicious. How could a 3-year-old sneak in the middle of the night to drink my hidden liquor and pick the most expensive one to drink? Jabba added through gritted teeth, I saved up for half a year to buy that rum. Raider picked up Shanks, the little baby happily tugging at his hair. He said without changing his expression, that's called tasting. Besides, when you guys picked me up from the deserted island, didn't you realize I wasn't an ordinary child? Which good child would be alone on an island? Roger laughed even louder. Indeed, Shanks yawned in Raider's arms, drooling all over Raider's shoulder. Raider looked at Shanks and gently patted the baby's back. See, this is what a normal child should look like. Rayleigh slowly took a sip of tea. So you admit you were pretending to be cute to get on a ship back then? Pretending to be cute? Without me, the Roger Pirates would have capsized sooner or later. Raider stuffed the sleeping Shanks into Roger's arms. Now it's your turn to experience the joy of having a real child. Dear Captain, Roger fumbled to catch Shanks, and as Raider's observation hockey swept over, he noticed an oak barrel bobbing with the waves. Raider's hockey sensed it first. Wait. There's something in the barrel. What a fateful encounter. Raider fished it up, and Roger laughed heartily. It won't be another baby, will it? The barrel hit the side of the ship with a bang, and the lid suddenly popped open. A little baby with a red nose was sitting inside, holding a half-eaten carrot and happily waving at them. Another one. Jabba's jaw nearly dropped to the deck. The baby saw everyone and excitedly made noises, the red nose shining in the sunlight. He clumsily tried to climb out of the barrel, but ended up falling headfirst into the freshly aired diaper Raider had just prepared. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Roger had already lifted the red-nosed baby high with laughter. Kuaha, look at his nose. How cute. Shanks seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up in Roger's arms. The moment the two babies locked eyes, wow. Shanks excitedly reached out to grab Buggy's red nose. Buggy unceremoniously bit Shanks' finger. Hey, what are you two doing? You should be loving to each other, little friends. Raider hurriedly separated them, and both Shanks and Buggy started crying loudly. Rayleigh facepalmed. Well, there you have it, buy one get one free. I'm starting to miss Raider when he was little. Raider, holding one baby in each hand, suddenly revealed a devilish smile. Captain, I suddenly have a brilliant idea. Roger leaned in curiously. Little Raider, what good idea do you have? Tell me. Since you love taking care of kids so much, Raider stuffed both babies into Roger's arms. I'll leave these two to you. Wait, I haven't. Roger fumbled to catch the two squirming little ones. Shanks' drool and Buggy's snot instantly smeared all over his face. Rayleigh silently stepped back 3 paces. Who told you to be the captain? Some responsibilities you have to bear. They're all your future crew members. Jabba had already climbed over the railing. I'm going to check if the bottom of the ship is damaged. Roger watched as his crew abandoned him and didn't feel sad. He turned around and held Buggy and Shanks high. Who cares? Kuahaha. From today on, you two are the trainee crew members of the Roger Pirates. Shanks and Buggy seemed to understand, Buggy's red nose twitching, suddenly sneezing, and a bubble of snot landed right on Roger's face. Hey, this little brat is harder to handle than Shanks. Roger frantically wiped his face. Seeing this, Shanks immediately followed suit and let out a puff, but unfortunately, his technique was poor. only spraying Roger with drool. These two little rivals are starting early. The future Yonko red-haired Shanks, the future new Yonko Buggy the Clown. And I'm watching them grow up. My future face will be beyond imagination. Ha ha ha. You two little rascals. Roger pretended to be angry, but couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. It seems I have to teach you what the captain's authority is. As he said this, he reached out to tickle the two babies, but Buggy suddenly grabbed his nose hair, and Shanks took the opportunity to climb onto his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. You little brats. The deck was instantly in chaos. Rayleigh watched this scene, shaking his head helplessly. This is getting lively. Jabba, who had flipped back, was holding 2 bottles of liquor. Come on, I bet Buggy will learn to walk first. Bet a bottle of rum. I bet on Shanks. Shanks is already starting to talk. He will definitely learn to walk first. Another crew member immediately chimed in. Raider leisurely joined the betting. I bet they will learn to steal liquor first. After all, whatever kind of captain you follow, that's the kind of crew you will have. Hey, you heartless bunch. Come help me. Roger's cries for help were drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. Thus, some time passed. Hey, Shanks, look over there. Raider quietly pointed to Rayleigh, who was napping, and stuffed a bottle of ink into Shanks' hand. The little baby blinked his big eyes and wobbled toward the first mate. 5 minutes later, Rayleigh had a perfect pirate flag doodle on his face, while the culprit looked completely innocent, sucking on his finger. Rate. Yeah. Rayleigh's roar echoed throughout the ship. Hiding behind the mast, Raider was shaking with suppressed laughter, completely unaware that Buggy had climbed up behind him. The little baby's red nose twitched, and suddenly he burst into tears. What is wrong? What is wrong? Roger rushed over and happened to see Raider frantically trying to calm a baby. Kuahaha. This is karma. Roger laughed so hard he was slapping his thigh. Raider gritted his teeth. This little brat is definitely pretending. He was just smiling at me. Before he finished speaking, Buggy suddenly stopped crying, made a face at Raider, and the deck erupted in thunderous laughter. Even the usually serious Rayleigh couldn't help but twitch his mouth, heading to get a towel with a face full of ink. Chapter 32 Collision of 2 top pirate crews. 6 years have passed, and there are no signs of time on REIT's face. This is the most practical enhancement brought about by his awakening. As long as REIT wishes, he will not die of old age. He consciously takes care of Roger's body, but while replenishing Roger's life, REIT feels no signs of any terminal illness from him. Is this really a plot twist? REIT expresses his doubts. The azure sea sparkles under the sunlight, and the Oro Jackson sails leisurely. REIT lazily lies on the lookout, chewing on a blade of grass, when suddenly his observation hockey slightly stirs. He squints his eyes and gazes at the distant horizon, a vague black that is slowly approaching. As the distance shortens, the black dot gradually reveals its outline, a massive battleship shaped like a whale's head, with the iconic Whitebeard skull flag on its sails. Hey, Captain, REIT shouts down to the deck. We have familiar faces coming. Roger, who is being entangled by Shanks and Buggy while telling a story, looks up and asks who. REIT smirks, guess. Rayleigh, using his observation hockey, pushes up his glasses and says, that direction. Is it Whitebeard? Roger's eyes light up as he suddenly stands up. Kuahaha. It's that guy. Shanks and Buggy immediately get excited. Whitebeard, the great pirate who is as strong as the captain? REIT leaps down from the lookout and lands steadily, that's right, and he pauses, revealing a playful smile. It seems they have a few little ones on their ship, too. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Moby Dick, several small figures are busy. In the original plot, red-haired Shanks is 39, Vista 47, Marco 45, and Joseph 42. Here I will make Sachi the same age as Vista. 12-year-old Marco is following his siblings to prevent them from falling, while the current motherbird is also quite hardworking. 9-year-old Jozu shines with a faint diamond luster as he struggles to carry wooden barrels. 14-year-old Vista and Sachi are crouched in a corner, dueling with wooden swords and spatulas. Take this, Rose Sword Dance. Watch my delicious slash. Whitebeard sits in a specially made giant chair, watching the raucous little ones with a helpless yet indulgent smile. Old man, a ship has been spotted ahead. A crew member reports loudly. Whitebeard looks up, his gaze crossing the sea, landing on that familiar dark red pirate ship. Waha! He chuckles deeply It's that kid Roger. Marco immediately flies over, eyes shining. The Roger pirates? The same great pirate as you? Whitebeard rubs his head, that's right, and he pauses, a deeper smile forming. It seems they also have a few interesting little ones on board. As the distance closes, the Oro Jackson and the Moby Dick slowly approach, eventually anchoring side by side on the calm sea. Roger stands at the bow of the ship, laughing heartily. Kuaha, Whitebeard, long time no see. Whitebeard stands up, the Moby Dick trembling slightly under his weight. Kuaha, Roger, you're still so noisy. The crews of both ships eye each other, and when their gazes fall on the little ones aboard, the atmosphere instantly becomes subtle. Shanks and Buggy lean over the railing, curiously staring at Marco and the others. Hey, Red Nose, look at that blue fire guy. Shanks excitedly points at Marco. Don't call me Red Nose. Buggy yells angrily, but soon his attention is drawn to Josu's diamond skin. Wow, that guy can shine. How much would that be worth in berries? On the other side, Marco glares back defiantly. What are you looking at? Josu scratches his head foolishly. They have kids on their ship too. Vista and Sachi have already assumed fighting stances, thinking that taking on 2 kids should be easy. They specifically swapped to wooden swords and spatulas, which are their practiced wooden weapons since childhood, aiming at Shanks and Buggy. Are we fighting or what? Roger and Whitebeard exchange glances, both revealing sly smiles. Kids, they shout in unison, take all their treasure. Oh, the 6 little ones are filled with excitement and rush forward. Marco spreads his blue flame wings. Though he can't fly steadily yet, his momentum is impressive. I'm a reserve member of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Shanks draws his toy wooden sword, grinning widely. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. Bang! The two collide, Marco flapping his flaming wings while Shanks skillfully rolls to evade, occasionally poking Marco's backside with the wooden sword. The battle of the little ones begins, and Riet squats nearby, munching on sunflower seeds. Shanks attack his lower body. Whitebeard raises an eyebrow. Marco, use your claw strike. As a result, both of them strike at the same time. Wah! Shanks is knocked over. Ow! Marco jumps up, covering his backside. At this moment, Riet can't help but sigh that this is the youngest of the 4 emperors, already showing combat talent. Drawl Josu, shining faintly with diamond luster, though he can't fully harden yet, has a solid fist. Take this punch. Buggy's red nose shakes, and suddenly he starts crying. You're bullying me. Josu is taken aback. Huh? I didn't use much strength. As a result, Buggy seizes the opportunity for a sliding tackle. Slap. Josu lands face first in the dirt. The entire Whitebeard Pirates. Despicable. The entire Roger Pirates. Well done, Buggy. Riet gives a thumbs up. That's called cunning in battle. I taught you. Buggy wins. Just as Buggy is feeling proud. Hey, you guys are cheating. How come for our fighting too? Buggy protests, covering his reddened nose with tears in his eyes. On the opposite side, Marco, Josu, Vista, and Sachi stand in a row, looking fierce. Marco puts his hands on his hips. There's no fairness in the pirate world. Josu clenches his fist. Dad said that numbers are also strength on the battlefield. Vista and Sachi nod in unison. Exactly. Shanks wipes the dirt from his mouth, but his eyes are even more excited. Buggy, it looks like we have to use that move. Buggy is puzzled. Huh? Which move? Shanks suddenly lowers his voice. The one Riet taught us. Shanks suddenly charges at Marco, shouting, take this. Marco immediately spreads his flame wings to counter, but Shanks suddenly breaks sharply and pulls out a handful of sand. Eat my sandstorm. Wah? My eyes. Marco covers his face and staggers back. Buggy takes the chance to sneak behind Josu, a handful of chili powder, and you'll explode. Achoo! Achoo! Josu's diamond skin is unaffected, but his nose suffers. Tears and snot flowing together. Taking advantage of the chaos, Shanks snatches Vista's wooden sword, while Buggy steals Sachi's spatula. Give it back. Vista jumps anxiously. Want it? Come and get it. Shanks holds the wooden sword over the side of the ship. Vista and Sachi immediately become timid. Shanks extends the sword, and Vista and Sachi look terrified. Shanks pulls the sword back, sighing in relief, extends it again. Terrified faces, pulls back, relieved, extends, terrified, pulls back, relieved. extending and pulling back. Vista and Sachi reveal shark-like grins. Bastard, are you done playing? Now, the situation has reversed. Marco is still rubbing his eyes. Jozu is sneezing, and Vista and Sachi are still being controlled by Shanks. Shanks and Buggy exchange glances, revealing devilish smiles. Go for it. The two of them lunged at Marco at the same time. Shanks delivered a sweeping kick. Buggy charged in with his red-nosed head. Bang! Marco was knocked over by their combined force and fell into Jozu's arms. The four little guys tumbled into a pile, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Whitebeard pirates. That's so despicable. Roger pirates. Well done. Rayleigh gave a thumbs up from a distance. As expected of my student. You got some of my flair. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed heartily. Kuaha. Newgate, your kids still need some training. Whitebeard wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Shanks and Buggy with admiration. Gururara, these two little brats have great potential. Chapter 33. The agreement between Whitebeard and Roger. Whitebeard watched his sons enjoy their fight and felt a bit itchy to join in. He slowly raised his Sonya and Xia and said, Since we've met, we can't just not have a fight, can we? Roger drew his ace sword, its blade shining in the sunlight. Just what I wanted. Both of them burst into wild laughter, a unique expression of camaraderie and respect shared between strong warriors. Shanks and Buggy also spread out, and at first, Whitebeard had not noticed him on the ship. Upon a closer look, his eyes widened in surprise. Is that Whitebeard? He is huge. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and said calmly, Don't run around later. Those two monsters aren't playing. Rit leaned against the mast, a smirk on his face. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on these two little troublemakers. Kids, back off. Before he finished speaking, two waves of destructive conquerors' haki collided. Boom! The entire island shook violently, and the debris on the beach floated into the air, while massive waves erupted in the sea far away. The watching kids were knocked down, their faces filled with shock. Whitebeard struck first, using Tsonyun Chie to unleash the destructive power of the Tremor fruit, striking down towards Roger. Heaven Splitter. The space seemed to tear apart, and a terrifying shockwave surged forward. Roger laughed heartily, advancing instead of retreating, his fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki, and he punched out. God, avoidance. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a massive pit in the center of the island, and the shockwave sent trees flying in all directions. The watching kids were thrown off balance. Jozu exclaimed in shock, This? Incredible. Bista, gripping his wooden sword, I want to be that strong in the future. This is what a great swordsman looks like. Whitebeard approached with big strides, swinging Sonyan Xia. Roger skillfully leaped back, countering with a whip kick. Bang! Whitebeard blocked with one hand, while the other reached for Roger's collar, preparing to execute a shoulder throw. But Roger used the momentum to flip, kicking towards Whitebeard's chin. Gulalala. Not bad. Whitebeard laughed, taking the kick head-on, then retaliated with a punch to Roger's abdomen. Bang! Roger was sent flying for dozens of meters, but adjusted in midair, landing steadily and grinning. Come again. Both erupted with their strongest conqueror's haki, black and red, lightning intertwining, causing the entire island to tremble. Roger, take this move. Whitebeard gripped his sword tightly, the power of the Tremor fruit reaching its peak. Newgate, let me see your full strength. Roger's fist was wrapped in unprecedented haki. Boom! The world lost its color, and a deep pit with 100-meter diameter was blasted in the center of the island, seawater flooding in to form a small lake. As the dust settled, Whitebeard and Roger stood facing each other, both laughing heartily. Heaven Splitter. Whitebeard struck first again, using Sonyan Xie to unleash the power that shattered space, cleaving down towards Roger. The ground of the island instantly split into massive chasms, and the shockwave swept everything away. Roger advanced instead of retreating, swinging his sword to counter. God avoidance. Boom! The two forces collided again, creating another massive pit with a 100-meter diameter in the island's center, seawater flooding in and forming a whirlpool. The spectators were blown away by the shockwave, and even Rit had to deploy his dark mist barrier to withstand it. It's not over yet. Whitebeard roared, the power of the Tremor fruit erupting once more as he punched down towards the ground. The entire island began to collapse, the crust being torn apart, and a terrifying shockwave rushed towards Roger. Roger's eyes ignited with battle intent, his conqueror's haki coiling to its peak, and he leaped up to meet the impact. Newgate. Try my new move, Ace, blade of the end. The blade light cut through the air, a black-red slash penetrating the shockwave, heading straight for Whitebeard's chest. Bang! Whitebeard was pushed back several dozen meters, his feet carving deep grooves in the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Gulalala. Impressive. He wiped the blood away, his battle intent undiminished, but his body swayed slightly. Roger sheathed his sword, his smile still bold. Newgate, how about that? Whitebeard laughed. Don't get too pleased. I'm just not at my best today. He slowly straightened up, Song Yun, Chia thumping heavily. In this battle, you won. The entire place fell silent. Marco and the others stared wide-eyed, incredulous at their father's admission. Whitebeard actually conceded. Roger stepped forward, extending his fist. Let us fight again next time. Whitebeard grinned and bumped fists with him. Gulalala. Next time 1TB so easy. Whitebeard sat cross-legged, his massive figure casting a long shadow in the firelight. He tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, gazing out at the distant sea. Gulalala. Roger, do you remember Ox? Roger, munching on a piece of roasted meat, paused at the mention and grinned. That madman? Of course I remember. Whitebeard fell silent for a moment, his deep voice resonating heavily in the night. Back then, we all thought power was everything. Rocks sought dominance, an ambition to overturn the world. But in the end, none of us found what we truly wanted. You can see that the Rocks pirates were just a loose coalition held together by Rock's iron-fisted methods. There was only profit, no trust. As long as the profit was enough. A brother who seemed friendly one moment could stab you in the back the next. It was then that I began to waver about my own destination. Roger wiped his mouth, his gaze unusually serious. But you found it, right? Whitebeard looked at Marco, Jozu, Bista, and Sachi, who were causing a ruckus not far away, and his lips involuntarily curled up. Ah, family is my destination. The firelight illuminated his face, and at that moment, his imposing features looked particularly gentle. Roger laughed heartily, patting Whitebeard on the shoulder. Kuaha, not bad, Newgate. You're like a real dad now. Whitebeard laughed too, but then shifted the topic. What about you? What are you pursuing? Roger's smile dimmed a bit. This thought had emerged after the Battle of God Valley. The truth. The truth of the world, the blank 100 years. The will of D. I want to unravel all of it. Whitebeard stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. Gulalala. That's truly your style. He raised his jug. Then I wish you find the answer soon. Roger clinked his cup and downed it in one go. I definitely will. Rit leaned against a nearby rock, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. He listened to their conversation, his expression complex. Rock sought power. Whitebeard sought family. Roger sought truth. And what about me? What I shout out are just things that predecessors would shout. What I really want. Shanks had approached at some point, holding a piece of meat. Rit, what are you thinking about? Rit came back to his senses, ruffling his red hair, thinking about what kind of great figures you little brats will become in the future. Shanks' eyes lit up. I want to become a powerful pirate like the captain. Rit chuckled lightly. Is that so? Then good luck. Perhaps. Life now isn't too bad. Who knows? The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. As night deepened, the bonfire gradually dimmed. Members of the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates lay sprawled on the beach, snoring away. Whitebeard gazed at the starry sky and suddenly said, Roger, if one day you find the answer, remember to tell me. Roger rested his hands behind his head, eyes closed, laughing. Kuaha, I will definitely. The waves gently lapped at the shore, as if witnessing this agreement. Chapter 34. Choose your weapon after the banquet. The two ships departed separately. Pirates do not stay in one place for long. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, all members of the Roger pirates sat in a circle, surrounded by various weapons. Long swords, short swords, axes, pistols, great swords, and even a few uniquely designed special weapons. All right, kids. Roger grinned as he patted Shanks and Buggy on the shoulders. Today is a big day. It's time for you to choose your weapons. Shanks and Buggy were already 6 years old, which was the right age to select their specialized weapons. This was the norm for a true genius. The first 6 years were for building their bodies. It wasn't normal for someone to run around the streets with a great sword at the age of 6 or 7. Right, really? Shanks' eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked around, while Buggy swallowed nervously, his red nose twitching slightly. Everyone took out their weapons to introduce them, hoping the kids could find a suitable ones. Rayleigh elegantly drew out a slender rapier. His sword, pirate swords and sabers are indistinguishable, noticeably narrower than a typical katana, the blade gleaming with a cold light under the sun. The essence of swordsmanship lies in precision and speed, delivering a fatal blow. The drawback is that it lacks sheer power and requires every strike to be extremely accurate. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of the sword pierced through 3 falling leaves in an instant. Shanks and Buggy were mesmerized. So cool. Jabba drew 2 short-handled battle axes with a clang, the axe blades heavy and sharp. The combination of strength and technique. Chopping, throwing, blocking. Axes are the romance of man. This is a weapon that balances offense and defense. The downside? The techniques are complex and require good combat thinking, making it difficult to master. As he spoke, he swung an axe down onto a wooden barrel, splitting it cleanly in 2, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Shanks' eyes lit up. This is amazing. Spencer gracefully spun a long flintlock pistol in his hand, the gun body intricately engraved. A shot from 100 paces, a single kill. A marksman relies not on brute force, but on calm judgment. He raised the pistol and fired, a seagull's feather floating down in response. We are the distant hunters. Everything within our range is our prey. He struck a cool pose afterward, but to be a marksman, you need strong observation and armed color. As a marksman's lethality depends on your shooting range and firepower. Buggy was intrigued. That sounds pretty good. Rayleigh lazily leaned against the ship's railing, a dark, heavy great sword slowly emerging amidst the swirling blood mist. A heavy sword has no edge. Great skill is unrefined. He casually waved it, and the sword energy created a wave in the sea. Once mastered, you'll possess killing and defensive power that other weapons don't have. The downside is obvious. You need a strong physique and stamina to support it, and the consumption in battle is greater than with other weapons. Buggy. Shanks' gaze finally landed on Roger's sword, Ace. It was a long, sharp blade, the body shimmering with a faint silver light, and the hilt wrapped in a red ribbon. Captain. Shanks took a deep breath. I want a sword just like yours. Rayleigh glanced at Shanks, realizing he was passing down the torch already. As expected of you. Shanks. Roger laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Kuahaha. Good eye. But you can't wield Ace just yet. He turned and picked out a similar training sword from the pile of weapons, handing it to Shanks. Practice with this for now. When you're strong enough, go find your own ace. Shanks solemnly accepted the training sword, nodding vigorously. I will definitely get stronger. Buggy, on the other hand, was struggling with his choice. He first tried Jabba's axe. Buggy's left and right brain were in a tug of war, and it was clear he was awkward while swinging it. Jabba's axe emphasized each attack, and after a while, Buggy had to give up, feeling that he wasn't suited for such a weapon. Next, he picked up Rayleigh's rapier. It looked somewhat manageable, but Buggy clearly couldn't precisely control it to stab at every point. Its lethality was indeed limited. This is too hard. Finally, Buggy set his sights on Rayleigh's greatsword, eager to try it out. Bro, I want to use that. Buggy thought. The greatsword looks so cool. I saw Rayleigh cut an entire pirate ship in half with one swing, parting the sea in the process, which left a huge impression on little Buggy. However, what Buggy didn't know was that almost every great swordsman could split a pirate ship. They were the quality inspectors of great swords. The main advantage of a great sword lies in dueling. Enough weight can offer absolute advantage in combat. Are you saying Rayleigh can knock down the black sword? I don't know. He just stole the black sword. Playing with a great sword gives him the ability for one-hit kills. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Buggy puffed out his chest. Of course. All right then. Let's see how you handle the weight of my sword. Rayleigh was genuinely curious to see how Buggy would manage with a great sword. Bang! As soon as he picked it up, Buggy was knocked to the ground, the sword pressing him down and rendering him immobile. Help me! Buggy's red nose turned pale with fright. Everyone burst into laughter. However, after being rescued, Buggy developed an extraordinary obsession with the great sword, training tirelessly just to be able to lift Rayleigh's great sword. Day after day, he trained for over a month, but the great sword remained immovable, even with Buggy exerting all his strength. Roger squatted down, watching Buggy struggle to lift the black-tied great sword, and ruffled his hair. Kuahaha! Buggy, a heavy sword isn't suitable for you. Roger had noticed from the very beginning that Buggy's body simply couldn't handle wielding a great sword. The reason Rayleigh could use a great sword was due to his monstrous stamina, which solved half the difficulty of using it. Additionally, his bone strength and muscle density during training grew exponentially. It was clear that Buggy lacked such a physical foundation. As for why he waited so long to say it, no one could deny a person's future before they even started, especially since the month of training wasn't wasted. But now, saying it was a responsibility to a crew member. Buggy, unwilling, mumbled, but the great sword looks so cool. Roger blinked. A weapon doesn't have to be the biggest or heaviest. The key is finding one that suits you. Moreover, Rayleigh's great sword is among the top tier of great swords. He turned and rummaged through the weapon pile, finally pulling out a pair of short daggers. How about trying this? Buggy took the daggers and was surprised to find they felt great in his hands, swinging them easily and flexibly. Oh, this feels good. He excitedly waved them around a few times, although without any technique. At least he didn't hurt himself. While speaking, he even managed to hold 3 in each hand. Rayleigh commented from the side. As expected, short weapons are suitable for agile people. You truly are the clown king, Buggy. Rayleigh nodded. Daggers are suitable for ambush and quick successive strikes, which fits Buggy's character. Chapter 35. The hollow shell of the Fishman Island. The Oro Jackson was covered in a layer of colorful bubble wrap, slowly sinking into the mysterious deep sea. On board, Shanks and Buggy were running around excitedly. This was their first time visiting Fishman Island, as well as the first for the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates had been searching for the true history for 6 years, and now, giant sea kings swam leisurely by like giants in the deep sea. Their enormous bodies sliced through the water, creating waves that gently rocked the entire ship, leaving Shanks and Buggy in awe. However, none of the sea kings attacked the Oro Jackson. Sea kings thought, "Do I look like a fool to you? Look at those dozens of people on the ship. Their presence is unmistakable." Buggy was jumping up and down with excitement, shouting, "Wow, glowing fish. Look, Shanks." Shanks was equally stunned by the beautiful scenery and managed to utter, "It's so beautiful here." The Oro Jackson docked at the edge of Fishman Island, where the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could be wrung out. The residents of Fishman Island watched from a distance, their eyes filled with a mix of vigilance, disgust, and fear. Several soldiers of the Ryugu Kingdom stood coldly in front of the ship, wielding tridents. "Human pirates, leave at once." The leading Fishman guard shouted sternly. "Fishman Island does not welcome you." Shanks and Buggy leaned over the ship's railing, curiously observing the fishmen they had never seen before. Buggy muttered, "Why are they so fierce?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and replied softly, "The fishmen have long been enslaved by humans. Their hostility is not without reason." Roger, however, was unconcerned. He grinned widely and stepped forward. "Kuahaha, don't be nervous. We're just passing through, looking to replenish some fresh water and food." The Fishman guards exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced. One of them coldly replied, "Humans cannot be trusted. Who knows if you're slave traders?" Rhett released a hint of conqueror's hockey. Although the Fishman guards trembled all over, they surprisingly took a step forward instead of retreating, knowing their kin were behind them. They could not back down. Rhett's eyes showed a hint of admiration. They had backbone. Meanwhile, inside Ryugu Castle, the atmosphere was equally oppressive. The elderly king, Neptune's father, sat on the throne, his face weary and worried. Around him, ministers were engaged in heated debate. Minister A, agitated, said loudly, "Your Majesty, it's those human pirates again. Recently, slave traders have been active. We cannot let them land on the island. None of those humans have good intentions." Minister B was relatively calm and said tactfully, "That is the Roger Pirates. They have not attacked us. Perhaps we should observe them first before making a decision. Besides, if they truly intend to attack, we do not have the strength to stop them." The old king pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing hesitation and struggle. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice tinged with resignation. I will personally go to greet them. If there are any ill intentions, I will drive them away immediately. We cannot let Fishman Island fall into danger, but it might also be an opportunity. His decision, though somewhat conservative, was the safest choice under the current circumstances. At the same time, in a dark corner of Fishman Street, the young 24-year-old Fisher Tiger stood there, his fists clenched, filled with anger at himself for being unable to fully protect his kin from being captured. Were they here to plunder his people again? These humans? I will never let them succeed. Tiger's voice was low and firm. The young Jinbei followed him closely, looking serious. He whispered, "Brother Tiger, should we gather the brothers? We can't let them bully us fishmen." His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, ready to defend his kin at any moment. Arlong gritted his teeth. "Damn humans. Let us take them down. I want to rush over there right now and show them what we're made of." His impulsiveness nearly made him charge out immediately. Tiger held back the impulsive Arlong, knowing that as the leader of Fishman Street, he had to ensure the consequences of their actions. That is the Roger Pirates, a notorious pirate crew on the seas. Immediately hide the children of Fishman Street. None of you are allowed to follow. I will go myself. Tiger knew that if the Roger Pirates were indeed here to capture fishmen, no matter how many went, they would die. It was better to preserve their limited fighting strength, to continue protecting these children. The Roger Pirates attempted to buy supplies at the port, but the vendors all shut their doors, and some even threw rotten fish at them. Buggy was furious, jumping up and down. "Hey, we're not bad guys." Shanks tugged at his sleeve. "Buggy, don't be impulsive." Just then, a commotion broke out in the distance. "Help! Let go of me!" A young fishwoman was being dragged by several masked individuals, struggling desperately. The surrounding fishmen wanted to help, but they were no match for the attackers. Rhett's expression turned cold. Have the slave traders become this rampant? These fishmen are really weak. How can they protect their kin? Roger's smile instantly vanished. "Hey, you guys." Before he could finish, Jabba swung his axe down. Swish. The axe wind swept through, slicing a slave trader in half. "Damn it, smash it." A roar came from the direction of Fishman Street. The slave traders, seeing the situation was bad, dropped the fishwoman and tried to flee. But Rayleigh had already blocked their escape route. Trying to run? His sword flashed, and several slave traders fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Rayleigh had simply severed their Achilles tendons. The Roger Pirates had a zero-tolerance policy for slave traders, and they would die upon sight. However, the residents of Fishman Street did not feel grateful. Instead, they were even angrier. The conflict between the slave traders and fishmen led to a deep prejudice among fishmen while protecting themselves, which cannot be said to be prejudice, but rather a means of protection. Humans are indeed all in cahoots. A tall red fishman, the young Fisher Tiger, rushed out alone, rage burning in his eyes. Pretending to help, then colluding, huh? I thought the Roger Pirates were a group of righteous people, but I was wrong. Tiger shouted. "Wait, we're not." Shanks tried to explain, but the surrounding fishmen had already raised their weapons and surrounded them. Roger sighed and scratched his head. "It seems we can only let them calm down for now." Just as a conflict was about to erupt between the two sides, boom! Roger's conqueror's haki erupted suddenly. The air trembled, the ground cracked, and an invisible pressure swept through the scene like a tsunami. The surrounding fishmen rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Even Tiger was knocked back several steps, kneeling on one knee. This was without Roger deliberately targeting anyone. What kind of power is this? He gritted his teeth and looked up, staring at Roger in disbelief. Roger retracted his haki and stepped forward, extending his hand. "We are really just passing through. We didn't mean to cause trouble." Tiger stared at him intently, his fists tightening and then relaxing. He deeply felt the powerlessness. Just like every time he had arrived too late to save his kin from being captured. This guilt was driving him mad. Chapter 36. The fierce review at a standstill. The royal guard of the Dragon Palace Kingdom finally arrived. "Stop!" The aged Fishman King, Neptune's father, appeared, surrounded by his guards, casting a complex gaze at Roger. "You are the ones who repelled the slave traders?" Roger nodded. "Kuhahaha." Just a casual effort. The old king paused for a moment, slightly bowing as he invited, "Please, come to the Dragon Palace City for a discussion." Tiger suddenly raised his head. "Your Majesty, they are humans." The old king looked deeply at Roger. "Some humans. Maybe worth meeting." In the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City, crystal chandeliers illuminated the delicacies, but the atmosphere was tense. The Roger pirates and the nobles of the Dragon Palace Kingdom sat at separate tables, with Shanks and Buggy assigned to a corner children's table, secretly piling their plates with desserts. Ritz sat beside Rayleigh, lightly tapping his wine glass, calmly surveying the fishermen nobles at the banquet. The old king raised his glass in a toast. "Thank you all for your assistance in repelling the slave traders." Roger drank heartily. "Kua, just a small matter." At that moment, Ritz spoke up. "Your Majesty, I have a question." His voice was not loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire banquet hall. The old king set down his glass, his aged eyes looking at him. "Please, go ahead." Rit looked directly at him, his tone calm, yet sharp. Why was the first wave of resistance against the slave traders not from the Fishman Island military? Why do the orphans and the poor of Fishman Street have to fight for themselves? Why? He narrowed his eyes. "You clearly know that human nobles support the slave trade from behind, yet you can only hide in Dragon Palace City, watching your people being captured." Each word pierced the hearts of the Fishman nobles like knives. One minister slammed the table. "Outrageous! What qualifies you, a human, to question us?" Rit's blood mist enveloped the room, and the minister felt a corrosive pain on his skin. "Is it enough that I am stronger than you?" Rit retracted the blood mist. "Can't you see that your king has to bow when asking for our help? You, an old fool lost in your fantasies." The old king gazed at Rit for a long time before finally sighing deeply. "You are right." The hall erupted in murmurs. The old king slowly stood up, his frail voice heavy. "We have indeed failed." He walked to the window, looking out into the dark depths of the sea. "It's not that we don't want to act, but that we cannot. The human nobles, the celestial dragons, the slave traders, they have the tacit approval of the entire world government behind them. If we send our military to intercept, the next day, a marine admiral will come with a slaughter order. If we openly resist, Fishman Island will be completely blockaded, leading to more deaths." He turned around, his aged face filled with exhaustion. "Do you think I don't know the suffering of Fishman Street? Do you think I don't want to change? But the reality is that we can barely protect ourselves." After listening, Ritz suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with pure malicious mockery, a cold disappointment. "So, you choose to compromise? Letting Fishman Street fend for itself, allowing slave traders to run rampant, just so Dragon Palace City can live in peace?" The old king clenched his fists, but then helplessly released them. "Young man, you don't understand. Some wars cannot be won with passion alone." The old king's thoughts were clearly weak. No wonder Neptune had such a personality later. It's like a robber comes to your home and tells you that as long as you don't resist, he won't harm you. And then he comes every day. What's the difference? A race that is already weak, if it cannot even fight back, is destined to be enslaved. Rit may not have witnessed that painful history, but that deep pain was buried in his heart. When he saw this familiar scene, it inevitably sparked some anger. The old king knew that if they rose up in rebellion, many would die, and he couldn't bear to see his compatriots die. But not resisting would only prolong the suffering. It was like being cut by a dull knife. This was a qualified minister, but an unqualified king. Suddenly, Roger stood up, patted Rit on the shoulder, and looked at the old king. "Kua, Your Majesty, he may be a bit intense, but he speaks the truth. Compromise will not earn you respect. It will only make your enemies more arrogant." Rit added, "What you need is not a stronger army, but the courage to fight. You cannot expect others to fight for your race." The old king lowered his head. He initially did have the idea of seeking the protection of the Roger pirates. Similarly, Fishman Island was in desperate need of a moment of respite. The Roger pirates did not offer protection to Fishman Island. Ultimately, Fishman Island was still their own home. Looking at the Fishman Island under Whitebeard's protection seemed relatively stable, but once Whitebeard fell, Fishman Island was thrown into chaos. This meant that under Whitebeard's protection, Fishman Island did not develop strong self-defense capabilities, but instead became complacent, living in a false sense of security. It's not about the weakness of the fishmen. There is no distinction of races here. Didn't Fisher Tiger rule over Cocoa Island for many years? It's merely a difference in mindset. After the banquet, Rit stood on the terrace of Dragon Palace City, gazing at the distant Fishman Street. Shanks walked over and quietly asked, "Rit, were you too harsh just now?" Rit replied, "Some things need to be said." Buggy scratched his head. but they really can't beat humans. Rit sneered. Not being able to beat them doesn't mean they should resign themselves to fate. Fishmen are inherently stronger than ordinary people. Look at the fishermen soldiers who stopped us at the port. They don't lack blood and vigor. The recent kings of Fishman Island seem rather incompetent. Seeing Fishman Island made Rit's teeth itch. Devil fruit users are countered by the sea. To reach Fishman Island, one needs to coat their ship, which means Fishman Island's geographical position is quite critical. How could it be reduced to such a state? If you don't let me live well, then no one will. Roger walked over, handing him a bottle of wine. Koo-ha-ha! You really scolded their king badly today. Rit took the bottle, chuckling lightly. I just spoke the truth. Rayleigh leaned against the ship's rail, deep in thought. Do you think they will change? Rit took a sip of wine. Tiger will. That red-skinned fishman. He has fire in his eyes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. As for who couldn't sleep, we wouldn't know. Chapter 37. That's more like it. After the banquet, Fisher Tiger stood alone on the coral reef outside Fishman Island, lost in thought. Rit's words were etched into his heart like a knife. What you need is not a stronger army, but desperate courage. You can't expect others to fight for your race. These words constantly battered Tiger's heart. Without a doubt, Tiger respected the king and believed that the benevolent king could bring a better life to his compatriots. Tiger, big brother. The young Jinbei stepped out from the shadows, followed by Arlong and other companions from Fishman Street. We all heard it, Jinbei said softly. Is that human? Right? Tiger remained silent for a long time before finally responding. He's not wrong. However, Jinbei frowned and asked, but can we defeat the Marine admirals? This could lead to the deaths of many of our compatriots. Tiger took a deep breath and slowly stood up. If we can't fight, do we just give up? He looked toward the deep sea, his voice low and firm. If we don't even have the courage to fight, then we deserve to be enslaved. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of Dragon Palace, the old king sat wearily on the throne, facing the arguing ministers. Your Majesty, that pirate went too far, one minister exclaimed. But what he said is the truth. We have indeed been avoiding it. Another minister added, Are you asking us fishmen to go to our deaths? The old king slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Enough! The hall fell silent. The old king's aged voice carried unprecedented determination. From today on, the Dragon Palace army must protect every single citizen, strengthen the patrols in Fishman Street, and we will no longer warn any slave traders. Kill them on sight. The ministers looked at the king in shock, as if seeing him for the first time. The old king turned to his son, Neptune. I am a failed king. Don't be like your father, allowing weakness to cause harm to our compatriots. I have always lacked the courage to resist. The next day, the old king led Rit and the others through the deep blue coral forest, the surroundings so quiet they could only hear the gentle flow of water. His observation haki spread like ripples, sensing the ancient stone tablet that had been deliberately hidden. Found it. He stopped in front of a massive coral reef, lightly touching it, as blood mist slowly eroded the surface's disguise. As the coral fell away, a huge red stone tablet covered in ancient writing emerged, revealing the historical text of Fishman Island. Among the corals of the sea forest, the red historical text stood quietly, its ancient characters glowing faintly in the deep blue seawater. Roger placed his palm on the cold stone tablet, closed his eyes, and listened to the voices of all things. Kuha-tha. He suddenly laughed, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. As expected, I still can't understand it. Shanks and Buggy looked surprised. Huh? Can't the captain understand the voice of the stone? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. He can hear it, but that doesn't mean he can't understand it. Rit stood with crossed arms, his gaze deep. These characters are ancient. Just listening to the voices of all things isn't enough. It requires specialized scholars to interpret them. The old king's expression was complex. Even a man like you can't interpret it. Roger scratched his head and smiled brightly. Don't worry. There must be someone in the world who can read it. Back on the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh spread out the nautical chart. There were rumors that there was a group of scholars studying ancient writing in O'Hara in the West Sea. He pointed to a location on the map, suggesting they might unlock the secrets of the historical text. Roger's eyes lit up. No rush. Our adventure isn't over yet. Let's continue our adventure. The Roger pirates drifted aimlessly through the streets. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, The sea breeze gently brushed against them as Rit unfolded the latest newspaper, his gaze sweeping over the bold headline on the front page. Fishman Island declares war on slave trade. The Dragon Palace Kingdom's army fights bloodily against the Navy, forcing the world government to legislate against human trafficking. A slight smile appeared on his lips as his fingers lightly tapped the image of the old king's resolute face in the news. Looks like that old man finally straightened his spine. Since the Roger pirates left Fishman Island, the storm brewing in the deep sea exceeded everyone's expectations. The old king's first order upon returning to Dragon Palace was to mobilize all elite soldiers to guard the port. That night, a group of slave traders disguised as merchant ships approached the coral thicket, only to be pierced through the hull by fishman warriors using spears made from coral. In the blood-red waters, the king personally tore the celestial dragon's trade contracts into pieces. From today on, the old king's voice will spread across the island through the conch. Anyone who sells my compatriots will be executed on the spot. The world government's reaction was more intense than anticipated. 3 naval warships surrounded the area, their cannons aimed at the fragile bubble membrane. But this time, the soldiers arrayed before the gates of Dragon Palace did not budge. Want Fishman Island? Come and try. The old king stood at the forefront, his trident slamming down heavily. We will destroy Fishman Island, making it impossible for all pirates to pass through. This threat directly struck at the world government's Achilles heel. Fishman Island was the throat of a new world. This standoff shocked the entire Grand Line. At this time, it was not yet called the Grand Line, just for ease of distinction. The first to respond were the passing pirate crews. Without the Fishman Island's bubble service, all ships would have to risk crossing the calm belt. The fleet of Shiki the Golden Lion directly bombarded the Navy's G1 branch, while the Charlotte Linlin pirate crew publicly declared in the newspaper, attacking Fishman Island means war with all pirates. Wang and other well-known pirate crews came out to support Fishman Island. This did not mean that these pirates were being loyal, aside from Fishman Island. Navigating the Grand Line would only lead through the calm belt or Navy-controlled ports, which did not affect the big pirates. For small pirates, however, this was undoubtedly a death sentence, as pirates could not allow fresh blood to flow into the Grand Line. In the conference room of Mariehua, the new batch of Gorosei shattered their teacups. Those filthy fishmen actually. Shut up, interrupted the bald old man with a knife. Do you want all pirates to be stuck under the red line? When the World Government No. 712 ban was announced, Shanks was practicing swordsmanship by the ship's railing. Buggy suddenly ran over, waving the newspaper and shouting, "Look, selling fishmen is really illegal." Rayleigh chuckled as he cleaned his glasses. I didn't expect that the first to shake the world government's iron plate would be that spineless old king. Yeah, Rit nodded. A month ago, Tiger called me on a transponder snail, saying he was going to rescue slaves to show his determination. Tiger led Fishman Street and the Fishman Army. In 3 months, 37 slave ships sank, and many fishmen are said to have died. As everyone fell silent, Roger suddenly pressed his straw hat down and laughed heartily. Koo-ha-ha! Isn't this great? Yeah, Rit replied. Their sacrifices now are for the sake of their children in the future, so they won't have to sacrifice anymore. If laws were effective, why would we need the celestial dragons? But at least Fishman Island has taken that crucial first step, which is to have a right to dialogue. Chapter 38. The passionate young man Kuzan on the Azure Sea. A dog-headed warship broke through the waves. Ryder looked at the bounty he had regained and complained to Roger. Captain, the world government says we're involved in some major secret that will disrupt the world, and now they're bringing us back. It seems we're going to see Garp again, which is quite nostalgic. Roger. Garp stood at the bow of the ship, his fists cracking ominously. This time you can't escape. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Roger was digging his nose. Koo-ha! Garp, long time no see. We just got our bounty back. And here you are. Aren't you tired? Ryder chimed in. Yeah. Uncle Garp, take care of your health. You're already back to work. Just then, a tall figure stepped out from behind Garp. Admiral Garp, let me give it a try. The enthusiastic young man Kazan, who had yet to become Akiji, with his fluffy curly hair and sharp eagle-like eyes, had one hand in his pocket and the other pointing directly at Roger's pirate crew. That guy surrounded by blood mist over there. Let's have a duel. Ryder, leaning against the mast with a drink, raised an eyebrow. Oh, the Navy's rookie is so bold? Kazan, filled with excitement, shouted to Ryder. Kazan, 19 years old, Navy training camp graduate, I will uphold the justice of the sea. Shanks and Buggy squeezed to the front of the ship excitedly. Ryder bro, beat him up. Ryder sighed and handed the bottle to Buggy. Hold this for me. He leaped up, blood mist coalescing beneath his feet to form a platform, and with a few steps across the sea, landed steadily on the warship's deck. That's quite a show. Can you really fly over here? Of course I can, but I prefer the feeling of walking over gradually. Haven't you seen those other villains? They could easily rush over and take out the protagonist, but they always choose to walk forward step by step. After the fight, he might even call me senpai. Hee. Kid, you have guts. Ryder tilted his head. But courage and foolishness are often just a fine line apart. Let us put on another show. Do other traversers get this treatment in front of the future 3 admirals? Chafe. Kuzan vanished in an instant, appearing behind Ryder the next second, delivering a sweeping kick. Boom! Ryder blocked with one hand, blood mist wrapping around Kuzan's leg like a living thing. Within the confines? Kuzan-san, the Navy's 6 styles? Not bad. Ryder transformed into his gorilla form, and Kuzan used the momentum to backflip, supporting himself with both hands. Moonwalk. Don't be too arrogant. He continuously stomped in midair, suddenly diving down with a pistol. 10 strikes. Ryder did not dodge or evade. His chest suddenly transformed into blood mist, causing all of Kuzan's strikes to miss. What? It's my turn. Ryder's figure suddenly vanished, and the next moment, Kuzan received a solid knee strike to the abdomen. Cough. Kuzan was sent flying, but adjusted his position mid-air and landed steadily. Garp was munching on Sunbei nearby. Kuzan, use haki. Kuzan's arms were instantly enveloped in a pitch-black coating of haki and charged again. Ryder finally got serious. La. Within the confines, Kuzan, you can use haki? Clang. The metallic clash resonated, causing the Navy to cover their ears. The two were locked in a stalemate when Kuzan suddenly changed tactics. Raging foot. A sharp slash wave grazed Ryder's cheek, leaving a blood mark, but it was an illusion. Ryder's phantom vanished. Aha! Gotcha! It was an illusion. His blood mist surged suddenly, turning into countless spikes, attacking Kuzan from all directions. Iron block. Kuzan hardened his entire body as the blood mist spikes scraped sparks off his skin. Just at that crucial moment, U2, Garp suddenly intervened in the battlefield, smashing a fist down between them. Go fight on a deserted island. My ship is about to be torn apart. Ryder appeared from the mist, complaining, Hey, Uncle Garp, we've been fighting for so long. It can't compare to your punch. As a large bump formed on Ryder's head, Damn, brat, speak more respectfully to your elders. Our passionate young man Kuzan can take this loss. Again, blood-tied, bind. Swish. In an instant, countless blood mist surged from the deck, wrapping around Kuzan's limbs like living creatures. Kuzan's pupils constricted. What? He tried to use shave to break free, but found all his strength rapidly draining away. Even the haki could not fully resist. Garp frowned. Hey, this isn't good. Ryder leaned against the mast, touching the bump on his head, and simply snapped his fingers. Sink. Boom. Kuzan was violently pressed into the deck by the blood mist, and the wooden floor of the warship instantly cracked. He struggled to get up, but found he couldn't even move a finger. Ryder tilted his head. Still want to fight? Kuzan gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet he couldn't even make a sound. Garp finally couldn't watch any longer and walked over. All right, enough. Is it fun to bully the rookies? He punched the blood mist away and lifted Kuzan up. Kuzan put away his rebellious demeanor. Ryder senpai, I've heard you're a great swordsman. Please teach me. Ryder looked at the well-behaved Kuzan in front of him. I preferred you when you were rebellious just now. Could you please go back to that? Look, those earlier traversers can't feel this sense of being a senior. On Luffy's ship, they would be chased all over the sea. And at that moment, on the deck of the warship, Kuzan held a standard military knife, his gaze intensely fixed on Ryder. Ryder felt that this passionate young man was more troublesome than the indifferent sleepy guy. Ryder raised an eyebrow, lazily pulling out the black-tied great sword from the blood mist, the sword tip dragging lazily across the deck. Are you sure? Kuzan took the initiative to use shave to rush in, the military knife aimed straight at Ryder's throat. Clang! Ryder swung the black-tied greatsword with one hand, batting the military knife and Kuzan away like a baseball. Go! Kuzan rolled in the air 3.5 times, crashing into the mast. Ryder smugly touched his hair, posting a question: what strength does it take to send Akiji flying 3.5 times? For Ryder, time had become the least valuable thing. When you were young, I snatched your baby bottle. When you were young, I output on your face. When you were old, I would dance on your grave. Cough, cough. He spat out the wooden debris from his mouth. This sword. How heavy is it? Ryder hoisted the great sword onto his shoulder. Not heavy. Just about 2,000 pounds or so. While it may not seem heavy, it was indeed heavyweight among weapons. Garp chuckled. Kazan, I told you not to compare strength with a monster. Unwilling to give up, Kazan stepped onto the moonwalk, the military knife turning into an afterimage. Swallow return. Ryder sighed and suddenly vanished. Where did he go? In a moment, Kazan was stunned. The back of his head was lightly tapped by the sword. Bang! He face-planted into the deck, and Ryder's voice came from beside him. Where's your observation hockey? Did you practice the 6 styles? Kazan, with a bruised face, charged again, this time learning to cover his entire body with hockey. Ryder's eyes brightened. Now that's more like it. Then he thrust the black-tied great sword into the deck and borrowed a dining knife from Rayleigh. Here, I'll give you 3 moves. Sorry, but I don't have a smaller knife than this. Adjust your state and come at me. Ryder, in his Hawkeye version, appeared serious, like a senior testing his junior, quietly waiting for Kazan to adjust his state. Kazan closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing to reach his best state. He knew that defeating Ryder was nearly impossible. He had to exert all his strength to respond to Ryder. Just as he closed his eyes, bang! Red appeared behind him with a smug grin, holding a pitch-black stick in his hand. Young man, I'm a pirate. Haven't you ever been hit with a black stick? Kazan, you have a dog. Chapter 39, Buggy. I'm willing on the Azure Sea. The Oro Jackson had just finished a light battle. The deck was piled high with loot, gold, silver, jewels, rare wines, and a bizarrely shaped devil fruit covered in spiral patterns. Rit squinted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Oh, isn't this the legendary Chop Chop fruit? I wonder if Buggy will continue to hide it and try to sell it. Jabba leaned over, looking at the fruit with disdain. What's this? Doesn't he sound very impressive? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. It can split the body, theoretically immune to slashing attacks, but he glanced at Rit. Knowing him, he wouldn't just casually introduce a devil fruit. Rit had previously ignored those other devil fruits. This one must have some trick to it. What are you scheming now? Rit put on a pure and innocent smile and shouted to Buggy not far away. Hey, Buggy, come here. I got something good for you. Buggy ran over eagerly. What is up, Rit? Do you have treasure to share with me? It's worth mentioning that the 2 little ones on Roger's ship regarded Rit as an older brother because he had taken care of them most of their lives. The others were rough and couldn't provide proper care, only responsible for practical combat training. Rit seriously held up the devil fruit. It's more powerful than treasure. Eat it, and you'll gain the power of a devil. Buggy's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Shanks approached suspiciously. Rit, you're not trying to trick Buggy again, are you? Rit immediately put on a righteous expression. How could I? When have I ever deceived anyone? As soon as he finished speaking, the crew on deck turned to look at him in unison, their eyes filled with doubt. Rit showed his shark-like teeth and shouted at the crew. What kind of expression is that, you bunch of bastards? Rit patted Buggy on the shoulder and enthusiastically began his speech. Buggy, think about it. Immune to slashing attacks, invulnerable to blades. He gestured dramatically, exaggerating his tone, saying that during Uncle Rayleigh's sword training, you can stand there and let him slash at you without worry. Buggy's eyes brightened, excitedly asking, Really? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, giving Rit a meaningful look, but said nothing. Rit continued to describe, wildly. You can split freely, run whenever you want. Being chased by the Navy? Just split yourself apart and escape. Buggy excitedly rubbed his hands together. So nobody can catch me? Jabba interjected sarcastically. But your feet might run off on their own, leaving just your head behind. Rit lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. You can collect all the treasure. You can reach into treasure chests without prying them open. Buggy leaped up in ecstasy. I'm going to get rich. Shanks facepalmed. Hey, have you forgotten about hockey? At least everyone on the ship has armament and observation hockey. Don't get too carried away. Rit exaggeratedly demonstrated. Taunt them, drive them crazy. When the enemy slashes at you, you just split, then taunt them. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Buggy was almost stuffed full by Rit's words. Huh, this is amazing. Roger watched the scene, laughing heartily. Kuahaha. Rit, you're making me want to eat that cake too. Buggy swallowed hard, staring at the devil fruit, hesitating, but I've heard that devil fruits taste terrible. Rit patted Buggy. Trust me, I've been there. It's sweet when you first eat it. Buggy scratched his head in distress. What if the ability isn't as powerful as you say? Rit patted his chest in assurance. I guarantee it in the name of the Roger Pirates. If I'm lying, I'll. He thought for a second and grinned wickedly. Make Shanks wear women-esque clothing. Shanks exploded in anger. Hey, what does that have to do with me? After teasing Buggy, Rit seriously told him, it can indeed allow you to split and be immune to slashing attacks. But you can still be hit by armament hockey or blunt objects. The split fighting style, combined with your daggers, will make your combat even harder to predict. However, gaining this ability will cost you your swimming ability. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. I hope your choice doesn't lead to regret. Satisfied with his mischief, Rit was quite responsible. He didn't have the compulsion that Buggy must split. Buggy held the chop fruit. Rit, if I eat this devil fruit, can I catch up with you guys? Rit shook his head, saying he didn't know. Devil fruits are powers of the mind. I don't know your future, but I believe you have a heart to become stronger. Whether you eat the devil fruit or not, you will grow stronger. All right, I'll eat it. He took a big bite, and his expression twisted, gagging, ugh. What the hell is this? Rit suppressed his laughter and handed over some wine. Drink up. The power will come soon. Buggy gulped down several mouthfuls of wine, suddenly feeling his body lighten, looking at his hand in terror. My hand. Why is it floating? Shanks stared in shock. Wow. Buggy, your hand can really fly. Buggy tried to control it, but his fingers were flailing everywhere, panicking. Wait. Why can't I control it? Rit was shaking with suppressed laughter. It's an adaptation period. An adaptation period. It was Shanks scaring Buggy into eating the fruit. Buggy voluntarily ate it. I wonder if this will cause any future conflicts. That would take away a lot of fun from life. During a meal, Buggy's right hand suddenly flew away, stabbing a fork directly into Shanks's face. Shanks angrily shouted, Buggy, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Buggy explained with a mournful face. It's not my fault. My hand has a mind of its own. At night, Buggy's head floated up to the mast while his body snored in bed. When Roger looked up during morning exercises, he laughed. Buggy, how did your head end up there? Buggy screamed in terror. Captain, help me get down. During combat training, Buggy displayed extraordinary combat talent. The chop fruit gave him the ability to fly his limbs, and combined with his thrown daggers, the range became broader and the angles more tricky. Rit felt that if he infused hockey into the daggers, the lethality would be even greater. Shanks and Buggy were both crew members of Roger, and Buggy was a real second-generation powerhouse, with top-tier masters like Roger, Rayleigh, and Rit guiding him. If Buggy still fought like a weakling in the original story, you can imagine Rit would probably give him a beating. The journey across the sea was so leisurely, and since they had time, Rit and the others started training Shanks and Buggy in armament and observation hockey. Since Rit had been caught in the rain, he tore all their umbrellas apart. To the two little brothers, don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. Thinking about their future lives, Rit couldn't suppress the sadness at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 40. Let's train, boys. In the early morning on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Buggy was sleeping soundly when suddenly, bang, a bucket of ice water fell from the sky, splashing directly onto his face. Buggy jumped up instantly, drenched all over. Ah, who did that? Rit, grinning from the mast, said, Wake up, Buggy. Today we start special training. Wasn't it you guys who begged me for it yesterday? Buggy shouted angrily. What time is it? The sun hasn't even come up yet. I'm still in my growth phase. Rit looked at the scene with a sense of deja vu, rubbing his wrist. I can help you grow taller, little Buggy. Buggy jumped up in a flash. Whenever Rit called him that, he was definitely up to no good. At that moment, it was best to listen to him, or else he wouldn't know how Rit would come up with ways to mess with him later. Rit, look, I'm getting up. On the training ground, Buggy and Shanks stood in a row, with Rit holding a pitch-black wooden stick, a friendly smile on his face. Rit took a deep breath and said, Wow, what's going on? The air feels much fresher today. Rit, today I'm going to teach you hockey. It's very simple. Just concentrate your strength on your skin. Buggy, eager to try. Haha, I will definitely learn it in no time. Rit nodded. Great. Anyway, I don't want to teach you theory, so let's start with some practical exercises. The next moment, Rit swung the stick and smacked Buggy on the butt. Buggy screamed, "Ow. Why did you hit me?" Rit, looking innocent. This hockey is about your body strength. I have a brilliant idea. I'll hit you guys, and you have to run for your lives. The more you get hit, the stronger your body will become, and naturally, you'll learn hockey. Shanks took a step back. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Rit grabbed him. Don't run, you too. Slap. Slap. The deck was filled with screams. Rayleigh passed by and shook his head. These kids really have energy. Shanks shouted at Rit. Rit, if you keep this up, we might fight back. Rit, with a half smile, stared at Shanks. Come on, anything goes. After a chaotic morning, after lunch, Buggy and Shanks lay on the deck, bruised and battered, feeling like there was no hope left in life. In the afternoon, it was time for Kinbunchaku, observation hockey training. Rit came up with another brilliant idea. Rit grinned at the two colorful-faced boys. From now on, you will blindfold yourselves, and I will attack randomly. You need to predict and dodge. Buggy, full of confidence, still hadn't learned to be modest after the morning beating. Piece of cake. However, Rit didn't pull out a stick, but instead took out a unique shell that would release a gas that smelled like farts upon impact. Puff! Buggy staggered from the stench. Ugh. Rit, you're cheating. You need to predict all dangers in sea battles, including biochemical weapons. Even Rit isn't calling out. Which really makes me sad. Boo-hoo. Rit pretended to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes. Shanks pinched his nose and moved away. I demand a different teacher. Roger happened to pass by. Then let Rit train like this, have him fight against sea kings. Nothing hones willpower better than life and death, haha. Shanks quietly retreated, suddenly feeling that Rit's training wasn't too bad. Days went by with daily training. Sometimes, talent really hits hard on those who work hard. Shanks' progress was several times that of Buggy's. Buggy had been secretly practicing, which of course didn't escape Roger and Rit's eyes. When Roger saw Rit come out, he went back, believing that Rit would handle it well. At night, while Buggy was secretly practicing his abilities, Rit suddenly appeared. Rit pretended to pass by casually. Buggy, your ability can actually be stronger. Buggy on guard. What are you up to now? Isn't it frustrating to be surpassed and even left behind by Shanks? Rit smiled warmly at him. Buggy wanted to act tough, but the tears in his eyes were uncontrollable. After all, Buggy was just a 6 or 7-year-old kid. Rit, do I lack talent? Clearly, we're training the same, but I'm so far behind. I'm really angry at myself. Rit sensed the original storyline. Would Buggy always live in this world of the strong? Even his peer Shanks could be called a genius, while no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't keep up with everyone and eventually fell into despair. A high perspective can let you soar further, but it can also lead to a painful fall. Rit took out a pile of daggers. Try this. He then sliced Buggy's body into several pieces, each piece tied with a dagger, attacking the target from different angles. Rit felt that Buggy's chop-chop fruit had high development potential. He could precisely control each body part that Buggy split into, which was the foundation he could rely on. Right now, they were tied with cloth, but if in the future the split parts could change freely, he would become even stronger. The chop-chop fruit could be used like a natural fruit. Among masters, elementalization is also preemptive. It's somewhat similar to Obito's Kamui, first phasing out and then using hockey-infused punches, causing minimal damage. Buggy's fruit could also split to avoid damage. After trying a few times, Buggy was excited. I am invincible. Rit could only say that was very Buggy-like. However, the next second, whoosh, whoosh, a few daggers, possibly due to the cloth being tied too loosely, flew toward Roger, who was sleeping on the deck. Roger rolled over in his sleep, and a dagger brushed his face and embedded itself in the wall. ZZZ. Buggy was sweating profusely. Oh no, we're doomed. Rit patted his shoulder. Looks like you still need to practice your aim. You didn't even hit him. Rit was just purely teasing Buggy. Such a move could only joke about hurting Roger, who was on a different level of strength. After intense training in hell, Buggy and Shanks finally made significant progress. Buggy could skillfully control his splits, and his body could finally hold things. Although he couldn't turn into flexible hands, he had no problem gripping things, even developing a version of Buggy Bomb, each split body part holding a bomb. Roger looked at them with satisfaction. Kuahaha. Now that's what my crew looks like. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Though the method is peculiar and the approach gentle, the effect is good. Rit showed a shark-like grin. I'm just thankful that I didn't get you guys killed in training. Rayleigh laughed heartily. What can we do? You were like a monster when you were 3, so training obviously couldn't be ordinary. Chapter 41. Searching for Kurakasu on the Azure Sea. The Oro Jackson sliced through the waves. Rit stood at the stern, mist swirling around his fingertips, healing a crew member's arm wound. His ability could heal. But each time he used it, he couldn't help but think a question. What if one day, even my mist is powerless? Rit boarded a pirate ship at the age of 3, and before he learned to heal, everyone would just wrap wounds with bandages casually, relying on their monstrous bodies to heal themselves. After Rit's fruit awakened, it seemed that the responsibility of the ship's doctor had unknowingly fallen onto him. However, Rit had no medical knowledge at all. His healing was very simple and crude, somewhat similar to Tsunade's method of stimulating muscle regeneration to heal wounds. Rit directly infused a large amount of vitality into the body, letting them heal where it was needed with plenty of life force to spare. This method was very effective for external injuries, but he couldn't explain anything that required pharmacological knowledge. As Roger's illness progressed, Rit contemplated whether bringing Kurakasu on board earlier would lead to a better outcome. Rit murmured to himself, "We need to prepare for the worst." At dinner time, Rit suddenly tapped his wine glass, attracting everyone's attention. He said very seriously, "We need a ship's doctor." The deck fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Jabba grinned. "What's up? Little Rit, is your mist running low?" Shanks raised his hand. "Rit helped me set my bones last time. Super impressive, and it didn't hurt at all, just felt a bit itchy." Buggy mumbled with a mouthful of meat. "Exactly. I was beaten black and blue, and after soaking in Rit's mist for a while, I was fine." Roger laughed heartily. "Kuha! Rit, you're not trying to slack off, are you?" No one was confused. There was only trust in Rit, because he had never let them down. Rit did not smile, because he knew that it was precisely because of everyone's trust that he had to find a professional ship's doctor. Rit's tone was calm, but firm. "My ability can only treat external injuries, and my methods are very crude. For your old age, for your family status, we must find a professional ship's doctor. Are you looking down on someone, Rit?" Jabba couldn't sit still upon hearing this. Rit ignored Jabba, scanning the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Roger. Rit repeated, "We must find a professional ship's doctor." The deck quieted down. Roger and the others knew that Rit must know something. They chose to believe without asking. Rayleigh pondered. "Who do you want to find?" "Rit, Kurakasu from Twin Cape." The Oro Jackson slowly docked beside the lighthouse at Twin Cape, the waves gently lapping against the ship. Rit stood at the bow, his black hair tousled by the sea breeze, his crimson eyes fixed on the lonely lighthouse and the cold-looking man with glasses standing beneath it. "Dr. Kurakasu?" Rit waved and shouted, his voice particularly clear in the sea breeze. Kurakasu did not look up, continuing to flip through his medical notes. "Pirates? Not interested." Jabba crossed his arms and grinned. "Hey, old man, we came with sincerity." Kurakasu sneered. "The sincerity of pirates? The last guy who said that nearly blew up my lighthouse. Now who knows where he is fertilizing the seafloor." Roger laughed heartily, his straw hat blown askew by the wind. "Kuha! That must have been an ignorant fellow." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his tone calm. "We need a ship's doctor, and your medical skills are unmatched." Kurakasu finally looked up, his gaze landing on Rit. "Even if I agree." Before he could finish, the sea suddenly roiled violently, and a massive shadow broke through the waves. Boom! A gigantic island whale, Laboon, surfaced, staring intently at the Oro Jackson, a low rumble emanating from its throat, as if warning these uninvited guests. Buggy was so frightened that he jumped onto the mast. "Wow, why is this whale so big?" Shanks gripped his long knife, his eyes shining. "So impressive." Kurakasu stood on the shore, calm. "I will not board your ship. If you want to make a move, then come and try." But Rit smiled. Laboon from the Rumbar Pirates. Rit was quite fond of this Laboon. The Rumbar Pirates had perished 50 years ago in the original storyline, and with Luffy arriving here, Laboon had been waiting for the agreement with the Rumbar Pirates for 70 or 80 years. "Brooke, Laboon, this was a mutual longing, oh." He lightly leaped, the mist gathering beneath his feet, gently landing on Laboon's nose. Laboon was taken aback, its huge eyes blinking, seemingly surprised that someone dared to jump up. Rit crouched down, his palm gently resting on Laboon's rough skin, blood mist flowing slowly but with no hint of aggression. "Hey, we're not enemies." Rit's voice was soft, carrying a gentle tone as if soothing a child. Although Laboon was much larger than him, its nature was still that of a child. Laboon let out a low moan, its tail anxiously slapping the water's surface, sending up huge splashes. Rit smiled and suddenly pulled out a small sound shell that he had casually bought on some island. The song of the Rumbar pirates still echoed across the sea after all these years. Wasn't this a kind of success? He pressed the play button, and a melodious tune floated out. Laboon's body suddenly stiffened. That was the song of the Rumbar pirates. Kurakasu's pupils constricted. How do you know Rit put away the sound shell, looking at Laboon and delivering the most important message for it? The Rumbar pirates have perished. But Brook is still alive. Laboon's breathing quickened, its huge eyes glistening with tears. Rit continued. He is trapped in the Devil's Triangle, but he has not forgotten his promise to you and has been waiting for you. Laboon let out a mournful long cry, its voice mixed with sadness and hope. Kurakasu quickly walked to the shore, his voice trembling slightly. "Are you sure? I have been searching for them. How can you guarantee you are not deceiving us?" Rit nodded. "I guarantee it in the name of the Roger Pirates." Laboon was silent for a long time, ultimately slowly sinking into the sea, leaving only half its head above water, its eyes wet as it looked at Rit, as if asking, "Really?" "Of course it's true." Rit jumped back on his ship, patting the water off his clothes, and flashed a smile at Kurakasu. "Now, are you willing to board the ship?" Kurakasu stared at him for a long time, finally sighed. "We will set off in 3 days." Kurakasu boarded the Oro Jackson, and Laboon no longer crashed into the red land, but quietly floated on the sea, watching them leave. However, Rit did not rush to board the Oro Jackson. He had wanted to help this little guy long ago. He had also prepared a very suitable devil fruit for Laboon, the human fruit, fighter form. This fruit was quite useless for humans. It only provided basic fighting knowledge and reflexes. But for Laboon, such a giant island whale, strength was not a concern. However, Laboon also lost the chance to roam the sea alone. Rit thought of a way to make up for it. He would wrap Laboon in his blood mist, allowing it to swim the sea for a few days without any issues. Now, the density and quality of Rit's mist were no longer easily dispersed by seawater. Of course, all of this depends on Lab's own choice. The young author thanks A Midsummer Night for Youth and Kaching Lan for their gifts. This is the young author's first time receiving a gift. I didn't pay attention before. I thought no one would be willing to give gifts to the young author. I am really touched, and my eyes are about to overflow with tears. Chapter 42. Labu wants to become a fighter. Rooter stood at the stern of the ship, holding the devil fruit in the form of fighter in his hands, calmly watching Labu. "Labu, the choice is yours." His voice was still soft, but clearly reached Labu's ears. Rooter was quite professional when it came to coaxing children. After all, Shanks and Buggy had been raised into chubby little ones by him. Labu's huge eyes were fixed on the fruit, seemingly deep in thought. Rooter had told him that eating it would grant him new powers, but he would lose the ability to swim freely in the sea. However, if he could act in human form, perhaps he could find Brook faster. It really made the whale feel conflicted. Kaloka stood by, a complex expression on his face. "Rooter, are you really sure about this?" Rooter smiled slightly. "I'm just giving him a chance to choose." Labu let out a low moan and suddenly opened his massive mouth, sucking the devil fruit into it with a powerful pull. The tiny devil fruit was far too small for Labu, and the moment it entered his stomach, his body erupted with a dazzling light. His size began to shrink rapidly. His blue skin became smoother, and his muscles tightened. "Ugh!" Labu let out a high-pitched cry. No longer the deep sound of a whale, but now tinged with a hint of human tone. As the light faded, a small blue whale appeared on the deck, only slightly smaller than Shanks, with a more flexible tail that even allowed him to stand like a human. This form was somewhat reminiscent of a kung fu manatee. But Rooter felt the small whale was cuter. Labu had not fully adapted to his new body and suddenly contorted his expression, causing everyone to feel anxious. Rooter hadn't heard it would be like this. Seeing everyone so panicked, Labu let out a syllable, difficult. Rooter, with his high-level baby talk skills, instantly realized what was happening. Labu, are you trying to say that this devil fruit is hard to eat? Labu nodded, his watery eyes filled with tears, looking straight at Rooter as if accusing him of deceiving a child. Wah! Labu has turned into a little whale person. Buggy's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Shanks excitedly ran over. That's amazing. Labu, can you understand what we're saying? Labu blinked and nodded vigorously, producing a vague but clear sound from his throat. Brew. Brook. Rooter smiled. It seems the fruit has taken effect. Although he can't fully speak yet, he can express his thoughts. Kalokas pushed up his glasses, rarely showing a hint of a smile. This is truly incredible. Labu tried to take a couple of steps. Although he was still a bit clumsy, he could stand steadily. He looked down at his new body and then raised his head to look at Rooter, his eyes full of gratitude. Ugh! He suddenly lunged at Rooter, rubbing his head against his chest as if expressing thanks. With a loud bang, Rooter was sent flying, caught off guard. Although Labu was still quite young by island whale standards, there's an old saying that the concentrated essence is the best. And Rooter felt as if he had been hit by a big truck. Just looking at this strength, it was already close to that of a rear admiral. Roger laughed heartily. Huh, it seems we have gained another interesting partner on our ship. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. With this, Labu can sail with us too. However, Rooter climbed out of the wood chips, looked at Labu, and said seriously, you can't swim now, but my blood mist can help counteract the corrosion of seawater, allowing you to move in the sea for a short time. But remember, until you develop enough resistance to seawater, once you're fully soaked, you'll lose your strength. Labu nodded vigorously in understanding, but his eyes were still filled with guilt. Then Rooter extended his hand, and the blood mist slowly gathered, forming a faint red halo around Labu. Welcome to the Roger Pirates, Labu. Labu excitedly waved his little fists, fins, letting out cheerful calls, and high-fived Rooter. Rooter flew out again, and everyone. Labu froze, his big eyes instantly filling with tears. I didn't mean to. Shanks and Buggy rushed over, trying to pry Rooter out of the wall. Buggy poked Rooter. Hey, are you still alive? Rooter calmly shook his head. If he could withstand the punches from Old Man Carp, how could he not handle Labu? Pure strength alone couldn't even break his defense. I'm alive, but it might take a little time to get myself out. Labu, feeling guilty, ran over to help, but as he flapped his fins, crack, he broke off a whole piece of wood, and Rooter fell to the ground with a thud. Little Labu panicked, running around Rooter, but dared not extend his fins. Roger laughed heartily. Little Labu, it seems you need to learn to control your strength properly. Shanks and Buggy, who rarely saw anyone younger than themselves on the Roger Pirates, suddenly felt a sense of responsibility as older brothers with the arrival of little Labu. Hey Shanks, Labu clearly prefers to play with me. Buggy stood proudly with his hands on his hips on the deck. Behind him was Labu, who he had dressed up with an exaggerated captain's hat and a string of shiny glass beads around his neck, which Buggy insisted were priceless gems. And Labu's nose sported the same red nose as his own. Huh, what are you talking about, Buggy? Shanks sat cross-legged on the mast, grinning as he waved the wooden sword in his hand. Labu practiced swinging the sword with me yesterday. He clearly admires me more. And that red nose on little blue Labu was so eye-catching. Hey, are you looking down on me, Buggy? Ugh. Labu tilted his head, looking back and forth at the two, completely confused about what they were arguing about. Rayleigh sat calmly drinking coffee on the side, glancing over. Here we go again. Labu needs to try to talk as well. Roger laughed heartily. Ha! Young people are really full of energy. Rooter encouraged the three little ones. Hey, speaking of which one of you three has a better relationship with little Labu? Look at our Captain Roger. He has so many crew members. Don't you want to have your own pirate ship in the future? Labu's combat power is quite strong. Just imagine Labu becoming Raylabu, or Jabalabu, or even Ruaturbu wouldn't be impossible. Buggy and Shanks knew that when faced with pirates causing trouble, Captain Roger wouldn't even lift a finger. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Rooter were the three mountains for the pirates. Just imagine having a pirate ship sailing on the sea, and when a pirate ship comes to challenge you, Labu stands in front of you, speaking in a deep and cold voice. You puny fish have no right to stand in front of my captain. Shanks and Buggy laughed heartily, their expressions gradually twisting. Chapter 43. Who is the boss of Labu Buggy? Full of confidence, Labu, come here. Labu obediently walked over. and Buggy immediately pulled out a piece of meat. Look, this is my special grilled meat. Only I can make something this delicious in the whole world. Labu's eyes lit up, reaching out with his fin to grab it. Unable to control his strength, the fin didn't stop in time, and smack. The meat flew out, directly sticking to Spencer's face as he walked by. Spencer wiped the meat off his face expressionlessly. Should I be glad it wasn't Labu that flew over? Buggy's pocket money was halved. Spencer is in charge of all the expenses on the pirate ship, and without his financial management, the Roger pirates would have spent half their time going hungry, because apart from rate, they never save money. This is the reality of pirates at sea, as no one knows if their treasure will last until the next island. All right, back to the story. Buggy scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem. It was an accident. Just a pure accident. Shanks took the opportunity to wave at Labu. Labu, come over here. Labu turned and scampered over, and Shanks raised a wooden sword. Here, try swinging this sword. This wooden sword is a gift for you, Labu. Labu excitedly took the wooden sword, mimicking Shanks' movement, and swung it. Crack! The wooden sword instantly broke in two, and the tip spun out, accurately embedding itself in Buggy's backside. Buggy, Shanks, you did that on purpose. Shanks held back his laughter. Not my fault. It was Labu who swung it. Labu looked down at his fin, seeing Labu's aggrieved expression. Buggy's heart softened. He turned to stare at Shanks, who of course knew what Buggy wanted to say. He took out 100 berry from his pocket, and Buggy snatched it away, instantly returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. You could say this is very Buggy. Ding, ding, ding. The result of the first round of the Labu competition, tie, but Buggy is more injured. Buggy was not convinced. What's the use of just swinging a sword? I want to teach Labu the real skill. Buggy Bomb, Special Edition. He pulled out a round ball, shaking it proudly. Watch closely. This is my unique invention. Labu curiously leaned in, and just as Buggy was about to demonstrate, boom! The Buggy Bomb exploded instantly, and when the smoke cleared, Buggy's face was covered in soot, his hair standing on end. Buggy spat out a puff of black smoke. Why is it always me that gets hurt? Labu wiped his own blackened face. This little explosion couldn't possibly harm the island whale. Labu watched Buggy, eager to see how he would demonstrate next. Buggy was panicking. The thing he was supposed to demonstrate just exploded. What should he do? But looking at Labu's expectant little eyes, he had to think quickly. Shanks, seeing the comical Buggy, was struggling to hold back his laughter. Buggy, is your special edition too easy to detonate? Buggy, gritting his teeth, shut up. Shanks turned to Labu. Labu, let me teach you a more useful observation and perception. He closed his eyes and said seriously, try to feel the presence around you. Labu imitated him, also closing his eyes and trying hard to sense. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if he had sensed something, and a fin slapped down onto the deck. Boom! The deck was smashed open, and Kuroka's, who lived below, was directly blasted out, still holding a bottle of unfinished wine. Kuroka's looked bewildered. Why is it so bright all of a sudden? Everyone hurried to chase after the flying Kuroka's. The result of the second round, tie, but the ship took 1 damage. Buggy was still not giving up. Labu, come here, give me a hug, to prove that you like me the most. Labu happily ran over, knowing his strength was great. He was very careful, trying not to bump into anything unless requested. But this was Buggy's hug request. Labu opened his arms and gave Buggy a big bear hug. Bam! Buggy was almost suffocated, his face turning red, his feet kicking wildly in the air. Although his face was starting to turn purple, Buggy still stubbornly said, No, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. Shanks laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Buggy, your face is all purple. Labu panicked and let go, realizing he had used a bit too much strength in the excitement. Buggy fell to the ground, gasping for air, but he didn't forget to give Labu a thumbs up. Very enthusiastic, Labu. Shanks confidently stepped forward, believing that Buggy must be too weak. Labu, come hug me and try. But he seemed to forget that their big brother raid had also been blasted away. Labu cautiously hugged Shanks, this time deliberately being gentle. Crack! Shanks' ribs made an ominous sound. Shanks' smile froze. A little bit lighter, please? Labu quickly let go, and Shanks supported his waist, barely standing. No, I'm fine. I'm good. Rate, after the blood mist spread, had been staring at the 3 little ones for a long time. He could heal all these injuries, they were just a little painful. Everyone knew the story of Labu and the Rumba pirates, which was quite touching. They felt deep admiration and affection for Labu, so everyone was very tolerant of him. After all, they could just ask Rate to heal them, and there would be no pain or scars left. The result of the third round, tie, but both were injured. Just as the two were arguing, Rate walked over after talking to the others, holding a small hat. It was a blue little top hat. Rate wanted to cosplay as Lori with Shanks. Hee. Labu's eyes lit up when he saw the little hats. But Rate didn't give one to him. I'll give it to you when you can control your own strength. This is a promise between you and me. Labu nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Did you forget something? He squatted down, patting Labu's head. Labu is much older than you. You should call Labu boss according to age. Labu blinked, suddenly puffing out his chest. Ugh. Labu is the boss. Yes. I'm a boss. Labu is the boss. Buggy Shanks were stunned. Eh. The two reacted as well. Their mischievous big brother Rate was teasing them again. You bastard, Rate. Roger burst out laughing. Huh. Well said. Labu is the boss. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth lifting. It seems you two are competing for the position of little brother. Buggy shouted defiantly, wait. How can I be a little brother? Shanks laughed. Then I'll be Labu's vice captain. Labu happily hugged both of them. Ugh. We are all partners. We should get along well. Labu cherished this bond deeply. Crack. The bones of Buggy and Shanks simultaneously let out a mournful cry. Everyone fell silent. Rate sighed, the blood mist enveloping the three. Tomorrow's power control training cannot be delayed. Chapter 44. Easy on Laboon, the Oro Jackson swayed gently with the waves. On the deck, an unprecedented special training session was about to begin. Laboon, Rit said, crossing his arms, blood mist swirling around him. From today on, you need to learn to control your power. Laboon blinked his big eyes, his small fins rubbing together nervously. Ever since he ate the devil fruit, he had been breaking things. He shattered the dining table yesterday, broke the mast the day before, nearly knocked Buggy into the sea to feed the fish the day before that. And yesterday, he even hugged Shanks hard enough to fracture his bones. First, Rit magically pulled out a delicate teacup and tried to lift it. The teacup glimmered with a pearly sheen under the sunlight, thin enough to be translucent. Laboon nervously swallowed, extending his trembling finger. Crack! The teacup shattered into 8 pieces. Oh! Laboon hung his head. It's okay, Shanks patted his fin. When I first started using a sword, I tore Uncle Rayleigh's shirt. Don't mention that, you little brat. Rayleigh's voice echoed from the cabin. Rit handed Laboon his breakfast and turned to look for his secret weapon. Laboon turned his head, still with half a struggling fish hanging from his mouth. He whimpered pitifully, the silver fork he was holding in his fin already bent into a strange arc. The deck fell silent, the sound of the waves clearly audible. Rit held back a laugh and walked over. Looks like we need sturdier utensils. He brought over a few forks made of sea prism stone, spoils from a navy he had borrowed last time, which he had crafted into fork shapes overnight. Try this. Rit handed the fork to Laboon. The sea prism stone was hard enough to withstand your power. Laboon carefully grasped the fork. This time he learned to be smart. He suddenly felt his physical strength diminish. But perhaps because Laboon was an island whale, he didn't completely lose his ability. Instead, it simply reduced his power, and he gently poked the fish piece. The sea fish swam leisurely in the bucket, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Yes, just like that. Rit softly guided him. Imagine your fin tip is a feather. Puff! The fork precisely pierced the fish's gills, and Laboon excitedly raised his prize. No, good job. Rit thought he was a genius. The sea prism stone suppressed part of the fruit's ability, allowing Laboon to precisely control the remaining power output. Laboon got too excited and ended up splashing water on his Shanks' face, who was watching the fun. Hey! Shanks wiped the fishy smell off his face. What can you do about it? Of course, I choose to forgive you. At least you didn't throw the fork this time. Good job, Laboon. Since the sea prism stone was reliable, Rit pulled out a feather he had obtained by chance. Listen, Seagull, thank you. Little Laboon. What you need to do now is to use your little arms to fan this feather and keep it suspended in the air, but don't let it fly away or touch the ground. Laboon curled up cautiously in the center, holding the feather with his 2 hands, his tail raised, showing that he was exerting all his strength. Remember, Rit sat cross-legged in front of him. Your power should be as even as your breathing. Laboon nodded, took a deep breath, and gently waved his fin tip. Whoosh! The feather instantly turned into a white light, slamming against the main mast, the tail feathers still slightly trembling. Buggy stared wide-eyed in shock. What the? Quiet. Rit shot him a glare, walked over, plucked the feather off, and said again. Sweat beads formed on Laboon's forehead. He used the tiniest part of his fingertip, carefully supporting the feather. Very good now. Little Laboon stared, suddenly crossing his eyes, the feather lifted by the airflow, wobbling and drifting towards the ship's railing. Laboon panicked and reached out to grab it. Wait, don't. Boom. Rit enveloped the feather in blood mist, mixing in a small amount of sea prism stone powder. The feather suddenly glinted with a faint metallic sheen. This way, it won't fly around, and even if it does, I can pull it back. This suppresses your power, he explained, but doesn't render you completely powerless. Laboon curiously took the specially made feather. This time he immediately felt the difference, as if he were wearing heavy gloves to pick something up, his strength limited to a controllable range. Ooh, this is good. He gently flapped his fin tip, and the feather slowly rose. Though it fluctuated, it was at least suspended in the air. Success! Shanks cheered. Rit gradually retracted the outer mist, and the feather whooshed away. Just as everyone was about to offer words of encouragement, they got stuck in their throats, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Days passed, and the three little ones continued their training. Kuroka's meticulously checked various health data of the Roger pirates, discovering they were all in good health and that their hidden injuries were basically recovering, thanks to Rit's vitality supply. However, for Rit, this didn't seem like good news. He believed that all terminal illnesses were traceable. Could this be a plot twist? The original story didn't explain how Roger fell ill, which made Rit somewhat irritable. He found Kuroka's and hoped he would thoroughly examine the captain. Little Rit, they told me you know some future events, and you were the one who invited me aboard. I guess Roger will contract some disease in the future that even you can't cure, Kuroka said. Rit nodded. He was about to introduce the symptoms Roger would exhibit after falling ill, but he suddenly realized the script didn't specify anything he didn't know. He only knew that Roger would get a terminal illness. Kuroka's patted Rit's shoulder. I have practiced medicine for many years and have witnessed too many life and death separations. I assure you, I will do my utmost to treat the captain as a way to repay you for helping me find the Rumbar pirates. Healing the sick is our duty as doctors, not something a combatant like you should be concerned with. Of course, if you want to learn medicine with me, I'm more than willing to teach you. Rit deeply bowed to him. Then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 45. The first experience of battle. I don't know if it's influenced by Buggy, but under the moonlight, the deck of the Oro Jackson is bathed in light. The sound of the waves is gentle, and the entire ship is immersed in dreams. Rit pushed open the cabin door and found Laboon and Buggy. Buggy was practicing with a dagger in the distance, while Laboon was sitting in the middle of the deck, a pristine white feather floating in front of it. It cautiously stretched out its fin tip, gently touching the feather, which was lifted by the airflow and spun down to the ground. Laboon didn't get discouraged. It picked up the feather and tried again. Not asleep yet. Rit leaned against the ship's railing, a slight smile on his lips. Laboon turned its head, letting out a low sound, its eyes resolute. Rit smiled. Then practice a bit more and help me get a bottle of wine. He pulled out a bottle of rum from his pocket and gently placed it on the deck. Laboon took a deep breath and slowly extended its fin, carefully wrapping its fingertips around the bottle's body, steady and secure. Not a single drop spilled. Wow. Laboon excitedly shook the bottle, its eyes shining like stars. Rit rubbed its head. Well done. Roger and the others walked out of the cabin, and Rit looked at them, wondering if they were all still awake. It was ridiculous. The calm under the moonlight was suddenly shattered. Many weak pirate crews wanted to ride on the fame of the Roger pirates, and Buggy's scream pierced the night. Enemy attack. They are approaching. This was why Roger and the others had come out. The deck of the Oro Jackson was instantly lit up. Laboon, get back. Shanks drew his weapon, his eyes sharp. Buggy hid behind the mast, peeking out with his red nose. How dare they ambush us? I'll show them who's boss. Rit quipped Buggy. You'd be more convincing if you came out from behind there. Buggy should be able to handle these pirates now, but his personality might be the issue. His first reaction was always to run away, which was quite a headache for Rit. Rit didn't move. He just quietly watched Laboon. Laboon, are you ready? Laboon lowered its head, looking at its fin, then raised its head to gaze at the approaching enemy ship, a pirate ship flying the Iron Hook flag, with fierce-looking pirates standing on the deck. The captain at the front grinned maliciously, waving a huge iron hook. "Roger, pirates? Tonight is your end." But Rick couldn't help but frown. "No, buddy, you're the one trying to ambush us. Why shout so loudly?" Laboon's expression shifted from confusion to determination. It took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Roar. I can do it." Rick laughed. "Then go ahead, you can go all out." The battle was about to begin. The crew of the Iron Hook pirates jumped onto the Oro Jackson, waving their weapons as they charged forward. Laboon stood at the forefront, facing the first attacking enemy. It instinctively raised its fin. Bang! The pirate flew out like a cannonball, crashing straight through the enemy ship's mast. Silence fell over the scene. Laboon stared blankly at its fin, seemingly surprised by the power of that strike. A monster! The Iron Hook captain's face turned pale, but he quickly grew furious. "Altogether, kill that whale." The pirates surged forward. Laboon felt a bit flustered, but quickly calmed down. It closed its eyes, feeling the power within, and as it integrated combat techniques, whoosh, its figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of a pirate and with a light flick of its fin. Thud! The pirate fell to his knees, clutching his stomach and fainting. Laboon's movements became increasingly fluid. It no longer relied on brute force, but instead controlled every ounce of power precisely, just as Rit had taught. It weaved through the enemies, each strike perfectly measured, not lethal, but enough to render them incapacitated. Buggy watched in shock this. "Laboon is amazing." Shanks excitedly waved his iron sword. "Incredible." Laboon, seeing the situation turning against him. The Iron Hook captain roared, swinging his iron hook at Laboon. "Die, monster!" Laboon did not dodge, but stood firm. Just as the iron hook was about to strike, it raised its fin and gently blocked. Crack! The iron hook shattered, and the captain's attack came to an abrupt halt. Laboon's eyes sharpened. It felt the rhythm of battle for the first time. It didn't continue attacking, but pressed the tip of its fin against the captain's throat, emitting a low voice. "Leave." Now, the Iron Hook captain's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. "I will leave right now." The battle ended more quickly than expected. The Iron Hook pirates fled in disgrace, and no one stopped them. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Laboon stood still, looking down at its fin, seemingly still in disbelief. Rit walked over and patted its shoulder. "Well done, Laboon." Laboon turned its head, eyes sparkling, letting out a joyful call. "Roar." "I did it." Roger laughed heartily, coming over to ruffle Laboon's head. "Ha! It seems our little Laboon is already a qualified warrior." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a slight smile on his lips. "Not bad. Your control is much stronger than before." Shanks and Buggy rushed over, hugging Laboon from either side. "So cool. Laboon, from now on, you are our ace." Laboon felt a bit shy from the praise, but its eyes were filled with confidence. Rit stepped forward and took out his blue little hat, gently placing it on Laboon's head. "Very good. Roger Pirates trainee crew member Laboon, you have successfully completed your training. Congratulations." Rit's mist in the air simulated the appearance of fireworks, and what was even more touching was the vibrant red mist from afar among the Iron Hook pirates, as if it too were celebrating Laboon's success, looking quite festive. Under the moonlight, the Oro Jackson continued its voyage, and Laboon's first battle became the most shining moment on its path to growth. In the morning sunlight, Laboon was carefully eating breakfast with a sea stone fork. Shanks leaned over. "Laboon, teach me that move next time, okay? The hoo-ha-hey technique looks so cool." Buggy immediately pushed him aside. "Get lost. If Laboon teaches anyone, it should be me first." Shanks and Buggy bump heads. "Want to fight, you jerk? Come on, who's afraid?" Laboon looked at the two, suddenly grinning, and stretched out its fin. Smack! One on the left, one on the right, both gently pressed against their faces, but the force was very light. "Roar. You're both my little brothers." Chapter 46. The advancing Shanks and Buggy Roger side. They found a few historical text rubbings, but they couldn't understand them at all. Rate thought of Odin, who had interpreted the historical text for the Roger pirates before. Lazily lying on the deck, Rate said to Roger, "There's a samurai from Wano, Kazuki Odin, on Whitebeard's ship. He can interpret the historical texts." Upon hearing this, Roger's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Captain, what are you plotting again? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses with a smile. Since Rate told me, he must be one of our companions. Roger laughed heartily. That guy is on Whitebeard's ship now. We need to go borrow him. Rate raised an eyebrow at this. Whitebeard is not an easy person to deal with, Captain. How do you plan to convince him? Roger clenched his fists, his fighting spirit boiling. What else can we do? Let's fight first and talk later. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Here we go again, causing a ruckus. Shanks and Buggy excitedly leaned in. Captain, are we going to fight the Whitebeard pirates again? Last time, their despicable tactics of using more against less had made Shanks and Buggy angry for many days. If we can't win, we'll gang up on them. Little bro, you don't have the strength. Roger ruffled their hair and laughed. Kuahaha, that's right. Don't let that group of brats scare you. Shanks clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I won't lose. Buggy, equally confident, added. I won't either. Rate stood up and stretched lazily. Buggy, you better fight well this time. If you run away, I'll make you spin like a top. Then let's set off. I want to see how strong the Whitebeard pirates are now. With the Roger pirates' deliberate search, the Oro Jackson sailed rapidly across the Azure Sea towards the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, old man, we've spotted the Roger pirates ahead. The lookout shouted. Newgate sat in a specially made chair, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Grrrr. I didn't expect to run into that kid Roger here. The two legendary pirate ships gradually approached, ultimately landing simultaneously on a small island. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Newgate. Long time no see. Newgate chuckled deeply. Grrrr. Roger, what kind of mischief are you up to this time? Roger's fighting spirit ignited. Nothing much, just want to have another fight with you. We'll talk about other things after. Newgate snorted. Grrrr. Then bring it on. Before his words faded, two terrifying hockey auras collided violently, dark clouds instantly covering the sky, and the sea surged with monstrous waves. Marco and Jozu approached Shanks and Buggy. This time, we won't let you ambush us with sand again. Marco spread his blue flame wings and hovered in midair, his tone provocative. Shanks grinned. Don't worry, this time I'll chop you down fair and square. Before he finished speaking, Shanks suddenly charged forward, his blade slicing through the air, aimed at Marco's chest. Marco flared his flames, dodging to the side while his right wing whipped out, the scorching wind pushing Shanks back. Shanks' swordsmanship had matured, every strike sharp and precise, and his budding observation hockey could vaguely predict Marco's evasion patterns. But Marco, with his rich combat experience, moved gracefully between Shanks' strikes, using the Phoenix's mobility to his advantage. Suddenly, Shanks changed tactics, his blade enveloped in a layer of black sheen. Swish! With one slash, Marco's flames were forcibly split apart, leaving a blood mark on his shoulder. Marco's pupils constricted. Armament hockey. You little. Gasping for breath. Shanks' smile grew even more wild. Rate said, the only thing that can hurt a mythical Zoan is hockey. Marco became fully serious. This kid's speed of power growth was truly terrifying. His flames surged. Then let me show you the true power of the Phoenix. Phoenix print. His wings spread wide, transforming into a wave of flames heading toward Shanks. Shanks did not dodge or evade. He gripped his sword with both hands, concentrating all his hockey at the tip of the blade in a simplified version of Roger's god avoidance technique, looking quite impressive. Boom! The flames were cleaved in two, and at the last moment, Marco's claw strike forced Shanks back. The two distanced themselves, locking eyes. Shanks was clearly exhausted. That god avoidance move consumed too much energy. Marco's flames slowly healed the previous scratches, and while the mythical Zoan stamina was basically monstrous, his eyes no longer held contempt. Shanks versus Marco. Although Shanks lost, the two might become good friends in the future. Now, let's turn our attention to Buggy. Buggy stood in front of Jozu, carrying a package on his back. If one looked closely, they would see he was filled with daggers. His eyes no longer held the fear from the original storyline, but were filled with confidence as he grinned at the diamond-glimmering Jozu. Hey, diamond bastard, don't let me knock you down again. Jozu clashed his fists, sparks flying, and snorted coldly. Don't get too cocky, Red Nose. You're just a guy who likes to use tricks. Who needs low-level tricks? Buggy placed his hands on his hips. Come on, stop talking. Josu's eyes darkened, no longer wasting words, and suddenly stepped forward. His diamond-covered, giant fist crashing down on Buggy. Bang! The ground was smashed into a pit, dust flying everywhere. However, Buggy's body had already scattered apart, and Josu's fist only hit the air. Unable to hit Buggy, his head floated right above Josu, smirking mischievously, with his split right hand making a face. Buggy, great big brother, I really enjoyed your cake, Josu roared angrily, his arms suddenly swelling, the diamond sheen becoming even more dazzling. He spun around, his fists raining down like a storm. Diamond meteor fist. Dense shadows of fists enveloped the area, and Buggy's fragments nimbly weaved through the punches. Using the paper drawing technique from the 6 styles, fluttering like paper blown by the wind. While dodging, he did not forget a taunt. Put some more effort into it. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Veins bulged on Josu's forehead. Suddenly changing tactics, he slammed a fist into the ground. Boom! The surrounding stones erupted outward from Josu's center, forcing Buggy's scattered body to regroup. Seizing the opportunity, Josu's diamondized right arm swept in. You can't dodge this. At that critical moment, Buggy's mouth curled into a cunning smile. His body suddenly scattered. At the same time, every split limb held a dagger, stabbing towards Josu from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp blades sliced through Josu's diamond skin, leaving fine cracks on the surface. Josu winced in pain. His attack momentarily halted, while Buggy's right hand snuck around his back and pushed hard. Get lost. Josu stumbled a few steps, nearly falling. He steadied himself, incredulous as he turned back. You actually managed to hurt me? Buggy's head floated in midair, smug. How about that? Every dagger is covered in armament hockey. Do you know how many months I've trained for this, old man? Josu's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, his diamond sheen swelling, and growled. Then let me try this. He charged at Buggy. This time his fist no longer swung blindly, but charged at Buggy like a tank. Now that Buggy could split at any time, he appeared to handle this kind of power-type opponent with ease. Blunt force attacks were no longer a problem. Whisper, Buggy, do whatever you want with the splits. But Buggy wanted to test the new fruit ability he developed with Rhett. He suddenly reached out and touched Jaw's diamond arm. Split apart. An eerie scene unfolded. Fine cracks emerged on the surface of Jaw's diamond fist, as if being forcibly dismantled by an invisible force. Although it lasted only a moment, it was enough for Buggy's dagger to pierce through the gap. Puffed. Blood splattered. Jaws grunted and quickly retreated, staring in shock at the wound on his arm. You can even affect my ability? Buggy retracted his dagger, wiped the blood off with a handkerchief, and grinned. So how about another round? Red had thought back then. Since Buggy can split himself, is it possible for him to split others' attacks? Would the awakened fruit in the future be able to decompose the conqueror's hockey they cover, just like Law's slaughterhouse, where everything that couldn't withstand his fruit ability would be directly split apart? This has a high possibility of realization. The split fruit doesn't say it can only split itself. Jaws gritted his teeth, about to fight again, when suddenly, boom, a bomb exploded between the two. In the thick smoke, Buggy's split left hand grabbed a Buggy bomb and shook it mockingly. Damn, it's so close. Next time, I need to prepare a quieter Buggy bomb. Buggy's fighting style was truly sneaky. With so many pieces split off, who would care if a piece or two was missing during the battle? As the smoke cleared, Jaws knelt on the ground, his diamond skin covered in scorch marks. However, the explosion didn't cause him any actual harm, but it was indeed a fact that he couldn't do anything about Buggy. He looked up glaring at Buggy, only to see that the latter had already restored his complete body and was laughing with his hands on his hips. The outcome was clear. A complete victory for me. Jaws was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Next time I won't lose again. Buggy waved his hand, turning to walk towards his companions, always ready for a rematch. Buggy was overjoyed inside, thinking, family, we did it. Chapter 47. Rhett refuses to accept Roger kneeling. Rhett immediately sought out Odin. The Whitebeard pirates were still in their development phase, with only a few capable fighters available. With no opponents to face, they could only watch, and it was really boring after a few days of watching fights. Odin unsheathed his twin blades and stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to Rhett, crossing his swords to strike with the two-sword style, T-Genjei Ken. Rhett did not dodge. He blocked with a black-tied greatsword. Clang! The huge sound of metal clashing shook the deck, causing the wooden planks beneath Rhett to slightly dent. Odin's strike was powerful, but Rhett's black tide remained unmoved. Not bad. Hot chocolate. Do you really think I'm like those other weaklings from different worlds? Suddenly, mist spread and enveloped the two. In the mist, Odin's vision was completely obscured, but he remained calm, activating his observation haki to sense Rhett's location. Though it was intermittent, his normally reliable observation haki seemed to suddenly fail him. Mist-hidden mirage. Rhett's voice echoed from all directions as 7 phantoms simultaneously attacked Odin. Odin snorted coldly, spinning his twin blades. Two-sword style. Odin's two-sword style. Return heaven. Rhett? Return heaven? Big brother? The blade light swept like a hurricane, and the 7 phantoms were instantly shattered. But the real Rhett had already circled behind Odin, the black-tied great sword wrapped in blood mist, striking down suddenly. Mist sword blood tide. Odin reacted extremely quickly, countering with a backhanded blade block, but the impact of black tide still pushed him back several steps, cracking the deck beneath him. Interesting. Odin laughed heartily, his conqueror's haki suddenly erupting, black-red lightning swirling around his twin swords. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Conqueror's haki wrapped around? It looks more like Conqueror's haki flowing like cherry blossoms. Then let's compare. Boom. The two forces of Conqueror's haki collided. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and huge waves rose from the sea. The crew on the deck retreated, and even Roger and Newgate showed surprised expressions. The kid's haki, not bad. Roger grinned. Odin, with his swords wrapped in haki, suddenly leaped up. Two-sword style, T-Gen White Dragon. Rhett, unafraid, covered his black tide great sword with armament haki and met it head-on with black tide. Break the sea. Boom. The shockwave from a clash of swords exploded, tearing the deck apart, and the surrounding seawater was sent soaring into the sky. After landing, Odin suddenly sheathed his sword, assuming the stance of Iato cut. Two-sword style, drawing technique. Odin has only a few moves. I'll take a bit for myself. Rhett's eyes narrowed, the black tide great sword glowing with a dark red light. Mist god style, demon strike. The two struck simultaneously. Swish. The blade light and sword energy intertwined, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. Crack! Odin was knocked back, but managed to stop himself, while a shallow blood mark was drawn on Rhett's shoulder. The two stood back to back, and the audience fell silent. Atia? Rhett didn't win. Shanks widened his eyes. No. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Although Rhett was injured, it's clear he held back. Otherwise, the blood mist would have already entered Odin's body at that moment. Odin turned around and laughed heartily. Haha, that was exhilarating. Your mist and swordsmanship are impressive. Rhett sheathed the black tide, a slight smile on his lips. You're not bad either. The samurai of Wano are indeed worthy of their reputation. Buggy and Shanks ran over, eyes sparkling. Big brother Rhett, you guys fought for over 3 days. Rhett was stunned. Oh, it's been over 3 days? Time flies so fast, haha. Hate blood cattle. Understand blood cattle. Become blood cattle. Roger's battle with Whitebeard was also nearing its end. Gururara, this is exhilarating. Let us hold a banquet. Everyone, Whitebeard exclaimed. During the banquet, Whitebeard sat in his chair, his Naginata beside him, curiously asking, Roger, what are you here for? Roger grinned. Newgate, I came to borrow someone. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was instantly in an uproar. What are you joking about? Marco frowned. How can we lend our family to you? Exactly. Jozu clenched his fists. Do you want to fight? Rhett stood beside Roger, glancing over the Whitebeard pirates, finally landing on Odin, the man in a kimono with 2 swords at his waist, who was watching them with great interest. Whitebeard snorted. Roger, why don't you tell me who you want to borrow? Roger pointed at Odin. Him. Kazuki Odin. The crowd fell silent. Odin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Interesting. What do you want with me? Roger's gaze was intense. I've heard you can read the poem glyphs, and I need your help to reach the final island. Do you want to learn the secrets of the world? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Roger, you should know what you're asking. Do you want to start a full-scale war with the Whitebeard pirates? Roger stood up, his expression solemn, filled with a determination to uncover the truth of the world. He looked at Whitebeard and slowly said, Edward, I have no desires in my life, but this journey needs someone like Odin to accompany me. Knowing the truth of the world and uncovering the hidden secrets is my last wish and the meaning of my life's adventures. I know this request is excessive, but it is truly crucial to me. As he spoke, he actually prepared to kneel. Rhett slapped himself. He had been focused on Odin coming aboard Roger's ship and forgot how he got on board. Captain, Rayleigh's pupils constricted. Jabba shouted angrily, Roger, how can you kneel to Newgate, you bastard? However, before Roger's knee could touch the ground, a pair of hands firmly grasped his arms. It was Rhett. The blood mist surged, and Rhett's crimson eyes burned brightly. He could tell that Roger's emotions were not calm. Roger, don't kneel. While watching the original storyline, Rhett admired Roger for being able to kneel for his dreams, but Rhett had been on Roger's ship since he was 3 years old. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were his 3 most respected older brothers, and he absolutely would not allow his big brother to lose his dignity. No matter who he knelt to or for what reason, it would be an insult to Roger. Roger looked up in shock, feeling the strength of Rhett holding him up. Once Rhett was sure Roger would not kneel again, he turned to face Newgate, for the truth of the world was worth seeing. Rhett stepped forward slowly, blood mist swirling around him, his crimson gaze fixed on Whitebeard, showing no sign of retreat. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Kid, are you teaching me how to treat family? No. Rhett's voice was soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. I'm telling you, Odin has the right to choose his own path. Since he can interpret the poneglyphs, he must want to see the secrets of this world. Just then, Odin suddenly stepped forward, gripping his twin swords tightly. His eyes sparkled with complex emotions. Captain. Whitebeard silently looked at him. I want to see. Odin's voice trembled slightly, but was exceptionally firm. I am the one who can read the poneglyphs. When I was studying the poneglyphs, I hoped to truly see the secrets of the world, so. Marco couldn't help but shout. Odin, do you know what you're saying? Marco knew how difficult it was for Odin to come aboard. Odin turned to face his former companions and suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry, everyone, but I must take this journey. Whitebeard's expression finally showed fluctuation. He stared at Odin for a long time, then suddenly laughed heartily. Gurara, good, very good. The Naginata slammed down heavily, shaking the deck. Since this is your choice, then go. Rhett secretly breathed a sigh of relief as the blood mist quietly dissipated. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Uten's determination and Whitebeard's open-mindedness exceeded his expectations. I really owe you a favor, Whitebeard. Roger laughed as he stepped forward. Newgate, thanks. I promise to return him in one piece. Whitebeard snorted coldly. If he loses even a hair, I'll tear your ship apart. Uten's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled brightly. When I come back, I'll definitely bring the best wine. This was also the first banquet after the Roger pirates met the Whitebeard pirates that didn't finish but left directly. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away, Marco walked up to Whitebeard. Dad, Brother Uten. Whitebeard looked at the disappearing ship, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rate said it right. Everyone has the right to choose their own path, and because we are family, we should support him. The sea breeze carried Uten's final shout. I will definitely come back. Under the setting sun, the 2 legendary pirate ships sailed in opposite directions, heading towards their respective destinies. Chapter 48. Why steal when you can confront? The Oro Jackson sailed across the vast ocean, and Odin was intently deciphering a copy of the historical text. Suddenly, he raised his head and exclaimed excitedly, I found it. The historical text is right here. He unfurled an old sea chart and pointed to a certain sea area. Here. Roger leaned in for a closer look, raising an eyebrow. It seems this area has recently been occupied by Charlotte Linlin. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, yet slightly serious. If the information is correct, this is indeed Charlotte Linlin's territory now. The deck fell silent for a moment. Charlotte Linlin, Jabba whistled. That crazy woman is no joke. Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances and muttered, Who is Big Mom? Ritter lazily leaned against the ship's railing, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. A monster who loves sweets. Her abilities are quite troublesome. Jabba perked up and said to the 3 youngsters, That was before you got on the ship, your brother Ritter. He could take on anything back then. At that time, Charlotte Linlin was still a crew member of Rox, and he came to recruit us. Could your brother Ritter let that go? He rushed in with a big sword. It was a devastating slash that shook the heavens and wept for the ghosts. Shanks and Buggy's eyes sparkled. Really? After fighting for so long, we couldn't even break her skin. I mean, even if we had to peel it off, it should have come off, right? In the end, it was me who had to step in, descending like a deity to rescue Ritter from the flames. Ritter threw a cup of water at Jabba. Shut up. You didn't break her defenses either. What are you barking about? Jabba twisted like a seaweed. Oh, someone seems to be embarrassed and angry. Let's duel, you bastard. Ritter charged at Jabba, and after the commotion ended, the Roger pirates all sat on the deck to discuss strategies. Uncle Rayleigh was dependable as ever. Charlotte Lean's territory is heavily guarded, but if we sneak in quietly, we might blend in, find the stone tablet, and quickly take a copy to leave, which could reduce unnecessary trouble. Jabba was skeptical. The problem is she's also a master. Her observation hockey isn't weak. If we're discovered, we'll be surrounded by all the pirates of Tato Land. Ritter lazily replied. Plus, her homies, Soul Creations, are everywhere. Sneaking in quietly is tough. Spencer thought for a moment and suggested, we also have some rare nautical information and treasures. Maybe we could trade with her? Roger shook his head. Kuahaha. Just had a falling out in God Valley. That crazy woman won't easily hand anything over. Odin raised his hand to speak. Then let's just steal it. There's no weakness in a samurai's dictionary. Roger became excited upon hearing this. Thanks to Ritter's intervention, Roger hadn't contracted a terminal illness yet. He knew that Roger was still at his peak strength, fearless and ready to charge in and take what they wanted. Quite thrilling, right? Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Captain, her influence is expanding, and she has many strong subordinates. Charging in directly is too risky. Upon hearing this, Roger showed some signs of agitation. Ritter listened to Rayleigh's explanation and observed Roger's reaction. So that's how it was stolen. It seemed that in the original storyline, when confronting Big Mom, Roger had already contracted a terminal illness, and his strength began to decline. However, with Ritter's intervention, Roger hadn't gotten sick, and it seemed Big Mom's storyline would be advanced. But Ritter felt it wasn't necessary. With Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and him, and Odin who would join later, wasn't it easy to take down an undeveloped Tato Land? It was like God Valley. As long as Charlotte Lin didn't block any of them, it would be a massacre. Her few sons likely wouldn't be enough. Ritter casually suggested, I think we can just go in and subdue her, then slowly take the copy. Jabba grinned. Besides, when have the Roger pirates ever feared a tough fight? Roger made the decision. Kuahaha, it's settled. We'll charge in, grab the historical text, and run. Amid this cheerful atmosphere, it was decided that Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba would directly confront Charlotte Lin and her main officers. Odin would take advantage of the chaos to find a historical text and take a copy. As for Ritter, he would use blood mist to seal the battlefield and control the situation. Shanks, Buggy, and other crew members would stay on the ship to prevent any pirates from boarding. After all, having too many people wouldn't help. Numbers meant nothing in front of Ritter. Those who couldn't even enter Ritter's blood mist didn't deserve to step onto the battlefield. Rayleigh confirmed once more. Remember, our goal is the historical text, not a death struggle. Grab what we need and retreat immediately. This would surely infuriate Charlotte Lin. Ritter had always been troubled by not being able to break through Charlotte Lean's defenses. Roger laughed loudly and shouted, Understood. Everyone, prepare for battle. All crew members shouted, Oh. As they sailed towards Cake Island, the Oro Jackson braved the waves, heading into Charlotte Lean's territory. Shanks and Buggy leaned over the bow, both nervous and excited. Buggy swallowed hard and asked, Hey Shanks, do you think we can win this time? I heard that Charlotte Lin is a big pirate, just like our captain. Shanks casually held his head. Of course, with the captain here, and Brother Ritter, plus Uncle Rayleigh and Uncle Jabba, there's no way we can lose. Ritter stood at the stern, blood mist slowly spreading, his gaze sharp. Charlotte Lin, let's see if your Tato Land can withstand my mist. Damn, why can't I break her defenses? So frustrating. The Oro Jackson tore through the sea fog, the bow slicing through the calm surface of the sea. On the lookout tower, Shanks excitedly waved his straw hat. I see the island. Full speed ahead. Roger stood at the bow, his red coat billowing, ready to show Charlotte's little brats what a real pirate is. Enemy attack. The lookout's voice changed pitch from the watchtower along the Cake Island coastline. It's the Roger Pirates. All hands on deck. The alarm bells rang throughout the island. Charlotte Linlin, who was napping, was startled awake. Creamy frosting sliding down from the corner of her mouth. Mama? That madman Roger? Follow the plan. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and leaped into the air with Moonwalk. Ritter was the last to disembark, dragging the black tide, great sword through the sand, creating deep grooves. Odin, the historical text is in your hands. Leave it to me. Odin drew his twin swords, the Amano Habakiri glinting coldly in the sunlight. Blood realm, blood hell. Ritter formed seals with both hands. Crimson mist surged over the beach like a tide. The assembled rice soldiers suddenly screamed. My eyes hurt so much. I can't breathe. It's poisonous mist. Retreat. Actually, the Conqueror's hockey could achieve the same effect, but it was a one-time use, while Ritter's mist could linger. The youngsters watched the impressive scene with sparkling eyes, and Ritter nonchalantly adjusted his clothes, casual style. Chapter 49, The Plan in Motion. Roger. You dare to invade my territory. Charlotte Lingling's roar echoed through the sky as Zeus carried her out from the collapsed castle gate. Napoleon's giant sword entwined with violent purple lightning. Kuhaha. Long time no see, Lingling. Don't be so angry or you'll get wrinkles. Roger slowly drew his famous sword ace. I'll just take a copy of the historical text and leave. How about that? Go to hell. Bastard Roger. Lingling raised her giant sword above her head. Elbaf spear, kingdom. Divine avoidance. Lingling's giant sword suddenly slashed down. A strike powerful enough to tear an island apart surged towards Roger. At the moment of collision between the two forces, boom! Cake Island trembled violently. The ground cracked like a spider web, and the sky was torn into a massive swirling cloud. The two sides clashed. Roger stood his ground, while Lingling was forced back 3 steps, the ground beneath her collapsing with a thunderous sound. She grinned savagely. Roger, you still make me so angry. But if you're willing to have a child with me, I could consider it. Sorry, I'm not thinking about settling down right now. Amidst this earth-shattering battle, a true man's romance is to fish in troubled waters. Mitien crouched low and slipped into the castle. He was wearing his signature orange kimono, the cool Mr. Pants from Roger's ship, his wooden clogs clacking on the lavish floor. Do I really need to bend over to come in? Left turn, then right turn. He muttered as he ran, his observation hockey fully activated, the location of the historical text clearly appearing in his mind. If it weren't for the tight schedule and heavy task, I'd really like to explore this castle. Mitien pouted, casually grabbing a piece of chocolate cake from a dessert table in the corridor and stuffing it into his mouth. So good. No wonder it's a dessert from around the world. Suddenly, intruder spotted. A furious roar came from around the corner as Charlotte Oven burst out, radiating scorching steam like a human steamer, waves of heat crashing forth. Wow, so hot. Mitien exaggeratedly jumped up, but his hands remained quick. Dual wield, peach blossom, 10 fists. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light blossomed like cherry blossoms, and Oven's armor exploded instantly. 2 intersecting blood streaks appearing on his robust chest. Why'd I suddenly feel a bit cool? Oven looked down, realizing his upper body was completely bare, leaving only his shorts. Hey, where's my armor? Sorry, little kid, I'm in a hurry. Mitien waved cheerfully, not wanting to fight a kid, and continued to sprint. Oven stood stunned for a moment before reacting. Wait, how could? However, Mitien had already run far away, leaving behind a string of cheerful laughter. Thanks, Oven. You got a nice body. Oven. Internally collapsing, intruder dies. Smuggy raised his 10-meter-long giant sword, fiercely bringing it down, the sword energy lifting the floor. Wow, such a big sword. Mitien's eyes widened, but he was not at all flustered. Crossing his twin sword in a cross. Make way, I'm in a hurry. Boom. The two forces collided. The tiles beneath Mitien's feet shattered into pieces, and he sank 1/2 meter into the ground. Not bad strength. He grinned, suddenly struck by inspiration. Now's the time. He abruptly withdrew his strength, using the inertia of Smuggy's sword strike to roll into the room, and patted Smuggy on the shoulder. Thanks, Smuggy. Following into the room, Smuggy felt darkness before his eyes and fainted. Unbeknownst to him, Mitien had appeared behind him, raising his black fist. Youth is great, just fall asleep. No need to thank me. The historical text monument stood in the center of the room, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Wow, finally found it. Mitien excitedly rubbed his hands, took out the imprint paper from his pocket, and with a few clicks, achieved a perfect imprint. Done. He nodded in satisfaction. But before the ink had dried, Smuggy's giant sword, filled with rage, was already coming down. Die. Huh, you woke up so quickly. Hey, don't be so aggressive. Without looking back, Mitien performed a backflip, the imprint paper tracing a beautiful arc in the air, which he caught steadily. Got it. Smuggy stomped his feet in anger. Damn it. Stop. See you. Buy me a drink next time. Mitien laughed heartily and disappeared in a flash. On the coastline, Rit's black-tied greatsword was chopping cookies. Rit had initially thought of absorbing all their vitality, but the vitality of these things was pitifully low. The cookie soldier army from Cracker had just rushed into the blood mist range and immediately made cracking sounds. I thought this would be a good job, but it's so boring. Damn, my observation hockey has failed. Cracker's main body was horrified to find that his proud observation hockey was completely ineffective in the blood mist. Fog erosion, thousand needle. Rit spread his 5 fingers, and countless fine needles formed from the blood mist poured down like a torrential rain. The cookie soldiers were instantly turned into sieves, and although Cracker's main body promptly used armament hockey for defense, 3 blood needles pierced through his shoulder, causing him to grunt and kneel on the ground. This stuff was poisonous. Little brat, your mother couldn't even beat me. What you here for? Bored. The future told me to attack here. Katakuri's machi fist suddenly struck from the mist, an attack wrapped in advanced armament hockey aimed directly at Rit's temple. Guess right. Then what? Rit's voice came from behind as the black-tied great sword slashed down with a whoosh. Katakuri, relying on years of combat instinct, barely turned around, using his armament hockey-hardened back to absorb the blow. Bang! He was sent flying like a cannonball for dozens of meters, crashing through 3 buildings before stopping. In the blood mist, Rit's figure was faintly visible, his long black hair dancing in the mist without a hint of pressure. This future vice admiral was nothing special. He could suppress any vice admiral right now. Don't you think, Marco? Rit recklessly swept his observation hockey across Big Mom's Tato land, truly quite arrogant. He even showed his face directly. He suddenly discovered an interesting person, wondering how he ended up here. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his little butterfly? Ah, hey, this is going to be fun. A huge azure dragon coiled between the clouds. Kaido's former little longworm now vaguely held the title of the world's strongest creature. He transformed back into human form. Looking down below, his kanabo slung over his shoulder, a proud smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. That crazy woman, Lingling, actually dares to set her sights on me? Today, I'll turn her Tato land into ruins. Chapter 50, Eat the Black Stick. Just as the Beast Pirates fleet was about to land on Cake Island, a familiar ship slowly emerged on the distant horizon, the Oro Jackson. Huh. Kaido's pupils suddenly contracted, and his conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, dispersing the storm clouds in the sky for a moment. Raid appeared at the bow of the fleet, laughing heartily and waving. Yo, Kaido, long time no see. You've gotten stronger. Raid lazily leaned against the mast, blood mist swirling around his fingertips, teasing. The little brat has grown up, but I wonder if your ability to take a hit has improved. By the way, is the inscription I left for you still there? Kaido's dragon whiskers flared in anger, his dragon eyes turning crimson. Rate? You're looking for death? The humiliation of God Valley being toyed with by Rate. Memories of treasure hunting and inscriptions flooded back to him. He suddenly transformed into his hybrid form, a spike club wrapped in black and red lightning. His conqueror's haki condensed to the extreme. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! A devastating shockwave surged towards Rate. Ah, don't be so fierce, little longworm. Rate drew the black-tied greatsword, Mist God Flow, Demon Slash. It was clear that the current Thunderous 8 trigrams still lacked some firepower. Rate instantly flashed to Kaido's side, his longsword entwined with advanced armament haki. Mist God Flow, Instant Slash. Kaido grinned maliciously, turning around as the spike club collided with the sword's edge. Do you think I'm still the ways from God Valley? Clang! The sound of metal clashing shattered the clouds, and Rate raised an eyebrow slightly. You've indeed gotten a lot stronger. Rate's figure appeared like a ghost behind Kaido, blood mist coalescing into a giant hand, aiming to strike Kaido's black hand, suddenly slamming down onto his neck. Your observation haki has improved quite a bit, but unfortunately. Kaido suddenly turned around, his dragon mouth wide open. Heat breath. A blazing dragon flame erupted, instantly evaporating Rate's blood mist. TSK, your temper has improved. Rate clicked his tongue. Kaido laughed maniacally. Rate, it's time to settle the score from God Valley today. Rate's figure slowly emerged from the blood mist, a mocking smile on his face. Yo, little long worm, isn't the lesson from last time enough? Stop underestimating people. Kaido was enraged, his dragon tail swinging violently, the ground exploding as he launched himself like a cannonball towards Rate. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The spike club, wrapped in pitch-black conqueror's lightning, smashed down towards Rate. However, whoosh. Rate's figure suddenly vanished, turning into blood mist that scattered. Your observation haki is too weak. Rate's voice echoed from all directions, unabashedly mocking. My mist inherently has the function of blocking observation haki, but it seems you didn't even notice that. How dare you challenge me in my own territory? Boom! Kaido's attack missed, creating a massive pit in the ground, dust and debris flying everywhere. Damn it! Kaido gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes scanning frantically around. But he couldn't catch Rate's presence. Right here, bang! A giant fist made of blood mist suddenly slammed into Kaido's abdomen. Puffed. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, his dragon scales shattering, and he was sent flying, crashing through several ruins before finally stopping. It's not over yet. Rate chuckled lightly, bringing his hands together as the blood mist suddenly coalesced into countless scarlet blades. Blood mist, 1,000 blades massacre. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with blood blades pouring down like a torrential rain. Kaido roared as he swung the spike club to block. But still, several blood blades penetrated his defense, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone. Kaido howled in pain, his dragon scales corroded, flesh rotting. But he still refused to fall, his conqueror's haki erupting wildly. I am Kaido. He leaped up suddenly, dragon claws entwined with conqueror's haki, fiercely tearing towards Rate. Dragon claw, haki bind. Rate's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blood mist instantly coalesced into a shield. Boom! The two forces collided, shockwaves sweeping around. However, Kaido's attack only caused Rate to take half a step back, the blood mist shield remaining completely intact. TSK, a bit of progress. Rate tilted his head, revealing a wicked smile, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. What a blood cow. The Pirate King is a blood cow by nature, damn. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Blood mist. Binding wormlock. This was the technique Rate used to bind Kaido back in God Valley. Why change the name? No other reason than to purely annoy Kaido. Hee. Whoosh. Countless scarlet chains shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping around Kaido's limbs, dragon tail, and even his neck. What? Kaido struggled, only to find the chains tightening more and more, even beginning to corrode his haki. Don't waste your effort. Rate strolled over leisurely, lightly tapping Kaido's forehead. Your haki is too crude. In front of me, it's no different from being made of paper. Bastard. Let me go. Kaido roared, his dragon eyes bloodshot. All right, I'll indulge you. Rate grinned, suddenly kicking Kaido in the face. Bang! Kaido's massive dragon body was kicked hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the ground, plowing a deep trench. As the dust settled, Kaido was covered in blood. His dragon scales shattered, consciousness blurred, but he still stubbornly growled. I haven't lost. Rate walked up to him, crouched down, and patted his face. The future strongest creature, and yet you're still being rubbed against the ground by me? Oh dear, you still need to practice a bit more. He stood up, the blood mist once again coalescing into a stick, weighing it in his hand. Want to take another hit? Make your sleep even more sound? Kaido's eyes widened in anger, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Kaido stared fiercely at Rate's figure, his dragon claws digging deep into the ground, silently roaring in his heart. One day, I will definitely kill you. Forget it, this is boring. Rate shrugged, turning to leave, the blood mist spreading beneath his feet. When you get a bit stronger, come find me for a beating, little longworm. Bang! Kaido fell back into a baby-like sleep. Ding! Today successfully punched Kaido's card. As for why not kill Kaido, Kaido didn't pose any threat to him. And this is also a future experience package for the pirate crew. When he doesn't pose a threat to himself, he doesn't want to change the plot, as it would cost him his foresight ability. Moreover, this is the main instructor for the future pirate crew, with unparalleled teaching efficiency. Kaido's Hockey Crash Course. First stick, Advanced Armament Hockey. Second stick, Conqueror's Hockey Wrapping. Third stick, Devil Fruit Awakening. You have to know that Raid obtained the Devil Fruit at 3 years old, and God Valley only awakened then. I watched the teacher use 3 sticks. You could say Kaido is a bad teacher, but you can't say Kaido's teaching ability isn't strong. As Raid rushed back, he heard his captain, Kurahaha, we got the goods. Retreat. Roger laughed as he jumped back onto the ship. Charlotte Linlin was furious. Stop them. But the blood mist had completely sealed off the sea, and the Oro Jackson sailed smoothly away. Mama Roger. I've remembered this grudge. Charlotte Linlin's roar echoed across Cake Island. On the Roger pirate ship, Odin raised the rubbing. Now it's complete. We're one step closer to the truth. Roger laughed heartily. Kurahaha, good job. Let's hold a feast to celebrate. Chapter 51. Show Off and Soar. The Eternum Sea Battle in the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar. The sky was azure with not a cloud in sight, and the sea was calm like a mirror. The Oro Jackson was sailing slowly, and on the deck, members of the Roger Pirates were busy with their own tasks. Shanks and Buggy were bickering in a corner, while Laboon was carefully polishing his small top hat, and Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, resting his eyes. Suddenly, a lookout on the crow's nest stood up abruptly, his voice laced with tension. Captain, there is something in the sky. Everyone looked up to see 5 massive pirate ships hovering in the distance, their golden lion head flags flapping loudly in the wind. Is it the Golden Lion again? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, his brow furrowed. Roger grinned widely, but his eyes turned serious. Kuahaha, this guy just won quit. As an ancient traveler, how could he not savor this Eternum Sea battle? Ritter was genuinely curious. Roger wasn't sick, and with the current strength of the Roger Pirates, how could they fight against the Golden Lion? Roger, let's join forces and dominate this new world. The cackling laughter of the Golden Lion echoed from the sky. After Rock's defeat, the Rock's pirates had fallen apart, and his power had naturally been divided among others. Whitebeard was searching for family, Charlotte wanted to have children, and Kaido had ambitions. But what kind of appeal could the trainee fighters from Rock's ship have? Hence, Rock's power was divided among people like the Golden Lion. Over the years, the Golden Lion pirates had grown stronger, their mobility allowing them to fly, and coupled with the Golden Lion's habit of not being picky about crew members, their numbers were increasing. The Golden Lion's fleet had already launched an attack. The 5 warships swooped down like locusts, their cannons aimed squarely at the Oro Jackson. Roger laughed heartily. Sorry, Shiki, I want to sail freely. Dominating the world is so boring. How about this? Come down for a drink and let us go. Jabba gripped his axe tightly, snorting. Wasn't the last beating enough? Now that they dare to fly directly in the sky. Fire. The Golden Lion's cackling laughter echoed from above. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs rained down like a torrential storm, erupting into countless columns of water. The deck of the Oro Jackson shook violently, with splintering. All hands on deck. Roger shouted, and the crew sprang into action. But they found themselves in an unprecedented passive position. Ritter unleashed his blood mist domain. Damn, these cannonballs were mixed with sea prism stone powder. Is the Golden Lion rich enough to burn money like this? Sea prism stone powder, ISNT cheap. Each shot costs a fortune. Although the cannonballs were corroded by Ritter's mist and would likely not explode, the inherent hardness of the sea prism stone was enough to create holes in the Oro Jackson. The ship's keel wouldn't break, but it could be riddled with holes, putting it at risk of sinking. Damn it, if I jump on their ship, they'll take off. Jabber roared, cleaving a falling cannonball with his axe. Rayleigh blocked with his sword, his expression serious. We can't counterattack recklessly. If the ship gets damaged, we won't even be able to sail. The greatest weapon of the Roger Pirates was close combat, but the Golden Lion wasn't giving them a chance. The Golden Lion was truly a ruthless hero, resorting to any means to achieve his goals. If he couldn't beat you, he'd play dirty. Because of Ritter's presence, the Golden Lion had twice sought trouble with the Roger pirates, and he always returned alone, with none of his subordinates surviving. These sea prism stone cannonballs were clearly prepared specifically for Ritter, a costly effort to remove the stumbling block in the sweet path between him and Roger. His fleet struck and retreated quickly, soaring back into the sky, causing all of Roger Pirate's counterattacks to miss. Then they dove down from another angle, continuing their bombardment. "Damn it," Buggy shouted in frustration. "This guy is too despicable. If he has the guts, come down and fight." Shanks gritted his teeth, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes filled with resentment. If only we could fly up there. Laboon expanded his body, blocking the center of the deck to protect Buggy and Shanks. But his strength was useless against the long-range bombardment. Ritter narrowed his eyes, watching the arrogant Golden Lion in the sky, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. "Captain, we can't keep being passive," he said solemnly. Roger furrowed his brow unusually. Ritter squinted at the sky and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. "Since he likes to fly, let us make sure he can't." He turned to Roger. "Captain, I need some time to prepare." Roger understood and laughed heartily. "Kuahaha, leave it to you, Ritter." In the subsequent battle, the Roger pirates took a defensive stance. They hacked at the cannon fire while waiting for Ritter's plan to unfold. The Golden Lion, seeing this, became even more arrogant. "Join us, Roger. Your strength shouldn't be wasted on this little ship. As long as you agree, we can rule this world together." The Golden Lion said this, but his attacks became increasingly reckless. However, he didn't notice that Ritter had not made a move since then. Now is the time. At the moment the Golden Lion pirates dove down, Ritter suddenly opened his eyes, a glint flashing in his crimson pupils. He clasped his hands together, and the blood mist erupted, spreading upwards at an incredible speed. Blood mist, heavenly lock. The mist spread rapidly, while its density couldn't compare to that surrounding Ritter. It was enough. A heavy fog enveloped the Golden Lion pirates and the entire sea, transforming into countless scarlet chains that shot up from the surface, instantly entangling all the ships of the Golden Lion fleet. The corrosive power attached to the chains began to break down the ship's structure, and the effects of the float fruit were gradually suppressed. What? The Golden Lion was taken aback, trying to control the ships to break free, only to find his abilities severely disrupted. "Shiki, you like to fly, right? Did you really think you were the only one who got stronger?" Ritter's voice came from below, filled with mockery. "Now it's time to land." As the chains tightened, the warships began to shake violently, ultimately losing balance and plummeting from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ships crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. The Golden Lion's crew fell into the water, and chaos ensued. The Golden Lion steadied himself, floating in the air, his face incredibly dark. Ritter's strike seemed grand, but it only affected the Golden Lion's control over the ships, and coupled with the pull of the mist, it threw the ships directly into the sea. He looked down at the Oro Jackson, roaring, "Roger, Ritter, you bastards." Ritter collapsed to the ground, realizing that in an instant, he had spread the mist over dozens or even hundreds of miles and forcibly pulled the Golden Lion's locust-like ships down from his float fruit abilities. Thanks to his monstrous stamina, he hadn't exhausted himself completely, but now even moving felt difficult. This was the first time Ritter felt exhausted. Watching the Golden Lion pirates' crew crawl out of the sea, the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 52, the first encounter with a large-scale battle. Ritter slumped on the deck of the Oro Jackson, suddenly feeling himself being lifted up. The three little ones carried him to a corner. "Ritter, just watch us." Shanks and Buggy both gave Ritter a thumbs up, while Labu adjusted his little hat. And the three of them turned and charged into the battlefield. "Hey, Rednose, why are you hiding behind me?" Shanks's sword, wrapped in a faint layer of haki, accurately blocked the incoming long knife. Who is hiding? I'm looking for the best opportunity to attack." Buggy retorted defiantly, but the dagger in his hand shook uncontrollably. He ducked just in time to avoid a sweeping mace, thinking to himself, "Damn, I'm not scared. They can't think I'm actually weak." The two boys stood back to back on the floating wreckage of the ship, surrounded by dozens of minions from the Golden Lion pirates. The salty, fishy sea mixed with the scent of blood made the two, experiencing such a large-scale battle for the first time, breathed heavily. Even when they fought with Carp or Newgate, the ordinary small pirates wouldn't turn the sea this red. Everyone held back. Huh, just these two brats? A burly man with a scarred face sneered as he stepped forward. Master Golden Lion is being too cautious. I can handle this on my own. Whoosh. Shanks suddenly vanished, appearing behind the burly man in the next second. His sword, cutting through the air, struck fiercely at the back of the man's neck. Bang! What are you barking for? Shanks often heard Ritter's catchphrase, and it felt great to say it himself. The iron-blooded, burly man fell to the ground with a thud. Stop talking so much. Shanks flicked his sword and raised an eyebrow at Buggy. Did you see that? This is what battle looks like. Don't get too cocky. Buggy shouted defiantly, suddenly shifting his gaze. Look at me. He handed Shanks and Labu a gas mask, then pulled out a smoke bomb from his pocket and smashed it to the ground. This fighting style, was it familiar? Yes, it was learned from Ritter, who always set the stage before a fight. Ritter, you really are a bad influence. With a loud bang, thick smoke instantly covered the entire area. Cough, cough. You sneaky little brat. There's pepper inside, damn it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Buggy activated his ability, his hands splitting into dozens of palms, each holding a throwing knife. Special Buggy Barrage. The throwing knives rained down on the enemies in the smoke, and screams echoed. Shanks stared in shock at the scene. When did you prepare these? Kuhaha. I'm a genius. Buggy proudly put his hands on his hips. However, his pride lasted only 3 seconds before a sharp sword aura suddenly cut through the smoke. A swordsman wearing an eye patch walked over slowly, his long knife gleaming coldly. Brats, the game is over. I don't have time to waste with you. Shanks and Buggy both swallowed hard. This enemy felt completely different. Geniuses also need time to grow. Turtle, should we run a Ritter? Hey, Shanks. Buggy's voice trembled. Fight. Fight? I thought you would say to run. Then let's fight. Shanks tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Ritter is still exhausted. We are also members of the Roger Pirates. Who are you looking down on? Buggy jumped in frustration, but still gritted his teeth and stood beside Shanks. Damn it. If I die here today, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Due to Ritter's influence, Buggy had already diverged greatly from the original story. If it were the original, he would have run away by now. The swordsman sneered, and his long knife suddenly transformed into dozens of afterimages that attacked. Flowering chaos. Clang, clang, clang. Shanks desperately blocked, but the gap in strength was too great. With a single swing, Shanks' sword, not being his griffin, could not block that move. It was quickly severed, and he was left with several cuts on his body. Shanks! Buggy exclaimed, grabbing a piece of wood and throwing it over in a panic. The swordswoman effortlessly sliced through the wood, but suddenly realized Buggy had vanished. Up here, Buggy descended from the sky, his legs splitting into dozens of flying kicks. Special Buggy Storm. Small tricks. The swordswoman easily dodged and swung her knife at Buggy. Buggy looked at the enlarging blade and, because he fundamentally looked down on them and didn't use hockey, felt no panic. I'm going to split up and prepare for a surprise attack. Everything is under control. Bang! At that critical moment, a huge black shadow suddenly charged in, directly knocking the swordsman away. Labu! Shanks exclaimed in surprise. The little whale caught Buggy steadily, still wearing that blue little hat. It let out an angry roar, its fin pointing at the fallen swordswoman. Ugh, don't bully them. The swordswoman scrambled up, shocked to see this sudden monster. What the hell is that? Labu wouldn't give her time to think. It took a deep breath, and then boom! A precise water cannon sent the swordswoman flying into the sea. Wow! Buggy stared in awe. Labu, when did you learn this move? Labu proudly raised its head, its little hat askew. Shanks laughed as he climbed onto its back. Well done. Let us go help the others. Labu set Shanks down, then patted a puff of mist onto itself from the hat, which Ritter had prepared in advance for him. With that, it jumped into the sea. After this period of training, a deafening whale cry echoed across the battlefield as Labu's massive body leaped from the sea, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. The blue little hat on its head remained unruffled in the sea breeze, and its round eyes burned with unprecedented fighting spirit. Hey, is that Labu? Buggy hung on the mast, trembling in fear. When did it become so fierce? Shanks gripped the ship's railing tightly, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ritter's special training is taking effect. On the surface of the sea, Labu charged like a moving fortress. It precisely controlled every ounce of power, no longer the indiscriminate destruction of the past. But after Ritter's devilish training, bang, with a sweeping tail fin, 3 enemy ships were sent flying like toys. Strangely, the hulls remained intact. Only the enemies on the deck were knocked unconscious. Ritter, that's right. I taught it to only injure people, not destroy ships. Because Ritter told him that if people died, it was no big deal. But there could be money and berries on the ship that shouldn't be broken. With berries, he could buy dried fish to eat. Ugh. Next, Labu excitedly spun around, the mist sticking to its head under the little hat. The cadres of the Golden Lion pirates panicked. Fire! Fire the cannons! A burly little leader shouted hysterically. Dozens of remaining cannons fired simultaneously, cannonballs raining down on Labu. Labu, be careful. Those cannonballs are made of sea prism stone. You can't take them head on. Shanks shouted anxiously. However, Labu remained unflustered, taking a deep breath. Boom! A super high-pressure water cannon over 20 meters in diameter erupted from its mouth, shattering all the cannonballs in midair. The water cannon continued unabated, directly launching that warship hundreds of meters into the sky. Ugh! Labu can go wherever it wants. Labu happily flapped its flippers. Watching the 3 little ones in battle, Ritter felt he was experiencing the feeling of Roger training him, filled with a sense of pride. Chapter 53. The Golden Lions defeat the 2 men's conquerors. Hockey clashed in the air, black and red lightning tearing through the clouds. Ha ha ha. Roger, do you think this will let you win against me? The Golden Lion crossed his dual swords, the blades entwined with terrifying hockey. Roger grinned and pointed his sword at Shiki. Shiki, there's no need to cling to me. I'm not stopping you from ruling the seas. Before the words fell, both men struck simultaneously. God avoid! Lion, Thousand Cut Valley! The moment the sword light and sword energy collided, it expanded outward from the 2 as the center. Then boom! With a deafening explosion, the sea was forcibly split open, creating a chasm hundreds of meters long, with water on both sides towering like cliffs. Ritter leaned against the wall, watching the battle on his ship. Wow, the Golden Lion has grown quite fast. Can he really match the captain like this? None of those old-timers from the bygone era are weak. Shiki was surprisingly able to hold his ground against Roger. Although he was still at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be taken out in an instant. When Ritter watched the special edition, those old-timers displayed abilities that Oda had given them, all of which had the strength of a marine admiral. Hey, to maintain peace in the seas under such conditions, Steelbone is quite a character. Ritter felt that if it weren't for the later buffs given to the Golden Lion, Luffy would really struggle to win. Jabba wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, this power is too exaggerated, right? In the center of the battlefield, Roger and the Golden Lion had reached a fever pitch. Their figures flickered in the air, and every collision triggered thunderous roars. Roger, join me. The Golden Lion's dual swords slashed down like a violent storm. We can rule the seas together. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed as he blocked. Shiki, the sea is not meant to be ruled. Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. He suddenly retreated, and his left sword, Cherry Blossom, flew out of his hand. Lion's Might, Lion Snowstorm. Roger's pupils constricted as he hurriedly dodged. The blade grazed his cheek, leaving a streak of blood. I hit. The Golden Lion grinned as his right sword stabbed straight for Roger's chest. In a critical moment, Roger's blade suddenly changed direction. Clang! The Golden Lion's deadly strike was actually blocked by Roger's sword hilt. What? Ha ha! Roger laughed. Did you think I wasn't prepared for that? As he spoke, Roger's left fist, wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey, crashed fiercely into the Golden Lion's abdomen. Boom! The Golden Lion was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through 3 damaged warships before barely stopping. He knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! The Golden Lion wiped away the blood, his eyes burning with mad fury. Roger! He leaped up violently this time. The hockey entwined on his sword was no longer ordinary, but a fully condensed conqueror's hockey. D. Lion, Double Sky, Thousand Cut Valley. Roger's gaze sharpened as he similarly wrapped his conqueror's haki around the blade. Come on, gotta avoid. Haki wrap. Just at that critical moment, the sea surface suddenly roiled violently. A massive wave over 100 meters high rose abruptly from the ground, forcibly separating the two. Ritter had just regained some stamina and was about to join the fight when he saw, feeling inexplicably move the wave. I've been waiting for you. It's been tough. Even with Ritter's addition, the battle was not easy. Although they hadn't lost, the Oro Jackson's hull was severely damaged. In water, it started to seep in from the bottom of the cabin, to the point where Ritter could barely stop it. If it weren't for this natural disaster, this might have been Shiki's closest chance to truly defeat the Roger Pirates. Note here is to defeat the Roger Pirates, not Roger himself. What? The Golden Lion looked in shock at the suddenly appearing chasm. A strange silence fell between sea and sky. Roger retreated to the bow of the ship, his eyes slightly squinted under the straw hat. Years of sailing instinct made his hair stand on end, and almost simultaneously, the calm sea suddenly bulged with a massive water bubble. The seawater was being pulled by some invisible force, rapidly converging towards the center. Ugh! Labull let out a long cry, instinctively protecting Shanks and Buggy with his body. Labull, you rock! Roaring, the Golden Lion floated in the air, his golden hair moving without wind. He stared intently at the super wave that was forming, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally. Captain Shiki, his subordinate shouted from the damaged flagship. We must retreat. The Golden Lion turned a deaf ear. Victory was within reach. How could he give up? His gaze locked onto the Oro Jackson. Roger. His voice was hoarse. What a joke. The sea began to tilt violently. The seawater was dragged by the hurricane, a raging tornado sweeping away everything on the sea. The Oro Jackson had begun to climb up along the water wall. However, the ship remained exceptionally stable. Ritter sighed. Is this the child of destiny? Rayleigh held tightly to the ship's rail, the lenses reflecting the rapidly approaching wave peak. It's coming. Just at that critical moment. Ritter, please. Roger suddenly shouted. Ritter, who had originally been slumped on the deck, jolted his eyes open. He bit his tongue to force out the last bit of stamina. Even if he returned quickly, he couldn't withstand this usage. Scarlet mist seeped from every pore of his body, and Ritter used all the remaining blood mist around him to form a massive blood-red sail at the stern of the ship. Ritter struggled to say, I told you, this ship would capsize without me eventually. Blood mist, wings of fury. Boom! The super wave finally fully formed. The Oro Jackson, aided by the blood mist sail, charged up along the water wall. The ship's body groaned under the unbearable weight, but the keel remained strong, showcasing the glory of Adam the tree. The Golden Lion finally moved. He charged madly towards the ascending Oro Jackson, dual swords entwined with the last of his haki. Don't think you can escape, Roger. Sayonara, Shiki. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba worked together to directly send the Golden Lion flying. The supreme rudder accurately plunged into the top of the Golden Lion's head. Sorry, Shiki. Ritter smiled weakly. This time, we won. Ritter admired the original Roger and his crew even more. They could still escape. Truly impressive. Censored. No. In a hoarse roar, the Golden Lion was violently thrown backward. The next second, the wave roared, completely isolating the two parties. With the push of the wave, the Oro Jackson finally landed steadily on the distant sea surface. Behind the ship was the raging superwave. In front was the vast sea of freedom, dividing the entire ocean into two distinctly bordered parts. This weather is really not even pretending. On the deck, Labu cautiously poked the unconscious Ritter with his fin tip, emitting a worried, low moan. Kuroka's, check on Ritter. He.S. just exhausted. Nothing serious. Roger took off his straw hat and gently placed it over Ritter's face. He turned to look at the worried crew members and suddenly grinned. Ha, let's have a feast. The gears of fate continued to turn silently. Do not underestimate the bond between Roger and Shiki. Chapter 54. The comatose Rit unexpectedly participated in a 3-day banquet on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Crew members were sprawled all over the place, barrels of alcohol rolling everywhere. Laboon had an empty barrel balanced on his head, wobbling around the deck while occasionally letting out cheerful sounds. Woo, another drink. Kuroka's chased after Laboon from behind. Hey Laboon, drink a little less. By the way, can island whales get drunk? Buggy, his face flushed, was hanging from the mast, clutching half a bottle of rum. I can still drink. Hick. Rayleigh pushed up his crooked glasses, looking at the mess on the ship, shaking his head helplessly. These guys. Roger laughed heartily as he put his arm around Kuroka's, who was chasing Laboon. Doctor. Another song. Looking at the joyful Laboon, he shook his head, and Kuroka's revealed a shark-like grin. I'm the ship's doctor. Ah, damn it, how can I just sing? A fine wine to all our guests. Yo-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho. In a corner, Rit finally woke up from his coma. He struggled to push away the straw hat covering his face. And what came into view was Laboon's enlarged round face. Whoa, you're awake. Laboon excitedly slapped Rit's back with his fin, nearly knocking him unconscious again. Lab. Uwon. Gentle. Gentle. Rit weakly waved his hand. How long have I been? Asleep? 3 days. Rayleigh walked over, handing him a glass of water. You overexerted yourself this time, but thanks to you, however, your current strength isn't enough to handle such a large area of 2 bursts. It's like being exhausted after working, just like a sage's rest time. If you don't rest properly, you'll wear yourself out. Rit took the glass of water and suddenly noticed the unusually cheerful atmosphere on the ship. What are we? Celebrating. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glint of light, celebrating our survival, and also celebrating him magically pulling out a stack of brand new bounty notices. The Navy has raised our salaries. Rit looked around and suddenly revealed a shark-like grin. So, after we ran away, you guys just directly held a banquet, leaving me here to lie down for 3 days? Rayleigh nonchalantly picked his nose. Kuroka's said you just needed a rest, so we left you here to let you feel the atmosphere of the banquet. Damn it. You know I'm an injured person. I need rest. Roger ran over to catch the straw hat Rit handed him. Pulling Rit up. You're awake, Rit. Come join the banquet. Roger, Rayleigh, and the others all knew that Rit's exhaustion was not a problem for him. It was very likely that he would break through his limits from it. So they all seemed unafraid. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Steelbone Kong slammed his fist on the office desk, causing a crack to form in the solid wood surface. It's the Roger Pirates again. Slamming the table was a basic operation for the Fleet Admiral. The table was too noble. Sengoku stood beside him, holding a bounty notice that was clearly just printed. This time they fought against the Golden Lion in the Ivory Sea, due to the Scarlet Mist deploying a wide area of fog. Our intelligence personnel didn't dare to get too close and could only confirm that the Golden Lion was defeated. The most troublesome part, Admiral Tsuru added, is that this battle has once again shaken the pattern of the New World. The Golden Lion lost more than half of his forces, while the Roger Pirates seem to have become more difficult to deal with. Steelbone Kong turned over the bounty notices with a grim face. Roger. 3. 5 billion berries, Rayleigh. 2. 8 billion berries, Jabba. 2. 2 billion berries, Rit. 1. 8 billion berries. Wei flipped to the last page. His brows suddenly furrowed. What is this? On the bounty notice, a cute photo of Laboon wearing a blue bowler hat was next to the words. Bounty, 50 berries, alive? 50 berries? Steelbone Kong roared. Is this a joke? Admiral Tsuru helplessly shrugged. The Gorasi, I believe. Giving a whale a high bounty would affect the Navy's prestige. On the Oro Jackson, Laboon was hiding in a corner drawing circles. Ha! 50 berries. Buggy was rolling on the deck, holding his stomach. Laboon, you have a bounty now. Buggy and Shanks were sulking because they hadn't seen their bounty notices, but when they saw Laboon's 50-berry bounty, they suddenly felt less anxious. Laboon, feeling wronged, poked at the 50-berry bounty notice with the tip of his fin, his little bowler hat askew. I clearly tried very hard. Rit held back his laughter to comfort him. Don't be sad. This means the Navy is afraid of you. They've given you a bounty. Laboon looked at Rit with hopeful eyes. Woo? Really? Roger suddenly raised his glass to our little hero Laboon. Cheers! Cheers! Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Laboon finally perked up again. He suddenly shot out a jet of water, hitting Buggy, who was mocking Laboon. Hey, who allowed you to attack me? Buggy angrily chased Laboon around the ship. Rayleigh watched the farcical scene with a smile creeping up on his lips. He turned to gaze at the gradually calming sea in the distance, softly saying, it seems we are about to start a new adventure. Rit walked over to him, also looking out at the sea, but before that, he pointed at the crew members who were causing a ruckus again. We need to figure out a way to fix this broken ship. The Oro Jackson gently swayed under the sunset, the scars on the ship bearing witness to the thrilling battle. Master Tom's children are really outstanding. This is the Oro Jackson. If it were any other ship, it would have sunk by now. Rit couldn't help but marvel at Uncle Tom's invincibility. The crew members were busy repairing the damaged parts of the ship. "Hey, Rit, we're running low on fog. Get some more out," Roger shouted at Rit. Rit threw a plank at him. "Damn it. You need planks to repair a ship. Do you even know how to fix a ship?" "Hey, Buggy, pass that plank over here," Shanks shouted from the mast. "Why should I listen to you?" Buggy complained, but still obediently handed over the plank. Laboon swam back and forth in the sea, using his head to move the wood around. He had put away his little hat, not wanting to get it dirty, as he wanted to wear a hat like his captain every day. Rit took the opportunity to buy a newspaper, leaning against a tree by the shore. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. The Navy has been very active lately. Rayleigh walked over, handing him a cup of coffee. "What's wrong?" "The Navy has set up 3 G branch offices in the New World. Trying to enter the New World." Rit pointed at the newspaper, "and they've dispatched more warships for patrols. It seems our battle with the Golden Lion has made the world government restless. It's difficult for the Navy to enter the New World on a large scale. I wonder how long these branches can hold out. It seems we need to trouble Master Tom once again. Boys, we're setting off from Water 7. Meanwhile, in a corner of the New World, the Golden Lion, with bandages wrapped around his head, was looking at the latest bounty notice. "Ha ha ha. Roger. We will meet again soon." Chapter 55. Uncle Tom's second check-in the docks of Water 7. The clanging sound suddenly stopped. Tom put down the hammer in his hand and squinted towards the harbor, where a familiar red warship was slowly approaching, dragging a battered body. "Master?" The young iceberg looked up in confusion. That was. Tom's cigar fell to the ground with a thud, and veins bulged on his forehead. "Roger." This roar startled Frankie, who was drinking cola, causing him to spray it everywhere. "Super. Master is furious." There were no weaklings in the Roger pirates, and hearing this clearly, Rit turned and walked into the house. He was joking. When he was young, he had been scolded by Uncle Tom while being held by the neck. Now, facing Uncle Tom, Rit felt it was truly terrifying. "Let go of me, you bastard captain." Roger clung to Rit's leg, preventing him from returning to the house. "Little Rit, help me share the burden. Can you really bear to let me face the scolding alone?" Rit thought of Uncle Tom's swinging fists and shivered. "Get off me. I must go back inside." "Impossible, unless you knock me down." When the Oro Jackson docked, Tom had already picked up a thick wooden stick, waiting at the pier. As soon as Roger showed his head, the stick whizzed through the air. "Ouch! Uncle Tom." Roger covered his head. "You old man." Tom's roar startled the seagulls. "My masterpiece. My hard work. You guys ruin it like this." Hiding behind Rayleigh, Rit quietly explained, "Well, we experienced a pretty serious battle. You've heard of the Golden Lion, right? We had a fight." "A fight?" Tom grabbed Rit by the collar and lifted him up. "A fight can damage a ship like this? Look at these scars. Look at these dents." Not far away in the dock, Iceberg and Frankie stared in astonishment at this scene. "That is, the legendary Roger pirates?" Iceberg pushed up his glasses. "To have Master S. proud work turned into that. They're finished. An enraged master is quite terrifying." Frankie's eyes sparkled. "Super cool. That guy in the red cloak is quite the super pirate, right?" During the repair process, Tom's anger gradually subsided, replaced by unmistakable pride. "Did you see that?" He pointed to a gruesome scar on the ship's body and said to his 2 disciples, "This is the mark from the Golden Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Ordinary ships would have broken in 2, but my ship only lost a layer of paint. This is a ship that can carry the Roger pirates anywhere." Frankie excitedly leaned in to observe. "Master, the scars here are super special." Iceberg noticed the dense bullet holes on the ship's side. "These are sea stone cannonballs?" "That's right." Tom stroked his beard proudly. "Little Rit told me that the Golden Lion specially prepared sea stone cannonballs to deal with them." He patted the ship's body. "And what happened? My ship is still afloat. I can't imagine what kind of battle they went through to get these injuries." Frankie looked at the scarred yet still magnificent Oro Jackson, his eyes shining with longing. At that moment, Frankie made a vow to build the greatest ship, surpassing his master. Late at night, Tom was working alone in the dock. Rit quietly approached and discovered he was repairing the Oro Jackson. "This is woven from sea stone fibers." Tom didn't look up, Although the keel of the Oro Jackson is made of atom tree, I also chose relatively sturdy wood for the ship, but it still can't compare to the strength of sea stone. Rit was stunned. You plan to? Spencer gave me a lot of berries. Enough for the upgrade of the Oro Jackson. Tom lit a new cigar. Stop talking nonsense. If my ship gets damaged like this again, he pointed to an unfinished figurehead sculpture in the corner. I'll make you into this. Rit then noticed and laughed. Uncle, this cold joke is so cold. Next time, let Roger find the captain. I'm just a little soldier, hee. After a while, cha. The repairs on the Oro Jackson were completed, looking brand new. Before departure, Tom called Roger aside. Listen, the next time you meet the Golden Lion. He lowered his voice. Use the ship's bow to ram him. I've wrapped a layer of special alloy on the bow and covered it with sea stone, ensuring that bastard knows the price of damaging my ship. Roger laughed heartily. Kuaha. I'll definitely do it. Under the watchful eyes of the residents of Water 7, the Oro Jackson sets sail once again. Frankie waved desperately at the dock. Super. You must become the Pirate King. Go. Pirates worthy of my masterpiece. Rit and Laboon did not board the Oro Jackson, but stayed in Water 7. Today, Rit was leaving to fulfill his promise to Laboon, to find Brook in the Devil's Triangle. Of course, he had also told Laboon that this was just an attempt. After all, no one knew where Brook was drifting in the Devil's Triangle. Taking Laboon along, they boarded the small boat prepared by Uncle Tom. Originally, they were also supposed to take Kuroka's, but Kuroka said that as the ship's doctor, he had to fulfill his duties and refused. Rick could clearly sense that Kuroka's must have discovered something. There was no choice but to trust Kuroka's now. The Roger pirates initially wanted to go together, but Rit refused. Kuroka's didn't say it outright, but Rit trusted his instincts. Forget about the unhappy things. Let them continue searching. Rit and Laboon sat by the dock, watching the Oro Jackson sail away. Do you miss them? Rit rubbed Laboon's big head. Laboon nodded, then shook his head, drawing a musical note in the sand with his fin tip. Don't worry, Rit said softly. We will definitely find Brook, even if we can't find him this time. One day, Laboon suddenly nudged Rit's hand with his nose, then pointed towards the sea. Are we setting off now? Rit was a bit surprised. The Devil's Triangle was quite eerie. Woof. Not afraid. Laboon put on a top hat, eyes determined. Rit smiled. Okay, then let's set off now. The small boat slowly left Water 7, heading towards the Devil's Triangle. Woof woof. Little Laboon, why have you been so fond of woofing lately? You should try speaking. Rit originally wanted to say a whole sentence, but ended up just saying one word. Ha ha. This is the result of not speaking often. Charge. 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 Chapter 56. Searching for Brook. The thick fog in the Devil's Triangle Sea limited visibility to less than 10 meters. However, for Rate, it felt like coming home. When Rate set up his stage, he would first generate a large amount of fog, which was also the most physically exhausting part. It's not an exaggeration to say that at this time, with monster stamina and given enough time, he could basically assimilate the entire Devil's Triangle region. Labu let out a low, uneasy whimper, his small top hat dampened by the mist, drooping on his head. Don't be afraid. Rate gently stroked Labo's head, the blood mist gradually assimilating with the fog of the Devil's Triangle Sea. We'll find it slowly. Since Rate couldn't accurately judge Brook's location, he could only rely on the blood mist to sense it gradually. After searching for several days, Rate was about to take Labo back when suddenly, a strange melody drifted from the fog. Labu immediately perked up, excitedly whimpering. Brook? Rate stood up cautiously, gripping the black tide, great sword in his hand. Gradually, a dilapidated ghost ship emerged from the thick fog, its sails riddled with holes, and the deck was empty, but the music grew clearer. Yo-ho-ho, welcome aboard my ship. Even though I'm a skeleton, yo-ho-ho-ho. A skeleton dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a top hat suddenly appeared at the bow, with hollow eye sockets that flickered with hollowness. Lava was so scared he shrank behind Rate, his small top hat crooked. Brook? Rate asked tentatively. The skeleton musician seemed taken aback. You know me? Rate sighed in relief, sheathing the black tide. We're here to find you. To be precise, it's Labu who wants to see you. Labu timidly peeked out from behind Rate, curiously observing the skeleton. Upon seeing Labu, Brook suddenly trembled all over. Labu? Woof. Brook. Labu jumped up excitedly, almost capsizing the small boat. Brook knelt on the deck, his voice choked with emotion. Labu, you must not have taken good care of yourself. Why have you gotten so thin? You become so small, right? Labu. On the deck of the ghost ship, Brook played a familiar melody on his old violin, Guess Fine Wine. Labu swayed gently with the music, occasionally letting out cheerful barks. So that's it, a devil fruit. After hearing Rate's story, Brook said, "You came specifically to find me. Thank you so much. I really didn't know how long I would drift here without you. I've gotten lost. I'm a Yomi no Mi user, but my soul returned too late. And my body has turned to bones, yo-ho-ho-ho." Rate shook his head. "It's Labu who has always remembered you. He waits for you every day to reunite." Brook gently stroked Labu's head. "I'm sorry, Labu, for making you wait so long." Labu affectionately nuzzled Brook, his small top hat sparkling under the moonlight. The cheerful sea shanty resonated over the waves, and Labu excitedly circled Brook. When Brook reached the climax of the piece, Labu suddenly opened his mouth. Brook, vous, elcom. Brook was very shocked. "You can talk now?" "Rate, taught me." Labu proudly raised his head, the droplets on his top hat sparkling in the moonlight. He struggled to organize his words. Waited. A long time. No regrets. The hat was given by Rate. I really like it. Brook's skeletal body trembled slightly. He put down his violin and solemnly knelt at the edge of the ship, removing his worn top hat and gently placing it beside Labu's blue top hat. "Look, double hats." Rate turned his face away, pretending to study the density of the fog. "Brook, you really are something, old Rate. How did you get crocodile in your eyes?" When Brook finished playing the last note on his violin, the sea fog fell into a brief silence. Labu affectionately rubbed his nose against Brook's bony palm, making a satisfied sound. It was a feeling of finding family again. Yo-ho-ho. Just now I felt a very powerful aura. I thought I was going to die. Although I'm a skeleton, I don't know if I can die. Brook looked at Rate. "This beautiful lady, you are really amazing. The entire fog is red. I mean, I've been lonely here for too long. I haven't talked to anyone in a long time. I hope you don't mind." Labu is also quite cute. Brook didn't wait for Rate to respond. Labu answered, "Yes, although Brook is a skeleton, he is indeed a person. He hasn't gone crazy all these years, thanks to Brook's optimistic personality." Rate foresee the future, tell Labu. "Bastard, I'm a pure man." "Oh, sorry. I didn't see you clearly, even though I don't have eyes. Yo-ho-ho-ho." Rate gazed at this reunion that spanned half a century and suddenly spoke. "Brook, do you know? In the distant future, even if I don't appear, you will meet another special group of companions." Brook raised his head, hope gleaming in his eye sockets. Yo-ho-ho-ho. This young man speaks so interestingly. Can a skeleton like me really meet new companions? Really? Really? Can you tell me about them? Brook was almost glued to Rate, who could no longer hold back and kick Brook over. He was genuinely afraid Brook would say, "Can you show me you? You won't just meet them." Rate's voice carried an undeniable certainty. "They will become your most cherished family. You will experience wonderful adventures together in the future." Brook's bony fingers gently stroked the violin strings. "Sounds like great companions, but I already have wonderful family now." Saying this, he hugged Labu tightly. "Woof, that's for sure," and nudged his two hats. But before that, Rate stepped forward. "Why not sail with us first? I won't take any members from the main crew. This is just temporary. I think this approach is the most reasonable. The little author is madly stacking armor. The Roger Pirates are uncovering history." Rate's voice echoed in the thick fog. "Witnessing this era with your own eyes will help you in your future adventures." And he looked at Labu this way. "You'll have more time to be with Labu." Labu immediately looked at Brook with eager eyes, like a silent plea. Brook looked at Rate, who was inviting him, and made a gentlemanly bow. "I am honored to be part of the journey ahead. Woof, long live. Then let's return to the Oro Jackson and leave the Devil's Triangle Sea." Rate took out the paper of life, and Rate was stunned, flying into the sky. They really exist. They actually went to the Sky Island. Chapter 57. Brook boards the ship looking at the life paper still floating in the sky. Rate sighed. It seems they won't be coming down anytime soon. Brook was elegantly wiping his violin with his bony fingers. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Should we find some fun then? Lab immediately nudged out a crumpled flyer. Water 7 Carnival Annual Celebration. Woo, let's go play. Brook looked at Rate, with sparkling eyes. It was hard to believe a skeleton could make such a face. Is this what the anime world is like? The streets of Water 7 were decorated with lights, and fountains danced to the music. Lab wore 2 top hats, attracting countless amazed gazes. Look, a talking little whale. It has 2 hats on its head. So cute. Brook gracefully bowed. Ladies, may I see your panties? The next second, a patrolling Navy officer shouted, "There's a pervert here. Hurry. Run." Rate grabbed Brook, and Lab wrapped both of them with his tail. Rate regretted it. Brook, in some sense, was not inferior to Sanji. Look, it's that 50-belly whale. A child shouted. Pointing at Lab, Lab immediately lowered his head, feeling wronged. Woo. Rate rubbed its head. Don't mind them. Those Navy guys have no taste. Yo-ho-ho-ho. It seems our Lab has become a great pirate. Lab looked at Rate as if asking if it was true, and Rate nodded seriously. After all, you spoil your own child. In front of a fruit stand, the shopkeeper enthusiastically called out, "Little whale, would you like some apples?" Lab's eyes lit up as he carefully took an apple with his fin. Lab took a deep breath and gently accepted the apple, happily balancing it on his nose while spinning around. "Hey, get out of the way." A rude voice came from behind. A few thugs pushed through the crowd. "Don't bring your pets to bother us." Rate's expression turned cold. He didn't even recognize these people, and he knew his past was plastered all over the streets. Now, which pirate would dare disrespect him? Even if Roger had a good reputation, they were still pirates, truly reckless. Just as he was about to blow up, Lab acted first. Woo. Bad guys. It puffed up its cheeks and shot out a small jet of water, which could destroy a warship. The jet accurately hit the lead thug right in the groin. Wah! The thug jumped up, holding his pants. Both Rate and Brook felt a chill. Rate didn't remember teaching Lab these things. It seemed he needed to give Buggy and Shanks a good beating when they got back. The crowd burst into laughter. The vendors all gave thumbs up. Well done, little whale. These guys come here every day to collect protection fees. 50 belly is way too low for you. Lab proudly raised its head, and Rate held back his laughter, quickly pulling it away from this trouble spot. Thus, Rate, along with a skeleton and a little whale, wandered around the island eating and drinking. When the life paper finally pointed towards the sea, the 3 were sitting at the highest point of Water 7 sharing ice cream. Brook watched the melting ice cream trickle down between his ribs. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what a wonderful experience. Lab suddenly pointed into the distance. Ship. Oro. Jackson. Rate stood up. It's time to go home, guys. Rate jumped onto the Oro Jackson with Lab and Brook. Cool ha ha ha. Rate. Lab. He laughed and waved, then suddenly froze. Wait, is that a skeleton? Everyone on the ship gathered at the railing, staring in shock at this talking skeleton playing the violin. Brook elegantly bowed. Nice to meet you. I am Brook. Invited by Mr. Rate and Lab, I came to pay a visit. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. This is unexpected. Kuroka stepped forward curiously. Mr. Brook, how amazing. No muscle tissue, yet you can move and talk. Incredible. Long time no see, Mr. Kurokas. You look quite spirited, Brook replied. Kurokas, with tears in his noodle-like eyes, proudly said to Brook, I've kept my promise. Look how well Lab has turned out. Here it is noted that Lab scar on his head disappeared after shrinking. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Mr. Kurokas, you're almost turning into a little old man. Lab eagerly pulled Brook into the crowd, pointing at him with his fin, proudly saying, Friend. Lab wasn't just making noises anymore. He could talk now. Buggy and Shanks exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Roger jumped down from the ship, hugging Brook tightly. Welcome to the Roger Pirates. Koo-ha-ha. We just happened to need a musician. Brook's eyes gleamed with blue light. It's my honor, Captain. However, he suddenly lowered his voice. May I borrow a look at your underwear? Bang. Rayleigh punched Brook away. This perverted skeleton should just be thrown back into the sea. Wait. Roger stopped Rayleigh. Every pirate crew needs some character. Koo-ha-ha. Rate was stunned. What is going on with Brook? Did the legendary charm of Roger just kick in? Thus, Brook officially became a member of the Roger Pirates. At the night feast, his violin played for the first time on this legendary pirate ship. Lab snuggled beside Brook, occasionally humming the new words he learned along with the music. Rate watched this scene, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. What are you thinking? Rayleigh asked as he approached. I was thinking, Rate softly said, some encounters are destined. Brook would eventually meet another group of companions, but for now, right now, he's our companion. Roger appeared behind them at some point, raising his glass. Cheers to new adventures. Cheers! Everyone on the ship shouted in unison. Shanks and Buggy ran over, hugging Lab and taking him a drink fruit wine. Brook's eyes sparkled warmly and brightly. Watching the three little ones happily together, Lab had also found his own new friends. He knew a brand new journey was unfolding, and this time, he was no longer alone. Just when Shanks and Buggy were bragging about how much they could drink in front of Lab, a chill spread from their heels to the top of their heads. The two turned stiffly to find their brother Rate smiling at them. This smile seemed so warm, but the two could only see a thick malice. I want to ask you too, who taught Lab to fight like that? Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances. They knew they had been exposed. They both pointed to the opposite side. It was Shanks, Buggy, who taught him. Cool. Huh. Rate, we were wrong. Crack. Rate, we won't dare anymore. Crack, crack, crack. Shanks and Buggy were seen tied up at the stern of the ship, suspended over the sea by mist. Some small sea kings jumped out of the water wanting to taste them, but their positions were quite clever. They only needed to try hard to dodge. As the sea kings kept jumping, Shanks and Buggy had to keep dodging. Rate watched the two training hard with a satisfied smile. Chapter 58, it turns out to be Little Beside on the Azure Sea. The Oro Jackson was sailing at full speed. Suddenly, Bucky, who was on lookout, shouted, "Captain, there's a warship ahead." "No, it's the wreckage of a warship." Hearing this, everyone stood up and looked into the distance. They saw a shattered warship floating on the sea, its hull covered in dents and cracks. In the center of the wreckage stood a tall figure with crossed arms, his golden short hair particularly striking in the sunlight, and his eyes radiated a beast-like fighting spirit. It was Douglas Barrett. Rhett squinted and recognized the identity of the figure. Shouldn't he have been picked up by Roger? Why did he come looking for us? The young Barrett stood atop the wreckage, his gaze fixed on Roger, his voice low and provocative. "Roger, let's have a fight." Roger dug in his ear and grinned widely. "Kuhaha, the young man has quite the fire." However, before Roger could respond, Rhett had already leaped into the air, surveying Barrett from above, a playful smile on his lips. "Hey, you want to challenge our captain?" "He, the stutterer, Jiba. CP can also be shipped." Barrett frowned and coldly replied, "Who are you? I'm not interested in wasting time with small fry." Upon hearing this, Rhett not only didn't he get angry, but instead smiled even brighter. The three little ones felt a chill down their spines as they watched Rhett smile. They knew that this was Rhett's way of getting angry. Blood mist coalesced beneath him, forming a crimson throne, and he lazily leaned back, resting his chin on one hand. "Small fry? Interesting. How about this?" Before he finished speaking, the blood mist enveloped the area, and the next moment, Barrett felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Bang! Barrett was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wreckage of the warship. He quickly flipped over, his pupils constricted, staring intently at the unmoving Rhett. "Now are you interested?" Rhett tilted his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Barrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a frenzied grin spreading across his face. "Very good. You're strong. Combined form, giant god soldier." In an instant, the surrounding wreckage of the warship began to writhe, as if it were alive. Metal, wood, and cannon barrels all attached themselves to Barrett, and in the blink of an eye, a towering steel giant rose up, its crimson eyes locking onto Rhett, and it swung a fist down. Boom! The sea surface was lifted by the punch, and the Oro Jackson shook violently. Shanks and Buggy, unconcerned, picked their noses, wondering if they knew what a strong second generation was. "Do you think this tin can withstand a few hits from Rhett?" "Damn it, Rhett's fighting style is so cool, I want to learn it." Bucky bit his handkerchief, enviously staring at Rhett sitting at the top. As the smoke cleared, Rhett remained in place, not even a corner of his clothes disturbed. He looked up at the steel giant and sighed. "So flashy. Is it useful?" Mist erosion, life separation. The crimson mist spread instantly, completely enveloping the steel giant. Barrett suddenly felt weak as the metals that had merged with him began to decay and peel away, as if their life force was being forcibly drained. "What?" He looked at his hands in shock, his previously indestructible combined form collapsing. Rhett quietly watched as parts fell off the giant, softly saying, "Hey, could you at least make it interesting for me?" Bang! Blood mist coalesced again for another punch, and Barrett was sent flying once more, crashing heavily into the sea. Rhett found himself in a rather awkward position. Fighting the future, it was somewhat difficult to handle the other 4 emperors besides Kaido. While ordinary commanders were easy to deal with, there was a gap in strength. Moments later, Barrett struggled to climb back onto the wreckage, his eyes lacking the initial arrogance, replaced by a complex mix of emotions: unwillingness, shock, and excitement. "What is your name?" Barrett gasped, asking. Rhett retracted the blood mist and lazily dug in his ear. Rhett. The members of the Roger Pirates watched this scene and began to laugh. "Really, T-Stret? Who was in the sky? You've gotten yourself into trouble again. How did he manage to steal Roger's CP? This crazy little fanboy has become his own. He simply wanted to punch Barrett after being called a small fry, and now Roger stood in front of him, grinning widely, patting his shoulder. Coo ha ha ha. So kid, want to join us?" Barrett suddenly looked up, blood still on his lips, but sneered coldly. "Join you? Heh, unless you can beat me. Get ready. I'm about to strike." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, his armed hockey-wrapped fist aimed straight at Roger's face. Bang! Roger easily dodged by tilting his head and countered with a hand chop to Barrett's neck, sending him flying again. "Young man, don't be so angry." Roger scratched his head, looking helpless. Barrett struggled to rise again, his fighting spirit even stronger. "Come again." However, just as he assumed a fighting stance, a crimson mist suddenly spread beneath his feet. Hey, did you forget who just beat you?" Rhett's lazy voice came from behind. Barrett turned around sharply. Rhett had already returned to the deck of the Oro Jackson, tossing an apple in his hand, a teasing glint in his eyes. Barrett's pupils constricted, but soon he grinned. Just right. That last fight wasn't finished. Combined form. Super giant soldier. What kind of superheroic little Basai is this? He slammed his fist onto the deck, and the ship's wood and metal instantly adhered to him. In the blink of an eye, a massive figure rose up, its crimson eyes looking down at Rhett. Why is it evolving to be so tall and big now? Their SA theorem in one piece that says if you try to use underhanded tactics, you weaken by 7 points. If the Golden Lion could beat Roger to that extent, what'll he do when he gets old? Go play with pets? Barrett is also going to study Gundams. Didn't the main character team wipe them all out? If they continue to refine their armed color and develop their physical fruit abilities, they really might not lose. The crew of the Oro Jackson retreated, and Shanks and Buggy hugged each other, shouting, "The ship is going to fall apart." Rhett sighed, took a bite of his apple, and mumbled, "You really don't learn, do you?" He drew his black-tied, great sword, and with a swift motion, he executed Ghost God Flow, Ghost Attack. A flash of sword light passed, and Barrett's giant was split in two, parts beginning to fall from it. What? He looked at his hands in shock. Rhett's figure appeared before him like a ghost, kicking him in the chest. Down you go. Boom. Barrett was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the wreckage and splashing up a huge wave of water. Rhett was in a good mood. This was the kind of person he should be fighting, who sets out to sea and fights 2 emperors and a pirate king at the start. It's normal not to be able to win. I'm still growing. Look at Little Basai. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Basai is just a catch. Moments later, he crawled out, looking disheveled, but his eyes burned even hotter than before. Roger squatted at the edge of the ship, smiling as he asked, "Are you willing to come aboard now?" Barrett gritted his teeth, but ultimately took a deep breath, firmly grasping Roger's outstretched hand and using the momentum to jump onto the deck. "Oomph. For now, following you is fine. But one day, I will defeat Rhett." Rhett walked over, casually tossing the eaten apple core into the sea, patting Barrett's shoulder. "All right, I'll wait for you." Barrett glared at him, but didn't make a move. Barrett stared at Rhett firmly. "I'll put my words here. If you beat me, I will jump ship without hesitation." Roger laughed heartily. Now, this is interesting. Welcome aboard, Barrett." Just like that, the Oro Jackson gained another unruly new member. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, the sunset painted the sky red, as if foreshadowing that future voyages would be even more lively. Chapter 59, The Completely Insane Roger Pirates. For all the readers who love my book, I'm writing this at dawn. Damn it, I hope the fruit awakens soon. I'm really happy to add this chapter for our readers. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the sunset stretched the shadow of the Oro Jackson long. The sea breeze gently brushed past, but a heavy atmosphere pervaded the deck. Kurokas took off his stethoscope and silently shook his head. Rit stood at the cabin door, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white, crimson mist uncontrollably seeping from his fingertips, only to be forcibly pushed back into his body. Still, is it impossible? His voice was hoarse, unrecognizable to himself. Since God Valley, Rit had been supplying Roger with life force, specifically inviting Kurokas aboard early to adjust everyone's bodies. In 1494, Roger showed no signs of illness. Rit thought he had changed history, but in 1497, Roger was diagnosed, and the symptoms were even more intense. Damn pirate world. This is something Rit cannot accept at all. Kurokas sighed. We have tried our best. This illness is very special. Your life force can only be delayed, not cured. Inside the cabin, Roger leaned against the bedside, his face pale, yet still smiling brightly. He looked at Rit and waved. What is wrong? Why the long face? Come over and have a drink with me. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Rit walked over and snatched the bottle from his hand. Drink what? You should be lying down right now. Maybe you could live for another 2 years. Roger laughed heartily, then suddenly coughed violently, blood spewing forth. Rayleigh silently handed him a cup of warm water, but Roger waved it off and took a swig from the rum on the table. Ha ha ha, what is a little illness to me? He wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the people in the cabin. Rayleigh, Jabba, Barrett, Shanks, Buggy, Uta, finally landing on Rit's face. I've already earned enough in my life, and our dream is right in front of us. How can we stop now? Rit's face turned pale, his throat tightened. All these years, he had tried every method to replenish life force with blood mist, searching for rare herbs from around the world. But Roger's illness was like a curse of fate, impossible to reverse no matter what. Rit had never felt so powerless. That kind of suffocating helplessness when you give it your all, but can't change a thing. Hey, Rit. Roger suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Do you remember when we first met? Back then, I was all ragged, asking if I would become the Pirate King. Rit scoffed. Arrogant was you, wasn't he it? You believed everything I said, shouting about becoming the Pirate King. Roger laughed even louder, but soon started coughing again. He paused, then said softly, but I really heard it. At the end of the world, there is an answer waiting for us. We really might become the Pirate King we talk about. The cabin fell silent. Barrett, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, suddenly spoke. So are you going to give up? Here. Barrett did not follow the original plot and leave the crew after learning Roger was terminally ill. His goal now was to defeat Rit. As long as Rit's strength remained ahead of his, Barrett had almost zero chance of leaving the ship. His tone was still defiant, but his clenched fist betrayed his true emotions. He couldn't understand why Rit would accept such a sick captain. Roger shook his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. No, I want to complete the final voyage to the final island. This is where Roger reaches Laugh Tale. Rayleigh suddenly looked up. Your body is enough. Roger interrupted him. Kurokas said, I still have some time to live. There's enough time. Rit stared at him. Are you out of your mind? Going to the final island now. The world government will chase us like rabid dogs. If you just stay put and do nothing, you might. Rit looked at the determined light in Roger's eyes, unable to say the words urging him to rest. After all, Roger was the Pirate King who started the Great Pirate Era. He wouldn't stop in the original plot. And he would stop now. Roger grinned. I isn't that better? Let those bastards see how the Pirate King takes his bow. Saying this, he stood up, swayed slightly, and Rit instinctively reached out to support him, only to have Roger grab his wrist in return. Rit. Roger's voice was soft but held an undeniable strength. The road ahead. I need you to help me finish it. Rit's pupils contracted. He suddenly understood what Roger wanted to do. You. Roger didn't let him finish, but turned and pushed open the cabin door. The sea breeze rushed in, dispersing a bit of the heaviness. He stood in the sunset, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his expression, yet his laughter remained loud. Let us go. Crew, let this world remember our names. On the deck, Shanks and Buggy raised their arms with reddened eyes. Brooke's violin unexpectedly played Bink Sake. Barrett snorted coldly, but was the first to head towards the helm. Rit stood in place, watching that figure. After a long while, he raised a hand to wipe his face. Damn it. always causing me trouble. But when he stepped out of the cabin, the corner of his mouth lifted into a long-lost arc. For a while afterward, the Roger pirates completely went insane. On the deck, Roger held onto the ship's railing with one hand and clutched a piece of crimson historical text with the other, the strong wind making his coat billow. His face was paler than 3 months ago, but the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Just 2 more pieces. His voice was hoarse yet excited. Rayleigh, steer left, to top land. Rayleigh bit down on his cigar, yanking the steering wheel, but didn't he hold back. Are you crazy? Charlotte Linlin intentionally leaked the news of the second piece just to wait for us. We don't even know if this news is true. This is a personal setting. While not affecting the main plot, I'll slightly modify the timing of some events. After all, this is a fan creation of One Piece. And just following the plot isn't too interesting for you all. Roger laughed heartily, his laughter mixed with coughs. Kurahaha, then let us go see it. Inside the cabin, Rit slammed a sea chart onto the table, crimson mist uncontrollably spilling out from around him. After Totland is Zoe. Can't we shorten the time a bit more? Damn it. Why can't Oda write more detailed? Rit looked at the pot of medicine simmering beside the table. This was the symptom relief medicine Kuroka's, and he had researched. Rit took a bottle of medicine and walked out, drinking it down. He shoved the bottle to Roger's mouth. Roger blinked. Wow, so fierce. Stop talking nonsense. Rit showed his shark teeth. Do you want to die on the way? The sea breeze suddenly became quiet. Roger looked at this partner he had known for over 20 years and slowly retracted his smile. He took the medicine bottle and downed it in one go, then tightly hugged Rit's shoulders. Don't worry, he whispered in Rit's ear. I will definitely show you that answer. Chapter 60, the ultimate island you really have in the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar. During this time, Rit had tried more than once to find the lantern fish, but he could not locate it no matter what. His mood grew worse and worse. One day, after he had destroyed a large pirate crew to ask if they had seen a lantern fish, Roger's transponder snail called him. Kuaharit, come back. We are preparing to go to the ultimate island. Roger's voice floated out from the transponder snail. I haven't found that dead fish yet. You guys go ahead. I'm not interested. Rit thought about Roger's condition. Damn it, where has he hidden? Kuaharit, this voyage must have you. As the captain of the Roger Pirates, I request you to come back. Stupid captain, shouldn't you be giving orders? What is this request nonsense? Don't you know your own condition? Rit shouted at the transponder snail. On the other side, there was no hesitation. Come back, Rit. Roger understood that Rit was looking for a way to treat himself. As captain, he also knew that Rit was his crew member. How could the final voyage lack Rit? That would be unfair to him. Rit returned to the Oro Jackson and began sailing toward the ultimate island. He remembered that Buggy and Shanks had not gone to the island because Buggy fell ill. Suddenly, Rit leaned against the ship's railing, and his observation hockey spread like a tide. In his perception, the waters ahead seemed to be twisted by some invisible force. Even the sounds were completely swallowed. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, his straw hat flapping in the fierce wind, smiling more brilliantly. This is it. I can hear it. A bolt of bluish-white lightning struck down. Rit suddenly knelt on the deck. His vision exploded with countless blood spots, and a sharp buzzing filled his ears. Rit. Shanks's voice sounded as if it were coming through frosted glass. Buggy had already collapsed under the mainmast, curled up like a shrimp, his skin turning red. When Coloca's tore open his sleeve, he found no problems, but both of them were showing signs of fever. It was understandable for Buggy to faint from a fever, but what kind of fever could take down Rit? Damn Oda. Rit struggled to lift his head, looking at the ultimate island that was gradually appearing. What a joke. Do you know how torturous it was for me to come back? Ignoring his image, Rit stepped in a moonwalk and madly charged toward the ultimate island. However, the closer he got to the ultimate island, the more his physical strength drained, his vision became blurrier, and the buzzing grew louder. The fierce wind pushed Rit backward. The fog godstream, opening the sky, the black-tide great sword slashed out a scarlet sword aura. Rit followed behind the sword aura, resisting the impact. His haki expanded outward as he roared. Today, the king of heaven is coming. I'm going to the island too. Get out of my way. The moment his foot stepped on the ultimate island, Rit's strength was completely drained. Rit bit his tongue to stay conscious, reaching out to try to crawl a bit further. Damn, Rit, until the voice completely disappeared. The Oro Jackson quietly docked beside the shallows of the ultimate island. Inside the cabin, Rit suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat soaking his shirt. His vision blurred for a few seconds before focusing on the wooden ceiling and the swaying chandelier. Ugh! Laboon's voice came from the corner. Brooke was grinding some bitter herbs. "Mr. Rit, you're awake. You were unconscious for 3 days." Rit tried to prop himself up, but found that even his fingers trembled uncontrollably. That feeling of weakness seeping from the marrow felt like someone had drained all his strength. "Brooke, why don't you go take a look? After all, it's a rare opportunity." His voice was hoarse and terrible. Now that he no longer had the thought of going to the ultimate island, his strength was slowly recovering, albeit slowly, but not enough to continue suffering. Brooke paused for a moment. "Yo-ho-ho, didn't you say I would meet a great family? I'm not in a hurry. Your health is more important. By the way, are you two really okay?" From the next room, Buggy's bed suddenly made a loud bang, followed by Shanks's furious roar. "Can you not be so willful? You said you wanted to be the Pirate King. Hurry up and go catch up with the captain. You might still make it." Buggy's scream was laced with tears. "Stop pretending to be a good person." Rit yanked off the 4 from his arm and staggered to open the cabin door. The blinding sunlight made him squint. Shanks and Buggy were wrestling in the sick room, and Brooke hurried forward, flustered, to try to separate them. Laboon was pulling Buggy, but Laboon didn't use much strength. Buggy was swaying, clearly still having a fever. For such a long time, Shanks and Buggy, under Rit's supervision, had strength that could not be compared to the original plot. Everyone stopped moving. Rit, Shanks, with Buggy's hand still on his face, smiled in a way that was more painful than crying. "Look at this idiot." "Shut up." Buggy weakly kicked him in the calf. "You were the one who—" "Enough." Rit's voice was very soft. He was very weak now, but the two boys immediately froze like they had been paused. He looked at Brooke. "Captain, when did they leave?" Brooke scratched his explosive head. "Yesterday morning. Everyone waited for you for 3 days. Seeing that you didn't wake up, they went to the island, saying they would come back to tell you. By the way, Mr. Rit's condition was really terrifying. It's really amazing. Does the ultimate island really choose who can land? After waiting 3 days for you to wake up, the moment the captain left, you woke up. Then why am I so weak? What did Mr. Colokas say?" "Because you almost died," Brooke replied. Little Laboon looked at Rit with tearful eyes. "Holding a dark green medicinal liquid. When we found you at the shore of the ultimate island, you were suddenly bleeding all over." Brooke's fingers gently touched the violin. "At that time, you were lying on the ground, blood mist uncontrollably exploding, dyeing the sky over a sea area red." Laboon nudged Rit's hand with his wet nose. "I stayed with Laboon to take care of you, and Shanks insisted on staying," Brooke suddenly said, even though his body was fine. The red-haired youth suddenly turned his face away, but Buggy jumped up and shouted. "He told me he wanted to see the secrets of the world before coming to the ultimate island. Now he says he doesn't want to go anymore. This liar said we promised to go together." Shanks punched the deck. "Why? Why do we have to separate?" Rit looked toward the horizon. There, unnatural white fog swirled, and even with his observation hockey, he could sense nothing, as if the world had been cut here. "Hey!" Rit called Buggy over, one hand resting on Buggy's head, and the other pressing down on Shanks's head, taking a breath and quietly saying, "Listen carefully." The two boys looked up in confusion. Rit's Adam's apple rolled. "When you find your crew, come back together." Buggy's tears and snot smeared his face, but Captain Roger. "The captain's voyage is the captain's own." Rit released his hands, turned, and walked toward the cabin. "And you're still young. You will have your own pirate crew and your own crew in the future. By then, come back here to take a look. I hope that you will be free pirates, righteous pirates by then." It's unclear whether these words are meant for the two little ones or for himself. He looked at Buggy and said, "It's true that pirates pursue treasure, but that doesn't mean you can indiscriminately kill civilians. The strong draw their swords against the stronger, while the weak draw their swords against the weaker, understand? Buggy, you are strong, believe in yourself, okay?" He knows that the original Buggy doesn't seem to be a very pleasant character, although later on, Buggy mainly takes on a comedic role. Buggy is an ordinary genius among a group of top talents, constantly surpassed and suppressed by others. One day, he suddenly realizes there are those weaker than him, and it's inevitable that he will bully the weak. Rit doesn't blame him. After all, he's from their homeland. Under Rit's encouragement, Buggy gains a lot of confidence. He won't blame all his mistakes on Shanks anymore. Rit hopes that in this life, Buggy can become a true strong person. Initially, Rit trained Shanks and Buggy to become the greatest user of the Mera Mera no Mi in the story, but gradually, Rit began to see them as true brothers. The Oro Jackson is a family forged by bonds. Chapter 61, The Peak of Pirates, One Piece. 3 days later, when the first rays of morning light pierced through the thick fog of the final island, Rit leaned against the ship's railing, his fingers suddenly tightening. He heard that familiar laughter penetrate the sea mist. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke shouted excitedly, "They're back." The sea surface began to distort. The white mist that had shrouded the island was stirred by an invisible hand, gradually revealing 23 varying shades of black. The figure at the front, wearing a straw hat, became clearer, and Roger's voice, filled with unprecedented confidence, called out, "Board the ship. We arrived early." Roger laughed heartily as he patted Rit on the shoulder. "We're the first, so I named it Raftel. How about that? Pretty cool, right?" On a small island near Raftel, Roger and his crew prepared to return. The campfire crackled, sparks dancing in the wind, illuminating everyone's faces. The crew of the Oro Jackson sat around the beach, barrels stacked high, laughter and singing intertwined, but could not mask the sadness before parting. In this atmosphere, Rit erupted in an argument with Roger. "Why not go look for the pure gold? I didn't call you. I want to go myself." Rait's emotions were somewhat out of control. Roger sat cross-legged by the campfire, his straw hat pulled low, casting shadows over his expression. "Rit, I have an idea, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you. What we see is my choice. Will you support me?" "Rit." Roger's rare seriousness pierced through as he looked at Rit. Rit sat down, with Roger saying this much. Even if they found the pure gold, he knew Roger wouldn't use it. The three little ones also didn't play around. They could feel the deep sadness of this gathering. "Hey, Captain." Rayleigh took a swig of alcohol, breaking the brief silence. "What's next?" Roger raised his head, the firelight reflecting his smile, but deeper than usual. He reached out and ruffled Shanks' red hair, then patted Buggy's head, and finally took off his straw hat, gently placing it on Shanks' head. "Shanks," his voice was deep and firm, "this hat is for you." Shanks suddenly looked up, his eyes slightly red. "Captain, don't rush to refuse." Roger grinned. "It carries my will. But the future will be yours. Pass this hat to someone you recognize in the future." Buggy, wide-eyed, trembled his lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just clenched his fists. Rit sat a bit farther away, quietly watching this scene. He knew that Roger's choice was not just about passing on a straw hat, but also about the transition of an era. Shanks would become one of the future four emperors, while Buggy might take a different path. "Captain." Buggy suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. "What about me? Aren't you going to give me something?" The current Buggy was no longer the clown living in Shanks' shadow. Roger laughed heartily, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a dagger that looked like a high-end item. Tossing it to Buggy, "Here, this is for you, so you won't say I'm biased." Buggy fumbled to catch it, looking down to see that it had been nurtured with hockey for a while. "What is this?" Buggy's lips curled up slightly. "Captain, you really are biased." Shanks couldn't help but laugh, only to be glared at fiercely by Buggy. Roger stood up, brushed the sand off himself, and scanned each crew member. "We fulfilled our dreams and found Raftel." His voice echoed in the night wind. "But the adventures of pirates will never end." "Rayleigh, what are you going to do?" Jabba asked with a smile. "Me." Rayleigh took a sip of alcohol, his gaze distant. "I might find a place to open a bar, gamble a little, and see how the new generation of kids are making a fuss." "What about Kuroka's?" Back to Twin Cape. The old ship's doctor patted Laboon's head, and the crew members took turns sharing their plans. Some wanted to retire, some wanted to continue sailing, and some wanted to form their own pirate crew. Shanks tightened his grip on the straw hat and quietly asked, "Captain, what about you?" Roger was silent for a moment before breaking into a relieved smile. "Me, I want to live an ordinary life for a few days." But Rit knew that Roger had indeed lived an ordinary life for over a year. However, the captain had also prepared a grand exit for himself in the end. The campfire gradually extinguished and starlight fell. Buggy and Shanks sat side by side, unusually not bickering. Shanks stared at the straw hat, his eyes firm. Rit stood up and walked toward the sea. Roger walked up to Rit, looking at him with a grin. Hey, I gave Shanks and Buggy gifts. Are you jealous, little Rit?" Rit glanced at Roger disdainfully. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The night wind blew as he gazed at the dark sea, as if seeing the future storms of war, the rise of a new era, and the will of D. Oro Jackson, take it. Go find Uncle Tom to transform it into the way you want. That's the ship built by Adam. I feel it's quite valuable. Roger looked at Rate very seriously. Rate turned around, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Oh, you're so generous. What do you want me to do? Inherit your ridiculous prophecy? Roger shook his head. You brat. You can already foresee the future, yet you still ask these questions. You don't believe in fate at all. Otherwise, you wouldn't have worked so hard to treat me and then live well, brother. Rate tilted his head to the side. Although he had agreed to Roger's request, he still couldn't understand Roger's choice. Clearly, with some effort, there could be opportunities. The restraint Rate was currently practicing was just out of respect for Roger. Rate knew that truly caring for you is not about telling you to do things my way, but about respecting your choices. Kuaha, let us go. It's time for the feast. On the way back, the crew gradually disembarked, the first being our Captain Roger, the three little ones crying with snot and tears. Captain Rayleigh was on the ship in sobriety, and when Shanks and Buggy disembarked, they didn't quarrel. Shanks and Buggy found Rate. Rate bro. Aye we. Rate reached out and adjusted his straw hat, patting the heads of the two little ones. Go ahead. Go form your own pirate crew. When we meet again, you'll have to protect me. Remember what I said. We need to have boundaries and the belief to not fear powerful enemies. Shanks and Buggy went down the ship with their arms around each other, saying that the captain was so magnanimous when disembarking that they couldn't embarrass him. Jabba was on an unnamed small island. Rate thought he would disembark at Elbaf. Kuroka's arrived at Twin Cape, saying he wanted to retire there. As for Odin, he returned to Wano, and Rate couldn't help but remind, don't trust pirates. Their words are not worth trusting. Author, I need to figure out a way to kill his son. As the crew gradually left, the sailing of the Oro Jackson also became a problem, and Rate could only grab a few pirates casually. Chapter 62, Moria boards the ship, about the author writing until 5 a.m. I will send Moria's image later. Now I need to sleep to maintain my life signs. Now, on the Oro Jackson, the remaining members of the Roger Pirates are only Rate, Labu, and Brook. Rate asks Brook and Labu, what do you plan to do? Brook bows to Rate. Please, Mr. Rate, tell me, when will the partner you mentioned find me? Rate thinks for a moment. Luffy probably set sail after becoming an adult, which should be around the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar, not long ago. There are two theories. One is 1522 and the other is 1520. Here we take 1522. Brook pushes Labu towards Rate. Mr. Rate, I hope you take care of Labu. Your strength can make Labu even better, and your character makes me very reassured. Rate is shocked. He thought Brook would take Labu back to the Devil's Triangle Sea. I plan to sail around the sea and improve my strength. The partners you mentioned are indeed wonderful, and I also want to enhance my ability to protect my partners. However, with my poor talent, I cannot guarantee Labu's safety, and he should have a broader platform, which is not something I could teach. Of course, following you, I will always be very safe, but I cannot break through myself. A comfortable life will make me weak. Labu looks at Rate, and then at Brook. How should Labu choose? The little whale has a big dilemma. So Rate sends Brook back to the Devil's Triangle Sea. As Brook puts it, starting from the beginning will feel more fulfilling. Labu, with teary eyes, hugs Rate and waves goodbye to Brook. Labu is also very close to Rate. He likes everyone in the Roger crew, and if he had to pick a favorite, Rate would definitely have a place. Rate takes Labu and a group of labor pirates and aimlessly drifts to the Devil's Triangle Sea. On the foggy sea surface, Moria's giant pirate ship. The terrible three-masted sailing ship slowly emerges, its hull entwined with ghostly green flames. Rate stands at the bow of the Oro Jackson, calmly standing there, while Moria stands at the bow, his huge body casting a shadow, his bat-like collar fluttering in the wind. He grins and says, hiss hiss, crimson mist. The sharp blade of the Roger Pirates actually came alone to my territory. Rate does not respond, only slowly raises his head, his crimson pupils glinting coldly in the moonlight. The sadness of parting. Rate is troubled without a place to vent. The black-tied great sword rests on his shoulder. When did this place become your territory? Moria's smile gradually fades. It seems you are here to cause trouble. Rate finally speaks, his voice deep and hoarse. No more nonsense. Let's fight. At this time, Moria is still a strong young man, not the chubby guy from the original plot. Moria suddenly waves his hand, and the shadow beneath him instantly splits into dozens of pitch-black bats, screeching as they rush towards Rate. Shadow horn gun. Rate's eyes sharpen, and with a fierce wave of his left hand, blood mist instantly condenses into a barrier, and those pitch-black bats corrode instantly. Hiss. Interesting. Moria laughs heartily, his figure suddenly vanishing, and the next second, his shadow emerges from behind Rate, a giant scissor hand slashing down fiercely. Shadow warrior, decapitation. Rate does not turn around. He merely slightly shifts his body, and his long knife instantly unsheathes in a misty flash. Swish! The blade light slices through like a blood moon, and Moria's shadow is cut in half. But the next second, more shadows surge from all directions, engulfing Rate like a tide. Shadow box. Moria clasps his hands together, and the shadows instantly form a closed cage, trapping Rate inside. Hiss. It's over. Moria laughs triumphantly, but the next second, mist god flow, deathly silence. Boom! The inside of the shadow box explodes with crimson mist, and Rate's figure rushes out like a ghost, the blade aimed straight at Moria's throat. Moria's pupils constrict, hastily retreating, but Rate's speed is even faster. Mist god flow, instant slash. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of blood light cross paths. Moria's cloak is shredded, and 3 blood marks appear on his chest. Damn, this is terrifyingly strong. Moria erupts in anger, slamming both hands on the deck, Shadow Mage. His shadow instantly expands, transforming into a giant black figure, a fist smashing towards Rate. Rate does not retreat, but advances, blood mist swirling around him, transforming him into a crimson stream of light. Mist god flow, annihilation. Boom! The blood mist collides with the black shadow, shaking the entire ship violently. Waves rising dozens of meters high from the shockwave. As the smoke and dust clear, Rate coldly gazes at him. Moria half kneels at the bow, his chest heaving violently. The Shadow Mage has already dispersed. Hiss. Moria gasps for breath, but his eyes flicker with excitement. Roger's crew are indeed all monsters. Rate slowly stands up, shakes off the blood mist from his blade, and coldly states, "You lost." Moria is silent for a moment, then suddenly bursts into laughter. Hiss. Yes, I lost, but this battle was truly enjoyable. Rate sheathes his sword and turns toward the edge of the ship. I don't think so. Let's meet again if fate allows. Moria feels that Rate is quite to his liking and invites him. Would you like to come aboard my ship for a visit? Rate thinks he might as well go take a look since he has nothing better to do, and Labu hops down from the ship as well. Moria's fleet is not as ominous and terrifying as rumored. The deck is piled high with barrels left over from feast. When Rate's small boat approaches, a group of cheerful zombie squirrels is busy transporting a basket of fresh oranges. It seems that Moria has a habit of making zombies no matter when. It can only be said that after being defeated by Kaido, Moria had the idea of creating undead partners, as if making zombies was a side job before. Used to improve his life, and after being defeated, it became his main job. This is how the author has set it up. If necessary, just call Moria over. This is what he told the author. I am Moria, and I agree to a 2-day weekend. Hiss. Rate from Roger's ship? Moria's massive figure emerges from the shadows, his face unexpectedly gentle. I heard that you disbanded? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Rate gives no face at all. Moria doesn't mind, waving his hand, and a zombie chef immediately brings over steaming red tea, brewed by Perona, with ghost flower powder that can make one feel down. Note, here, Perona is somewhat older. The author always feels that it is a disconnection if there is no Perona where Moria is. If you're more particular about it, you can choose a book that suits your preferences better, because in the upcoming story, the author will make changes in the details to make the story structure of our book more reasonable. This is the author's responsibility to you, because I want the plot to follow Rate, which is us, and all the plots need to serve us. Reading this book should be like reading the original work. If you hold a timetable, you already know what stories are coming next, which is not much different from grading homework. You will also be bored. I can assure you that you will not lose your advantage of foresight. I will only make minor adjustments in the details like time. Rest assured, These words do not count in the original text. I filled in the word count in Chapter 60, which is absolutely substantial and satisfying. Chapter 63, Discovering Wild Moria, bring it on. Rhett stared at the skull-shaped steam swirling in his teacup and suddenly remembered the bonfire party at Raftel, where Buggy had secretly poured hot sauce into Shanks' drink. This strange aesthetic, Rhett thought, was very Perona. He took the teacup. Life seems pretty good. Moonlight spilled over Moria's shoulders, illuminating the sleeping girl in his arms. Perona, around 4 or 5 years old, curled up in his cape, clutching a worn-out teddy bear. Moria gently brushed the crumbs off her face. I found this girl in the ruins on an island. His gaze swept over the crew on the deck. I will take my crew to challenge Kaido and achieve our strongest. Little worm, that thing will get you killed. This sentence acted like a key, suddenly unlocking the floodgates of memory. Rhett recalled how he had desperately sought Rayleigh for practice before Roger disbanded the pirate crew. The first mate had told him, "Brat, do you think getting stronger will keep anything?" Moonlight filtered through the porthole, shining on Roger's trembling hands. This rough-hewn captain was carefully repairing the bags that each crew member would take tomorrow. "Hey, Moria." Rhett suddenly stood up. "Want to come with me?" Hockey was released, and Perona's teddy bear was blown away by the shockwave. Moria hurried to catch it. Rhett continued, "Come with me, disband your pirate crew." In the original story, all of Moria's companions died in the battle against Kaido, leading to the line Moria said to Luffy, implying that if he had companions like Luffy's, the outcome against Kaido would be uncertain, not quoting the original text due to past plagiarism issues. Rhett appreciated such loyal crew members. Second, Rhett felt that in the original story, Moria was indeed capable of facing Kaido when he was younger, and his strength was adequate. If Moria's strength hadn't declined, he believed he definitely wasn't just this strong. He had strayed too far from his peak. Gold Lion, Barrett, are you still counting on me? What a joke. Moria exploded in anger, but Perona in his arms rubbed her eyes awake, and he immediately lowered his voice. "Why should I? Because you're scared." Rhett pointed at himself. "Because you lack the ability to protect your crew. If I wanted to, I could kill every single one of your crew. It's to protect my companions. But true strength has never come from external forces. You know very well the gap between us." Moria listened, confused by what was being said. What external forces? Right now, I only believe in my own strength. He also knew that Rhett wasn't wrong. He had seen Rhett's strength. He knew Rhett could defeat Kaido in an instant. The newspapers had written about it. If Rhett could take him out, how big was the gap between him and Kaido? Could he really defeat Kaido? "Hey, Rhett, can I win against Kaido right now?" Rhett answered without hesitation, "All dead except you." Moria was clearly stunned for a while after hearing Rhett's words. "I will not give up on challenging Kaido. No problem. My crew doesn't need to fear anything. You can even go now. I will support you from behind. You can ride right on Kaido's face, no problem." As dawn pierced through the clouds, Moria's fleet was holding a disbanding ceremony. Moria valued his companions, and he was also influenced by Rhett. All these were gathered not long ago. Besides Perona, the bonds weren't that deep yet. He distributed all the treasures among his crew and didn't ask Rhett to let them stay. He could see that Rhett was building an elite pirate crew, not a group that ordinary pirates could join. Moria officially boarded the Oro Jackson. Looking at the mismatched pirates on the ship, Moria asked, Hey, Captain, are these all our crew?" "Oh, these are the pirates who robbed me, captured to work as laborers." Rhett waved his hand dismissively. "I see, Shadow Asgard." The exhausted pirates working hard might have gotten tired and all fell asleep. Rhett didn't stop them. He wanted to see what Moria was up to. After a while, a group of zombie sailors lined up to board the Oro Jackson, tossing the sleeping crew members into the embrace of the Sea Mother with stiff but efficient movements. "Hiss, hiss," Moria wiped his sweat. "These are my treasured zombie sailors, all famous in the New World when they were alive." Rhett kicked him aside. "Stop talking nonsense. Get to work." Curious, Rhett walked up to one of the zombies. These zombies were clearly more refined than those in the original story. It was evident they were Moria's collection. Touching one, Rhett suddenly thought of something. "Wow, this zombie is so cool." Shaking his head, he pushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The zombie revealed a terrifying smile. "Captain, would you like to hear my maritime stories from when I was alive?" Just then, a gray ghost floated by overhead. "Wow, is this the legendary Oro Jackson? So impressive." Perona floated above the deck, her big eyes sparkling. Rhett, you're so amazing. You found such a great ship all by yourself. Rhett, this is something my captain left for me. Though my captain's journey has ended, the Oro Jackson's has not. Perona scratched her head, clearly not understanding what Rhett was saying. Looking at the little girl's expectant eyes, Rhett sighed. Forget it. Let the little girl admire me. His expression softened. Cough, cough. It's not bad. Moria squatted in a corner drawing circles. It's clearly my zombies doing the work, and no one cares about me. Perona suddenly floated in front of Rhett. Rhett, I heard you're the third in command under the Pirate King. So impressive. Rhett, how ridiculous. Does the World News want to quit their job? How dare they write that? I am definitely the first mate under Roger. Without me, the wood for repairs would have to double. Am I proud or what? Can Perona do anything for you? She cupped her face in her hands. Would you like me to help you carry your luggage or make you some black tea? Or, she suddenly pulled out a sewing kit. Your clothes seem a bit torn. I can help you mend them. Rhett's face turned red. No, it's fine. He couldn't bring himself to accept care from a little girl. Hiss. Perona. Moria jumped up. I raised you. Why don't you ever help me mend my clothes? Perona made a face. Because Moria is too messy. Rhett is so handsome. Moria knelt and spat blood. Traitor, my little Perona. In these years of adventure, Rhett had saved about 300 million berries and decided to head straight into Water 7 to see Tom about improvements. Rhett planned to make major modifications. If the money wasn't enough, there was still Sky Island, the money printer for traversers. Rhett had to secure Sky Island. The money he saved over the years finally came in handy. Rhett grinned. It was worth being a deadbeat for so many years. Perona floated beside him, curiously peeking. Are we going to build a ship? Yes, upgrading this old buddy. Rhett patted the ship's hull. After all, they were going to turn the world upside down next. It couldn't lose on hardware. Chapter 64. Uncle Tom, I think I'm doing pretty well with my sponsorship. Perona floated beside, curiously flipping through the pages about Rit. Is this Mr. Tom very impressive, Lord Rit? Rit raised the corner of his mouth. The ships he built carried the Pirate King, that is, my Captain Roger, around the entire world. So, do you think that's impressive? It's just that this uncle has a bit of a temper. Rit recalled the fishman uncle waving a wooden stick at Roger's head and felt a bit uneasy. Then he thought, hey, wait a minute, the Oro Jackson is well maintained by me. It doesn't leak at all, so why should I be afraid of Banana Stick? Moria squatted in the shadows, biting his nails. Hiss. My terrifying three-masted ship isn't bad either. Lord Moria, Perona mercilessly exposed. Your ship leaked last time. It started as a small hole, but when you fixed it, it became a big hole, and in the end, you stuffed a zombie in it to block it. Puff. Rit almost choked on his drink. He's familiar with the job of blocking holes. He thought of his mist sealing the gaps. His mist is certainly better than a zombie. It can patch up any hole, making it an essential item for travel. He leaned back. A slipper was thrown at Rit's head. What are you so proud of? When the Oro Jackson entered the port of Water 7, the entire dock erupted in excitement. The shipwrights put down their tools and stared in shock at the legendary ship. Hey, that ship's bow looks like. Is that the Oro Jackson? Hurry and notify Mr. Tom. As soon as Rit stepped onto the dock, he was surrounded by a group of excited shipwrights. The crowd suddenly parted, and a burly fishman strode over, cigar smoke swirling above his head. Hey, kid, tell me why you came back. Where's Roger? You should be thrilled now that he's the Pirate King, right? It's really outrageous that you came alone. Tom's voice was loud as a bell, and he reached out to touch the ship's body, his face full of complaints, but his words revealed concern. Rit felt a bit downcast. The Roger pirates disbanded. The captain handed the Oro Jackson over to me. I want to use it to continue sailing. Uncle Tom, can you see how to modify it? Disbanded? Tom was taken aback, but he didn't press further. Some things, even if they were friends, weren't appropriate to ask about. Oh, let me take a look. Just as Rit was immersed in a sad atmosphere, Tom suddenly grabbed Rit's collar in a physical sense. Damn it. How long has this ship gone without maintenance? What the hell have you been doing? Iceberg and Frankie, who at that time should have been called Carter Flam, but no one would recognize that name. So he still used Frankie, frantically pulled their master back. Master, calm down, calm down. Tom, Uncle Tom, I think it's doing fine. Fine my ass. Look at these scratches. What's this wet stuff? Water? That should be mist, condensed water. Otherwise, it would leak. Rit scratched his head, feeling a bit unsure. Tom knew that scraping the ship while sailing was inevitable, just like handing over a clean, beautiful daughter to a black-haired guy. When the daughter came back looking like a mess, the father wouldn't shout, "Oi, old ding, is it okay if I put my ghost fire downstairs?" Rit let Tom grip his collar, and seeing his two apprentices desperately pulling him, Tom gradually loosened his grip. Rit took a deep breath. He knew his uncle wasn't really mad at him. He was just cheering him up in his own way. "I'm really sorry, but I want to ask Mr. Tom to modify it again and give this ship a new lease on life. Please." Suddenly, Tom let out a deafening laugh. "All right, very good." He patted Rit's shoulder vigorously. "At least you know to come find me." Perona floated nearby, whispering to Moria, "This old grandpa is so scary." In Tom's shipyard workshop, Rit slammed a pile of berries on the table. 300 million berries. Let it be reborn. "If that's not enough, I'll think of another way." Tom didn't even look and pushed the berries back. "What money do you need to modify the Oro Jackson?" He turned around and shouted at the apprentices, "Get that batch of atom wood from the warehouse." Perona curiously floated to the workbench. "Is this really made by you, old grandpa?" "Little girl, what is this?" Tom proudly stroked his beard. "I've been researching a new sailing technology recently. It can sail across the sea and connect islands. In the future, there will be more than just ships for travel." Rit's ears perked up. "Sea train?" Rit remembered that after Tom finished the sea train, it was also around Tom's death. He thought he might help out then, but Rit felt it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, when Roger was alive, he was so famous, and Tom was doing just fine. It was only after Roger's death that the world government started to settle scores. The world government was just a bunch of bullies. It wouldn't make sense if Captain Roger could intimidate them, but Rit couldn't. Would he still be able to mix in? Tom winked mysteriously. "You'll know once the modifications are done." In the following days, Tom's shipyard turned into the craziest construction site. Rit experienced what it meant to be a genius shipwright's madness for the first time. Rit felt himself shivering. "Bring me the third hydraulic clamp." Tom's roar shook the dock. "No, the one that's painted red." Frankie rushed by, pushing a cart full of oddly shaped tools. "Super. Master is getting serious now." Iceberg followed behind with a stack of blueprints. "Master, you can't change the main mast to be retractable. That violates the basic principles of shipbuilding." "Stop chattering. You've only been learning for a few years. Just listen to me." Tom snatched the blueprints. "I build ships. I'll change it however I want." Perona floated in midair, curiously watching the workers install some glowing shells at the bottom of the ship. "Lord Rit, what are those shiny things?" "Those are the wind shells from Sky Island." Rit squinted his eyes, realizing this old man even got those. He patted Perona's head. "Once our ship is built, I'll take you to play on Sky Island." Because Rit requested to be as fast as possible, all of Moria's zombies were conscripted into labor. "What are our laborers doing?" Moria squatted in the corner, watching his zombie workers scurrying around. "Hiss, my subordinates." The clanging sounds of the shipyard echoed, and Tom was directing the workers loudly. Rit leaned against the doorframe, watching the Oro Jackson being dismantled into pieces when suddenly he felt a gentle tug on his clothing. "Lord Rit." Perona floated behind him, blinking her big eyes. "Can we go out to play? I heard there are many interesting places in Water 7. Rit glanced at Tom, who was furiously dismantling the deck, and wisely nodded. "Good idea." Chapter 65. The Life Mentor of the Dragon. "Lord Rit, look." She suddenly pointed at a dessert shop. "That cotton candy is bigger than my ghost." Rit smirked. "Want to eat it?" Perona nodded vigorously, her pink twin tails swaying. Rit casually pulled out a stack of berries and bought the entire cotton candy. "Lord Rit is the best." Perona hugged the cotton candy, which was taller than her, and spun around happily. Passers-by stared in astonishment at this combination. A long-haired man wielding a black-tied great sword and a ghost girl floating in the air, munching on cotton candy. "What? You ask why they don't lay low since they're wanted by the world government." Rit spoke. "It's the skin of a shadow tree. I worked hard to raise the bounty this high, so being recognized saves me a lot of trouble. In the end, this world of pirates respects strength above all. If I upset Rit, I could just take out a few Navy bases. This isn't a wanted notice. It's clearly a pass. That way, there won't be any brainless villains jumping out to cause trouble. Although this would mean the little author would have to write much less." While walking, they passed a mask shop that caught Perona's attention. She floated into the store, marveling at the rows of exquisite one-yen masks. "This one is perfect for Lord Rit." She picked up a silver wolf mask. The shop owner was a wrinkled old lady who squinted at Rit and said, "Young man, your daughter has good taste." Rit almost choked on his saliva. He was a pure-hearted young virgin, surrounded by big men on Roger's ship, and had never been in a relationship. "Granny, do you have something suitable for me?" Perona had already floated to the counter. 10 minutes later, Perona, wearing a skull mask, and Rit, wearing the wolf mask, walked down the street. Perona's taste was always unconventional, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. The sunset turned the canals of water 7 golden as Rit and Perona strolled along the water's edge. Perona hugged a bunch of newly bought dolls and suddenly stopped. "Lord Rit, that person," she pointed to a shadow at the bridge's edge. A tall man in a deep brown cloak stood there, his young face bearing an unusual weight for his age. Rit squinted his eyes and whispered, "Monkey D. Dragon, Garp's son, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. The legendary Sandal King among pirates. Shall we talk?" Dragon's voice was deep. In an open-air CAF, Dragon got straight to the point. "Mr. Rit, don't you think this world is sick? Celestial dragons are born noble. They can arbitrarily plunder anyone's life simply because of their good birth. I want to establish an organization to overthrow the world government and heal this decaying world." Rit leisurely took a sip of tea. "Oh, how do you plan to overthrow it?" He couldn't help but think that the current Sandal King was just a step away from shouting nobles. "Do you have the guts? Mobilize the people of various nations to revolt and overthrow the aristocracy." And then Rit interrupted him. "After overthrowing the celestial dragons, who will be the new god?" "You, Mr. Dragon." Rit felt that although the Sandal King had good character and could lead by example, he didn't understand the structure of the pirate world. In the original work, the countries he overthrew merely replaced the king's system without making any real changes. A king might work hard for 1 or 2 generations, but gradually they would become the next celestial dragons. The corrupt are not the main issue. It's the decaying social class structure. Clearly, Dragon hadn't seen through this point. Dragon frowned. "We will establish a beautiful democratic country where people coexist peacefully." "Democracy?" "Dragon, it's impressive that you can entertain such thoughts in this society." Rit sneered. "Do you know why the Goa Kingdom is called the most beautiful country in the East Sea?" Dragon was stunned. "Because they burned down all the slums and exterminated the poor." Rit stared into Dragon's eyes. "Though it's harsh to say, you should know that what you are protecting is this kind of justice." Dragon's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Rit set down his teacup. "First, revolution isn't a banquet. How many people are you prepared to sacrifice?" "A necessary sacrifice. Although I don't know how many people will die, I will definitely be at the forefront." "Second," Rit continued, "do you understand the lifeline of the world's economy? Do you know who controls food trade?" Sweat beaded on Dragon's forehead. "Third, and most importantly," Rit suddenly leaned in. "Dragon, you are too proud. You were born into a family of Navy heroes. You are an elite of the Navy yourself. Do you know how many lives your former rank could control? To the common people, you are no different from the nobility. Do you know what the people need the most? They don't need the democracy you speak of or a beautiful country. Their basic demands are simply to survive and have enough to eat. They don't care how nice your words sound." Dragon had just left the Navy and would eventually come to understand this after a period of wandering. Rit was merely telling him in advance. To be honest, Rit felt confident discussing this in front of Dragon. After all, he grew up under the red flag. He didn't possess Dragon's broad-mindedness, nor could he move mountains, but he could certainly copy homework. Perona's dolls fell to the ground. It seemed she had heard something significant. The sound of the canal water suddenly grew louder. After a long silence, Dragon finally looked up. "You are right. I am too idealistic." Rit leaned back in his chair. "Listen, kid. To change the world, you first need to understand it." He pointed towards the dock. "Do you know how many hours workers in Water 7 work every day? Do you know what they hate the most?" Dragon shook his head. "Go take a look at this world first." Rit stood up. "Come find me when you can answer these questions." Just before leaving, Dragon suddenly asked, "Why do you know so much?" Rit gazed at the petals floating on the canal. "Because I have truly seen a better world." Perona blinked in confusion. "Lord Rit, let's go." Rit picked her up. "We should go back and see what Tom has done to our ship. Honestly, it's his masterpiece. It wouldn't hurt to take it apart." Rit stood up and tossed a few berries on the table. "I'll give you some homework." He counted on his fingers. "First, go to any poor district, hide your strength, and live there for a month. Second, figure out how the world government controls trade. Third, he pointed to Dragon's chest. Understand who you're really fighting for. Perona hugged her dolls and timidly added, don't forget to eat on time. Behind them, Dragon stood at the bridge's edge, his notebook already filled with dense writing. That night, the seeds to change the world were quietly sown. Rit felt pleased in his heart. My family is making progress. I gave Dragon some homework. The little author has something to say. The book's rating came out, and I clearly almost got a 5-star rating. So how could it be so low? The little author is feeling a bit down. I hope readers who see this can give the little author a 5-star rating if you think it's good. Your encouragement is really important to me. I hope you enjoy it. There will be an update tomorrow. Everyone has been so gentle today. The little author feels warm all over. I will add more tomorrow to repay everyone. Chapter 66. Roger's request. Perona flew into the sky. Lord Rit. Uncle Tom said this ship will take at least half a year. What should we do now? Rit patted Perona's head, holding Labu, who was eating ice cream, with his right hand. Then let's experience retirement life, he said. Just like that, Rit really got to experience the life of a former college student. No early morning classes. Eat and then sleep, and when he had enough sleep, he would go out for a stroll. It's a pity there were no computers or phones, so he couldn't stay up all night. Sometimes, Morio would ask himself what to eat, and he would reply, anything is fine. Days passed by, and just when Rit was idly waiting for death, he suddenly received a call from his ship's captain, asking him to go to Barbecue Island, a fictional location, probably near Sabaody. When Rit arrived on the island, he found Uncle Rayleigh there as well. Rayleigh seemed very agitated. The sunset painted the coast crimson, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the salty sea breeze. When Rit stepped onto the beach, Labu gripped Rit's pants, looking worriedly into the distance. Woo-woo, brother Rit. Uncle Rayleigh is crying so fiercely. On the rocks by the coast, Rayleigh was grabbing Roger by the collar, his usually calm right hand showing bulging veins on his forehead. Roger's shirt was wrinkled, but he still smiled carelessly. Are you crazy? Rayleigh's roar startled a flock of seabirds. Come back to Sabaody with me right now, even if I have to tie you up. Rayleigh lifted Roger with one hand and pinned him against the rocky mountain. Rayleigh, Roger gently pressed down on his friend's wrist. You knew this day would come. Rit stopped in his tracks. He saw Rayleigh's fist suspended in midair before it came crashing down hard onto the rock behind Roger. Chunks of stone flew, and blood dripped through Rayleigh's fingers. Rit could see that Rayleigh wasn't using hockey. It was simply an outburst of emotion. Rit. Roger suddenly turned his head and waved vigorously at him. Come here. The meat is going to get cold. As if the earlier argument had never happened. Labu was gnawing on a grilled fish by the fire, occasionally stealing glances at Roger, the legendary pirate king, who was now chattering like an older brother. That brat Shanks is causing quite a stir in the new world. Buggy actually went to become a bounty hunter, telling me he wants to save up to start a pirate crew. Huh, truly in line with his style? The foam in the wine glass gradually settled. Rit suddenly spoke up when Roger's smile faded a bit. Next month on the full moon. He tilted his head back and took a swig of wine. I'll go visit the Navy. Rayleigh suddenly crushed the wine bottle. Don't make that face. Roger grinned and draped an arm over both their shoulders. I've reserved special tickets for you too. Shut up. Rayleigh pushed him away, his blonde hair shaking violently in the moonlight. Do you think this is a joke? The sea breeze suddenly turned biting cold. Roger slowly sat up straight, his eyes shining brilliantly beneath his straw hat. Listen, Rayleigh. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the entire beach. We found Raftel, but that answer doesn't belong to this era. He pointed to his temple. I will not accept my own dimming finale. I want the whole world to hear my voice. Rit stared at the bonfire, blood mist uncontrollably seeping out. He had thought about taking Roger away when he arrived, but now, sitting in this position and witnessing this man's determination, Rit's heart wavered. This was not the world's correction. This was simply how this man was meant to be. I can save you. He heard himself ask without thinking. Roger burst into laughter and ruffled his hair. Silly kid. Wouldn't that be meaningless? Roger suddenly lowered his voice. However, there's something I need to ask of you. He pulled out a bronze pocket watch, and the photo inside was taken back when they were at Raftel, featuring a family portrait. This is for you, and you're going to be an uncle. Roger stuffed the compass into Rit's hand. I hope that after I go in, you can hand over Luigi to Carp. I'll also ask him to help take care of her. She on Batarilla Island in the South Sea. Luigi is my wife. Carp will find a way to protect them. Here, this is Luigi's photo. Rit suddenly looked up. Are you afraid I won't be able to raise your child? You bastard. Do you know who you are? Ha ha. After all, you're our most reliable little brother. But following you, he can only be a pirate. Following Carp, he can choose to become a Navy officer, an ordinary person, or become a pirate like you. This is the only thing I can do for them as an unqualified father. Roger jumped up and stretched. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. He turned to walk toward the waves, his figure elongated in the moonlight. Oh, by the way, Roger suddenly turned back, winking at Labu. Labu, remember to take good care of our little Rit. Labu's grilled fish fell to the ground. Huh. Labu came to Rit's side and noticed his fists were clenched tightly, his nails piercing into his palm. In the distance, Roger's final song echoed, off-key yet filled with bravado. Rit knew that just after Roger died, the Navy found Luigi. This great mother managed to delay Ace's birth with medication. Luigi's death and Ace's birthday were unimaginable hardships. Rit cursed. Bastard. Why didn't you just bring her over? Why make me run this errand? Rit understood that Roger was protecting Luigi. Being with Roger was too risky. Rit contacted Moria via Den Den Mushi, telling him he was going to the South Sea and that Labu could return to Water 7 on his own now. Rit directly took the small boat to find Luigi, regardless of what would happen if he got caught. After Roger's death, how did the Navy find out he had a child? There must have been someone in that town who leaked the news. The sooner he got there, the better. In the South Sea, on Batarilla Island, based on Roger's information, Rit quickly determined Luigi's location. He stood in front of Luigi's small house, straightened his collar, cleared his throat. And didn't he want to face Luigi with a sad expression? Then he shouted, Sister Luigi, I'm Rit, from Roger's ship, the Scarlet Mist. The sharp blade from Roger's crew. Open the door. The room was deathly silent. Rit scratched his head. Is my voice too soft? The Conqueror's haki enveloped the entire town, putting everyone into a baby-like sleep. Once he confirmed no one was awake, he took a deep breath, filled his lower abdomen with air, and shouted again. Sister Luigi, I'm here to protect you. I'm super strong. The Navy would have to take a detour if they see me. This wasn't Rit bragging. He had also reached the level of the 4 emperors and was now among the top combat powers in the world. Bang! The window suddenly flew open, and Luigi poked her head out, still holding a kitchen knife, but her eyes were filled with unshakable fear. Shut up. Do you want to attract the entire Navy? Rit immediately covered his mouth, scratched his head, and grinned. Sorry. Ha ha. Luigi squinted her eyes. You said you were Roger's crew? Chapter 67, Finding Spicy, that's right. Rit puffed out his chest, looking proud. I'm a fighter of the Roger Pirates, known as Scarlet Fog, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. The Navy headquarters would love to catch you for the reward. Lucio coldly interrupted him. Roger is already ready to surrender. He didn't tell me anyone would come to pick me up. Besides, Rit is an old man and wouldn't he look this young. I won't give you any more chances to threaten my husband. As she spoke, Lucio pressed the kitchen knife to her neck. Lucio longed for her child to see the outside world, but after sensing the huge disparity in strength, she sighed. I'm sorry. I'm a useless mother. Rit? Damn, Roger. Does Lucio not know who has come in to pick her up? Besides, Rit has looked like he is in his 20s since God Valley. So normally, he should also be considered an old man, right? A virgin at the old man level? Rit looked at the kitchen knife in Lucio's hand, his pupils shrinking suddenly, and he disappeared in an instant. Clang! Lucio felt her wrist go numb as the knife was snatched away by Rit, who steadied her shoulder with his other hand. Calm down, sister-in-law. Rit rarely put away his proud expression, his voice low and serious. I'm not the Navy, nor am I here to threaten you. Please believe me. I just look a bit younger. Lucio's eyes turned red as she stared at him. Then who are you? Roger told me Rit boarded the ship at 3 years old. How could you look this young? Rit took a deep breath and slowly pulled out a pocket watch from his chest, which had a family photo on it that Roger had given him. Lucio's pupils trembled slightly, and tears finally fell. Roger, Rit smiled wide. So, sister-in-law, don't be too quick to give up. Captain Roger would definitely want you to live well. At least let me, this 2 billion old world villain, be of some use, right? My fruit ability. Captain Roger should have told you that I can replenish life force, right? I'm still young. You can understand. Lucio was silent for a moment before slowly lowering her guard, saying softly, "Come in." Lucio began to pack her things. Rit looked at the two large bundles. Sister-in-law, do we really need to bring so much stuff? The teacup used by the captain is understandable, but the captain's unwashed underwear seems unnecessary. However, Lucio gently shook her head. "I want you to help me bury these. I'll just take these too." Lucio held a knife and a gun in her arms, reminiscing sadly. "My husband once told me that if it's a boy, he should be named Ace. And if it's a girl, she should be named," and Rit recognized that those were indeed Captain Roger's weapons. Ace, Inin. Now, what he had to do was to first send them to the Seven Seas City. Rit had prepared a speedboat that could accommodate 3 people. After all, it needed to be low-key. The fewer people who noticed Lucio, the better. This was his responsibility towards Lucio. But there were always those who didn't know better. "Captain, there's a small ship. Little ones, fire cannons to blow them up. Let them experience the fear of the sea, ha ha ha." Rit frowned and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a pirate ship with a skull flag slowly approaching. At the bow stood a man with a face full of flesh, greedily staring at them. TSK really knows how to pick time. Rit clicked his tongue and turned to Lucio with a reassuring smile. "Sister-in-law, you go into the cabin to rest. I will handle this right away." But Lucio shook her head. "Little Rit, let me see how you kill the enemy." This surprised Rit, but then he understood. After all, someone who could escape from the Navy's pursuit for over a year while pregnant couldn't possibly be a delicate flower. Rit chuckled, pulling out the black-tied, great sword from behind him. "Let this 2 billion old-world villain perform for you." Rit turned his neck, shouldered the black-tied, great sword, stood at the stern, and grinned. "Hey, you fish over there, die. Little ones, fire." With a command from Pirate Captain Barton, several cannons fired in unison, and dark cannonballs whistled toward them. Rit didn't even blink. He simply raised the black-tied great sword gently, and with a twist of the blade, Fog God style, one flash. Swish! A scarlet blade light cut across the sea like thunder, slicing all the cannonballs in half mid-air, which then exploded with a thunderous roar. Not even touching the speedboat. The pirates were dumbfounded. What? Barton was sweating coldly, but still tried to remain calm. "Don't be afraid. He has just one person. Keep firing." "Captain, look at that sword." "ISNT, that's Scarlet Fogrit from the Pirate King's crew?" Rit sighed. "Really? Can't even have a good audience." He slowly raised the great sword, dark red hockey coiling around the blade, as if the air in the entire sea area had solidified. Fog God style demon slash. Boom! With one slash, the sea was directly cleaved open, creating a chasm of hundreds of meters, and the violent sword energy instantly tore that pirate ship to pieces. Crash! The wreckage and seawater fell like rain, and Rit had already sheathed his sword, turning to Lucio with a brilliant smile. "How about it, sister-in-law? Are you satisfied?" Lucio gently clapped, her eyes filled with smiles. "Stop calling me sister-in-law. You want them to know I'm Roger's wife. Just call me sister." "But you're quite handsome." Rit felt the warmth of Roger's familiarity. She truly regarded him as family. "Is this what it means to be with like-minded people, Captain?" At that moment, Rit didn't seem like a 2 billion villain. His youthful appearance kept him filled with vitality and a youthful mindset. This was his brother's wife. And that was enough. He chuckled. "All right, sister." After this little episode, Rit used fog to change Lucio's appearance and accompanied her to a nearby island for supplies. Rit looked at himself in the mirror, his mouth twitching. After spending this time together, Lucio truly treated Rit as a younger brother, and Rit naturally accepted that. "Sister, is this outfit a bit too flashy?" He tugged at the deep blue robe embroidered with golden wave patterns, tied with a white belt around his waist, accentuating his flowing black hair and making him appear even more noble. Lucio stood beside him, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. It suits you well." Rit helplessly replied, "But I'm a pirate. How can I fight dressed like this?" Lucio smiled and pinched his cheek. "You can change back when it's time to fight, obedient little brother." Rit was also quite helpless. He was only a little over 2 meters tall, and Lucio was almost reaching 2 meters. He seriously suspected that he was cursed by Buggy's luck for mocking his height, as he had only grown this much in decades. Chapter 68, I'm Waiting for You. Lying back on the ship, Lucio began to organize the things they had bought, while Rooter sat nearby, curiously fiddling with a rattle. "Sister, what is the use of this thing?" Lucio smiled and said, "When the child is born, it can entertain him." Rooter nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly became serious. "Sister, don't worry. When the child grows up, I will definitely teach him the strongest swordsmanship." Lucio raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How do you plan to teach him?" Rooter clenched his fist, enthusiasm boiling. "First, swing the sword 10,000 times every day. Then, challenge all sorts of strong opponents with me, breaking through the limits on the edge of life and death. This is how I was trained. You should know Shanks and Buggy. I train like this too, and it definitely works." This was another way for Rooter to repay Roger in his own way. He also knew a bit of Roger's swordsmanship, but just because he didn't like it didn't mean he couldn't use it. "Lucio." She silently picked up a baby bottle and stuffed it into Rooter's hands. "Learn to prepare milk powder first, Rooter." After spending some time in Water 7 with Lucio, Rooter was shocked to see the news. The Navy has arrested Pirate King Roger and will execute him in Log Town in a month. The Navy's justice cannot be infringed upon. Rooter was sitting in a small boat near Marineford, looking at the newspaper. He knew the Navy would definitely use this incident to boost their prestige. Since the news of Roger's arrest broke, he had been waiting around Marineford. Yes, he was waiting for the Golden Lion, wanting to ride on his captain's reputation to establish the Navy's authority. How could there be such a good thing? If he didn't fight at Marineford today, he wouldn't feel right. It was as if the Navy was stepping on his brother to show how strong they were. If Rooter could endure this, he might as well become a ninja turtle. But even if Rooter had the strength of the four emperors, he couldn't escape from Marineford alone. If the Navy headquarters could really be taken down by Rooter alone, they might as well quit. He needed the Golden Lion to help him share some of the combat strength. He knew the Golden Lion would definitely come. He believed in his captain's strength. And indeed, he waited for the Golden Lion to arrive. "Haha, Lion, you're here." The Golden Lion Shiki approached Marineford with a small island like a black cloud pressing down on a city, and the alarm bells of the entire Navy headquarters rang. Steelbone Kong and Carp exchanged glances and immediately prepared for battle. The Golden Lion shouted at Marineford, "I don't believe you caught Roger by strength. He is my recognized opponent." Steelbone Kong roared back, "This isn't a place for you to act wild." Carp directly readied his fists. "Since you're here, stay." Just as a battle was about to break out, Rooter stood on a high rooftop near Marineford, holding the Black Tide great sword, coldly observing everything. Rooter didn't hide himself at all, and the Golden Lion quickly spotted him. The Golden Lion laughed. "Haha, I knew you wouldn't swallow this. Come on, let us have some fun." Rooter hoisted the Black Tide greatsword. "You just need to hold off those three, try not to get killed, and leave the rest to me." As he spoke, he pointed the Black Tide greatsword at Sengoku and the young three admirals, displaying his dominance from above. "Hey, you three." Rooter grinned, holding the greatsword. "Want to play with me?" This was probably Rooter's first encounter with Borsellino and Sakazuki. Sakazuki frowned. "Roger's crew. Don't get in the way." Borsellino tilted his head, his tone lazy. "Oh, how scary, daring to provoke 3 admiral candidates alone?" Kazan's face was serious. He knew how terrifying Rooter was. "Get out of the way. We don't have time to play with you." Rooter scoffed. "Kid, I'm older than you." Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished and appeared in front of Sakazuki. Mist God Flow, Demon Slash. The blade light was like mist, extremely sharp. Sakazuki's pupil shrank, quickly elementalizing, but he was still grazed by the slash, lava-like blood splattering. Not bad speed, but Sakazuki's eyes turned cold as his right fist instantly turned to lava. Great eruption. "Rooter, what is wrong with you guys? Right when we meet, you use your big moves, but what's the use?" The scorching lava fist slammed down, but Rooter had already predicted it, dodging with observation haki and simultaneously slashing back. Mist God Flow, Demon Strike. The pitch-black haki wrapped around the blade, aiming for Sakazuki's throat. Bang! Kazan's ice wall suddenly rose, blocking the strike, but Rooter's sword momentum didn't diminish, and the ice wall instantly shattered. Borsellino's fingertips gathered golden light. Shaku K Gyoku. Countless light bullets rained down, but Rooter grinned, his figure darting like a ghost through the barrage. And not a single one could hit him. A direct confrontation was over. Rooter wanted to set the stage. "Hey Rooter, did you forget about me, your old rival?" Kazan squinted. The mist turned into ice crystals, gradually falling to the ground. Ruder smirked. Kazan, who had eaten the ice fruit, was indeed harder to deal with. But the gap in strength was evident, only making the mist thinner. There's some fruit counteraction going on here. Ruder shook the sword, his fighting spirit boiling. Is that all you three candidates have? Bring it on. Sakazuki, furious, arrogant brat. Kazan brought his hands together. Ice Age. Cold air swept through, instantly freezing the entire battlefield. But Ruder had already leaped into the air, his Conqueror's Haki erupting. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the black-tide greatsword. Mist God Flow, Annihilation. At the moment of contact, Ruder misted away, appearing behind Kazan. The pitch-black Haki coiled around the blade like thunder, and he slashed down, actually cutting through Kazan's ice layer. Borsalino showed a serious expression. They had heard Kazan say Ruder was very strong, but having never seen it, they were somewhat dismissive. Looks like we have to get serious. A flash of golden light, and he instantly appeared behind Ruder, kicking out. Lightspeed kick. Ruder was already on guard, blocking with the black-tide greatsword ding. Ruder's figure faintly dissipated in the mist, suddenly appearing behind Borsalino. Mist God Flow. Mist Hidden Slash. You thought I wouldn't T-slash you too? The blade light fell, but Ruder felt that the strike wasn't T-solid. TSK. Borsalino's speed is indeed troublesome. Ruder's fighting spirit surged even more. However, this was interesting. The three looked at each other, deciding to fight with all their might. Sakazuki. Suppress him with all our strength. Evil will be crushed. Borsalino, what a hassle. Ruder laughed. Come on, let me see how strong the so-called three naval geniuses really are. The forums all said that with the three admirals together, no four emperor could withstand them. But for these youthful versions of the three admirals, Ruder spat. I can take on 6. But first, he had to clear the field. The blood-red Conqueror's Haki rushed towards Marineford, and the weaker Marines fell in droves. The 4 on the battlefield witnessed this scene. Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Carp also released their Conqueror's Haki to weaken Ruder's influence. I think these leaders should have Conqueror's Haki, even if the manga hasn't shown it. This can refer to Luffy and Barrett clashing. The Golden Lion laughed. As expected of the person I have my eye on. This demeanor is rare even in the New World. Look at my demeanor. A wave of black-red Conqueror's Haki surged towards Marineford once again. Kazan, I've fallen, and you still want to sweep again. Everyone knew the battle had just begun. Chapter 69. The Meatball Navy for all the gentle readers who encourage the author. Here, S.A. bonus chapter. Rhett amplified his Conqueror's Haki, sweeping across Marineford like a blood-red storm. Ha ha ha. Kid, well done. The Golden Lion laughed madly, controlling floating islands to smash into Carp and Steelbone Kong. Don't get distracted, you too. Sengoku roared. Golden Lion, don't get too arrogant. Carp clenched his fists, armament Haki wrapping around his arms. I'll deal with you first, then take care of that brat Rhett. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino stood firm, locking their gazes on Rhett. Your Conqueror's Haki is indeed impressive, Sakazuki said coldly, but relying on Haki alone won't win against us. Rhett grinned. The black tide, greatsword angled toward the ground. Is that so? Then let us try this. Fog Realm. Life withers. Crimson mist suddenly spread, enveloping the three. Don't be fooled by their current status as vice admirals. They only need one opportunity to be promoted to admiral. Their current strength is already at the admiral level, but there are still differences among them. If you don't let me properly unleash my domain, how can I play my cards? No, how can I fight? I'll shift away. Kazan discovered that he couldn't freeze them completely when he intended to turn them into ice shards. Kazan knew Rhett was getting serious. Just now, he could freeze Rhett's mist only because Rhett was playing with him. When he chased after Roger's pirate crew with Carp, he was always the one getting beaten up. In the blood mist, ice crystals sparkled, giving Rhett a holy yet eerie appearance. Rhett, oh dear, sorry for adding special effects. In an instant, dense fog enveloped the entire battlefield, Rhett's figure flickering in and out of sight within the mist. Is observation Haki being interfered with? Sakazuki frowned. TSK, troublesome ability. Borsalino's fingertips sparkled with golden light, attempting to disperse the mist with lasers, but Rhett's voice echoed from all directions. Fog God Flow. No blade. Silent slashes surged forward. Sakazuki instinctively dodged to the side, but a blood mark was still drawn on his shoulder. This guy is faster in the mist. Don't give him a chance. Kazan pressed his hands to the ground. Ice Age. An extreme chill erupted, freezing the mist into ice crystals that fell. It seemed useless. The moment Rhett's domain weakened, it was replenished. Kazan's big move exchanged a simple hit with Rhett. Kazan's fruit is really troublesome. Rhett clicked his tongue, suddenly stomping the ground, Conqueror's Haki wrapping around the sword. Black lightning flickering on the black-tide greatsword. Conqueror's Haki, entwined. Fog God Flow, Mist Hidden Slash, Super Invincible, 3 styles. Sponsored by the 4th generation, with a single slash. The space seemed to tear apart. Sakazuki roared in response. Hellhound. Lava clashed with Haki, shockwaves erupted. Kazan took the opportunity to launch a side attack. Ice Blade piercing toward Rhett's back. Ice Blade. Violent Bluebird. Rhett had anticipated this. His figure instantly misted away, the Ice Blade piercing through the illusion. What? Kazan's pupils contracted. Fog God Flow. Ghost Attack. Rhett's true form appeared behind Kazan, slashing down. At the critical moment, Borisolino flashed in, delivering a light-speed kick, followed by the Amaterasu sword. Golden light condensed into a sword, violently clashing with Rhett's black-tide greatsword. Clang! Sparks flew, and Rhett was also pushed back a few steps by this sudden attack, but the corners of his mouth lifted in excitement. Now that is more like it. The 3 admirals joining forces, this is interesting. Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy. Arrogant pirate. You must be suppressed today. No wonder he is known as the Blood Cow in the Pirate King. Carp called out, releasing a breath of cold air. This time I won T-back down. Fights in the Pirate King often last 3 to 4 days. After all, Sakazuki had been slashed twice, and both slashes were armed, yet he seemed unfazed. Kazan could take down Rhett alone, and the two could handle it together. 3 people could also fight, but Rhett couldn't win against them now. Don't be fooled by Rhett's casual demeanor. He was under a lot of pressure. He had to allocate part of his observation Haki to the battlefield of Shiki. As long as Shiki showed signs of defeat, he would turn and run. In this situation, don't underestimate the 3 admirals. Sengoku relied on just a few people to maintain the chaos across the entire sea. Sengoku, Carp, is this all you two can do together? The Golden Lion laughed wildly, the lion's might swirling. The Great Buddha Charge. Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, shockwaves shattering giant rocks. Carp charged directly at the Golden Lion, armament Haki, iron fist crashing out. Fistbone, meteor. The Golden Lion swung a sword to block, but was still pushed back several meters, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Tisuke, Carp's fists are still so hard. Sengoku said solemnly, Golden Lion, you can't escape. The Golden Lion sneered. Escape? I'm the Golden Lion. The battle between Rhett and the 3 admirals intensified, each clash causing violent explosions. The buildings of Marineford continuously collapsed, and the Navy soldiers retreated in fear. It can't be delayed any longer. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, his entire body boiling with lava, meteor volcano. Countless lava fists rained down from the sky, bombarding indiscriminately. Kazan put his hands together. Frozen moment. Extreme cold froze the ground, restricting Rhett's movements. Borisolino raised the Amaterasu, sword high. Shaku kg. Dense light bullets poured down like a torrential rain. Faced with the ultimate combined attack of the 3 admirals, Rhett took a deep breath, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki completely. Come on, the final blow. Fog God Flow, in slash. The pitch-black slash tore through space, colliding head-on with the 3 admirals' attacks. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across Marineford, even pushing back the distant Golden Lion, Sengoku, and Carp. As the smoke cleared, Rhett stood in place, the black-tide greatsword embedded in the ground, supporting his body, half kneeling, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the 3 admirals were equally in disarray. 2 of them fell. No, brothers, this is just bravado. They all quickly got back up. Sakazuki had a gruesome gash on his chest. Kazan's Rhett's ice armor shattered, and Borisolino's sunglasses at cracks. These 5 days of battle had drained them all. Huh. Huh. Rhett gasped for breath, but smiled with satisfaction, joyful. Now that's what I call a battle. He glanced at the Golden Lion, who was being beaten. Rhett knew it was time to leave. Carp hit too hard. Time to slip away. Just as the Golden Lion was defeated, Rhett fully activated his fruit ability, pulling out a bag. I have a bag of Sea Prism Stone powder, which I must mix in. Sea Prism Stone is too restrictive for fruit users. It takes a lot of energy to keep it floating for even a moment. That's why Rhett had been holding back his last bit of strength. Feeling satisfied after the fight, it was time to run. The next time we meet might be at Logtown. Hatchy Lion, I will remember your contribution, even though you can't see Roger and Impel down. This is the feeling of love that cannot be obtained. It hurts too much. A few days after the battle at Marineford, Rhett returned to Water 7. The news of Rhett's ruckus with the Golden Lion at Marineford had been all over the place, almost overwhelming Rhett. Shocked, the Phantom and the Mist Rhett single-handedly challenged the future 3 admirals. The Navy headquarters was ravaged. Is there no hope left for the Navy? The king of a new era has descended. Tremble, world government. Exclusive revelation. The secret relationship between Rhett and Shanks that must be told. Rhett looked at the thick stack of world economic news in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. I can't believe it. Inside their essay scene of Raider holding a black tide and pointing at Kazan and the others. To be honest, in journalism, he should understand this better. Although it's all factual, the news only features a photo of Raider cutting down the 3 admirals, and not a single one of them getting beaten up. The newspaper introduces the battle, but ends up showing a photo of Raider just as he makes his entrance, standing with a large sword, and even labels it as Raider's entrance. Isn't it misleading to put this photo at the end? Raider knows his worth. When he encounters Garp, he just turns and runs. What does trampling the Navy headquarters mean? What does the king of the new era mean? Is Morgan's drunk on fake wine? Morgan's? Is the Golden Lion that top pirate? Oh, he got captured. Who is the Golden Lion? I'm really not familiar with him. Normally, such exaggeration wouldn't be believed by many. But guess what? You know the Golden Lion, right? Former captain of the Rock's crew, captured, but Raider escaped. The two attacked Marineford together, and the outcome speaks for itself. A new bounty order has arrived in Raider's hands. The bounty for Raider is 5 billion berries. Raider scoffed. How stingy. Next door, cutting down a celestial dragon increases the bounty by 1 billion. And I've almost wiped out the Navy's base, yet only got an increase of 500 million. The Navy has no face. Chapter 70 Departure from Rogertown. With just 2 days left until Roger's execution, Uncle Tom finally finished modifying the Oro Jackson. He took Rhett deep into the dock and lifted a large waterproof tarp. This is, Rhett asked. It's the new power system I've been working on. Originally intended for mobile trains, Tom replied, pride shining in his eyes. Rhett instantly understood Tom's plan. You're putting it on the ship. Smart, Tom exclaimed, patting the machine's exterior. Combined with a wind turbine, this ship can reach 3 times the speed of a warship in the doldrums. You realize how valuable this is, right? Frankie excitedly danced around, raising his hands above his head in his signature pose. Super. This will definitely be the fastest ship in the world. However, Iceberg was worried. Master, this hasn't been safety tested. Tested? Tom pulled Iceberg close. Tell me, I'm a top-notch shipwright. A top-notch apprentice. After releasing his grip on Iceberg's head, he chuckled. It's really a master-disciple bond. Rhett thought, if I wait any longer, I'm afraid Uncle Tom will crush Iceberg. The legendary pirate ship was no longer just an ordinary wooden sailboat. It had transformed into a steel behemoth, crafted from deep dark red mithril alloy, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. The bow featured a roaring dragon head sculpture, with a cannon in its mouth. Rhett instantly fell in love with it. Large caliber, long range, no man would refuse it. Bigger, thicker, and farther. It could store lightning energy. Any energy source could be utilized. When necessary, a bolt of artificial lightning struck down, precisely absorbed by the device. The entire ship was instantly enveloped in blue electric light. Energy gathering in the dragon's mouth, and with a bang, it could wreak havoc. Tom stroked his beard with satisfaction. I proudly call this the wrath of the dragon. How about that? Rhett looked at the smoking cannon mouth, drooling with excitement. So cool. As the energy gathered, the entire ship was cloaked in lightning. Too cool. Rhett was nearly mesmerized, unable to resist the dragon's roar. Finally, it was the day of departure. The newly revamped Oro Jackson was docked at the port. Almost unbelievable. Iceberg stroked the hull. It was entirely another ship. Frankie was fine-tuning the last devices. Super. Look at my genius design. Even the toilet is fully automated. Iceberg showed his shark-like teeth. Frankie, please don't make any weird inventions on the guest ship. Perona spun around excitedly on the newly decorated pink lookout. Retsama, there's a dressing table and a doll rack. I love it here. Tom stood at the bow, his eyes sparkling. Roger, my old buddy, now this kid can take you anywhere. Rhett gripped the helm tightly. Thanks, old man. Cut that out. Tom suddenly changed his tone, grabbing Rhett by the collar. You better take good care of this ship. If you let it fall apart again, you're done for, kid. Yes. Rhett raised his hands in surrender. But Tom didn't let go this time. Let me tell you, the Oro Jackson was my greatest creation. It carried Roger to become the Pirate King, and this one is my most perfect work now. You must not let it go to waste, got it, kid? Old man, Rhett suddenly said, his voice low and serious. This ship is no longer the original Oro Jackson. It deserves a new name. As the ship's builder, Tom naturally had the right to name it. Tom fell silent for a moment, slowly walking to the bow, his rough hand brushing over the roaring dragon head statue. His gaze became distant, as if traveling through time back to the days he sailed with Roger. Uncle Tom, wait for me to make the Oro Jackson famous across the seas. Roger's ship is called Oro Jackson, Tom said softly, the ship that carries dreams and freedom. He looked up at Rhett, determination flickering in his eyes. This ship is modified from Oro Jackson. Tom took a deep breath, the cigar smoke swirling in the sunset. Let's call it Bruma Jackson. Tom took out a bottle of precious wine he had kept for years and smashed it against the bow. The amber liquid flowed down the dragon head statue, looking like burning blood in the sunset. As the shipwright, I bestow upon you the name Bruma Jackson. May you gallop through the blood mist, roar in the storm, and become a legend of a new era. As his words fell, the statue's eyes suddenly lit up with crimson light, and the entire ship seemed to come to life, emitting a low hum. Rhett shouted, everyone prepare to set sail. Are you ready? Ready, Captain. Very good. I announce, the Bruma Jackson is departing. Perona cheered as she floated to the lookout, and Moria zombie sailors quickly took their places. Frankie and Iceberg stood on the dock, waving goodbye to the warship destined to shake the world. They both had a part in this ship that would conquer the seas. Just as the ship was about to set sail, Tom suddenly called out to Rhett, Kid. Rhett turned back to see the old fishman standing in the sunset. This ship, it is now both a continuation of the Oro Jackson and a brand new beginning. Tom's voice was particularly clear in the sea breeze. Don't let down. And don't let Roger's expectations down. If Roger could do it, so can you. Rhett turned back, giving Tom a big smile. Rhett, promise again that I will make the whole world remember the name Bruma Jackson. Ha ha. Uncle Tom, just wait to become the greatest shipwright in the world. Tom smiled with satisfaction. Waving his hand, go. Let this world hear what a true dragon's roar sounds like. With the roar of the engine, the Bruma Jackson slowly sailed away from the port. The ship's tail spewed out blue flames, and the entire vessel surged through the waves like an arrow released from a bow. Retsama, Perona leaned out from the lookout. Want to try the main cannon? Rhett grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. Just what I wanted. He pressed the red button on the control panel, and blood mist surged into the slot, enveloping the entire ship in crimson lightning. The dragon head cannon let out a deafening roar, and a scarlet beam sliced through the sea surface, exploding into a massive blood-red mushroom cloud in the distance. The residents of Water 7 stared in awe at this scene. Roger, did you see that? The old fishman murmured, a new legend has begun. Chapter 71. The Blood Dawn approaches the dawn of Nirvana is sailing towards Rogtown. On the deck of the Bruma Jackson, Red is sitting on the dragon head, touching the cannon. Hee, it's really a bit too cool. Who has the coolest battleship? Hee. Suddenly, wait, do we forget something important? Perona, floating in the air and brushing her newly acquired doll's hair, is startled and nearly drops down. Lord Rhett, don't shout suddenly. Rhett looks around at everyone. pointing at Perona, Moonlight Moria, and the zombies. We still don't have an official name. The deck falls silent instantly. Moria's scissor hands freeze in midair. The ship is built and sailing towards the sea, and we still don't have a name? Moonlight Moria, Shark Tooth. Even his bat-shaped shadow on the ground twists. And the captain only remembers now? Super negligent. Perona puffs up her cheeks, and the doll bear follows suit. Even my Kuma has a name. Rhett scratches his hair. It's not too late to think now. Everyone, come over for a meeting. All the crew gathers. Moria complains. There are only 3 living people on the ship. Is it really necessary to go through this formality? Rhett pouts. You don't understand. Our process needs to be complete. It feels weird with one piece missing. Everyone gathers around a wooden barrel in the center of the deck. The tall figure of Moonlight Moria casts a shadow, while Perona floats above Rhett's head. Let us start gathering proposals. Rhett knocks on the wooden barrel. Perona, you go first. Ghost Princess. Perona's eyes light up with pink sails, lace flags, and rejected. Rhett cuts her off decisively, but is worried about hurting Perona's feelings. Little Perona, this proposal is very good, but I don't think it's quite suitable. Perona instantly tears up, and the ghosts take on crying expressions. Lord Rhett is bullying people. Moria lets out a low laugh. How about calling it the Devil Zombie Legion? Let the enemies tremble when they hear it. Puffed. Moria's name is too cheesy. Perona can't help but laugh. What did you say? Moria's shadow swells. Little Perona, you have really hurt my heart. The whole ship is pink. It's very strange. He looks at the pocket watch Roger gave him and suddenly stands up. Blood mist swirling behind him. I'm a man who will stand at the top in the future. We all want to be the freest people. Let us see who dares to show their teeth to me. Then Rhett pauses, the black tide, great sword pointing to the sky. Our pirate crew will be called Blood Dawn. We are our own future. We are our own dawn. Perona hugs her doll tightly. Lord Rhett is so cool. Then, Perona suddenly turns her head. Look at the flag I just drew. She points to the sketch of a skull with the sun tearing through the darkness behind it. Rhett suddenly bursts into laughter, his laughter so joyful. Damn, Captain, what is there to entrust? The values from my past life and the experiences on Roger's ship have shaped my values. You must have seen what kind of person I'm a long time ago. Captain, you know you don't need to entrust anything. Ha 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 ha. I announce that Blood Dawn is officially established today. Seconded, Perona. Reluctantly agreed, Moria shrugs. But his shadow honestly gives a thumbs up. Perona floats in front of Rhett. Blinking, can I decorate my lookout in pink? Sure. Long live the captain. That night, a naming feast is held on the deck of the Bruma Jackson. Everyone drinks happily. Only Perona has a little mood because Rhett and Moria don't allow her to drink alcohol. Perona pouts and shows off her juice. Rhett raises his wine glass and shouts, listen, this sea. From today on, the Blood Dawn pirate crew. Everyone shouts in unison. We will engrave our names into the gates of a new era. Rhett looks at everyone and laughs heartily. Really, having been in the top pirate crew, I'm still this excited when forming my own pirate crew. Rhett looks up at the sky, trying to cover the heart-wrenching pain. This feeling is really nice. Roger, if you see the current pirate ship, you would be very happy, right? I believe we will meet again soon. On the day of Roger's execution, the port of Rogtown is crowded with pirates, navy, journalists, and curious civilians from all over the world. The air is filled with tension and excitement, as if the whole world is waiting for the end of an era or the beginning of a new one. Shanks lowers the brim of his straw hat, his eyes sharp as knives beneath his red hair. He stands on the rooftop at the edge of the crowd, while Buggy is anxiously looking around. Hey, Shanks, where's Rhett? If we can't find him, the execution is about to start. Buggy stomps his feet in frustration. Shanks doesn't answer, just stares intently at the sea, feeling that Rhett is right there. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lift slightly. He is here. In the distance, a scarlet light cuts through the waves, followed by a deafening roar of engines. What is that? Someone points in terror towards the sea. A blood-red giant ship breaks through the waves, with the dragon head statue at the bow having scarlet eyes and the ship's body entwined with blood-colored lightning, resembling a fierce beast charging out of hell. The Oro Jackson is so cool. Shanks vaguely sees the appearance of the Oro Jackson, knowing that the captain entrusted it to Rhett, a glint of nostalgia and battle intent flashing in his eyes. Roger is locked in a cage made of sea stone, guarded by the future 3 admirals of the Navy. His expression remains calm, even with a hint of a smile. Roger slightly raises his head, his gaze crossing the crowd towards the port. Full speed ahead. Rhett stands at the bow of the ship, Perona floating on the lookout, excitedly waving her doll bear. Lord Rhett, Rogtown is just ahead. There are so many people. Moria's shadow twists on the ground, laughing lowly. What a grand stage, Captain. Rhett's observation hockey has already covered the entire square, sensing the emotions of every person. Anger, sadness, excitement, fear, and some powerful auras hidden among the crowd. As expected, they are here too. Those who can see this are true readers who love this book. Only you can point out the names I've come up with. This voting will last from today until the end of the month, and we will change it at the beginning of next month. Ghost, Mist of Deception, Fog of Waste, Person in the Mist, Ghost Fog, Blood Fog, Crimson Mist, Pale Haze, Little Fog God. These are some that appear frequently. You can vote for one. Be sure to start a separate thread for it. If you have better ideas, feel free to start a separate thread here. We will take the one with the most likes or comments. Please write out any better ideas you think of. Chapter 72, Some people need to use their corresponding strength to match their relationships. His gaze swept over the crowd, and in an inconspicuous corner, a tall man draped in a cloak stood quietly. King Monkey D. Dragon. On another rooftop, Don Quixote da Flamingo looked at the execution platform with a half-smile. Little Eagle and Little Crocodile were also present. Even the future warlords and the leader of the Revolutionary Army are here. Captain, you're really preparing for a grand farewell for yourself. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Here he comes. It's GOLD. Roger. Navy soldiers pushed Roger up to the execution platform. His hands shackled with sea stone handcuffs, but his back remained straight, and a familiar smile lingered on his lips. The Pirate King? He doesn't seem particularly special. Damn it, he's the one who caused this chaos in the seas. Shouts and jeers arose, but Roger merely scanned the crowd calmly, his gaze eventually settling in the direction of Rate. Captain Rate grinned, revealing his white teeth. Get ready, everyone. He suddenly raised his hand, crimson mist gathering in his palm. Let's give this world a greeting. The Wrath of the Dragon God, launch. Boom. A scarlet beam erupted from the bow cannon, tearing through the air, directly striking the execution platform. All buildings from the port to the Rogetown execution platform were destroyed. The beam only shattered by carp, leaving deep ravines in its wake. Roger could clearly see Rate and his former Oro Jackson through the path of destruction. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Navy soldiers shouted in panic. What the hell? That ship is. Sengoku stood beside the execution platform, his expression dark. Steelbone Kong immediately ordered, execute. He didn't care what Rate's shot meant. Roger had to die now because this was being broadcast live to the world. If they failed this time, the Navy's authority would completely collapse. Buggy trembled, almost rushing out. No, we can't just let this happen. Shanks pressed down on his shoulder, whispering, Buggy, don't move. But this is the captain's will. Shanks growled lowly, his voice filled with suppressed pain. Buggy froze, and finally, he lowered his head, his fist pounding hard on the rooftop. As the atmosphere reached its peak, someone finally asked that question. Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide your treasure? On the execution platform, Roger suddenly laughed. Do you want my treasure? The crowd fell silent. If you want it, go find it. I put everything in this world there. Rate stood at the bow, his crimson mantle billowing in the shockwave. Behind him, Moria and the zombie army, Perona and the negative ghosts, and Laboon with his little top hat all bowed deeply with Rate. Roger glanced at the current Rate, and in that moment, he seemed to see Rate transform from a 3-year-old child into a towering man, his eyes filled with joy. Swish! The executing Navy was stunned by the momentum of Roger's shout. Just as they regained their senses, the long sword swung down. Blood dripped. The world froze at that moment. Then boom! The sky erupted with thunder. Torrential rain poured down, as if the sea was roaring. The world boiled. Through the transponder snail, Roger's voice spread across the world. One Piece. It truly exists. The treasure of the Pirate King. Set sail. I want to set sail. The fervent shouts drowned out the entire Rogetown, igniting the flames of ambition in countless eyes. In the pouring rain, Shanks and Buggy stood silently on the rooftop, letting the rain soak them completely. Buggy's tears mixed with the rain. Bastard. That bastard captain. Rate jumped off the Bruma Jackson, quietly walking towards Roger. Everyone held their breath. Rate? What is he going to do? The Navy surrounded Rate tightly. They knew that at this moment, Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Karpsu, and the three admirals were all present. The transponder snail connected to the entire world, and the Navy could not afford to make a mistake now. Karp shouted, Rate, don't forget your promise. Roger told him that Rate would not stop the execution. Rate looked expressionlessly at Karp. I've already done what I promised the captain. Karp fell silent. Rate indeed did not stop the execution. 5 elders, you can watch. I believe you should recognize me. I am Rate, a former member of the Roger Pirates. I am here to take our captain away, so let this group of Navy step aside. The entire Roachtown fell into dead silence. Navy soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, cold sweat sliding down their foreheads. Sengoku's expression was dark. Karp seemed indifferent, and Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes. Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji stepped forward simultaneously, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire area. On the other end of the transponder snail, in Mary Geos, the power dynamics shifted, and the eyes of the 5 elders were cold. Rate, the golden-haired elder of the 5 elders, slowly spoke. Are you threatening the world government? Rate grinned. The black tide, great sword heavily thrust into the ground, splashing water. Not a threat, it's a deal. A deal? Sengoku frowned. Rate's gaze crossed the Navy generals. Staring directly at the transponder snail, changed the promise. The 5 elders fell silent for a moment, and finally, the bald elder holding the sword spoke. Speak. I want to take the captain away. He drew the black tide, great sword, its blade glimmering coldly in the rain, causing an uproar in the crowd. Rate sneered. You all know very well. He slowly raised the great sword, pointing to the sky. If you refuse, a 5 billion bounty criminal, specifically hunting celestial dragons. Can you handle this game? Oh, by the way, have you forgotten God Valley? Akainu roared with fury. Insolence. But on the other end of the transponder snail, the 5 elders fell silent. They knew better than anyone how terrifying a 5 billion bounty monster was. And this monster hadn't even reached its peak yet. They saw the shadow of rocks, and they didn't want to provoke another rocks. But they also wouldn't let someone like rocks live. Rate was making a blatant threat, and he was also reminding the 5 elders that the Roger Pirates had contributed greatly at God Valley. And this was a debt the world government owed to the Roger Pirates that needed to be repaid. On the other end of the transponder snail, the voice of the 5 elders was cold and authoritative. Rate, are you not afraid of the world government's pursuit? Rate grinned. If bribery doesn't work, then it's the old routine of threats. They can't bribe him live on the world stage, so all that's left is threats. Rainwater slid down his face. It's not that I want to do this, it's that you must do this. Sengoku shouted angrily. Arrogant. Do you think you can leave here unscathed? Rate did not answer, only slowly raised his hand, palm facing the sky. You can try, but I promise, starting today, for every celestial dragon that steps out of Mary Geos, I will take a head. Chapter 73. Rate's collapsed. The entire place fell into silence. Rate knew that no matter what the 5 elders said next, whether through inducements or threats, the enmity was already established. The world government would not allow a person who threatened the celestial dragons to live, nor would they truly believe that a favor could make the world government relent. Rate's strength was evident. He was merely giving the 5 elders a way out. After a long silence, the 5 elders finally spoke. Warlord of the Sea. Accept the first position of Warlord of the Sea, and you can take Roger's corpse with you. Rate smiled. He understood that the 5 elders did not care about the Navy's reputation. They only cared about the safety of the celestial dragons. The system of the Warlords of the Sea was something the Navy might not even be aware of. It's a deal. Rate knew the 5 elders would not let him go easily, and they knew Rate would not follow their orders, but it was enough. The world government's face was preserved. Who cared about the Navy's reputation? For Rate, this title of Warlord of the Sea was merely an experience card. Rate turned and walked toward the execution platform. The Navy soldiers instinctively stepped back, none daring to stop him. He reached out, gently picked up Roger's head, and placed it back in position with mist, then carried the already cold body. Roger's head hung low, as if he were merely sleeping on Rate's shoulder. Then boom! Rate stomped down, shattering the execution platform. The entire high platform collapsed, with splintering everywhere. He swung his black-tied, great sword with one hand, the blade's wind lifting a storm of splintered wood, shooting toward the port of Lowtown like a torrential rain. Bang! 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 The splintered wood was precisely nailed into the ground of the port, stacking into a simple yet solemn pile of wood. Walking on the moonwalk, hovering above Lowtown, Rate lifted Roger slightly. "Captain, you're so light." However, Rate was destined not to receive an answer. Arriving at the port of Lowtown, he gently placed Roger's body upon it. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and lightning flickered. Rate looked up at the sky. "Captain, this weather is not suitable for adventures." In a mist realm, the rebirth flower bloomed as the rainwater evaporated upon touching the crimson mist. The mist-congealed rebirth flowers blossomed, each petal flowing with a blood-colored halo, gently lifting Roger's body. Rate stood before the pile of wood, the black-tied great sword inserted at his side. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of rum. "The last drink, old bastard, you can drink however you want up there." The liquor splashed onto the pile of wood, the strong smell of alcohol mingling with the salty sea breeze. Rate snapped his fingers, and a rebirth flower floated down, touching the rum at that moment. Boom! A ghostly blue flame shot up into the sky. This was not ordinary fire, but the rebirth flame intertwined with blood mist and conqueror as hockey. Amidst the flames appeared the phantom of the Oro Jackson. Roger smiled at Rate and gave him a thumbs up. Rate's mind echoed, "Pirate King? Ha ha ha, interesting." Roger wiped away the tears of laughter, then it settled. "We will become the Pirate Kings." "Ha ha ha, little Rate, you've done well." Rate looked at Roger and firmly said, "Captain, I will become stronger." "Ha, is that so? I believe in you," he said, patting Rate's head with a look of satisfaction. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight poured through the gaps, shining upon Roger's body. The flames ignited. The pile of wood transformed into a towering pillar of fire, and Roger's body slowly vanished in the flames. The sea breeze howled, and ashes drifted toward the ocean. Rate stood at the port, his long hair dancing wildly in the heat waves, witnessing the new era that the captain had created. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the ghostly blue flames, his mouth stretching into a grin. "Hey, what an interesting funeral method." Shanks pressed his straw hat down, tears mixed with rain sliding down his face. Buggy bit his lip hard, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Rate drew the black-tied great sword, pointing the blade toward the sky. The Blood-Dawn pirates set sail. Rate had already noticed Shanks and Buggy. He did not greet them. They were not yet capable of swaggering out of the Navy's heavy encirclement. Rate walked past the burning flames, softly murmuring, "Safe travels, old brother." The 5 elders ordered that the admirals could not pursue Rate. When the Navy fleet finally broke through the blood mist blockade, the port was left with nothing but a pile of ashes that had burned nearly to nothing. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed into the port of Water 7, the setting sun stretched the ship's shadow long. The newly coated ship reflected an orange-red light, made from scraps of Adam's tree by Tom, who said this would make the old friend look more respectable. So childish. At the port of Water 7, Rate stood at the bow, the blood mist flowing slowly around him. He gazed at the figure on the shore draped in a plain cloak, his throat suddenly tightening. He didn't know how to face Lucci. He didn't even know what kind of emotion to use to face her. Poor Gasti. Lucci stood there, holding a bouquet of sunflowers. The sea breeze lifted her long hair, revealing a gentle yet resolute smile, but her eyes held an unshakable sadness. Clearly, she had also cried a lot. As Rate jumped off the ship, Lucci quickly walked over. Rate opened his mouth, but the prepared words stuck in his throat. "I saw everything. It was enough." "You've worked hard, Rate." Lucci gently hugged him, the scent of sunflowers enveloping them both. "You must be in a lot of pain too, right?" Rate stiffened. He was supposed to comfort Sister Lucci, yet she saw through him first. "I'm fine." He turned his face away, his voice hoarse, the captain he. Lucci suddenly hugged him tighter. Rate's forehead did not rest on her shoulder, but he could still smell the scent of sun-dried cotton, mixed with a faint medicinal aroma. It was the 1-year potion Rate prepared for Roger after he left the ship. This was the smell after boiling it. "Cry it out." She patted his back, as if comforting a child. There's no navy, no enemies here, just family. When the first tear hit the sand, Rate heard the sound of his heart breaking. Rate's body suddenly trembled violently. He grasped Lucci's cloak tightly. That bastard. His voice was broken, tears falling heavily onto Lucci's shoulder. We promised to watch the new era together. Lucci gently stroked the back of his head, feeling Rate's intense trembling due to his emotional outburst. Rate's cries grew louder, eventually turning into heart-wrenching sobs. This was the first time in many years he had cried so desperately. The emotions accumulated over 20 years broke the dam at that moment. The feeling of knowing the result, yet being powerless to change it, clearly so reluctant. But in order to respect the captain's wishes, he had to act nonchalant. Rate had come to the world of the Pirate King, but he had always been Roger's crew. How could he just leave like this? Rate's voice became hoarse beyond recognition, and the blood mist uncontrollably overflowed from his body, forming a scarlet domain around him. Lucci's cloak was soaked with tears, but she only hugged this much taller man even tighter. In the end, he was still smiling. Rate murmured that idiot must be feeling proud for opening a new era for himself. I know I should be strong. I'm an adult now, yet I can't stop crying. I'm Shanks and Buggy's big brother, so I acted carefree in Lowtown, but at that moment I wanted to kill all the Navy, kill the world government, kill the celestial dragons. What a wicked era. I only knew my big brother would be executed before my eyes, and I could do nothing. Lucio felt the damp heat on her shoulder gradually expanding, while Rooter's cries transformed from initial howls into deep sobs. She softly hummed an old lullaby from the East Sea, one that Roger had once sung to them. Did he say anything in the end? Rooter finally lifted his head, his eyes red and voice still choked with sobs. Lucio gently wiped away the tears on his face and said softly, he said, if you get the chance, take care of my stubborn little brother for me. Rooter was stunned for a moment, then cried out in anger, damn it, big brother. Chapter 74. Rhett, it's time for you to set sail after this outburst. Rhett felt completely unburdened, the gloom in his heart cleared away by the gentle big sister. Lucio. She was clearly just as sad. Both of them were truly in a difficult situation. Rhett called Moria, Perona, and Labu to his side. Scratching his head, you all need to wait for me in Water 7 for a while. I need, Moria interjected. Captain, you're just stating the obvious. We all know that going together would be too conspicuous and put Sister Lucio in danger. Yes, we're all clear on that. Perona chimed in, floating around Rhett. Tada. Labu also patted Rhett's hand, his small eyes filled with affirmation. Then during this time, you all should train hard. When I return, we'll set off. I'll share my insights on hockey and observation hockey with you, so make sure to work hard. Rhett settled down with Sister Lucio in Windmill Village. Makino had already become the owner of the tavern, just like in the original story, a warm and gentle girl. He wondered if that red-haired kid was really taken down. He pushed the gossip out of his mind. In Windmill Village, under the village chief's guidance, Rhett temporarily rented a 2-story small house. He remembered that when Garp brought Ace back, he entrusted him to the mountain bandits. Although those mountain bandits were a very competent and kind group, that was not an option now. Roger. Lucio sincerely regarded Rhett as her younger brother, and Rhett naturally wanted to provide Lucio with a more stable and peaceful life, which the mountain bandits could not offer. 3 days later, a dog-headed warship appeared in the harbor of Windmill Village. Rhett was already waiting at the port, revealing his true appearance. Ha! Rhett kid ignoring me, huh? Garp said. Rhett rolled his eyes. Let's go talk in my room about what to do. Back in front of the house, Lucio prepared tea and snacks for the two of them. From Rhett, she learned that although Garp was in the Navy, he was a friend of Roger's and that they would need Garp's help in the future. Rhett stared at Garp. What are you planning to do? Garp clapped one fist into the palm of his other hand, a light bulb appearing over his head. Rhett grinned. You just thought of that now, you idiot. Garp laughed heartily. Then I'll just say Lucio is my goddaughter. Problem solved. Rhett looked at Garp's smug expression. Uncle Garp, while I'm touched that you're willing to sacrifice your reputation, I have a question for you. Garp was still pleased with his brilliant idea. Go ahead, what question? It might sound a bit harsh, but are you really so sure you can protect her from the world government as shamelessness? Garp's smile gradually faded. As a Navy vice admiral, it was destined that he couldn't stay at Windmill Village forever. The sudden appearance of a daughter would definitely attract the attention of CP0. Could his reputation really protect them? With Red around, Lucio could no longer take delayed medicine to evade pursuit. This was the most pressing issue for both Ret and Garp. Garp silently crushed the teacup in his hand, tea dripping through his fingers, his eyes filled with guilt. Seeing this, Lucio gently set down the teapot and softly patted his shoulder. "Mr. Garp, please don't blame yourself." Ret stared at Garp, his gaze sharp. "I have a plan." Garp took a deep breath and slowly looked up. "What plan do you have?" Ret pulled out a sea chart from his pocket and spread it on the table. The world government's intelligence network mainly focuses on the Grand Line and Navy bases. The East Sea is actually the safest because it's the hometown of Navy heroes. He pointed to a solitary island near Windmill Village, Herbal Mountain, which was not far from the village but hidden enough. Garp frowned. "You want Lucio to live in the mountains?" No, Ret shook his head. "I will build a small cabin on the mountain as a distraction. And Sister Lucio will live in Windmill Village." Posing as Makino's distant cousin, Lucio widened her eyes slightly, but that way. "The most dangerous place is the safest place," Ret sneered. "Even if CP0 investigates, they would only find false clues about Herbal Mountain and Wooden Tea, suspect a tavern relative in an ordinary village. Garp would need to discover that Herbal Mountain, take a few photos of Sister Lucio's traces living on the mountain, and then, with Garp's Navy hero guarantee, sink half the island, claiming he had killed the widow of the Pirate King. The photos would be taken back for reporting, and CP0 would find traces I left behind on the island, which would be impossible to fully investigate after half of it was destroyed. As for why he destroyed half the island, just say it was because the slaughter of women and children disgusted him, and he wanted to vent his anger. After all, the world government needs that face. As for whether you live or die, they don't care. They just need to confirm that everyone is dead. If someone suddenly pops up claiming to be Roger's uncle's son, who would believe it?" Ret looked at Garp. "Old man, your brothers are reliable, right?" Garp stroked his chin, not directly answering Ret. Suddenly, he grinned. "You little brat, your brain works pretty fast." Ret rolled his eyes. "It's way more reliable than your impromptu goddaughter plan." That night, Makino was invited to Ret's home. After hearing the plan, she nodded without hesitation. "Sister Lucio can stay in the tavern's backyard. There's an empty room there, and no one will disturb her." Lucio gratefully took her hand. "Thank you, Makino." Makino smiled gently. "Sister Lucio is a very kind person. I wouldn't stand by and do nothing." Ret secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Makino, who had excellent relationships in the village, as a cover, Lucio's identity would be easier to conceal. 3 days later, the Navy warship docked again at Windmill Village. Garp deliberately led a team of Navy soldiers to search for suspicious individuals in the village. They made a big show of circling Herbal Mountain before leaving with a bountiful harvest. Herbal Mountain was largely submerged in the sea due to Garp's destruction. Remember, from now on, Lucio is Maria, Makino's cousin. Uncle Garp will adjust the timeline. You came a year ago. Before leaving, Garp patted Ret's shoulder heavily. "Kid, I'm leaving now. You can rest assured to leave Lucio and that child to me." Ret rarely didn't retort him, just nodded lightly. I trust you." Days passed by. Lucio, in the identity of Maria, integrated into the life of Windmill Village, helping Makino manage the tavern, gradually becoming a familiar gentlewoman to the villagers. One evening, Lucio stared at the sunset in a daze. Ret leaned against the doorframe, handing her a cup of hot milk. "What are you thinking about?" Lucio smiled. "I was thinking, will this child grow up to love the sea like his father?" Ret thought of Ace from the original plot. Now that Lucio was still here, he wondered if the child would still recognize Whitebeard as his father. It seemed he would need to teach him a lot in the future. If he dared to call someone else father, he would be demoted. Ret fell silent for a moment, feeling the atmosphere was too heavy. The captain's child will definitely not be lacking in talent. Lucio chuckled. Then Mr. Garp will definitely be eager to be the instructor. The two exchanged smiles. "Ret, you should leave now." Ret frowned. "Sister Lucio, this isn't the time to talk about that." Ret planned to leave after Lucio gave birth anyway. Moria and the others were practicing hockey and observation hockey, and mastering them wouldn't be completed in a short time. Lucio shook her head, gently running her fingers over her slightly protruding belly, and said softly, "Child, I will protect you. But your future is not here. Rhett fell silent. Lu Jiu smiled, but her eyes held an unwavering determination that brooked no refusal. My husband is a man who chases freedom. He belongs to the sea. And you are the same. She stepped closer and gently adjusted Rhett's collar, as if a sister were sending off her brother. You have your own adventures and your own companions. You shouldn't waste time here. Rhett clenched his fists, his voice low. But if I leave, Mr. Cap will come to visit regularly. And Marquino will take care of me, he added. Lu Jiu interrupted him, and suddenly, with a sly smile, she took out a small golden pocket watch from her bosom and handed it to Rhett. What is this? It's the pocket watch Roger left for you. I made a few modifications. The bronze shell was too old and ugly, and my husband is very careful with photos, but the casing was rather casual. Lu Jiu blinked. Inside, there's a life card. It's mine. Lu Jiu's smile was gentle yet firm. So, wherever you are, as long as you want to come back, you will definitely be able to find your sister. As night deepened, Rhett stood on the shore, gazing at the calm sea. Now, Lu Jiu had given him the same answer. She did not wish to be his burden, just as Roger did not wish to be the world's shackles. Heh! Rhett chuckled softly, gripping the pocket watch tightly. Honestly, both of them are so willful. Chapter 75. The hero appears after setting sail. Rhett felt it was time to start assembling the crew. If he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the world, Moria had to accept his fate. Who would have thought he would encounter such an opportunity? Yesterday, during a call with the snail, Moria mentioned that his observation hockey was nearing its critical point and needed to be consolidated. So, Rhett didn't need to rush back. After all, he couldn't leave even if he did. Speaking of crew members, Rhett's second thought was about wearing 9 rings on his fingers, except for the ring finger of his left hand, which was empty. Golden Emperor Tezelo, money could indeed solve most problems, provided that your strength could protect that money. The exact year when Gil Tesoro's lover, Stella, was captured by the Celestial Dragons is not clearly defined, so the author took some creative liberties. Rhett arrived at Sabaody, a true paradise for criminals, where neon lights intertwined with the spotlights of slave auction houses, creating a scene of decadence. Standing on the clock tower opposite the auction house, his blood-red cloak billowed in the night wind. His gaze pierced through the noise, locking onto Tezelo, who was staggering forward with a pile of goods, sweat soaking his tattered shirt, yet his eyes remained fixed on a window on the second floor. Inside, Stella was performing for the audience. She wore a thin dance dress, her bare feet on the cold marble floor, shackles around her ankles, yet her dance was as light as a butterfly. That was the freedom Tezelo desperately wanted to buy back. Rhett didn't intend to act just yet. He could wait until the Celestial Dragons bought Stella, and when Tezelo's heart shattered, he would become the only ray of light in his heart. This wasn't taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Rhett's approach was another form of seduction. Just like ancient kings, her beauty was not merely about providing a beautiful woman, but about pulling you up when you were in despair. At this point, someone might ask, "Oh dear, Rhett, you're one of the 7 warlords. How can you have such thoughts? Do you think the 5 elders don't want to kill me? Respond to me, angrily. Look in my eyes. Oh, yes, the Celestial Dragons can kill me, but I'm a pirate. As a 7 warlord, I can refuse to comply." Days passed, and Tezelo finally saved enough money. Trembling, he had a bag full of berries in his bosom and rushed into the backstage of the auction house, only to be kicked down by the guards. "Get lost, scum. Please, I am here to redeem Stella." He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the dirty floor, raising the money bag high above his head. "This is 30 million berries, the price written on the contract." The guard scoffed, kicking the bag away, coins scattering everywhere. Too late. Tezelo suddenly looked up. The guard grinned, revealing his golden teeth. The Celestial Dragon just bought her as one of his birthday gifts for his son. What a lucky day to be enslaved by a Celestial Dragon. Tezelo's pupils shrank. In the distance, Stella's scream echoed. Tezelo rushed into the main auction hall like a madman. The guards behind him fell silently, and the scene before him froze his blood. Stella was chained to the display platform. A snotty-nosed Celestial Dragon child was branding her arm with a hot iron, giggling. Slaves must have a mark. The nobles in the audience knelt on the ground, filled with excitement and madness. The auctioneer knelt obsequiously. "Honorable Lord Roswald Astor, Would you like to take her now? No. The celestial dragon leisurely sipped red wine. Let the tamer teach her the rules first. I heard this woman can sing. Stella trembled as she looked toward the door, making eye contact with Tezzalo. Her eyes seemed to say, run. Tezzalo's sanity snapped. Let her go. He rushed onto the stage, empty-handed, only to be pinned to the ground by a CP0 agent, his face pressed into the pool of blood. A mere scum dares to offend a celestial dragon? The agent sneered. Stella struggled to rush over. No. Please, he just... Slap. The celestial dragon shot through her knee. Noisy slaves should shut up. Tezzalo's face was pressed into the blood-stained ground, his nostrils filled with the rusty taste of mud. The CP0 agent's polished shoes crushed the back of his neck, his spine groaning under the unbearable weight. Just a slave of the celestial dragon. The agent sneered as he raised his gun, aiming at Tezzalo's temple. Remember this in your next life. Tezzalo stared at the CP0 agent, his eyes filled with despair. He hated that he had no power at that moment. Tezzalo cried out in despair, Real God, please help me. The venue fell silent. Only the sound of the CP0's gunshot echoed. Bang! In that instant, Tezzalo felt hopeless, but the pain did not come. Warm liquid splattered onto his face. Tezzalo trembled and opened his eyes, seeing the CP0 agent standing frozen in place, his head already flying into the air. Thud! The body collapsed. Were you praying to God just now? A figure walked through the moonlight, long hair cascading down, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and his cloak billowing. With each step he took, spiderweb-like blood patterns spread across the ground, and the surrounding guards suddenly clutched their throats and fell to their knees. Being corroded by the crimson mist, Tezzalo's pupils reflected the man's condescending face. What a pity. Rate crushed the agent's skull underfoot, the god you prayed to. Is off duty today. He bent down and yanked Tezzalo's hair, forcing him to look in the direction of the auction house, where Stella was being dragged towards CP0's gilded ship. But I'm open for business. Suddenly, the entire Sabaody archipelago darkened. People looked up in terror, discovering the moon had turned blood red, and in the center of the moon stood Rate's figure, holding the black tide great sword. The blade emanated waves of blood mist, enveloping all the celestial dragon's ships. Enemy attack. Protect Lord Aster. The naval officers had just drawn their swords when their throats burst open with bloodlines. They didn't even see the trajectory of the attack. Rate had already reached their side. Fufufu, really strong, Rate. In the shadows, Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected light. He had coincidentally arrived at Sabaody and was planning to build his own power, but he didn't expect to discover such an interesting situation. A grin spreading from ear to ear. Fufufu. The remnants of Roger are getting more interesting. Rate gripped Tezzalo by the back of his neck and tossed him to the ground. Watch closely. The black tide great sword rested on his shoulder. Fog God style. Open heaven. Chapter 76. The yellow monkey strikes. Boom. A red sword energy flashed by. Even though the celestial dragon's guards were already quite strong, could they match the combined strength of the three admirals? Only the ship where Stella was located remained, while all the other ships of the celestial dragons exploded simultaneously. Amidst the blazing fire, Rit leisurely landed on the deck, carrying Tezzalo. Humming this impromptu tune, he lightly waved the black tide great sword, and Stella's shackles snapped apart with a crack. Aster lay slumped on the deck, the bubble helmet reflecting Rit's approaching figure. You know who I am. Shoo. Rit, with the black tide greatsword, did not pause. I'm very familiar with your bloodline. No need to discuss me again. Puff. The head of the celestial dragon exploded like a watermelon, but the blood mist coalesced into a miniature golden city model, landing steadily in Tezzalo's palm. Let me give you a bit of mental suggestion. Hee, the plan worked. The news of the celestial dragon's murder swept through the world government like a storm, causing Mariehua to erupt in anger. The five elders slammed their hands on the table, angrily denouncing the Navy's incompetence, ordering the Navy headquarters to immediately dispatch admirals to suppress the rioters. Rit, as a warlord, dared to openly kill a celestial dragon in Sabaody archipelago. This was a slap in the face to the Navy. Sengoku's face darkened, his fist cracking. Akainu Sakazuki's eyes burned with rage as he suddenly stood up. I knew pirates couldn't be trusted. However, Admiral Akiji raised his hand to stop him, turning his gaze to the leisurely Kizaru, who was casually trimming his nails with his legs crossed. Borsellino, you go. Zifa, Sengoku, and Garp are all out on missions. You're the only one who can get there quickly. Akiji paused and added, be careful, you are allowed to retreat. Kizaru slowly lifted his head, revealing a lazy expression. Kawaii na. Kizaru shrugged and transformed into a beam of golden light, disappearing from the office. The night wind of Sabeti Archipelago carried a bloody scent. Rit stood atop the burning auction house ruins, the black-tied great sword resting on his shoulder, his crimson pupils gazing down at Tezzalo, who was kneeling on the ground. How do you feel? Rit smiled at Tezzalo. Tezzalo trembled all over, cradling the pierced Stella in his arms, her blood staining her dance dress. His gaze shifted from despair to confusion, then to frenzied admiration, finally locking onto Rit, the man who descended from the heavens, who had cut down the celestial dragon and carved out his own rebirth. My king. Tezzalo knelt on one knee while holding Stella. Rit grinned. Aren't you going to ask who I am? From the moment I rescued Stella, Tezzalo, will forever be loyal to you. Although I'm very weak right now, I will repay your kindness for a lifetime. Rit squatted down, staring at Tezzalo, and asked a few seemingly unrelated questions. Do you hate the celestial dragons? Hate this world? Hate your own powerlessness? Tezzalo's pupils constricted, and he squeezed out a hoarse voice. Yes. Good. Rit released his hand and stood up, but hatred alone cannot kill. Only power can. He turned and walked toward the port, his cloak billowing in the wind like waves of blood. Take that small boat and leave. Take your woman and escape. Go accumulate your wealth, power, and strength, and prove to me that you are worthy of boarding my future ship. Tezzalo looked down at Stella in his arms. Her fingers gently grasped his collar, weak yet firmly nodding. Rit felt he was truly a genius. Tezzalo's growth was quite impressive in Rit's eyes. Following him would only limit Tezzalo's potential. Rit previously complained about the fanfiction he read, how upon crossing over, he had to kill a few celestial dragons in Sabaody. Now, Rit understood. These celestial dragons deserve to die. With strength, why not kill them? Keeping them around just to disgust oneself? Predecessors, I did not disgrace as crossers. Not long after, yo. Boom. Golden light exploded, and Kizaru landed leisurely in front of Rit with his hands in his pockets, tilting his head and saying, wow. It's really scary, Rit-chan, daring to kill a celestial dragon. Rit hoisted the black-tied, great sword and grinned. Admiral Kizaru, long time no see. It's quite spectacular, isn't it? Kizaru floated in midair, looking at the blood mist spreading over the sea. Is it worth it to kill a celestial dragon for 2 slaves? Rit grinned. A civil servant who punches in for a paycheck. Know what taking revenge with pleasure means? That's too much. Kizaru exaggeratedly clutched his chest. I'm seriously carrying out my mission here. Yada, no Kagami. Countless light bullets poured down, but bizarrely slowed upon touching the blood mist, ultimately disappearing as if trapped in a quagmire. Rit raised an eyebrow. How about letting me leave? Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses. That's not possible. After all, I'm the Navy. Before his words fell, golden light gathered at his fingertips. Another round of Yada, no Kagami. Countless light bullets poured down like a torrential rain. Rit laughed heartily, swinging the black-tied great sword as the blood mist surged, swallowing all the light bullets. Fog God Flow Ghost Flash. Kizaru squinted. Oh, Kawaii na, Rit-chan. He instantly flashed to Rit's back and kicked horizontally. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Rit did not dodge. Folk guide for the folk concealment slash. Clang. Rit vanished at that moment, appearing behind Kizaru and slashing backward, the crimson sword energy tearing through the air. Kizaru transformed into golden light to evade, but the corner of his clothing was still sliced off. He looked down, clicking his tongue. That's a foul, isn't it? Really dangerous. The two fought fiercely in the skies above Sabaody Archipelago, golden light and blood mist intertwining, dyeing the entire sky red and yellow. The Navy fleet watched from afar, no one daring to approach. The battle lasted for half an hour until Kizaru suddenly stopped, scratching his head. Oh dear, it seems I can't win. Rit mockingly laughed. You're really acting poorly. Kizaru shrugged. I can't help it. Admiral Akiji ordered me to capture you alive. After saying this, he was knocked away by Rit's sword, crashing into the distant Navy fleet, causing a splash of water. The Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. Admiral Kazuru has lost? Rit, what are you all so surprised about? You can't keep me, and one wants to go to heaven. Kazuru popped his head out from his ship, lazily waving. Oh, that's really scary. I'm hurt. I need to go back and recuperate. Akiji calmly spoke into the phone. Borsellino, come back. Akiji knew that relying solely on Borsellino would not be enough to capture Rit. It was impossible for all three admirals to join forces. The Navy just needed to show attitude. Rit stood atop the shattered auction house, looking toward the distant horizon. This wasn't a display of depth. Rather, Rit had just given his ship to Tezzalo, but the ships at the port had mostly been destroyed in the recent battle. To put it plainly, Rit couldn't leave. I should have kept one ship. Rit rubbed his temples, then chuckled to himself. Forget it. That kid needs it more than I do. He hoisted the black-tied greatsword and leaped down to the chaotic streets below. In the distance, the Navy was still gathering, but no one dared to approach the area shrouded in blood mist. Since there were no ships, then he would go find Uncle Rayleigh. At this moment, Tezzalo held Stella in his arms, sailing toward an unknown future on a small boat. In his eyes burned a desire for wealth and power. One day, my king, I will show my worth in my own way. Chapter 77. Since you're here, let's see Rayleigh after killing the celestial dragons and still staying in Sabaody. Ray might be quite insane. How could the Navy have so many people to arrest him? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only one Borsellino. Ray hasn't come into contact with ancient weapons, nor has he touched the Void Century. Him isn't interested, and the five elders can't do anything to him. The manpower they would expend to capture him might not even succeed, but it could lead to another place falling into chaos. Ray, I just love how you all want to get rid of me, but can't do it. Hee. Ray pushed open the wooden door of Shaki's bar, and the wind chimes rang out crisply. Under the dim light of the tavern, Shaki was leaning against the bar, flipping through the account books. Welcome. Shaki pushed up her sunglasses, her red lips curling into a playful arc. Oh my, isn't this Ray from Roger's ship? What brings you to my place? Don't tease me. Shaki, with all that commotion just now, don't tell me you didn't know. Ray walked straight to the bar, slamming his black-tied sword down on the table. Where's that old guy Rayleigh? He's in the back room, coating the ship. Shaki elegantly exhaled a smoke ring. You got some guts. Killing a celestial dragon and still daring to. Suddenly, the curtain to the back room was lifted, and Rayleigh, wiping the coating liquid off his hands, laughed and scolded. Did I just hear a little brat who doesn't know the heavens from the earth calling me an old man? Ray, you little punk. You must be asking for a beating. Ray smirked. Uncle Rayleigh, your ears are sharper since retirement. What are you doing in Shaki's bar? Shaki's face flushed slightly. Ray, there's something going on. Shaki poured each of the three a glass of rum. So, with such a big commotion, aren't you out of the seven warlords? You're about to fall out with the world government. Ray shook his glass. Those celestial pigs really make me furious. Besides, after sending off the captain, Haven T, we already torn our masks off? You're still somewhat clear-headed. The world government absolutely won't allow anyone to threaten the celestial dragons. Rayleigh laughed. Feels like you've gone a bit crazy, little Rate. No more concerns, huh? Rate stared directly at Rayleigh. I've been thinking about what Captain Roger said when he disbanded the crew back then. The tavern suddenly fell silent. Shaki's movement of wiping the glass paused imperceptibly. Too early to come? Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, his gaze deep. No. Rate shook his head, staring at the swirling liquid in his glass. Is the prophecy Captain believed in, Rayall? If the prophecy is real, then... Rayleigh waved his hand to interrupt Rate, and Shaki suddenly put down her glass. If you're considering forming a pirate crew... She pulled out a stack of bounty notices from under the counter. Recently, there have been a few interesting young people. Rate glanced over. The top few were Mihawk, Crocodile, and the flamboyant Doflamingo with his latest bounty. This is just Shaki's perspective. Explanations will be provided in future chapters. Shaki's judgment is still as unique as ever. These are all future seven warlords. And this one... Shaki pulled out another notice. Monkey D. Dragon, who recently rebelled against the Navy and has been active in the East Blue. I'm not interested in him. Raid interrupted her. I'm looking for madmen who can overturn the world. If I'm strong enough, I can wave my hand, and a group of people will usher in the great pirate era for me. when I become strong enough. Right and wrong will have people to argue for me. Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged a meaningful glance. Although Ray usually acted carefree, he had become more mature regarding major issues since Roger's departure. While Ray was chatting in Mariehua, the five elders were gathered around the world map, candlelight casting their shadows on the wall. The environmental warlord smashed his teacup on the ground. That Roger's remnant rate actually killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody. Is he trying to rebel against the seven warlords? The legal warlord's fingers dug deeply into the armrest. What's even more hateful is that the murderer is still frolicking in Sabaody. This is the most blatant provocation against the world government. The financial warlord suddenly slammed the table. Mobilize all the Navy admirals immediately. The dignity of the world government cannot be violated. Calm down. The scientific defense warlord adjusted his glasses. Right now, the Navy headquarters only has Steelbone Kong stationed, and Kizaru has just been heavily injured. Then let Kong lead the team personally. The agricultural warlord roared. We must see that madman's head before dawn. Agreed. 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 Admiral Kong's face was dark as he hung up the transponder snail, his steel-like fist smashing the desk, creating cracks. The five elders ordered us to immediately mobilize all forces for a siege. Kong's eyes were heavily shadowed. If we mobilize all our forces now, the pirates of the world will lose control in a short time, and Roger's creation of the Great Pirate Era has made more people become pirates. Our manpower is already stretched thin. Steelbone Kong called the five elders again. Could you repeat that? The financial warlord stared at Kong in disbelief. Steelbone Kong replied expressionlessly. Currently, Admiral Kizaru is on duty and severely injured, Akiji and Akainu. As long as Rate wants to run, we can't stop him. If we strike forcibly, impudent. The environmental warlord smashed the coffee table. Are you Navy trying to rebel? Under the light, Steelbone Kong's shadow remained unmoving. I'm just stating the facts. Roger has just died, and the four seas are shaken, dispersing our forces at this moment. The argument in the power hall finally ceased. Publish a special bounty. The legal warlord rubbed his temples tiredly, raising Rate's bounty to 5 billion berries. That's no small amount. You must know that the future Yonko will only have about 4 to 5 billion, the scientific defense warlord added. At the same time, inform CP0 to act immediately and make sure to report. A messenger suddenly burst in. News from Sabaody. Rate has already left on a ship. Is Rate feeling uncomfortable? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The five elders fell silent collectively. Outside the window, the eastern sky was already turning pale. The agricultural warlord sat back in his chair dejectedly. Let CP0 continue the chase. I feel Steelbone Kong is no longer suitable to lead the Navy. I've heard Sengoku is good. I hope he's a smart man. The world government controls the Navy's military budget. What they need is a docile dog. And today this dog is evolving into a wolf, which the world government certainly does not allow. Sengoku, being Steelbone Kong's disciple, won't cause the Navy to have a large-scale backlash, and Sengoku's prestige is clearly not as high as Kong's, making him easier to control. Just let him go. The aide looked at Steelbone Kong in disbelief. Steelbone Kong's back was illuminated by the morning light. Remember, we searched all night last night. It's just that the murderer is too cunning. As he turned, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let Sengoku prepare to take my place. The five elders should take action, and tomorrow submit my recommendation for admiral. Steelbone Kong muttered to the window. You should be planning to replace my admiral to suppress the Navy, but I won't fulfill your wishes. It's just about time for me to retire. The world government's forcing of Steelbone Kong to step down is a suppression. But Steelbone Kong's voluntary resignation to Sengoku is a legacy. The cohesion of the Navy will only become stronger. Rate remarked, these political people have dirty hearts. The next day, the five elders sat together once again. Rate thought they couldn't really be sitting around every day doing nothing but boasting, right? In the five elders conference hall, Steelbone Kong is threatening us. The financial warlord slammed his teacup heavily on the table. Voluntarily resigning? Is the Navy going to rebel? The scientific defense warlord veto his resignation. Let a disobedient marshal remain in office. It's better than making the Navy feel that they were forced back by us. Forcing the Navy back will only make them more united. By placing a few CP0 members among them, The Navy will definitely not be allowed to break away from our control. The legal martial god sneered. Send the order down. Marshal Steelbone Kong will receive a demerit for failing to capture raid, but considering his years of achievements, he will temporarily retain his position as marshal. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and regarding Sengoku, let him go to the New World to suppress pirates. Whitebeard has been very active lately, so let him deal with that. Chapter 78 Blood Dawn Departure. The next morning, newsbirds flew across the world. A shocking event. Former warlord Red Mist Ritter massacres the Celestial Dragons. The king of the new era. Have you heard? Lord Ritter killed the Celestial Dragons. You must be out of your mind to even mention the Celestial Dragons. Now that's a man. I want to go to sea. As everyone knows, when a group of men gathers, a leader emerges. One man threw down his hoe and shouted to his working brothers, "Brothers, do you want to live an ordinary life here? To be exploited by those so-called nobles for a lifetime? Do princes and generals really have a right to do so?" This sparked a new wave of pirate fervor. Admiral Steelbone Kong faces severe punishment, but it seemed no one cared. In a tavern in the New World, Shanks trembled slightly as he held the newspaper. "Brother Ritter, are you starting your adventure now? You really are as crazy as ever. Let's wait for the arrival of hope together, shall we?" If Ritter heard this, he would definitely sneer and think, "You wait for me? I'll give him some time. If he doesn't meet my expectations, I'll handle it myself. Don't give me any mission prophecies." As a young man who crossed over to the New World, only the party and the people can test me. Whitebeard tossed the newspaper aside. Gururara, Roger's crew, each one more interesting than the last. "Boys, let's hold a banquet. What is our protagonist doing?" Ritter looked at his photo, shrouded in blood mist, standing under the blood moon, while muttering to himself as he carefully rolled up his bounty notice and placed it in his pocket. What is Ritter going to do? The main goal is to head to Water 7. It's time to set sail. Let the Bruma Jackson continue its journey across the seas and become the strongest in the world. The world government arrived faster than expected. The 5 elders wished they could die right now. 3 CP-0 warships blocked the sea, everyone staring blankly at Ritter. "Ritter, you guys in white suits with little sunglasses. You're even better at pretending than I am." Target spotted. The leading CP-0 agent raised a transponder snail, ready to report to Mariehua, but his voice was cut off. "Who told you to pretend better than me? You must die. Don't pretend in front of me." The blood mist climbed the ship like a living creature, swallowing all sound. Ritter stepped on the head of the last struggling agent, lightly tapping his black tide sword on the man's throat. Ritter looked down at them, seizing the transponder snail from their hands. "You don't have the strength, 5 elders. Can you give me a bit more intensity?" Without waiting for the 5 elders to respond, he crushed the transponder snail. After mocking the 5 elders, Ritter returned to Water 7. "Hey, Captain, you're finally back." Moria grinned, leaning against the mast, his large body surrounded by swirling black armament hockey. Perona floated in midair, twirling her little parasol, surrounded by ghosts, smiling. "If you didn't come back soon, I will be bored to death." Labu let out a low grunt, his little top hat tilted, but his eyes were sharper than ever. It seemed everyone had been training effectively. Ritter scanned the 3 of them with a smile. "Looks like you all haven't been slacking off." "Hee, slacking off." Moria spread his palms, shadows spreading like a tide, instantly covering the entire deck. "Now, I could take on a Navy Vice Admiral by myself." Ritter rebutted. "Well, then go take down Vice Admiral Garp." Moria was taken aback. Perona floated to Ritter's side, mysteriously lowering her voice. "Lord Moria is really strong now. A few days ago, a bounty hunter tried to ambush us, but he was dragged into the shadows and beaten up." Labu let out a cry, his tail whipping, causing a water column to erupt from the sea. Before the water splashed down, it was dispersed into mist by a sound wave. Ritter raised an eyebrow. "Not bad." He patted Labu's head. "Very good, Labu." In Ritter's eyes, although Moria once relied on a zombie army, his original combat power was not outstanding, still strong compared to other warlords. But now, he had completely changed his fighting style. The past few days of sailing made Ritter fully appreciate his crew's growth. One night, a world government reconnaissance ship quietly approached Water 7, trying to monitor the movements of the Bruma Jackson. Moria stood at the bow of the ship, grinning. Just in time to try out my new move." He leaped into the air, his shadow tearing through the sea's surface like a giant claw, instantly attaching to the warship. CP0 was horrified to find their own shadows forcibly pulled away, rendering their bodies stiff and immobile. Shadow bind, strangle. Moria clenched his fingers, and the shadows transformed into sharp blades, severing the mast of the warship. He then moved like a ghost across the deck, his hockey-covered fists smashing the cannon platforms. The battle ended very quickly. CP0 didn't even have time to send a distress signal. Moria stepped on the last fallen CP0 officer, sneering, "Tell the world government to send someone decent next time." The next morning, Ritter patted Labu's head, deciding to make up for his regrets. Ritter pulled out the permanent pointer to Gaia Island. The clever little buddy must have figured out where to go by now. That's right. Gaia Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, and is a necessary stop on the way to Sky Island. Set sail, partners. Oh. Ritter and the others slept soundly, but the Navy couldn't sleep. Steelbone Kong had already intended for Sengoku to take over the position of Admiral, and now all matters, big and small, were handled by Acting Admiral Sengoku. The Bruma Jackson? A broad hand slammed the newspaper onto the desk, shattering it. A half-wooden door lay nearby, which was kicked down by Garp when he came to find Sengoku. Sengoku looked that Brat Ritter has officially set sail, and he is using the modified Oro Jackson. Ha, that kid really is guts. Sengoku, however, was very serious. He snatched the senbei from Garp's hand and poured it into his mouth, shouting at Garp, "Garp, be serious, you bastard. That shot hit us hard." Admiral Tsuru gently pressed down on her old friend's trembling arm, the reflection of Ritter and Moria's bounty notices in her glasses. The more troublesome part is this combination. The user of the Shadow Fruit, plus a swordsman who can manipulate blood mist. And now they have the fastest ship in the world. Suddenly, the temperature in the office rose sharply. Akainu's magma fist turned the newspaper to ash. Pirates are pirates. No name can change their essence. We should bring Tom to justice right now. How scary. Kizaru leaned against the window, golden light dancing at his fingertips. No, Akainu, that would really anger Ritter. He is a madman. A frost flower formed on Akiji's iced coffee on the table. Admiral, let me handle it. I can definitely bring Ritter to justice and defend our Navy's dignity. This is my burning youth. Garp laughed loudly. You're full of spirit, huh, Kazan? Yes, mister. Garp. Zhang with thought for a long time. Although Rate is offered a high bounty, compared to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, these people pose a greater danger. It's good that Kazan is going. Admiral Kong has already submitted the application for a Marine Admiral to the world government, and you will soon be promoted to Admiral as well. The Gorosei will definitely agree. The sea is not peaceful. The Navy needs more strength to maintain the balance of the ocean. Sending an Admiral-level Kazan is mainly to silence the world government. As for capturing Rate, to be honest, Zhanghua is not sure whether deploying the 3 admirals will be able to capture him. Here, it's about capturing, not defeating. Everyone knows that strong pirates can easily escape if they want to. There's no helping it since it's a shounen manga. Once it ignites, they insist on fighting to the end. The Navy's F3, Zhanghua, Carp, and he do not have much disdain for Rate. Compared to those pirates who burn, kill, and loot, Rate is much better. The Celestial Dragons and the Navy don't really care, of course, except for the dogs of those Celestial Dragons. It is clear that the Navy's F3 is not included in that category. Chapter 79. The Sky Island, let me see how to get up there. It's been a week. And I'm adding more for you, Junling. Today's tomato is decided. 4 updates close to 10,000. Perona's ghost drifted into the cabin with the latest newspaper. Lord Rit. Everyone in the world is talking about us. Rit stood on the dragon head statue. No wonder Luffy likes to sit at the bow of the ship. That feeling of riding the waves is truly amazing. The most important thing is that this is a dragon head. Do you understand? The news headlines for various places are truly diverse. The new emperor has set sail. The world is experiencing a major reshuffle. The world government issues a warning. Along with the delivery gulls, there are also the bounty notices for Rit and his companions. Scarlet Mist Rit, captain of the Blood Dawn, bounty of 5 billion, dead or alive. Moonlight Moria, combatant, bounty of 500 million berries. Moonlight Moria was 320 million before becoming a warlord. Perona, the suspected adopted little girl on the ship. Bounty of 500 berries. This made Perona very angry, shaking Labu vigorously. As for Labule, nothing has changed. What the heck? Why is it only 500? This princess will definitely make the Navy pay. Moria, hiss. Little Perona, I have 500 million. You're the one who's weakest. Wrong. Don't hit me. Perona took out a negative ghost and started hitting Moria, but the gap in strength was too big. After all, Perona is still too small now. And the negative ghost effect had almost no impact on Moria. New World. Moby Dick. Whitebeard's laughter shook the barrels on the deck slightly. Gulalala. Dawn? Is that Roger's ship now carrying the little brat Rit to continue sailing? Marco picked up the falling newspaper. I'm not surprised at all that Rit can do these things. Just looking at the member list is troublesome enough. Isn't Moonlight Moria the one who was shouting to challenge Kaido not long ago? Being noticed by Rit must mean he has extraordinary strength. In a tavern, Shanks had already found his sword griffin. Looking at the newspaper, he said, Beckman, we can't be left behind. Rayleigh's bottle suddenly tilted, the amber liquid soaking the newspaper. The Bruma Jackson, Blood Dawn Pirates. Rayleigh's fingers brushed over the familiar lines of the ship on the newspaper. Shocky was blowing smoke rings while cleaning a glass. I heard it's using wind shells and the latest power system, 3 times the speed of a warship. Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, watching his captain being executed. No one's sadness could surpass that of the Pirate King's right-hand man. Rayleigh knew this was Roger's choice, but human emotions cannot be easily smoothed over by reason. Not bad, ha 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 ha. He raised his bottle to toast the void. Cheers to the foolish ones of the new era. After sailing for a while in the Grand Line, at the port of Magic Valley Town, Rit stood at the helm. Perona confirmed the position. The pink-haired girl floated in the lookout, holding a telescope, northwest direction. I can already see the outline of the island. Hey, that ship. A drunken pirate dropped his bottle with a thud, and his companions looked in the direction of his gaze, suddenly unable to make a sound, as if their throats were choked. The mithril alloy hull gleamed coldly. The menacing dragon head statue at the bow glowed red. Blood Dawn Pirates. It's that madman who kills celestial dragons. Run. The dock instantly cleared out. The wooden door of the tavern was slammed by panicked pirates, and several pirates with bounties over 100 million shrank into the corners like frightened rabbits. Rit stepped down the gangway amidst the blood mist, the black tide, sword humming behind him. He scanned the empty port and sneered. So boring. Rit was truly enjoying himself. Making villagers flee in fear was nothing, but being able to make other pirates run away was real skill. Dingling, when the tavern doorbell rang. The previously noisy hall fell silent instantly. The pirates froze in place, maintaining their posture of raising their cups, cold sweat sliding down their foreheads. The boss behind the bar trembled, his hand slipping, and a bottle of rum fell. Bang! The blood mist caught the bottle, slowly delivering it to Rit's hand. Find someone named Mont Blanc Correc by information. Rit tossed a bag of berries on the bar. Or I might just kill you all. In the corner, a man wearing a black scarf suddenly stood up. I know. Mont Blanc Correc. He lives in... Oh, here, the berries for you. Take me to him. Rit left in style, while Perona's eyes sparkled with stars. Lord Rit S. Meanwhile, at the Gorilla Zoo, they also discovered Rit. Boss, a super strange ship has docked. The little brother of the 8 Mountain United Army rushed into the wooden house. The bow had a dragon head that emitted red light. So cool, boss. Korek, who was drawing a sea chart, waved his hand indifferently. Is it another fool here to mock the Sky Island legend? Were we betting on this time? My underwear or your dentures? No, boss. The little brother's face turned pale. That pirate flag. It's Rit, the captain of Blood Dawn. 3 minutes later, Korek's hand holding the telescope trembled slightly, self-comforting. It's fine. They shouldn't be here looking for us. Just as Korek was deceiving himself, the little brother reported, Boss, they're here looking for you, and they even spent money to find you. They're on their way here now. Should we run, boss? Run my ass. Korek slapped the little brother on the head. My measuring instruments are still set up in the sea. He has coming. Who hung my octopus underwear outside? Banana. Hurry and bring the bananas in. When Rit's black tide sword cleaved through the wooden house door, he struck a pose. Only to see this scene. 3 strong men stacked on top of each other blocking the bookshelf, greeting him, while someone's octopus underwear swung from the chandelier. Shit. My eyes are dirty. Rit urgently needed a pair of eyes that hadn't seen this scene. Perona just wanted a peek, but was pressed back by Rit. You have 3 minutes to make this place presentable, or I'll kill you all. After a flurry of chaos, Rit saw a book and raised an eyebrow. Reading aloud. Nolan said while crying, I really saw the land of gold? This is academic material. Korek's face turned red as he tried to snatch it away. Wait, how can you just look at other people's things? Perona's ghost emerged from the floor. Lord Rit, they just hid a lot of picture books. Do you want to hear them? No, absolutely not. Rit said word by word, his crimson pupils locking onto Korek. Now, can we talk about the rising current? Chapter 80. Strolling in the sky, Island. Kulik's voice began to choke up. It all started 400 years ago. As his emotions surged, he paused. Rate interrupted. If you start talking, who knows when you'll stop? I'm not interested in your ancestors' tragic story of being called a fraud for 400 years. Kulik was taken aback. As if a fishbone had lodged in his throat, then shouted with a shark's teeth, don't interrupt others while they're speaking. It's very rude. I insist on telling you about the great legend of the Sky Island. My ancestor, Mont Blanc Nolan, he died. Rate cut him off sharply. Oh, his bones have turned to ash, and he's been laughed at for 400 years. Is that it? Rate dug at his ears. So, where's the ascending sea current? Kulik was so angry he jumped up. What's wrong with you? Let me finish speaking. Rate replied, Hey. The little brothers of the 8 Mount Allied forces looked at each other, and one cautiously raised his hand. Boss, how about we sing the great fraud Nolan for him? Shut up. Kulik's forehead bulged with veins. This time, it's definitely true. I've studied the data on the ascending sea current for 20 years. Data? Rate looked at him, exasperated. Hey, how do I know if what you're saying is true? Kulik shouted, You bastard, how dare you doubt me? The ascending sea current is to the southeast 3 days from now. Kulik quickly covered his mouth, as if he had said something significant. Rate turned and left. Thanks. Wait, Kulik shouted in despair. At least let me finish talking about Nolan and Calgara's touching friendship. What responded to him was the roar of the Bruma Jackson starting up, along with Perona's distant singing, the great fraud Nolan. Rate's voice came through. Listen to the echo of the golden bell here. And wave his hand as he left in style. Kulik knelt on the beach, tears streaming down his face. Today's youth. So impressive. If Rate heard this, he would give a kick, thinking how disgusting this big gorilla was. 3 days later, in the southeastern waters of Gaia Island, the sea surface was calm before dawn. Rate stood alone on the dragon figurehead at the bow of the ship, feeling the increasingly intense energy fluctuations beneath the surface of the sea. Let us see if you can muster a storm. It's coming. Rate's pupils slightly contracted. Suddenly, the entire steel giant ship emitted a low rumble. The wind shells embedded in various parts of the ship automatically adjusted their angles, and the sea surface unexpectedly collapsed, forming a giant funnel with a diameter of over a kilometer. The Bruma Jackson began to plummet rapidly with the water flow. Yet the ship remained as steady as a rock. This is worthy of the Bruma Jackson, Rate grinned. When the ship was still 100 meters from the vortex's bottom, boom! With a thunderous explosion, a water column a kilometer in diameter shot up into the sky. The upward flow, powerful enough to tear apart ordinary warships, struck the bottom of the Dawn Nirvana, yet only caused this steel monster to tremble with excitement. The wind shells throughout the ship activated simultaneously, working with the thrust of the upward flow to lift the ship skyward. The moment the Bruma Jackson broke through the clouds, Rate was greeted by an endless sea of clouds. He couldn't help but marvel once again at the wonders of the Pirate King world. The fluffy clouds were solid enough to bear the weight of the entire warship. Lord Rate, is this the Sky Island? Perona floated to Rate's side, and the ghosts excitedly flew around. Lord Rate, the clouds here are so soft to step on. She tried to tap the clouds outside the ship with her toes, but ended up sinking in, leaving only her hands flailing outside. Wah, help. Rate expressionlessly reached out and pulled her back. Don't run around. Perona, this is the sea of clouds. Be careful. Perona pouted, brushing off the cloud fluff on her body. What the heck? When we arrive at the Sky Island, we have to try some tickets. An old lady was collecting tickets. Has Enel become a god? It's fine. We were looking for Enel. Rate thought that charging the Bruma Jackson shouldn't be his job. Right, Enel? There's no way we're paying. the Bruma Jackson slowly sailed into the outer port of Angel Island. When Roger came, Ray went to find Brooke, so Brooke Laboon, and Ray had never been here. Now he wanted to take a good look. Ray felt like a ghostly fire youth. The residents of Sky Island had long been intimidated by the might of this steel giant ship, hiding behind cloud houses and peeking out. A few brave children from the Sky Island lay on the cloud ramparts, their eyes wide open. Wow, that ship is so cool. The dragon figurehead at the bow glows. Ray remained expressionless, looking ahead with indifference, internally feeling quite pleased, like when you work hard on homework, and the teacher just happens to check your work in front of the whole class. Upon reaching the port, Ray and the others jumped off the ship, stepping onto the soft cloud path. Perona excitedly floated to a stall, staring at the crafts made from local Sky Island shells. Lord Ray, this sound shell can record. She picked up a shell and shouted into it. Perona is the cutest. The sound shell immediately replayed. Perona is the cutest. Perona. She quickly took out money to buy it and then crazily recorded into the shell. Moria is an idiot. I hope everyone stays healthy. Moria? During the tour, Ray's gaze remained fixed on the distant island surrounded by golden clouds, God Island. There was Enel's domain. Perona floated back, holding a pile of Sky Island specialties she had just bought. Lord Ray, where are we going next? Ray grinned, the black-tied great sword resting on his shoulder, to meet that god. Perona blinked. Huh? Are we going to fight now? The sightseeing was over. Ray turned and walked toward the Dawn Nirvana. It was time to get down to business. After today, this place would be ours. The Sky Island had always been a battleground since the advent of travelers. Wasn't the Golden Lion able to roam freely because he could fly? With a good geographical location and wealth, Ray felt it would be a disservice to himself not to take this place. In front of the array of the four great priests, they accepted the will of the god and waited here. The clouds suddenly surged with an unnatural blood-red hue. That wasn't thunderclouds. It was Ray's blood mist spreading. Setting the stage before the fight is perfectly reasonable, right? What is that? The round-faced priest began to sweat. Good afternoon, Moria said politely, bowing, but the shadow behind him swelled. May I ask, can I borrow your god to make a zombie? The expressions of the four great priests, Gadaz, Shadeli, Shura, and Om, became serious. Following Ray, the armed color and observation color of Moria are not comparable to the original plot. This is a Moria who has not experienced setbacks or taken a wrong path. The truth of being a pirate is that taking the wrong path makes you stronger but weakens your strength by half. Chapter 81, I Tamed the Thundercloud. He looked at the four divine officers who were on high alert, with an exaggerated smile on his face. HSSS. So this is what they call the messengers of the gods. As expected, a captain is only as good as his crew. Rit is very gentle with his family, but he can be quite arrogant and cruel to outsiders. I have a lot to say about celestial dragons. It seems Moria is also starting to change in this direction. The barbarians of the Blue Sea. Azura rides on the fire-breathing bird, his spear aimed directly at Moria, ready to accept divine punishment. Gadez launched the first attack, and blood spurted out in a red arc in the air. Watching it really gives me a headache. Can't we just block him for a moment? Charging while bleeding is really embarrassing and disgusting. The wind shell exploded beneath his feet, and his figure instantly accelerated to a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye. Iron block cloud steel. His fist, accompanied by a piercing sound, aimed straight for Moria's face. The shadow suddenly came alive. A pitch-black hand of shadow shot up from the deck, fingers spread wide, blocking the charge. Too slow, you need to calm down. Moria's shadow grinned, full of sharp teeth, and smashed the divine officer's head hard into the clouds. Accompanied by the cracking sound of bones, that S1, check-in successful. Moria's scissors spun at his fingertips. This force is much lighter than when the captain trained me. Come on, give me some pressure, brothers. He snapped his fingers, and the shadow rose from the ground to form a tall wall, with countless shadow blades flying out. The fire-breathing bird of Azura let out a heartbreaking wail. The thin rope clouds tangled from all directions, but were torn apart the moment they touched the shadow. That's the second one. You are underestimating me too much. Moria's shadow suddenly expanded, tearing the entire rope cloud field to shreds. The shock wave from Shadley's attack had not yet spread before it was suddenly shredded by the splitting shadow python. Your toy. Moria's scissors gleamed coldly. Not good, brother. That's the third one. A bit boring. Is there anyone I can fight? Om was sitting on the cloud brick, eyes tightly closed. His ability was fully activated, yet he couldn't sense anything. Why? Can't I read you? His voice began to tremble. Yes. Why? Oh. It turns out, it's because of the hockey? The moment the shadow horn gun pierced his chest, just go die, because you know too much. Perona floated in midair, the ghost holding up the glowing sign of Zombie 4. Lord Moria is so slow. She swung her legs, and the sound wave looped playback of Lord Perona's cutest recording. The captain took care of everything, all just little minions, not satisfying at all. Moria laughed wildly. At the top of the temple, Enel was furious. Ever since he became a god, no one dared to touch the majesty of the gods. 200 million volts, Thunder God. The furious roar shook the cloud sea. Rit sliced it apart with a single strike. Moria, come back and rest. I can handle the rest. The so-called god. Rit tilted his head. Is only capable of hiding behind the clouds to discharge electricity? Enel's golden staff erupted with blinding lightning. 200 million volts divine punishment. Rit didn't even raise an eyelid. With a casual swing of the black tide great sword, a scarlet sword energy cleaved out. His observation hockey was indeed well developed. Rit suddenly appeared behind Enel, but unfortunately, Rit felt a bit like he was bullying him. It was as simple as snatching a lollipop from a kid on the street. Impossible. My Thunder God form. Oi, no way. Why is your Thunder God form not working? Although Rit spoke lightly, he was merciless in action, stepping on the reassembling lightning. The blood mist seeped into Enel's wound. In the new world, everyone can use hockey. Your world is too small, Enel. Enel suddenly let out a scream. The blood mist was devouring his lightning, and more terrifyingly, he could clearly feel his body condensing due to elementalization. That strange blood mist instantly corroded it away. The effect looked terrifying. Hockey and elementalization seemed to be a counter relationship, but are actually mutually restraining. Insufficient hockey concentration cannot harm powerful elementalization. Rit was now bullying Enel for not knowing hockey. Haha, you just say, is the effect explosive or not? Feeling yourself being eroded, my god, what is this? The top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty? Enel knelt in front of the broken golden temple, his long earlobes drooping weakly, lightning flickering weakly around him, yet unable to break free from the binding of the blood mist. His golden staff broke in two, and the once proud gaze was now only filled with incredulous tremors. Why? His voice was hoarse. Is my lightning ineffective against you? Rit stood in front of him, the black tide, great sword resting on his shoulder. Looking down at this man who claimed to be a god, a cold smile on his lips. I told you, your vision is too narrow. That so-called heart net of yours can cover the entire Sky Island. Your talent is indeed good, but your fighting style is like a child playing with electricity. It's really laughable. Rit squatted down, his scarlet eyes staring directly into Enel's eyes. You don't understand true power at all. What exactly do you want? Rit grinned. I want you to submit. Don't blame Rit for being arrogant. Unlike his usual self, this is Rit's well-considered plan. Just a middle schooler. He can only ignite his middle school spirit. I will ignite the sea. Roar. Enel's expression twisted for a moment, but soon he laughed. His laughter was mad and hoarse. Submit? I am a god. How could I? Bang. Rit's fist smashed into his face. The hockey directly touched Enel's face. Blood gushed from Enel's nose, and he rolled away, crashing into several golden pillars. A god? Acting tough in front of me. Don't you ask how CP0 feels. They've been sleeping quite well. Rit shook his fist. A waste who can't even use hockey. Dares to call himself a god. I'll give you two choices. Rit raised 2 fingers. First, die here. My patience is limited. Second, join the Blood Dawn and become my crew. Rit's eyes were cold. I will show you real power. Let you understand that your so-called invincibility is just the fantasy of a frog in a well. Enel's breathing quickened. He stared at Rit fiercely. You can really make me stronger? Rit smiled, a smile full of absolute confidence. Stronger than you can imagine. The Conqueror's hockey pressed down on Enel. I want to speak. You feel it yourself. After a one-sided friendly exchange, Rit withdrew his direct Conqueror's hockey. Enel, In the end, slowly stood up, kneeling on one knee, bowing his proud head. I submit. Rit nodded in satisfaction, placing a hand on his shoulder. Wise choice. The blood mist slowly receded, and Enel felt his strength returning. From today on, you will be the thunder god of Blood Dawn. Ha ha. Rit turned and walked towards the Bruma Jackson. Don't let me down. Family, big success. Enel watched his back, his eyes no longer filled with contempt, but with a kind of almost fanatical fighting spirit. Rit, he whispered, who exactly are you? If Enel were to take a good look at Rit's face, he would find Rit's smile like that of a returning Dragon King, impossible to suppress. Perona floated over, smiling cheerfully. Welcome to join. Lord Rit is going to become the strongest man in the world. The little author asked about the timeline. The Wano arc is still a long way off. Do you prefer Momonosuke taking a nap? Or do you like Yamato? Chapter 82. You are all my wings. Just as Rit was unilaterally beating Enel, the Sandia warriors and Sky Island residents armed with weapons gathered from different directions. On guard yet forced to face the looming threat of Enel together. What do you want? Weber tightened his grip on the burning cannon, his gaze fixed on Rit. After finishing his beating, Rit encountered the arriving warriors and casually sat on a broken golden pillar, the black-tied great sword propped beside him, a blood mist swirling around, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. I can't rest yet. I have to keep pretending for a while. Sigh, it's exhausting. It feels good. He glanced over the ragged warriors. I gave Enel a choice. Now I'll give you one too. The Elder of the Sky Island trembled as he spoke. Enel, really lost? Perona floated in the air, smiling as she waved the sound snail in her hand. Of course. P.S. Now, our ship's thunder god. The faces of the Sandians changed drastically. You captured a god? How is that possible? Moria let out a low, rumbling laugh. Don't measure our captain by your strength. Rit felt relieved. This was the benefit of having crew members. The warriors on both sides were tense, weapons aimed at Rit. He stood up, the blood mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire area. Listen, his voice was cold and clear. Your hatred has nothing to do with me. Everyone froze. But this island is now my territory. Rit pointed to the distant golden bell. 400 years ago, Nolan and Calgera agreed to ring it as a sign of friendship. 400 years later, you are fighting to the death over this broken land. Don't you find it ridiculous? The Elder of the Sky Island turned pale, but Gaia is our holy land. Holy land? Rit scoffed. When Enel occupied it, why didn't you call it a holy land? What? Now that I've taken it, you want me to give it back? You're afraid of Enel, but not of me, the one who defeated him? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The Sandian warrior gritted his teeth. We just want to reclaim our ancestors' land. We've decided not to run away anymore. We are brave warriors. Rit's gaze swept over them. I'll say it again. I give you two choices. First, continue fighting me until you're all dead. The blood mist churned. The black-tied great sword trembled slightly. Conqueror's haki faintly enveloping it. Rit was genuinely afraid he might accidentally wipe them all out. Second, you share this island with me. The golden bell belongs to me, and that pet inside, along with the gold, also belongs to me. Silence fell over the crowd. After the red face had sung enough, it was time for the white face to take the stage. Are you calling the extermination of people singing the red face? Just then, Enel's figure emerged from the clouds, lightning dancing around him. Captain Rit is right. His voice still carried the high and mighty tone of a divine oracle. You ants have no right to fight for this land. The Sky Islanders and Sandians both took a step back, fear evident in their eyes. Enel smirked. If it weren't for the captain's mercy, I could turn you all to ashes right now. Rit raised his hand. Enough. Enel snorted, falling silent. Do you see? Rit scanned the crowd. Your enemy has never been each other, but beings like Enel, and I will become the new god of this island. You can live here freely. I want to interfere with your lives. On the contrary, I will provide you with protection. All you need to do is pledge your loyalty to me. Now, I give you a chance. Either reconcile, or... The blood mist suddenly erupted, transforming into countless blades floating before everyone's throats. Weber clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger at his own weakness. Rit said, There's no way. You're not Tezelo, not the one I'm looking for. Rit knew he needed to stoke the fire. The reason you have been ruled for so long is fundamentally due to your weakness. You should know about the Blue Sea. It's not shameful to rely on the strong. After a long silence, Weber was the first to lower his weapon. With someone leading the way, everyone gradually put down their weapons. We accept. The elder of the Sky Island nodded tremblingly. Also accept. Rate satisfiedly withdrew the blood mist. Very good. Perona floated over, the ghost joyfully scattering petals. Congratulations. From today on, we're all good friends. The Sandian warriors and Sky Island residents looked at each other, slowly lowering their weapons. MC narrating in a hushed tone. They had just experienced Enel's rule and witnessed Rate crush this god to ascend as the new king. Now, the future of the Sky Island rested entirely on this man's thoughts. Rate, don't make me sound like a tyrant. Hey, will the dog author write this? Rate shouldered the black-tied great sword, the blood mist flowing slowly around him. He scanned everyone, his voice lazy yet undeniable. All right, the fight is over. Now we should talk about how to make your lives better. The elder of the Sky Island asked shakily, You really don't plan to drive us away? Drive you away? Rate raised an eyebrow. Then who will pay my taxes? No. You're all my wings. Look at my sincere, sparkling eyes. Enel snorted coldly, lightning dancing at his fingertips, but ultimately didn't he dare to refute. Rate's first command was, build roads. Increase taxes. The king sets new taxes. The Sky Islanders and Sandians had fought each other bloody over land disputes for hundreds of years, and Rate couldn't let that happen. Losing even one person would be heartbreaking for him. He decisively ordered, connect Angel Island and the broken land of Sandia. From now on, we are one family. Anyone who stirs up internal conflict will just have to sleep well. Moria's zombie construction team was highly efficient. In just a few days, cloud bridges, cloud ladders, and cloud markets sprang up. Rate healed the battle-damaged clergy. As long as Rate didn't want them to die, no one could die in front of him. What could he do? The combat power of the Sky Island was simply too weak for Rate. Since he wanted to make it his territory, he needed to gather some strong individuals. It was a long way to go. What is the most valuable thing on the Sky Island? Shells. The reason Rate spoke so much was that he needed to maintain the normal operation of the Sky Island. In his eyes, the Sky Island was a golden egg-laying chicken, with various functional air shells monopolized by the Sky Island. Wind shells, flame shells, sound shells, impact shells. These were rare goods in the Blue Sea. Uncle Tom had used up all his stock to build the Going Merry. Rate stroked his chin and calculated. Monopoly, new monopoly, I will establish a new monopoly. The Sky Island Shell Trading Company sprang up, with Sandians responsible for collection and Sky Islanders for processing. Profit sharing? I'll pay you salaries. Chapter 83, a kind of romance called Fulfillment Time, pushed forward, and a long silent golden bell rang out once more, echoing through the heavens. I initially intended to gloss over Kulik's reaction, but I think Bran Korek is quite a character. Even though he himself doesn't fully believe in the existence of the Golden Country, he didn't give up despite being ridiculed. He is a remarkably charming person and deserves more attention in my story. The roar of the golden bell pierced through the sea of clouds, resonating above Magic Valley Town. Korek had bet with the gorillas that a group of pirates wouldn't mock his dreams. The outcome was obvious. Kulik lost his last supreme pair of shorts, as usual. In a frenzy, he hammered away, venting his pent-up frustrations. Just as he was about to borrow a banana-patterned emergency pair from his companions. Boss, did you hear that? The gorilla's hand bounced in front of Kulik. But Kulik was frozen in place as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide. That sound is... Ding! The second ring of the bell seemed to affirm Kulik's inner answer. He remembered that day when Rit waved his hand and made him listen to the bell's echo. You really did it. Damn it, that is so cool. Kulik suddenly dove into the sea, startling the gorillas into collective screams. The boss has lost it. 3 seconds later, he burst out of the water, holding a wet measuring device and laughing maniacally. It's not a hallucination. It's not a hallucination. Ha ha! Kulik shouted from the mountaintop towards Magic Valley Town. You bastards. Did you hear that? Ha ha ha. It's not a scam. My ancestors aren't liars. Ha 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 ha. You bastards. Listen up. However, feeling unable to vent his excitement, he dashed toward the town. Inside the tavern, the thugs playing cards were startled by the sudden entrance of the golden-haired uncle. Kulik, dripping wet, grabbed the bartender by the collar. Did you hear that? That's the echo of the golden bell. Tell me it's real. What are you talking about? Ding. The third ring of the bell instantly silenced the entire tavern. Kulik released his grip, suddenly crouching down and wailing, for 100 years. Norland, I finally. When the gorillas and apes arrived, they saw their boss crying and exchanged glances. Then, without hesitation, they started crying too. Stop crying, stop crying. Kulik wiped his face and jumped up. Quick, get my ship ready. I'm going to Sky Island. Now. Immediately. Sky Island really exists. Here. Some may wonder why Uncle Tom could get the money, but Kulik wouldn't know. The setting is that money, like the ancient weapons, is of unknown origin. But boss, your underwear. Who cares about underwear? The Golden Country is calling. Meanwhile, the residents of Magic Valley Town collectively looked up at the sky. Mommy, is it thundering? A little girl tugged at her mother-esque skirt. The mother, gazing at the white expanse in the clouds, covered the little girl's eyes. No, sweetheart. Mommy seems to have done something really stupid. Mom, I laughed at a true man of the sea. But remember, sweetheart, those running naked in the streets are definitely perverts. The bartender adjusted his disheveled clothes, silently wiping glasses, as if pondering something. Hey, old drunks, about that Mont Blanc madman. Yeah, the one who keeps saying Sky Island exists. He might, probably, actually be right. And at a higher altitude, Perona was watching the golden bell being struck. Lord Rit, the golden-haired uncle, must be very happy now. Rit looked at Perona. Who knows? Enel snorted. Foolish blue sea people. Hiss. Moria asked Rit, are we leaving now? No need. Rit turned to walk towards the cabin. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Let him go crazy. A dream that took 400 years to come true would drive anyone mad. We still have some arrangements for Sky Island to handle. Time returned to normal, and it was also time for the Blood Dawn pirates to leave. Enel stood at the stern. Is this enough? Rit didn't look back. Hatred takes time to resolve. History tells us that as long as the people are well-fed and warm, they don't care who rules them. Perona cheerfully added, that's us. Rit patted Perona's head. Little Perona, when they get used to this safe and comfortable life, they will naturally support me. Moria chuckled. One interesting development. Back in the blue sea, they floated aimlessly again. Rit felt he had explored most of what he wanted to, and now he was just going with the flow. Damn, Captain, are you done yet? Enel shouted at Rit. Perona and Lab looked at Enel, the two little ones munching on snacks. Everyone should remember that our Bruma Jackson ship can fire those long, thick, and powerful shells by charging, right? Rit's blood mist corrosion has strong corrosive properties, but the visual effects are also impressive. However, our Thunder God, why is he called Thunder God? Because he can charge the ship with lightning. The Blood Dawn portable charger is praised by everyone, mainly because Rit is the captain. Doing it himself would be too lowbrow, right? Rit felt he had become more unrestrained than before. Whether it was Teslo or Enel, if he were on Roger's ship, Rit would definitely have acted more composed. Like a younger brother wanting to show he was a reliable adult in front of his older brother. Now, Rit had truly begun to do whatever he wanted, going with the flow. As long as he found it interesting, he would do it. I believe everyone has imagined being a cold-blooded killer or facing a million-strong army alone after all his comrades have fallen. Rit was just immersing himself in the experience. Perhaps one day, when he gets tired of it, the cold-blooded Rit will be put away. There is no time to mourn for the cold-blooded Rit. Maybe what will appear in the future is the Emperor Rit. When he has strength, he should enjoy himself. In these days without Rit, Enel often fired a shot, which was the roar of the steel beast, more appealing than cleaning carpets. Initially, facing Rit left a shadow on Enel, and he dared not express his anger. But he found that the captain's daily life was a bit off, and he could no longer bear it. Today, he finally exploded. Rit pointed his fingers at Enel. But it's really cool, isn't it? Perona and Lab turned their heads towards Rit. Are you trying to squeeze me dry, Captain? The two little ones looked at Enel again. Oh, what does it matter? You could just take a nap, right? Otherwise, how could you become our ship's Thunder God? Moria could no longer stand it. Shadows sprouted several hands and silently covered Perona and Lab's ears. Moria had a cross on his forehead. The two were still arguing, starting to pull each other's hair and faces. Rit grabbed Enel's earlobe, and Enel bit Rit's hair. As Moria's cross was about to fill his forehead, He completely lost it. Boom, boom. Moria punched each of them. You two, watch your wording. Do you want to lead Perona astray? In private, Marseille. Moria and the others covered their heads, squatting in front of Moria with their hands over their heads because it hurt, and sincerely apologized. Chapter 84. Thundercloud, training Enel lay on the deck of the Bruma Jackson like a dried salted fish. I have dried up in silence. His golden headband was tilted to one side, and his iconic long earlobes drooped weakly. Charging the ship was really exhausting. I am a god. He protested weakly. God? Rit squatted beside him, poking his face with a small stick, and sarcastically said, with your little ability, you can't even beat a watchdog in the New World. Oh dear, Enel is just too weak. He couldn't handle even 3 shots. Enel's earlobes perked up in anger, lightning dancing at his fingertips, but before it could take shape, Rit slapped it away. Stop struggling, rookie. Rit stood up, took out a small booklet from his pocket, which read Enel Growth Observation Diary. He opened the first page and began to jot down. Observation color B, armament color F, physical ability D, fruit development C. Overall evaluation. Didn't even reach the level of the 7 warlords. How embarrassing to A. This was an imitation of observation diaries written by other systems. We don't have a system, so it's fine to make one up, right? Perona floated nearby, hugging her Kuma doll, and giggled, Kuma can even mend clothes. Enel. Although what Perona said was true, for some reason, Enel sensed the mockery. As the god of Sky Island, can this really make me stronger? Although firing cannons is fun, charging is a laborious task. Rit also wanted to train Enel's physical strength. Really? All right, special training begins. Rit clapped his hands and opened a box full of lead balls. But you have to catch up. This is the training that the Pirate King taught me. I'm really envious that you have such a wise and powerful captain. Enel's eyelids twitched. What are we doing? It's the observation color special training. Rit grinned. You can't avoid it, or you'll die from these lead balls. It will really stimulate your potential. Come on, Enel, the observation color is the thirst for life. Vite, D? Before Enel could react, Moria had already controlled 30 zombies to form a circle, each holding a lead ball. Issus, let's begin. Bang, bang, bang. Lead balls came pouring down like a torrential rain. Enel dodged frantically, but a few still grazed his body, crashing onto the deck with deafening sounds. Hey, my strength is still developing. I'm not blind. Every ball is coated with armament color, right? Rit scratched his nose. Isn't that obvious? If it's not coated with armament color, how could it hit you? Hey, this isn't training at all. It's murder, right? Rit lay back on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, leisurely sipping cold juice. Stop complaining. Your previous broad perception was too rough. You need to learn to precisely capture the trajectory of each ball. The reason your observation color is so strong is that the Rumble fruit gives you the ability to sense bioelectricity, but your mastery of observation color is incomplete. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Be gentle, it hurts. Bastard. Crackle. Bang. Crack. Perona's ghost floated in the air holding a scoreboard. Hit count. 99-100. Enel. Just one more to hit 100. Bang. The last lead ball hit him squarely on the back of the head, and Enel enjoyed a baby-like sleep. Rit satisfiedly closed his notebook. Observation color improved to be not bad. Until the afternoon, Rit looked at him with a smile. Enel, I have a genius idea. If Shanks and Buggy were here, they would turn and run, letting you quickly master armament color. So-called armament color. Rit crossed his arms, looking serious. Enel rarely listened seriously, but the next second, bang, Rit punched him away, and Enel embedded himself into the ship's wall, slowly sliding down. You didn't even explain anything, bastard. Practice makes perfect. Rit pulled out a black stick from who knows where, grinning, come on, try this. Kaido style. Wait, that's finally. He enjoyed a bit of the thrill of being beaten by Rayleigh. It felt great. Thunder and lightning suddenly erupted on the deck, and Moria silently distributed insulated suits to the zombies. Hisses. They were having so much fun. Enel, are you polite? 3 days later, when Rit sneakily attacked from behind with slippers, Enel reflexively raised his hand, his arm instantly covered with a layer of pitch-black armament color. Bang! The slipper was knocked away. The whole place fell silent. Perona's ghosts scattered flowers in celebration. Congratulations on graduating. Moria clapped. Hisses. Finally, no more screams to listen to. Enel was teary-eyed. I finally... Rit patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Not bad, according to my observations. Enel looked at him expectantly. You can now charge 6 shots at once. Enel? In the future, when we encounter the Navy, let's fire 6 shots first, ha ha ha. Look, you have a much clearer understanding of the Rumble Fruit's abilities now. Rit excitedly held up 2 batteries. Enel, that's my ability, hey? Don't be stingy. Rit plugged the connector in his ear. Come on, charge up. Our music player isn't working. Zzz. The lights on the whole ship flickered wildly, and Enel's hair stood on end. It was hard to tell if he was more angry or shocked by electricity. You bunch of devils. Rit stroked his chin thoughtfully. If we can stabilize the output. Enel, why did he follow this lunatic in the first place? After months of grueling training, although Rit said Enel was weak, he meant in terms of strength. Enel's talent was still quite strong. Rit cosplayed as a Navy admiral, with graduation examiner written on his cape, holding an apple. Final test. Use armament color to peel an apple for me. Enel, what kind of ridiculous assessment is this? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Enel gritted his teeth, but obediently took the apple. He took a deep breath, lightning coiling around his fingertips while simultaneously covering it with armament color, and carefully began to peel it. Szzz. The apple skin was perfectly removed, and Rit was moved to tears. The child has grown up. Then he turned around and fed the apple to Laboon. Enel roared. That's my graduation project. After all this hard work, you just turned around and ate it. His observation color was no longer a simple broad perception, but had become more solid, able to precisely anticipate every attack. His lightning and armament color perfectly merged, transforming into a black and red lightning armor, dramatically increasing his power. 200 million volts, Thunder God armament. The black and red lightning exploded, shaking the entire sea. Moria laughed. Strength is finally catching up to the 7 warlords. Perona clapped. Congratulations. You finally won't be beaten by Lord Rit anymore. Rit stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the reinvigorated Enel, finally revealing a satisfied smile, barely passing. Enel knelt on one knee, lightning boiling in his eyes. Captain Rit, I won't let you down again. Rit nodded, turned indifferently. Enel, Captain, I'm here. Enel looked at Rit with burning eyes, waiting for the next words. Go charge up quickly. Go charge up quickly. I want to play a bit. Rit's face revealed. Enel, bastard captain. The last sentence was unnecessary. Chapter 85. Let me see how Fishman Island has developed Ret, and the others are evolving into sea rascals. If they encounter someone like Colonel Mouse, they'll just put him to sleep. Finally, they arrived at Sabaody. I'm back again. In the past, Ret had all sorts of skills unlocked and could hold his own against the 3 admiral subordinates in his younger days. But now he feels there's a chance he could defeat them, although it's slim, but it's a chance. Before, he couldn't win at all, but now there's a possibility. After all, Ret has been given a boost. Sabaody Archipelago. Shaki S. Ret sat at the bar, looking at the photos of the 3 admirals being awarded in the newspaper, while Laba munched on some fish beside him. Sengoku officially took over the position of Admiral Steelbone Kong, while Akainu Sakazuki, Kizura Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan are the new admirals. The Navy's strength can be said to be very formidable now. Shaki was wiping a glass and suddenly chuckled. But little Ret, you recently recruited an impressive crew member, didn't you? Ret raised an eyebrow. That little brat with the rumble fruit. Shaki pushed her sunglasses up, her red lips curving in a playful arc. The newspaper says he blew up a naval base. Before Ret could respond, Perona floated over and leaned on the bar. Sister Shaki, and was laughed at. When he boarded the ship, he thought Lord Ret made him the Thunder God just so he could recharge the ship. Moria also had a smug smile. Now all the electrical appliances on the ship are powered by his lightning. Shaki laughed, so hard her shoulders shook. Just imagine how mad those without devil fruit abilities would be if they knew how you're using a Logia. Shaki realized and teased. Wait a minute. Ret found Moria to solve the manpower issue for sailing, and then found Enel to solve the energy problem. That little guy has some talent. Bang! The bar door was suddenly struck open by lightning, and Enel stood at the entrance with a dark face. I heard that. Shaki's eyes brightened. Oh, speak of the devil. She assessed the door that was still smoking from Enel's entrance, thinking 10,000 berries would be enough for the door. Enel's forehead bulged with veins. Woman, you are looking for death. Zila. A wave of pure conqueror's haki pressed Enel down to the ground. And a lazy voice spoke. How much can this guy's bounty buy in your most expensive liquor? Shaki pretended to ponder. If it's 100 million berries, it might fill 1/3 of my wine cellar. She suddenly leaned closer to Enel. How about considering switching jobs? I'll give you double the salary. Enel looked at Red, who shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't use conqueror's haki. Rayleigh came out from the back room, holding a coding tool. The young people today are really lively. Red, this is quite the story. With a dubbing by Habib, Shaki elegantly kicked aside her stool. Your captain taught Shanks and Buggy a lot when he was on Roger's ship. He really has a good eye for talent. She glanced at Rhett, hinting that he learned to pick up treasures like the rumble fruit, the ghost fruit, the shadow fruit. And this one, Rhett suddenly took out a transponder snail from his pocket and pressed it. Perona is the cutest. Moria is an idiot. The bar fell silent in an instant. Perona's face turned red as she reached to grab the transponder snail. When did you take this, Lord Red? Aunt Shaki is really nice to her, and she has always maintained a good girl image. How could a captain do this? Rayleigh replied. The ship has been coded for you, but... He squinted. You're not planning to go after a few celestial dragons again, are you? Rhett grinned. Uncle Rayleigh, how could you think that? You're making me sad. But I'm not interested for now. This time, it's a proper vacation. Rayleigh and Shaki raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Vacation? Yeah. Rhett stood up, resting the black tide, greatsword on his shoulder. I'm going to Fishman Island to see the sights. Last time I rushed through and didn't enjoy it properly. Rayleigh laughed heartily. You? Sightseeing? You went to Skypea for sightseeing and ended up taking the god away. Rhett shrugged. This time, I really just want to take a look. The current Fishman Island. What am I saying? I'm off, Uncle Rayleigh. Perona floated at the side of the ship, gently poking at the coating bubble with her fingertips. The transparent film slightly dented and then bounced back with her movements. Lord Rhett, can this bubble really take us underwater? She blinked her big eyes, and the ghosts curiously pressed against the bubble's inner wall. Rhett jumped onto the bow of the ship and grinned. Let us go. Destination, Fishman Island. The Bruma Jackson slowly sank, and the coating bubble shimmered with colorful reflections in the sunlight. Just as everyone was admiring the wonders of the deep sea, the ship suddenly shook violently. Boom! A huge black shadow shot out from the deep sea, and its crimson eyes lit up in the darkness like two blood moons. Its body was several times larger than the Bruma Jackson. It was a sea king. Moria's shadow instantly surged, thinking this was truly seeking death. Bang! The giant tail of the Sea King slammed into the shadow wall, causing the whole ship to shake violently, and the surface of the coating bubble rippled slightly. Perona was jolted into the air, and the ghosts panicked and scattered. Whoa, are we sinking? Let me handle it. Perona suddenly floated to the front of everyone. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Little Perona, it's up to you. A Sea King can be scared off with just a conqueror as haki, but little Perona could use some training. Perona placed her hands on her hips, looking confident. A mere Sea King. Watch my negative ghosts. With a wave of her small hand, 3 translucent negative ghosts floated through the coating bubble, wrapping around and drifting towards the Sea King. The negative ghosts slowly floated toward the Sea King, swaying in front of its giant eyes. Sea King. The next second splash. The giant Sea King suddenly curled up into a ball, tears in its eyes. Boo 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 boo. I'm just a useless deep-sea salted fish. I don't even have the courage to float to the surface and sunbathe. The whole ship fell into an eerie silence. Moria's shadow froze. This trick works on Sea Kings too. Enel's mouth twitched. What a joke, this reaction is way too lame. Rhett was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Well done, Perona. No matter the effect, it's just encouragement. Perona floated back proudly, and the ghost chimed in. Humph. Lady Perona is super amazing. The Sea King was still curled up on the seabed, drawing circles, mumbling boo 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 boo. I can't even bump into coral. As the dawn of rebirth continued to descend, the outline of Fishman Island gradually became clear. Fishman Island is composed of 2 layers of huge bubble membranes. And because of this special structure, Incoming ships must enter the port of Fishman Island instead of wandering around. The guard fishmen had already noticed the ship, but their eyes were filled with confidence. That ship is Lord Rhett. The Blood Dawn pirates, they VE returned. Rhett stood at the bow of the ship, grinning. Don't be nervous, we're just here to. That guard turned around and ran away. Rhett didn't sense any fear. So why'd he run? He paused, turning to Perona. What are we here for again? Perona rolled her eyes. Sightseeing. Little author's question time. As Rhett's title, if Rhett becomes powerful and influential in the future, I need a name that sounds quite impressive. The author's original name has been criticized as too ordinary. Please submit the names you think are impressive, and if you like a name, give a thumbs up. As usual, we will choose the one with the most votes. Name collection area. Chapter 86. A different Fishman Island. The Bruma Jackson slowly passed through the double-layered bubble membrane of Fishman Island. Rhett stood at the bow of the ship. Surrounded by blood mist, the black tide greatsword slung diagonally over his shoulder, his gaze sweeping over this deep-sea kingdom of memories. Quite a change, he murmured softly. Once dilapidated Fishman Street was now completely renewed. Houses built from coral reefs were arranged in an orderly manner, and mermaids walked side by side with fishmen on the streets. Children playing and laughing, completely free of the oppression of previous years. At the port, a well-equipped squad of fishmen soldiers stood on alert. But their eyes no longer held fear or hostility, but rather deep admiration. Lord Rhett is looking at me. Ah, it's Lord Rhett, our hero. Lord Rhett is looking at me. I'm from the Salmon Clan. Let's name our child Riven from now on. Lord Rhett, can I get your autograph for the name? Look at my new clothes. A fishman guard who had just run away pushed through the crowd, excitedly stepping forward. Rhett looked at him. Turtle, your white shirt is printed with a big wanted poster of Rhett, the Pirate King's painful clothing. After Rhett reluctantly signed, the guard finally reacted. Lord Rhett, His Majesty Neptune has been waiting for a long time. My mind, I was so excited to see Lord Rhett. Rhett sweated in a soybean shape. Ahaha, I understand. Perona floated to Rhett's side and whispered, They seen to welcome us? Rhett shamelessly patted his head, feeling proud that Fishman Island had such a scene, as he had contributed to it. Neptune, the current king of Fishman Island, personally welcomed them at the gate of Dragon Palace. He was even more robust than in his youth, wearing a crown and holding a golden trident, yet his eyes still retained the fervor of the past. Big brother Rhett. Neptune strode forward and embraced Rhett. Rhett looked at Neptune. Aren't you a bit bulkier? We've finally waited for you. Neptune wrapped Rhett in a big hug, and Rhett crazily patted Neptune's arm, trying not to use too much strength for fear of hurting him, helplessly saying, Let go, I'm going to suffocate. Neptune released him, laughing heartily, Thanks to your guidance. My father said before he passed that Fishman Island could reach today because someone woke him up back then. Perona looked shocked, glancing at Neptune, who had a face full of beard, and then at the elegant Rhett with long hair. Lord Rhett is older than Uncle Neptune. The little one felt their worldview collapsing. In the banquet hall, under the crystal chandelier, deep-sea delicacies were laid out. Neptune raised his glass and loudly proclaimed, To the Roger Pirates, to the benefactor who changed the fate of Fishman Island. As everyone drank heartily, Rhett noticed a stone tablet standing in the corner of the hall, covered with names. Those were the fishmen warriors who sacrificed themselves to resist the slave trade. We haven't been idle these years, Neptune explained, following Rhett's gaze. Tiger formed the guard army to specifically chase down slave ships. The world government once sent CP9 and the Navy to encircle us, but he grinned. Revealing shark-like sharp teeth, we drove them back. Rhett looked at Neptune, seeing no trace of the weakness from the original plot, only confidence in his eyes. Perona covered her mouth in surprise. That's amazing. Not entirely. Neptune shook his head, but we forced them to retreat with a mutual destruction stance. He pointed to the bubble membrane overhead. We told the Navy that if they dared to attack, we would blow up the supporting bubbles of Fishman Island, sinking the entire island to the seabed. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Stirring up the water is quite clever. No. Neptune's eyes flashed fiercely. We were really prepared. My father went there with a determination to die. After the banquet, Neptune took Rhett to the highest point of Dragon Palace, overlooking the entire island. In the night, the lights of Fishman Island twinkled like stars. The current problem is that pirates want to step on us mermaids to become famous, Neptune sighed. Since the slave trade was banned, there are fewer human traffickers. But more pirates want to use our Fishman Island to gain fame. Rit scoffed, just sink the sightseeing pirates to the seabed, and that would solve it. Neptune shook his head. We don't want to return to a closed-off era. So he took out a document. We established the Deep Sea Guard, maintained by fishmen, mermaids, and human pirates who are willing to follow the rules. The document prominently displayed the cooperation list, the Whitebeard pirates, and even several Revolutionary Army contact points. Neptune slightly bowed. We also hope to cooperate with your group. We will pay you annually. Rit looked at Neptune with suspicion, and Neptune seemed to know what he was going to ask. Big Brother Rit misunderstood. We are not seeking surrender to external forces, but rather a cooperative model, using your reputation to conduct more stable and comfortable trade, attracting more merchants to trade with us, and then we will share some profits with you. Moreover, our development also needs time. Rit whistled. Looks like you've learned to borrow strength. Okay, we of the Blood Dawn can agree to your cooperation. At that moment, Shirahoshi timidly crouched in the corner watching Rit. Now Shirahoshi looked so small, not understanding why she became so big when Luffy came. Shirahoshi, take me around Fishman Island. Shirahoshi looked at her mother, and Odoheim nodded, not sensing Rit's malice. She gently nodded. Go. Remember to come back before dinner. Rit carried Shirahoshi and Perona down Coral Avenue, while Moria and Enel with Laboon had long since run off somewhere. The Fishman residents along the way looked on with both awe and curiosity. Who would have thought that the fearsome captain of the Blood Dawn pirates, Rit, was currently letting two little girls braid his hair? Shirahoshi pointed the way, and Rit bought and played until evening. Shirahoshi whispered in Rit's ear, Brother Rit, I heard Sister Shirley can predict the future. Shirley should still be a little kid now. Rit pretended to be very surprised. Really? Is it that magical? Shirahoshi nodded seriously. Unfortunately, it's too late. Rit smiled and shook his head. Then let us make a promise. When I come to Fishman Island next time, you take me to see it. Okay? The promise of a pirate king. Those who understand know. Little author, Rit, you've done many bad things. Shirahoshi beamed with joy. Brother Rit, it's a promise. Let us go home. Rit lifted the two little girls to make them more comfortable. Let us go home. Rit returned to Dragon Palace with a sleeping Perona on his shoulder and a drowsy Shirahoshi in his arms. Princess Odoheim had been waiting for a long time, and seeing this couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. It seems the children had a great time. Rit tossed Perona aside, and she floated in mid-air, drowsily mumbling, Lord Rit, throw me a little higher. Shirahoshi rubbed her eyes and cuddled into Odoheim's arms, suddenly remembering something and tugging at Rit's sleeve. Are you leaving tomorrow? Rit smiled and patted her head. I'm a ruthless pirate. Pirates can't stay in one place too long. The real reason was that when Rit walked with the two little ones, they were all fans shouting, I'm Lord Rit S. This place really couldn't stay for long, better run, otherwise it would be all black history. Odoheim said softly, Mr. Rit, let us talk another day, he interrupted. Yuki watched the figure of the rumored madman, Fiwu, walking away and suddenly noticed that he had a crooked coral hairpin made by White Star pinned to his sleeve. Meanwhile, Perona's ghost umbrella hung from the hilt of his sword. Lord Ret was truly gentle. The next day, White Star, holding on to Ret, sobbed with reluctance in her eyes. But in the end, she let go of his hand. Ret patted her head and said goodbye, reminding her not to forget the promise between them. The Bluma Jackson sets sail once again. Chapter 87. Little Perona is too happy. She needs to find a tutoring class. The days returned to a peaceful state. Rit looked at Perona, who was running around the deck, and always felt something was missing. Now, Perona rode Labu every day, running around the ship. Suddenly, he realized it was homework. Learning could be wise. How could Perona, who was only 6 years old, not study? This wouldn't do. Just then, O'Hara was also encouraging Perona to learn for a while. Rit waved his hand, and the entire ship was ordered to head towards O'Hara. Sir Rit, what does O'Hara do? Is it fun? Rit couldn't suppress his smile. It's a very exciting place. However, Labu sensed that things might not be that simple. 5 years of mock exams and 7 years of real questions. Does that scare you? Of course, he wouldn't tell Perona this. Not long after they arrived, the little author wasn't sure how long the ship would take. Cha, cha. A high-level transition. As the Dawn Nirvana slowly docked, Perona leaned over the ship's railing, her pink pigtails swaying gently in the sea breeze. Sir Rit, is that big tree the library? It's so big. Rit looked at Perona. Do you like it? Remember to call it teacher here. Why? Because. Rit suddenly showed a devilish smile. From today onwards, you will be studying here for a while. Rit didn't want to take some books back and teacher himself. He had seen how terrifying it was for parents to tutor their children online in his past life. Here, there were the most talented scholars. This was high-quality tutoring. Perona's little face instantly drooped as study. Moria's shadow laughed uncontrollably on the deck. Little Perona, studying is really important. Enera watched coldly, boring. When this group of uninvited guests walked into the library, Director Kloba pushed up his glasses. Pirates? We don't. Rit casually tossed a bag of gold coins. Sponsorship fee. The bag of coins hit the table with a dull thud, and the scholar's eyes instantly lit up. Recently, the scrutiny from the world government had become stricter, and the Research Institute indeed needed funding. Ahem. Welcome to O'Hara. The director's attitude instantly became enthusiastic. I wonder what subjects this young lady wants to study. Perona hid behind Rit, revealing only half her face. I want to learn the most powerful ghost magic. This is a sacred place of knowledge. Rit pulled her forward by the back of her collar. You only need to teach her the basics of reading. A thick tome was slammed onto the table, and Perona's ghosts collectively fainted. This is too much. Perona sat by the fountain, kicking her little legs. She couldn't understand those tadpole characters at all. Suddenly, a small stone hit the back of her head. Ha ha ha. Look at that pink-haired freak. A few older kids laughed not far away. Is that a ghost? She's also a devil. Rit and Moria's demeanor changed instantly, looking for death. Rit gritted his teeth in anger. That old thief Uta loves this contrast, possessing the most comprehensive knowledge in the world while also having the most ignorant people. Perona's tears welled up in her eyes, and her negative ghost was about to emerge. Boom! A small figure suddenly blocked her in front. A black-haired girl with glasses opened her arms like a protective hen. Don't bully her. The faces of the three big kids changed drastically. It's a monster. Run. The crowd dispersed instantly, leaving only a mess of lunchboxes behind. Perona stared blankly at the girl who was half a head shorter than her. Why are you helping me? Robin brushed off her clothes and picked up the spilled food. This is the lunch the director gave me. If I don't eat, I'll be hungry at night, and my aunt won't give me anything else to eat. But that didn't stop Robin from showing a gentle smile. My friend told me that if you want to make friends, you have to take the bold first step. Would you like to be my friend? Rit initially didn't want to get involved because, although Robin's life was tragic, the outcome was good. However, Robin was really nice. She was broadening her path. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the two little girls. No one noticed the three pools of unknown blood in the distant forest. Rit noticed. Has Robin's friend, Saul, already arrived? What bad luck. Kuzan's transformation from a passionate young man to a lazy slacker was quite amusing. This time, Rit planned to enjoy Kuzan's misfortune. He didn't want to save these scholars. Rit felt it was all self-inflicted. They had no real power, but were researching ancient texts. They should have hidden it well, instead of letting everyone know they were studying ancient texts. The spirit of exploring the unknown is admirable, but their actions were quite foolish. Robin, Perona's friend, will be fine, right? After all, despite suffering a lot, the outcome wasn't bad. So, Perona went through the darkest days of her life. Because Rit had given a lot of money, the director taught very diligently, and Perona also experienced a few days of high school life. Those hard days were truly unbearable. Rit felt that if he spent a few months in a dungeon, everything would be confessed. No malice intended. Please don't scold me. I have been a high school 2TT. Of course, during this time, there were reminders about whether to leave O'Hara, but after being firmly rejected, Rit no longer brought it up. A few days later, Eneru found Rit and said that the Navy's warships were approaching O'Hara. Eneru could now act as a human radar. Eneru's role was to find Rit, who was scratching his head anxiously. It's time to go, little Perona. Although Perona had just made a new friend in Robin, life was just too painful. I'm sorry, Robin. I have to go. I can't stay with you anymore. Ha ha ha. While Perona was lost in her fantasy world, Rit had to mock Kazan today. After all, Carp was chasing Roger with the motto, King against King, General against General. The passionate young Kazan was truly his lifelong rival, mainly because he was annoying. He couldn't kill him, and Kazan would come at him. Before turning into blood mist, his fruit ability could make Rit uncomfortable for a while. Just waiting under the tree of all-knowing, Rit remembered that Spandam would bring Robin's mother. He might as well help a little. A noisy sound of footsteps came from afar. Spandam's laughter pierced the eardrums as he marched over with a woman held down by his subordinates. Robin looked at the woman who resembled her, her heart suddenly tightening. "Mom." Robin's voice was almost inaudible, but her mother, Alvia, suddenly raised her head, her eyes filling with tears. "Robin." Alvia's voice trembled, guilt and pain intermingling in her expression, and she couldn't continue. Spandam arrogantly lifted his chin, mocking, "Look, what a touching mother-daughter reunion. Unfortunately, your time is running out. The demon slaughter order is about to slap." A loud slap landed heavily on Spandam's face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the air, and Spandam didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground, darkness engulfing him. "Don't ruin my mood. Running into such a villain while watching anime. Daring to act in front of me." Rit had already developed the strength to do as he pleased. "Don't jump around in front of me. If I can kill celestial dragons, what are you, a small fry?" The little author begs all readers to urge updates. There are animations to watch. In these past few days, the data has dropped significantly. Please support the little author. Your urging is really precious to me. Thank you, and bang. Chapter 88. Isn't that the passionate young man Akiji? Admiral Spandam and the Navy hurried forward, and Rayleigh released his conqueror's haki, causing them all to fall into a deep sleep. He turned to the people inside the room and said, "Run, this is your last reward for teaching Perona to read." Robin ignored the fallen Spandam, her gaze fixed firmly on her mother. Years of grievances, anger, and confusion erupted at this moment. Why? Why haven't you cared for me all these years? Do you know what I've been through? Tears streamed down Alvia's face as she tried to reach out to Robin, but timidly withdrew. "I'm sorry. Robin, I really am sorry." Robin's chest heaved violently, wanting to question more and vent all her pain. But at that moment, she suddenly remembered that Saul was still behind. Her friend might be in danger. She had to warn him. "Saul!" Robin gritted her teeth, took a deep look at her mother, and turned to run toward the back of the Tree of Knowledge. Alvia reached out, seemingly wanting to hold her back, but ultimately could only let her hand fall weakly. "I know you are Mr. Rayleigh. Dragon told me that your thoughts are above us. Mr. Rayleigh, please save my child." Alvia knelt before Rayleigh. "Don't you think it's strange that my daughter just ran away and is begging someone else for help? I infiltrated the world government, reciting many unknown secrets, including various plans that the world government is currently executing against the Revolutionary Army. Because of the world government's pursuit, I didn't have time to write these down. I can't die before I send this message back to the Revolutionary Army. I'm not a qualified mother. Please, Mr. Rayleigh." Rayleigh looked at Alvia and began to change his view of the Revolutionary Army established by Dragon. If they were all such warriors, perhaps they could really succeed. "Alvia, you're not a qualified mother, but you are a qualified revolutionary warrior. I will save Robin. As for whether you can escape, it depends on your abilities." Rayleigh walked slowly out the door, and Alvia knelt to see him off, which might be all a powerless mother could do for her daughter. Stepping out the door, Rayleigh moved toward the back mountain with moon steps. Kazan, I'm coming." The cold wind howled, and the frozen ground spread. Saul's massive body stood before Akiji, his breath condensing into white mist in the cold air, yet his gaze was exceptionally firm. This should be the moment when Saul delayed Akiji to give Robin time to escape. "Kazan, do you really believe in this kind of justice?" Saul's emotions were a bit agitated. The scholars of O'Hara just wanted to explore the truth of history. What wrong did they do? Rayleigh, who was watching, thought, "This is a big problem." Akiji had his hands in his pockets, his expression hiding uncertainty. He frowned slightly, frost silently spreading beneath his feet. "Saul, you and I both know you're a Navy upholding justice. Then should we just watch innocent people be slaughtered?" Saul roared, "Kazan, you are also a passionate warrior. Are you still yourself now?" Akiji fell silent, and at that moment, a shadow fell from the sky. Rayleigh landed steadily with moon steps, a playful smile on his lips. "Yo, little Kazan, long time no see, what's going on? Why aren't you passionate anymore? Get fired up." Akiji glanced at him. He sensed Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki being released just now, his eyes filled with excitement. It seemed he didn't have to be caught in this guilt. Rayleigh, you want to intervene in this matter too? I'm just passing by, and I thought I'd see the excitement. Rayleigh shrugged, but his gaze swept toward Saul. However, Saul is right. Your current justice, you don't even believe it yourself, do you? Akiji's brows furrowed deeper. Rayleigh slowly walked to Saul's side, patted his leg because he couldn't reach his shoulder, and smiled. Saul, do you know? This guy Kuzan actually knows better than anyone, and that so-called justice behind him has suppressed so many people. Akiji's fingertips trembled slightly, ice crystals forming in his palm. Shut up, Rayleigh. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head, and now you're embarrassed? Rayleigh grinned. Eval Kazan. Kazan, you clearly think this is wrong, but you chose to stand by. You could have saved the people of O'Hara, but you chose to obey orders. Is this your burning justice? Or are you just afraid to admit your cowardice? Oh, Kazan, can you do it? Rayleigh, my mouth is pretty good at this. I'm a keyboard warrior. Akiji's pupils suddenly constricted. Taking the opportunity, Saul said in a deep voice, Kazan, if you still consider me a friend, please let Robin go. She is just a child who likes to read and is isolated by others. Akiji's breath quickened slightly, frost swirling around him. He slowly raised his hand, cold light gathering in his palm. That's enough. In an instant, extreme cold erupted. The Ice Age. Although Saul was frozen, his expression remained steadfast at the last moment. Rayleigh took a few steps back and clicked his tongue. As expected, he was frozen. Akiji slowly lowered his hand, looking complexly at the frozen Saul. Rayleigh, do you want to fight me? Rayleigh grinned. Little Kazan, let me guess you really want to fight me now. So you don't have to make a choice, right? But I don't want to fight you. Go fulfill your mission. I want to stop you. The passionate Akiji still needed to be careful. He needed to lie low. Akiji didn't respond and simply walked away in the opposite direction of Robin. He knew he couldn't stop Rayleigh alone. Rayleigh watched his back and muttered softly, wavering justice will eventually collapse, Kazan. He looked up at the distant tree of knowledge, where flames had already soared into the sky. It was time to find that girl. The cannonball of the Demon Slayer Order exploded at O'Hara's port, flames soaring into the sky. The Bruma Jackson had long since sailed away from the shore, and Rayleigh stood at the stern of the ship, and at the bow, wildly unleashing electricity and shredding the splintered cannon fire. Perona tightly hugged Robin, comforting her. Robin's eyes were blurred with tears as she stared at the gradually receding O'Hara, a suppressed sob escaping her throat. Mr. Rayleigh, those scholars. Perona's voice was as faint as a mosquito. Rayleigh was silent for a moment, then sighed lightly and reached out to ruffle her hair. I can't save them. His voice was low but no longer cold. 2 admirals, 10 top battleships, plus the elite of CP9. I can't protect them. Let me fight the Navy over this matter. The bond is not enough. Moria's shadow twisted anxiously on the deck, emitting a sinister laugh. Hee. That woman named Alvia. Robin suddenly broke free from Perona's embrace. Her eyes behind her glasses read, You are clearly so strong. Why? Rayleigh did not interrupt her as roughly as before, but crouched down to meet her gaze. Robin. His voice rarely softened. If I rush back now, what do you think will happen? Robin bit her lip, not answering. Chapter 89 Little Perona. Do you think leaving O'Hara means you can escape? I can indeed hold back 2 admirals, but I only have 2 crew members who can fight. I will not risk my friends for some people I don't know. Ritz said softly. In the distance, Akainu's magma fist slammed down, turning the entire refuge ship into a sea of flames, and the screams even reached here. Robin's tears fell onto the deck as Rit reached out to wipe them away. Looking at her clearly. Look carefully, little one, he said softly. This is the justice of the world government. This world has always been sick. Far away on the ice, Kazan stood alone. He looked at the burning O'Hara with a complicated expression. Kazan, what are you doing? Akainu's roar came from the other side. Stop daydreaming. Continue executing orders. Akiji did not respond, but slowly raised his hand, cold air gathering in his palm. But in the end, he did not release it. Rit watched him from a distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kazan, the flames have gone out. Laboon walked over to Robin, gently rubbing her face as if to comfort her. Robin bit her lip hard until it bled. Rit stood up and walked toward the cabin. Mr. Rit, Perona said timidly. Perona, Rit said without looking back, take her to rest. Perona nodded and took Robin's hand. But Robin suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. Will you help me get revenge? Rit paused. No, he said flatly, and Robin's nails dug deep in her palm. But Rit turned his face. If you want the truth, if you want to change this world, I can teach you how to make those gods up high, kneel down, and beg for mercy. I have quite a bit of experience in killing celestial dragons. Robin's pupils constricted slightly. Rit pushed the door open, leaving behind a sentence. Live, grow stronger, and then go back to reclaim everything you lost. The Bruma Jackson sailed further away, and O'Hara was completely engulfed in flames behind them. Robin stood at the stern of the ship until the burning giant tree vanished from sight. Perona gently held her hand. Robin, let's become stronger together in the future. Robin nodded. Rit did not invite Robin onto the ship because he knew that, like Brooke in the not-too-distant future, she would have a group of trustworthy companions. Robin stepped out of the shadow of O'Hara. At least that was how it appeared. Robin sat at a small wooden table. A thick historical document spread out before her, which Rit had casually taken. Hackery is still as meticulous as ever. Robin pushed up her glasses and lightly tapped the table with her fingertips. Perona, have you finished your homework today? I need to check it. Perona was floating in midair, hugging her Kuma doll, lazily yawning. I don't want to write. Robin smiled slightly, her tone gentle yet firm. No, mister. Rit said that basic knowledge must be mastered. Otherwise, if you can't even recognize letters, you'll become a great illiterate. Perona puffed up her cheeks, and a ghost floated out from her, circling around Robin. But it's so boring. Learning won't make me stronger. Robin reached out and poked the ghost floating in the air, and it immediately vanished with a poof. She closed the book, her tone bright. How about this? If you can answer my question, you can take a break today. Perona's eyes lit up. Really? Robin held up one finger. The first question is, what should we do when we encounter a storm? How would I know? Perona replied. Robin just stared at her without saying anything. Perona silently floated to the edge of the table, picked up a feather pen, and muttered quietly. I'll just do my homework. This question is completely beyond the syllabus, right? Just then, Moria crawled out from a gap in the deck, grinning ominously. Little girl, do you want me to help you with your homework? This old man still has a soft heart, unable to see Perona in such distress. Perona's eyes brightened. Really? Robin calmly turned a page in her book. Lord Moria, if you help her, Lord Rit might let Lord Enel massage you with lightning. Moria's shadow froze and quietly retreated. Forget I said anything. The cabin door was pushed open, and Rit came out holding several cups of hot milk. What's going on? Perona immediately floated over, looking wronged. Mr. Rit, Robin is bullying me. Rit raised an eyebrow and handed one of the cups to Robin. She made you do homework? Perona nodded vigorously. Rit took a sip of milk and said lightly, at your age, how can you play? This is the age for hard work. Perona. Robin took the cup, smiling as she added, and if you don't study well, in the future you won't even be able to read the newspaper. And when the Navy sends you a wanted notice, you won't understand it. Perona was taken aback, and then her eyes lit up. That makes sense. But then she felt dejected. After this period, her bounty had only risen to 500 berries, while Robin's bounty had started at 79 million berries. Just look at the son of the devil. It sounds so imposing. Laboon's bounty, remained unchanged. Rit suspected Laboon's bounty was manipulated by capital. She immediately floated back to the table, grabbed the pen, and began to write furiously. I want to learn to read newspapers. Rit and Robin exchanged glances and clinked their cups in silent understanding. In the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, an urgent report was heavily slammed onto the table. In the O'Hara incident, there was the involvement of the Blood Red Dawn, and they took away Nico Robin. Sengoku's brow instantly furrowed, and Akainu's fist smashed through the desk. Magma dripping onto the floor with a sizzling sound. Kazan! He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Kazan. Why didn't you intercept that ship? Akiji had his hands in his pockets, having become lazy since returning from O'Hara, lazily yawning. Allah. Maybe it was too far. Stop making excuses. Akainu's magma arm churned violently. You could have frozen the entire sea. Do you know how many innocent people will die in the pursuit of those fleeing? I guess I should patch up Akainu's extreme justice here. Unreasonable extreme justice is foolish. Akiji's gaze darkened slightly. Sakazuki, are you questioning my judgment? The air between the two instantly dropped to freezing point, with only Garp sitting on the sofa, holding a bag of sunbae, smiling like a fool. I'm gonna be a grandpa. Sengoku's forehead throbbed with veins. Garp. Garp scratched his ear, huh? Oh, the O'Hara incident. Hasn't that already ended? Akainu was furious. Blood-red dawn took away the remnants of O'Hara. This means that the research of the historical texts may leak. Akiji shrugged. Anyway, the world government has already ordered the extermination of all scholars. As for a little girl, he paused. What kind of waves can she stir up? And don't forget, Rit is a crewmate of Roger, who knows what he knows. Akainu's eyes ignited with rage. Kazan, with your attitude, you are not worthy of being called an admiral. Akiji coldly glanced at him. At least I won't slaughter civilians. Chapter 90. Hurry back to the village, Akainu replied. That's for justice. If we don't kill them here, you know how many people will die later during the arrest. For the sake of justice, it's better to wrongfully kill than to let go. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Enough. This is not the time for infighting. He turned to the intelligence officer. Immediately issue an additional bounty for Nico Robin, and at the same time, he paused, realizing that Rit had always been a thorn in the side of the world government. Sengoku laughed to himself. Now Rit was like slippery meat. Sending fewer people would mean they couldn't catch him, while sending more would throw the world into chaos. Unlike Charlotte Linlin in the New World, who occupied territories, Rit just wandered around, making him hard to catch. Fortunately, he did not indiscriminately kill innocents. And the New World seemed to have a balance with the three emperors. At this time, Shanks had not yet become a significant threat. Sengoku then looked at Garp. Garp, you've been on vacation too much lately. After finishing the matters in the East Blue, come back immediately. Garp laughed heartily. Got it. I still need to go back and see my grandson. Sengoku. After Garp finished dealing with the Pirate King's orphan, some time passed, and he told them he wanted to recognize Machino's family as his daughter, which shocked him greatly. Sengoku feared Garp would do something foolish, as Garp had already shocked him by killing a pregnant woman. Sengoku and Tsuru were both very shrewd. How could a strategist, the chief of staff of the Navy, possibly be a fool? The two of them turned a blind eye. Simply put, as long as it didn't fall into their hands or expose their identities, they could pretend not to see it for Garp's sake. It was just a child after all. This was all intentional on Garp's part. Paper cannot contain fire. But the three of them could contain it. But Sengoku really wanted to punch that old bastard. Let's return our focus to the Bruma Jackson. It was time for Rit's military training. The Hana Nomi was not meant to be used as a telescope. Rit sliced through the reconnaissance eye that Robin generated 100 meters away. On the sea, observation hockey was your eyes. Let it appear in the heart and throat. Rit felt that if this continued, he would become the Zifa of pirates. Suddenly, Moria's shadow erupted from the deck, with hundreds of shadowy arms reaching for Robin. The girl hurriedly opened flowers around her for defense, but was accurately struck at every joint by Enel's lightning. Too slow. Rit's voice came from behind. The back of the black tide, sword lightly tapped her nape. If the three of us talk together, your pressure is still too great. Enel is left to you. Enel trembled upon hearing this. Finally, it's my turn. Newcomer, are you ready to face hell? Perona's negative ghost took the opportunity to sneak attack, but was stopped by Robin's suddenly blooming arms on her shoulder. Perona, this is the third time. Ugh, Robin is becoming less and less cute. Robin looked at the increasingly insane Enel. Really hard to imagine what he had gone through, trying to attach her arms to others. Rit dragged the bruised Enel over as a test subject, after just beating him, to see if the natural type could grow on him. Enel knelt down for the 5th time, confessing, I'm just a salted fish, when Robin's flower successfully grew on Enel. Perona is the MVP. Enel is just lying down to win. Perona floated nearby, learning to write, suddenly noticing her ghost dancing in Robin's palm. They seem to really like you. We truly are good friends. Under the moonlight, Robin's pen tip suddenly stopped on a certain page of a document. Mr. Rit, here it mentions Joy Boy's promise. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Rit closed the book and brought over a cup of hot milk. Originally, tonight's task was to sleep early and grow up healthily, but well. I have a very big surprise for you, Enel. Okay, Captain. Hey, Remember how I trained you in observation hockey? I remember it very well, Captain. Enel lightly tapped his fingers, using electricity to activate the 10 zombies Moria accidentally left at the door. Zombies obey. Capture Robin. Stay alert in your dreams. Rit's figure gradually became misty. If caught, he would add half an hour of training, and if caught continuously, then no sleep for tonight. Perona, hugging her teddy bear, was sleeping soundly when suddenly Robin's blooming arms pulled her into the air. Below, the zombies just brushed past her nightgown. Rit, we're breaking up for 5 minutes. Rit laughed. Haha, breaking up doesn't work. Now think about how you will sleep. Don't worry about Perona. The zombies won't harm her. You know, Moria's zombies don't sleep. Good luck, Robin. I'm counting on you. As Rit spoke, the phone bug rang. Brew brew, Machino's phone bug, gurgling. After hanging up the phone bug, Rit's visible happiness surged. The sound of Rit was filled with uncontrollable joy, and he immediately set off back to the East Blue. Robin retracted her blooming arms and quietly asked, "What happened?" Perona floated over, unusually not teasing. It's Sister Lugio. Enel put away his playful expression. Looking at the captain's face, knowing it must be good news, I'll activate the lightning propulsion. The Bruma Jackson quietly sailed into the port of Windmill Village under the night sky. Rit stood at the bow, blood mist silently spread, shrouding the entire ship in hazy fog, avoiding the gaze of the Navy patrols. "We're here," he said softly, his voice rarely carrying a hint of tension. Perona floated beside him, sleepily rubbing her eyes. "Lord Rit, why are we sneaking back in the middle of the night?" Moria's shadow emerged from the deck cracks, laughing ominously. Because some people don't want to disturb the Navy. Robin stood quietly at the edge of the ship. Rit had saved him from destruction. Rit's family was her family, holding a notebook in her hands, which was a gift she prepared for her soon-to-meet new family. The lights in Machino's tavern were still on, warm yellow light spilling through the windows onto the stone road. The moment Rit pushed the door open, the wind chime rang crisply. "Welcome." Machino's voice abruptly stopped, the tray in her hand clattering to the ground. Her eyes instantly turned red. "Rit, you guys, heard you became an uncle. Had to come back and take a look." Rit grinned, but his gaze passed over her, looking towards the tightly closed door of the inner room. "How is Sister Lugio?" Machino wiped her eyes. "Mother and son are safe. It's a pair of twins. The brother is named Ace, and the sister is named In." She suddenly lowered her voice. "Mr. Garp is also inside. He insists on being the children's grandfather." Rit's temple throbbed. "That old bastard." Wow. Chapter 91. A chaotic night, suddenly. The sound of a baby's loud crying came from the inner room, followed by Carp's signature laughter. "Haha, this little guy's punches are really strong. He truly is Roger's cough cough. No doubt, he is my grandson." Ritter, with a dark expression, rushed in and lifted the door curtain. "Carp, you're making too much noise. Don't disturb Sister Lugio's rest." Before he finished speaking, his gaze froze on the bed. Lugio was leaning against the headboard, her face pale, but with a gentle smile. She was holding 2 swaddled babies, one of whom Carp was clumsily lifting up, while the other was quietly curled up in her arms, gripping a strand of her golden hair with its tiny hand. "Ritter," Lugio softly called, looking at Ritter with tenderness. "You're back." Ritter stood frozen in place, his throat tightening. After years of a pirate life filled with danger, he felt completely at a loss at this moment. When Shanks and Buggy boarded the ship, he never felt like this. Shanks was the future king, Buggy the future new Yonko. Perhaps Ritter couldn't see them as mere children. Carp awkwardly handed the crying Ace to Ritter. "What are you standing there for?" "Hold the babies." Wait. Why is this little guy so soft?" Ritter stiffly cradled the baby, instinctively pulling back his blood mist to the extreme, afraid of hurting him. "Shanks and Buggy, didn't we feel soft when we were young? Love doesn't disappear, right?" And, with her round eyes, suddenly giggled and slapped his face with her tiny hand. Perona and Robin squeezed at the door, their eyes sparkling. So small, so cute. Moria's shadow secretly stretched out, poking his cheek, only to be grabbed by the baby. The usually eerie shadow killer fumbled. Hiss. "Let go." The shadow is a bit cold. Carp, in a fluster, cradled the crying Ace, sweating profusely. "Stop crying. You little brat. I'm trying my best." Ritter ruthlessly mocked. "You're holding him wrong, you idiot old man." You have to support the baby S head. You're holding Ace upside down. It's no wonder he S crying. Huh? I took care of Dragon back in the day. So he S off, leading a revolution now? Ritter sat down and snatched Ace, securely supporting the baby's neck with one hand, while gently patting the swaddle with the other, showing the old man how it's done. Ace's cries immediately quieted, and he blinked his teary eyes, curiously looking at Ritter. Carp's eyes widened. How did you? Shanks and Buggy were still wetting the bed at 3 years old. Ritter skillfully unfolded the diaper. Who do you think was taking care of the interns on Roger S. ship? Pahaha. Magino laughed at Carp's reddening face, quickly handing over the prepared milk formula. Mr. Carp, why don't you try this? Carp took the bottle, cautiously inserting it into Anne's mouth. Cough. Cough. Little Anne turned red from choking. Don't put it in her mouth, so deep. Ritter quickly stepped forward to grab the bottle. Newborns can't gauge strength yet. Lugia lay back in bed, trying to suppress her laughter. Mr. Carp, how about you? No way. Carp rolled up his sleeves. Today, I'm definitely learning how to change diapers. 10 minutes later. Yeah, Ace precisely peed right on Carp's face. Robin silently used her ability to conjure 3 hands. One to hand over a towel, one to hold down struggling Ace, and the last one to cover Perona's mouth, who was laughing too loudly. You little brat. Carp wiped his face and suddenly smiled widely. But you're still quite spirited. Just like my grandson. Ritter rolled his eyes, having given up. Carp was clearly determined to take advantage of Roger and himself. He lifted Ace to eye level with Carp. Look closely. Ace's full name is Gold Ace. Now he is mine. His public name can only be Monkey D. Ace. Carp suddenly lowered his voice, but you. He pointed behind Ritter. Ritter turned around to find Little and trying to grab the black tide, sword leaning against the wall. This girl is quite active too. Ritter was particularly attentive to this child who might have been doomed in the original plot. In the quiet of the night, Carp and Ritter sat side by side on the tavern's roof. Honestly, Carp took a swig of his drink. You're more suited to be a parent than I am. Ritter gazed out at the sea. I have experience after all, having raised 2 kids. The two clinked their bottles, and the moonlight illuminated the babies, cries echoing in the night. Carp suddenly jumped up. What now? They're hungry. Ritter calmly took out 2 bottles. This time remember to check the temperature. Your milk formula is practically murder. After a busy night at dawn, Carp was once again sitting on the roof with a bottle of alcohol, unusually quiet. Ritter jumped up and tossed him a bag of donuts. What's wrong? Are you so happy to be a grandpa that you don't want to be a Navy man anymore? Carp took a swig of alcohol and suddenly said, Sengoku, that guy, figured out Ace's identity. Ritter was not surprised, but wouldn't he say it? Carp looked toward the rising sun on the horizon. Reminiscent of the events at God Valley, some secrets were tacitly understood among the Navy's upper echelons. As long as Ace's identity remains unknown to the world. With you and me here, the 2 siblings are safe enough. The 2 fell silent for a moment, and Carp suddenly grinned. But that little girl's sister and is my legitimate granddaughter. Ritter rolled his eyes. Did Sister Lugia agree? Of course. Carp said confidently. I've even chosen the venue for my granddaughter's wedding. At LLB at Marineford. The LL carry on my legacy and become Navy officers. Haha, just a fantasy. But I'll cut you down right now. You really want to be my dad, huh? Carp, get ready. The 2 didn't really fight. They were just joking around. After just putting the 2 little ancestors to sleep, if they made too much noise, it would wake them up, and they'd both go crazy. That kid, Robin, I want to keep her here. Her future ISNT on my ship. Carp picked his nose. 1 is fine to take care of. 2 is fine too. 3 doesn't matter. Ritter warned, if you dare to leave them with mountain bandits, I'll kill you. Carp paused in his nose picking. He really had that thought. In the morning light, Lugia walked out of the tavern holding him. The baby was sleeping sweetly in her mother's arms, with tears still hanging on her lashes from when Ace had accidentally kicked her while crying. Perona floated up excitedly. Can I teach him? I'll definitely raise her to be the cutest ghost princess. Robin gently touched En's tiny hand, whispering, I can teach her to read. Enel squatted on the eaves with a cold snort. Such a troublesome little brat. But he was suddenly knocked over by Moria's shadow, landing right in the pile of diapers that Magino had just hung out to dry, and Moria's love for the little ones exploded. Just be a weirdo. Enel, you didn't turn off your heart network last night, did you? Ritter watched this scene and suddenly recalled Roger's drunken ramblings years ago. Kuahaha. Once I have kids, I'll definitely form a second-generation pirate crew. He looked down at Ace in his arms. The little guy had unknowingly grabbed his collar and was drooling while sleeping. Captain, Ritter softly said, "You bastard, you've left yourself the best treasure." 3 days later at dusk, the Bruma Jackson set sail again. Lugio stood at the dock, holding the 2 babies with Robin next to her. Ace was restlessly waving his arms, while he quietly watched the ship gradually drift away. Chapter 92, Teselo's Call. In this relaxed atmosphere, the journey of the Bruma Jackson continued. He left Robin in Windmill Village, and whether to leave or stay was Robin's choice. At least she would no longer live that nomadic life. This reminded Rate of the feeling he had when he wanted to leave the Roger Pirates. Rate did not hesitate to teach them that one's path must ultimately be walked alone. In the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, that's right, 6 years have passed in an instant. I've postponed some major events for the sake of continuity, and I've made some adjustments to time out of regret. It's hard to force a compensation, so I've pushed things back. If you're a historian, you are correct. You can understand this as the butterfly effect caused by Rate's time travel. Rate now belonged to the peak level capable of confronting Whitebeard, easily winning 1v1 against the young admirals, barely winning 1v3, and turning to run when facing Admiral Carp in a 1v1. Moria had reached the strength of the 7 warlords. And Enel, after years of brutal training, had also barely touched the mid-tier strength of the 7 warlords, significantly exceeding the original storyline. Nearly 6 years had passed since Rate set out to save Teselo. Just when the originally smooth journey was underway, the snail phone Rate left for Teselo suddenly rang, inviting him to visit. 6 years ago, Rate had rescued Teselo and Stella from the bloody auction house in the Sabaody archipelago. Now, they were no longer slaves, but the masters of this prosperous city. Teselo stood at the top of the Golden Casino, overlooking the brightly lit streets below. His fingers lightly stroked the gold ring on his left hand, a satisfied smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Unlike in the original story, he did not wear 9 rings, but only one, a testament to his love for Stella. "Lord Teselo, Lord Rate's ship has docked," a servant reported respectfully. "Finally here?" A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Teselo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned and walked deeper into the room, where Stella was sitting at the piano playing something. There was still a faint scar on her knee, a mark left by the celestial dragons. But her eyes were no longer filled with fear. Instead, they were filled with peace. "Stella, the king has come," Teselo said softly. The music stopped, and Stella looked up, a soft smile on her lips. "Is it that lord? I'm really looking forward to seeing him." Teselo walked to her side and gently held her hand. "Without him, we wouldn't have today. I'm really looking forward to seeing that lord's expression when he sees how we are now." Stella nodded, gratitude sparkling in her eyes. "Yes. He gave us a second life." At the port, Rate's ship slowly docked. "Wow, this place is so rich. It's just like Sky Island." Perona floated in midair. Excitedly looking around, "There's gold everywhere." Moria snorted coldly. "Humph, the taste of a nouveau riche." Ray made a funny face. "Oh, it seems someone is jealous. I seem to remember someone whose ship, what was it called again? The Devil's Triangle sailboat, right? Seems like it has a leak." Moria retorted, "I don't know who it is, but they have a ship they can't steer and have to kidnap innocent pirates to work for them." Rate and Moria bumped heads, starting a quarrel. "Are we going to fight, you bastard? Come on, you bastard captain." Enel crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Mortal beings are always obsessed with such vulgar things. Rate pushed Moria's head aside, not wanting to get serious. He really couldn't match Moria's long neck, which was quite annoying. Rate pouted. "Aren't we all grown-ups? It's so childish. Your captain here has a lot of patience and won't argue with you. Let me introduce you to our 3rd crew member of the Nirvana, and Enel can only be 4th. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed attendants stood in neat rows, led by Teselo. "Lord Rate." Teselo knelt on one knee, his posture respectful but not servile. "Welcome to your territory." Rate looked him up and down, a playful smile on his face. "Oh, doing quite well, aren't you, Teselo?" Teselo straightened up, confidence sparkling in his eyes. "Thanks to you." Stella walked over slowly and bowed to Rate. "Mr. Rate, long time no see." Rate waved his hand. Long time no see, Miss Stella. Teselo held Stella's hand and knelt on one knee. Captain Rate, thank you for pulling us back from hell. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly due to the rush of time. Rate waved his hand dismissively. No need for all this. You call me here to prepare food, right? I'm starving. Teselo chuckled lightly. Of course, I prepared a feast. Please follow me. In the banquet hall, delicious dishes filled the long table, and fine wines exuded tempting aromas. Rate sat down without hesitation, grabbing a roasted leg of lamb to chew on. So, what do you want from me? Teselo sat across from him, fingers interlaced, and slowly began. In these 6 years, I have accumulated enough wealth and power as per your instructions. Oh, Rate raised an eyebrow, so? A sharp glint flashed in Teselo's eyes. I want to prove to you that I am qualified to board your ship. Rate snorted. Just because of this gold? Teselo shook his head. No, because of this. He waved his hand, and a servant immediately handed over a document. Rate glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. It was a list of internal bribery networks within the world government, involving hundreds of high-ranking Navy officials, government officials, and nobles. Money can corrupt everything, including the Navy's justice. Teselo's voice was low and dangerous. As long as you are willing, I can make a portion of the Navy and world government's combat power. Become our pawns. Rate stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha! Not bad, Teselo. You're more interesting than I imagined. Teselo's lips curled slightly. Then my value. Rate nodded. He had long anticipated that Teselo would succeed, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. It seemed that the gold fruit was also in Teselo's hands. All right, I acknowledge you. A glint of excitement flashed in Teselo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. However, before that, please enjoy the performance I have prepared for you. Teselo's smile gradually turned cold. CP0 has already set their sights on here. Rate grinned. Just right. Time to stretch my muscles. Teselo slightly bowed, stopping Rate from standing. Lord Rate doesn't need to take action. I have prepared a viewing platform with a very good line of sight for you. I will prove to you that my strength is worthy of your blood dawn. Teselo harbored his own ambitions. He wanted to become the second Rayleigh. If Rate aimed to become the Pirate King, he would be the right-hand man of the Pirate King. If Rate wanted to become the king of the world, he would be Rate's Minister of Expansion. I will become the dagger that pierces the enemy's heart, for the sake of my captain and glory. Chapter 93. Teselo's performance. The golden casino under the night sky was still brightly lit, with nobles lost in a drunken revelry, completely unaware that a storm was about to descend. Teselo stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips lightly tapping on the glass, reflecting his cold smile. Lord Teselo, CP0 has infiltrated the city and is expected to arrive at the casino in 10 minutes. A black-clad bodyguard reported in a low voice. How many? 12, led by White Snake Abraham. Teselo's pupils slightly constricted, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the gold ring on his left hand. Abraham, is it? He murmured, a sinister smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Stella stood behind him, her slender fingers gently resting on his shoulder. Lord Ritter has already arrived at the observation platform. He said he's looking forward to your performance. Teselo shook his head, his eyes burning with cold fury. All right, this time, I will crush them myself. Stella gave Teselo a hug. Darling, be careful. I'll wait for you to come back. Teselo responded with a tender kiss. I will. 12 shadows darted through the dark alleys of the Golden City, their white suits rustling in the night wind. Confirming the target, Gilder Teselo, former celestial dragon slave, has become the Golden Emperor in the underground world in just a few years with the power of the gold fruit, suspected of having a trading relationship with Ritter. Abraham's voice was deep and hoarse, as the Gorosei ordered his extermination. However, just as they stepped into the casino's entrance, welcome, esteemed guests. Teselo sat at the end of the gambling table, legs crossed, playing with a gold coin between his fingers. His smile was elegant yet dangerous, as he had been waiting for this moment. Abraham narrowed his eyes. Did you know he would come? Teselo chuckled lightly. Of course, after all, money can buy everything you want, which includes your lives. Just to correct you, this isn't a trade. You are merely a poor performance I am offering to the king. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fist. Gold manipulation. The entire casino's floor, walls, and ceiling instantly transformed into flowing gold. The ground beneath CP0's feet suddenly collapsed. Countless golden tendrils coiling upward like venomous snakes. What? The entire castle is made of gold. We need to retreat. Tesla slowly stood up. The gold under his control morphing into a massive battle axe resting on his shoulder. Did you really think I am still that slave begging for mercy? The battle erupted in an instant. CP0 Agent Abraham was the first to strike. Using the 6 powers to close in, his finger gun aimed directly at Tezzalo's throat. However, clang! The golden battle axe blocked the attack, and Tezzalo retaliated with a heavy chop, forcing Abraham to retreat, but the gold beneath him suddenly surged, transforming into spikes that pierced through his shoulder. Ugh, Captain! The other CP0 members roared and charged forward, unleashing the storm leg, iron block, and paper drawing techniques. But Tezzalo merely sneered. Gold punishment. The entire casino collapsed with a deafening roar. Countless gold waves engulfed all of CP0. The golden liquid seeped into their mouths, noses, veins, and even internal organs. Cough! What is this? The gold powder from earlier? Tezzalo strolled through the golden hell, looking down at the struggling enemies. You celestial dragon's lapdogs, you love to use brands to mark slaves, don't you? He raised his hand. Now, it's your turn. Amidst the piercing screams, golden slave brands emerged on the surface of all CP0 members' bodies. Then they exploded. The gold burst from within, and 12 corpses transformed into dazzling gold dust, scattering in the night wind. At the observation platform, Ritter leaned against the wall, watching the battlefield through the glass. TSK, that's brutal. Enel commented. It's just like when he fights the captain. Crazy and showy. Ritter smiled and appeared behind Enel, his tone gentle yet eerie. Young Enel, did you just say I'm handsome or that I'm showy? Enel swallowed hard, feeling that if he answered poorly, he might fly out. Hey, Captain, Tezzalo is back. Enel saw Tezzalo as a savior. Tezzalo emerged from the ruins, the golden battle axe transforming back into a ring that he wore again. How is it, Lord Ritter? Is my qualification sufficient? Ritter stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. Not bad, although your coolness in battle was slightly lacking. I acknowledge you. Tezzalo knelt on one knee, his right hand resting on his chest. Then from today onwards, my money, my power, my life are all dedicated to you. Seeing Tezzalo kneeling, everyone else also knelt on one knee toward Ritter, expressing their loyalty. Ritter maintained his seriousness for only 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Why is everyone suddenly so dramatic? It's a bit awkward. Then Ritter waved his hand and shouted, Let us, together, overturn this world. Everyone responded, You're not much lighter than us. In the center of the casino, at the highest point, the flag of the Blood Dawn Pirates was raised, marking yet another island established for Ritter's pirate crew. Tezzalo knelt on one knee, his right hand resting on his chest. Behind him were his recently sworn subordinates. And standing at the highest point was Ritter. Everyone exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Moria shrugged. Captain, you were the one being dramatic first. Enel rolled his eyes. Exactly, talking about overturning the world. Ritter glared at him. Young Enel, do you want to fly out again? Enel immediately shut his mouth and stood obediently. At that moment, a slender figure stepped out from the crowd. Stella. But her steps were firm and composed. She walked up to Ritter, took a deep breath, and then knelt on one knee. Lord Ritter, I have a request. Ritter raised an eyebrow. Stella, what is this? Tezzalo was also stunned. Stella? Stella raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. Please allow me to join your pirate crew. The room fell silent. Ritter stroked his chin. Oh, what is the reason? My pirate crew is very dangerous. It's quite risky to be on my ship. Stella slowly opened her palm, a soft green light emerging from her palm. I'm a healer who has consumed the healing fruit. Half a year ago, Tezzalo bought this fruit with gold and healed my leg injury. But its powers go far beyond that, she said softly. I can heal wounds, and I can also soothe hearts. Ritter narrowed his eyes. Soothe hearts. Stella smiled slightly. For example, I can help calm your mood when you feel down or bring tranquility to someone when they're highly motivated. Ritter's first reaction was to think of Admiral Tsuru's wash fruit, which can wash away a person's fighting spirit. What the hell? A negative priest. Ritter was genuinely tempted. It's known that manipulating people's hearts is quite terrifying, but he still looked at Tezzalo. He knew Stella was Tezzalo's life. Chapter 94. The couple sets sail. Tezzalo's expression was complex, shocked, hesitant, struggling, but finally turning resolute. He took a deep breath, walked over to Stella, and knelt on one knee. Lord Rate, this is her choice, and my request. Rate raised an eyebrow. Oh, aren't you afraid something might happen to her? Tezzalo clenched his fist, the golden ring slightly warming. I am. But I'm even more afraid of binding her wings. Stella gently held Tezzalo's hand, and they exchanged a smile. Rate reading aloud, when the flowers bloom, when the peach blossoms fall, I love someone. Oh dear, this sour smell. Rate stared at them for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. All right, you two are sailing together. In the future, when fighting, the husband will be in front, and the wife will be behind healing. How much dog food will we have to eat in the days to come? Everyone burst into laughter. Perona floated over, curiously poking at the green light in Stella's palm. Wow, can it really heal wounds? Stella nodded gently. The green light enveloping Perona's finger, instantly healing a small scratch from yesterday's training. So impressive. Perona's eyes sparkled. Enelu snorted, Gods don't get hurt. Rate slapped him on the back of the head. You're all talk. Who was lying around for 3 days after fighting the Navy. Enelu covered his head and squatted in the corner, drawing circles. Ray turned to Stella. But, you just said soothing the heart? Stella nodded. Yes. My ability can influence emotions. For example, calming an angry person or encouraging a fearful person. Ray stroked his chin. Interesting. Can you demonstrate? Stella smiled slightly. The green light in her palm suddenly deepening. The next second, fog god flow, ghost flash. Rate's figure vanished abruptly. The black tide, great sword slashing towards Stella's face. Tezzalo watched quietly, knowing that Lord Rate wouldn't harm her. Stella needed a chance to prove herself, and this was her own choice. However, the blade stopped an inch from her forehead. Rate's pupils slightly contracted, his killing intent, dissipating a little the moment the blade touched the green light. Huh! He sheathed the great sword, grinning widely. Not bad. You can even wash away my fighting spirit? Rate was someone whose strength could influence even the Emperor's, and he couldn't imagine her having a weaker killing power than his. Suddenly, Rate envisioned a scene, Stella comforting an enemy, saying, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The bad guys have all been chased away. Stella's forehead glistened with sweat, but her smile remained gentle. It's just temporary. Against true strong opponents, the effect will be greatly reduced. Rate laughed heartily. That's enough. Before a fight, you can give the enemy a dumbed-down halo. Friends who often experienced the dumbed-down effect knew how vicious such a curse could be. Tezzalo sighed in relief, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Lord Rate. Rate waved his hand. Relax, relax. Speaking of which, he suddenly leaned close to Tezzalo's ear with a mischievous grin and whispered, You. Tezzalo's face instantly turned red. Lord Rate. Everyone. Enelu poked his head out from the corner, making a comical face like Rate's. Captain, you're really hopelessly lewd. You can't be an old. Rate, shut up. Do you believe I'll throw you out to fly alongside the sun? As night deepened, the neon lights of Golden City became even more dazzling. Rate kicked open the door to the VIP room of the casino, striding in with the swagger of a wealthy boss. Everyone. Tonight, all expenses are covered by Boss Tezzalo. The crowd cheered. Oh. Tezzalo helplessly rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. Lord Rate, are you trying to bankrupt yourself? Rate draped an arm over his shoulder, grinning. Don't be like that. The money you make in this casino in one night is enough to buy 10 warships. Stella covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. It's fine. Everyone enjoy yourselves tonight. Perona floated to Stella's side, her eyes sparkling. Sister Stella, let's go shopping. The clothes here are so beautiful. Moria slumped on the sofa, holding a bucket of popcorn. Shopping? But I prefer lying down. Moria still looked quite handsome, but for some reason, after getting on Rate's ship, aside from being fierce during fights, he exuded a faint lazy aura, gradually becoming more like a lazy fish. Enelu crossed his legs, looking disdainful. Mortal entertainment, just let me, a god, be entertained for a bit. Rate picked up a cushion and threw it at his face. Come on, go meditate on the deck. Enelu silently placed the cushion under his bottom, Rate sat down at the gambling table, waving his hand. Come on, let's play something exciting. The dealer trembled. What would you like to play? The dealer wasn't stupid. He saw the boss standing obediently behind him, wondering what kind of big shot this was. Rate grinned. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. I'll throw a fist, and if you throw anything else, you lose. Dealer. Isn't this just blatant robbery? Not even pretending. Tai Solo sighed, waving his hand to the dealer. Just do what he says. Put the losses on my tab. Moria looked at Rate with disdain. If the captain can't afford to play, then don't play. How about we try it ourselves? Rate certainly wouldn't back down, casually picking up the fish snacks. Rate and Labu faced off. With a mountain of fish snacks in front of them, his opponent was Labu. Not wanting to play against Moria, Rate planned to test his own strength. If he was strong, he would crush Moria. The dealer was afraid of him. But Labu wasn't he. Rate confidently said before the match, I'm known as the Pirate Gambling King. Just watch my performance. 10 minutes later, Rate smacked his lips. Labu, you lost. Rate looked at the mountain of fish snacks in front of him, while Labu only had a few pieces left. If Labu relied purely on luck, Rate was just shameless. Don't get it wrong, Rate didn't use any underhanded tricks. Labu was easy to read, either paper or stone, since Labu couldn't beat scissors. Labu looked at Rate, then at the fish snacks in front of him, then back at Rate, seemingly convincing himself, nodding. Here, this is the small fish snack from the last round. He handed over a piece of the fish snacks he had just lost. Moria couldn't bear to watch anymore. Perhaps because he had raised little Perona, he couldn't stand to see Rate bully a child. Captain, can you be any more shameless? Come on, let's play. Rate tossed the fish snacks in his hand aside, exclaiming, Oh, this is so boring. Rate realized he had no talent at all. He needed 10 tries to win a round against Labu, and all his other throws were the same. He clearly couldn't lose. What would happen if he lost to Moria? He turned to Tai Solo. What fun projects do you have? Something we can actually do. Everyone looked at Rate with disdain, even our most lovable Labu, trying to hide his disdainful gaze by covering his face with his flippers, thinking, I'll cover up a bit to save some face for the captain. Chapter 95. Rooter bursts into tears. For real. A personal update. Moria's mouth twitched. He knew Rooter's bottom line was flexible, but he didn't expect Rooter to bully the kids and then flip the table when the parents showed up. Moria had lost count of how many times he had looked down on his captain. Tezzalo thought for a moment and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Why not? Try the Golden Colosseum? In the center of the massive circular arena, Rooter, wielding a large sword, looked excited. What's the rule? Tezzalo stood on a high platform and shouted, It's simple. Defeat all enemies. But there's a little restriction. He snapped his fingers, and countless golden cages rose from the ground, each containing humanoid golden puppets of the pseudo-Commodore level from the Navy. Rooter's eyes lit up. Oh, made with your ability? Tezzalo nodded. The combat data of these puppets comes from the Navy headquarters generals. Of course, their strength is only 70 of the original. Rooter grinned. That's enough. Tezzalo stopped Rooter. Captain, you can only use the strength of a Commodore. These things are expensive. Got it. The battle erupted instantly. The golden puppets attacked simultaneously, using the 6 styles and swordsmanship. Rooter laughed heartily. Mist God, float, desolation. The crimson blade light swept across the arena like a storm, and the golden puppets exploded one after another, turning into a sky of golden powder. On the observation platform, everyone stared in shock. Enel sneered, TCH just showing off. Moria munched on popcorn. This destructive power is really cool. It has our captain's style. Perona covered her eyes. Go for it. Lord Rooter. Stella, however, smiled as she watched the battlefield, a faint green light emanating from her palm. Lord Rooter's emotions are quite refreshing. The next day, Tezzalo and Stella also boarded Rooter's ship. Rooter cheerfully poked Tezzalo. Hey. Just getting on the ship. What about your business? Tezzalo shook his head. Captain, let me correct you. It's your business. If your reputation can't hold these people down, I can't help it. Anyway, I'm on the ship now. Rooter looked at Tezzalo. Oh, buddy, can you change back? Can you give me back the Tezzalo from last night? Tezzalo shook his head, not teasing his captain. My confidants all have gold powder in their bodies. Their lives and deaths are in my hands. As for worrying about others messing up the place, I have a din mushy. I believe if they come to mess with us at night, we can reach their doorstep by tomorrow. Right, 5 billion, Captain Rooter? Rooter placed his hands on his hips and laughed to the sky. That's right, well said. Tezzalo, and Captain. Not to mention that part of the world government officials have been bought off by me. This place is in the New World, and the world government can't reach here. I've already spread the word that this is your property. Do you know how many people want to take the heads of troublemaking pirates as a token of allegiance? No one wants to step on your fame by killing celestial dragons, right? Tezzalo was waiting for Rooter's praise, but after a while, there was no response. When Tezzalo turned around, he saw Rooter looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Tezzalo was tightly hugged by Rooter, who was covered in snot and tears. His whole face was blackened. Captain, could you let go first? Tezzalo tried to push Rooter away, but the latter clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Tezzalo, you understand me too well. Rooter wailed heartbreakingly. I finally have a reliable crew member. Tezzalo's face darkened, trying to push Rooter's face away, but Rooter just wouldn't let go. You have to know who is on Rooter's ship. The lazy Moria, the math genius Perona, the cute little steel egg Labu, the Chinibu youth Enel, and the old world remnants of a slacker captain, none of whom are reliable. The old captain has taken on a huge responsibility. Roger was executed at 53. 8 years have passed, which means Rooter is actually 45 years old. But his fruit ability keeps him looking around 21 or 22. In contrast, Tezzalo is quite reliable and also has the caring big sister Stella. Stella chuckled softly, a faint green light glowing in her palm as she gently pressed it on Rooter's back. Calm down, Lord Rooter. Whoosh! Rooter did not resist, and his emotions instantly calmed down. He wiped his tears and released Tezzalo. Ahem. All right, let's talk business. Everyone, your emotional switch is too fast, right? Underwear. High-quality sound effects. Rooter was sitting cross-legged on the ground, a mountain of berries piled up in front of him. He was holding a 10,000 berry note, playing paper airplanes with Perona to see whose would fly further. To be honest, Rooter had no feeling for berries right now. If he needed money, he could just go to Sky Island and get some or rob a bit. Watch this. Blood-colored bomber. Rooter threw the paper airplane with all his might, and the paper money airplane accurately landed on Labu's top hat, who was eating dried fish. Achoo! Labu sneezed, and the gust of air smashed Enel's freshly built Raijin Gundam model to pieces. Enel exploded in rage. You idiots! Tezzalo's temples throbbed. Do you know how many warships this money could buy? Rooter turned his head, displaying a radiant smile. Good morning, Tezzalo. With this money, we can have as much as we want. If it's not enough, we could just rob more. Perona raised 3 different paper airplanes. The 1,000 value berry is suitable for diving, and the 10,000 is suitable for gliding. Tezzalo took a deep breath and suddenly pulled out a golden abacus from his suit pocket. Clack! The crisp sound of the beads clashing instantly silenced the entire ship. Now let's start the audit. 3 hours later, the captain bought the Sky Island Specialty Octopus hot air balloon for 40 million berries, while the actual market price is 3 million. Perona claimed a reimbursement of 10 million berries under Ghost training, which was verified to have bought 300 sets of limited edition Gothic dresses. Enel claimed to have consumed 60 million berries worth of gold for developing new techniques, but in his room, he had a life-size figure. Only Labu spent 1,000 berries to buy a room full of dried fish, which is acceptable. I want to give him a shout-out here. Labu adjusted his little hat and puffed out his chest. Rooter tried to argue, but it really looks ridiculously ugly. Rooter buying things, you either look exceptionally good, or you look ridiculously ugly. Everyone was planning to slip away, but Tezzalo shouted, Everyone, stop! Tezzalo's golden ring suddenly glowed. An entire storage room containing gold was instantly coated in a golden film. Even the doorknob was covered in gold. From today onwards, I will manage the finances of the Blood Dawn. Now I want to announce a few laws for our ship, and I hope everyone, including the captain, will abide by them. Regulation 1. All expenditures must be signed by Tezzalo and myself, Stella, as a dual signature, Stella gently added. I will give everyone pocket money, which made Perona and Labu sparkle with excitement. Regulation 2. Anyone who uses public funds without permission will be punished by cleaning the deck until the next island, Enel protested. How can a god? Tezzalo, Violators will have all their life-size figures confiscated. Uta All clean. Regulations Special Clause. Each crew member has a weekly snack budget of 100,000 berries. Any excess must be deducted based on combat performance, and I have the final say on how much that is, Uta wailed. This is tyranny. That night, Tezzalo was recording the financial details of the Blood Dawn pirates in the ledger, and Stella smiled as she handed him hot cocoa. Actually, you enjoy this, don't you? It's like taking care of a group of problem children. Tezzalo looked at the surveillance screen. This was Tezzalo's development of the gold fruit, a boss supervision mode, which involved monitoring. Ritter was sneakily trying to use his ability to vaporize the golden lock. Moria Perona was teaching a negative spirit to forge signatures. Only Labu was contentedly munching on his little dried fish while Inaru cursed and used lightning metallurgy to repair the golden furniture he had smashed. Tezzolo sighed and finished his cocoa, thinking he would have to add another line tomorrow. Compensation for destruction of public property at market price. Chapter 96. Tezzalo has new discoveries. Tezzalo stood on the deck, the nautical chart in his hands rustling in the sea breeze. His brow was furrowed, his knuckles tapping on the golden abacus, producing a crisp metallic sound. He had thought his captain should be someone reliable, just like that day when he rescued him and Stella from the celestial dragons, bringing reassurance. Off course again, he murmured under his breath, glancing at the distant, blurred horizon. The Bruma Jackson had been wandering in the same waters for 2 whole days. Moria's shadow slinked out from the deck's crevices, yawning lazily. Didn't the captain say go with your feelings? That's how we've always done it. Feelings? Tezzalo scoffed, pointing at the compass needle that was spinning like it was drunk. At this rate, we'll either crash into a calm belt or get wrapped up by the Navy patrols. Perona floated over, holding onto Labu, looking innocent. But the eternal pointer is pointing to the next island, isn't it? 23 pointers, pointing in 23 directions. Tezzalo finally exploded. Haven't any of you even looked at the nautical chart seriously? Rit was sunbathing and saw the commotion on the deck. Calm down, Tezzalo. We're not in the New World right now. As pirates, we can handle this weather. Besides, we have energy propulsion, so the calm belt is no problem. Tezzalo, don't be so tense. He grinned. The sea will guide us. Tezzalo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Captain, our current course is completely off plan. If this continues, plan? Rit waved his hand dismissively. What plan? Adventure is supposed to be filled with the unknown. That's what makes it exciting. Besides, we don't have a plan. Rit wasn't in a hurry to reach Raftel. He had been rejected once and planned to wait. Inaru squatted in the corner, small bolts of lightning dancing at his fingertips. Mortal beings are troublesome. If it were me, I'd just fly over. Tezzalo's temples throbbed. He never expected to be surrounded by a group of troublesome children. Their survival on his ship relied purely on strength. He wished the captain would revert to the reliable state he was in when he fought the celestial dragons. As night fell, the sea suddenly became eerily calm. Too quiet. There was no professional navigator, so Tezzalo had to pay extra attention. He stood at the stern, the golden ring glinting coldly in the moonlight. His observation, Haki, faintly caught a hint of something wrong in the direction of the water's flow. Everyone alert, he shouted suddenly, but it was too late. In the distance, a pitch-black line slowly rose on the horizon. It wasn't the night, but a gigantic wave towering over 100 meters. A tsunami? Perona screamed, clutching Labu tightly. Labu enlarged, shielding Perona protectively. These two were clearly inseparable. Moria's shadow instantly swelled. This is interesting. I'll just split this tsunami. Rit's blood mist began to boil, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Now this is what I call adventure. Go for it, Moria, I'm rooting for you. Tezzalo gripped the helm tightly, gritting his teeth. We're being carried into the storm zone by the ocean current. If we don't have a professional navigator, his words were drowned out by the thunderous crashing of the waves. The Bruma Jackson was tossed around in the giant waves, the mast groaning under the strain. Tezzalo held the helm firmly, using his golden powers to reinforce the critical parts of the ship, but his expression grew increasingly grim. This won't do. He muttered, we need someone who truly understands navigation. Rit flashed across the deck, the blood mist tearing through wave after wave. But his voice remained light-hearted. Tezzalo, don't be so serious. Moria was wildly slashing out shadow blades at the bow. Captain, Tezzalo could no longer hold back. This was not a joke. A real pirate ship cannot sail solely on brute force and luck. We need someone who can read the sea. His voice rang out clearly amidst the storm. We need a navigator. As the Bruma Jackson struggled out of an unknown sea area, the sky was already lightening with dawn. On the deck, everyone was sprawled out in disarray. Stella had brought Perona and Lebu some pastries and juice she made herself. Rit didn't mind much. After all, in terms of combat power on their ship, he was exceptionally strong, and it could be said that no weather could capsize the Bruma Jackson in this sea of paradise. Tezzalo leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the faint outline of an island in the distance, shouting towards Rit. At the next island, we must find a navigator. Rit wiped the seawater off his face and smiled. What's wrong? Feeling your strength is lacking? Tezzalo's expression remained unchanged. Captain, if you want everyone to end up feeding the Sea Kings in the future. Perona floated over, muttering softly. Actually, I think having a professional navigator would be nice. Rit looked at his crew and suddenly grinned. All right then. Next stop. He pointed sharply at the distant island. We're going to find a navigator. The Bruma Jackson slowly approached the seemingly tranquil island. But Rit's observation hockey caught the complex emotions of the island's residents. As a girl holding flowers passed in front of them, the resentment among the crowd reached its peak. Clearly, a person from the village chief's side stepped forward and shouted at everyone. What are you looking at? Get lost. Without Master Lena, you'd all be starving to death. The crowd wanted to retort, but held back under the chief's stern gaze. Rit stepped forward, pulling out 1,000 berries. Old sir, I'd like to inquire about something. Do you have any well-known navigators here? Village Chief Bell was about to refuse the money, but, seeing the 1,000 berries, accepted it. Rit could tell that Chief Bell was also in need of money, as he wasn't well dressed. The chief looked at Rit and felt he didn't seem like a bad person.